Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was raised by Santa Claus? Merry Christmas to everyone. Since many days you guys are not commenting, please comment, Merry Christmas. It will motivate me a lot. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. I can't believe it, Santa growled in a for Christmas Day uncharacteristically bad mood. What's wrong, dear? His wife Claire inquired, giving him a sharp look. Isn't everyone properly celebrating Christmas today? No, Santa growled. There's a boy, a young wizard of about 6 years, he explained, what he had seen through his enchanted mirror. He's living with his muggle relatives, and he's never received a Christmas present. I gave him something really special this year, however, he never received it. His aunt and uncle just gave it to his cousin, who received 24 presents from them already. I'm toying with the thought of kidnapping him. A 6-year-old young wizard? His wife asked, her eyes widening in delight. Oh yes please, Santa, fetch him and let's raise him here. Holly. Santa called one of his trusty elves, who appeared in front of him just a moment later. Holly, I have a special task for you, Santa informed him. There's that 6-year-old wizard, who is abused by his family, and I wish to raise him here. Would you like to be responsible for him? I'd love that, Holly replied, smiling eagerly. Where will I find him? It's Harry Potter, and he lives in London, England, Santa informed him. Do you want me to take a sleigh? Holly inquired. No, Holly, just pop him here. He doesn't have any luggage, and the sleighs haven't yet returned from America, where people are only going to wake up shortly, Santa replied, glancing at the large map of the world on one wall of his workshop. Harry Potter was sitting in his cupboard, hoping for the holidays to pass quickly, so that he could go to school again instead of being locked into his cupboard. All of a sudden, he heard a soft plop, and in front of him stood a strange creature wearing what looked like a uniform with brown trousers, a white shirt and a green jacket. Hello? He whispered, wondering if the small man was a real living being. How did he get into my cupboard? He wondered, however, instantly became distracted, when the man addressed him in a gentle voice. Hello Harry Potter, Merry Christmas, his visitor greeted him. Thank you sir, and the same to you, Harry replied, obediently. Not in the right Christmas spirit, the creature asked, causing Harry to shrug. I don't have Christmas, only my relatives celebrated outside of my cupboard, he replied in a small voice, wondering what his visitor wanted. Yes, we know that. I am Holly, and I am one of Santa's elves, the visitor finally introduced himself. In fact, Santa sent me, because he realized that you do not have a proper Christmas here. I am to take you with me to the North Pole. To the North Pole? Harry asked, incredulously, isn't that very far? My relatives told me not to go with people, he thought, oh well, no, not me but Dudley, he then recalled. Do you know who Santa is? Holly inquired. Harry shook his head. No. Here in England, they also call him Father Christmas, Holly explained in a soft voice. Father Christmas? Harry repeated, questioningly. He never brings me a present, because I'm not a good boy, he added in a barely audible voice. Nonsense, the elf contradicted, pleasantly. You're a very good boy. Your relatives are bad to tell you such things. That's why Santa has decided to fetch you to the North Pole and have you live together with us there. Come on, let's go. You'll love it there. All right, Harry readily agreed and allowed the elf to firmly grab his arm and take him with him. Before he knew what happened, the cupboard vanished in front of his eyes, and he suddenly found himself in a very bright place. Christmas music could be heard in the background as well as laughter and the sound of happy voices. Where are we? Harry blurted out, completely forgetting that he was not allowed to ask questions. In Santa's workshop, Holly informed him, grinning broadly. This is where we all live. Today, however, is Christmas Day, and we're all a little busy. Come and let me introduce you to Santa and Claire. Santa was a large, fat but pleasant man wearing red clothes. He picked him up from the ground and held him close. Hello Harry, welcome to your new home and happy Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Happy Christmas, Harry replied in a small voice, smiling, because the man was so funny. This is my wife, Claire, Santa informed him, as a woman of similar stature and the same happy smile greeted him. A sudden thought penetrated Harry's mind, and he turned back to Santa. "Excuse me, sir. Are you Father Christmas?" Santa pensively stroked his long beard. "In Britain, they call me Father Christmas, I believe, but here at the North Pole, everyone calls me Santa, and that's what my name is. Why are you asking, my boy?" "Because Father Christmas believes that I'm a bad boy," Harry admitted. "He never even gave me a present." "Rubbish!" Santa bellowed. "That's what your relatives told you, isn't it?" he asked, causing Harry to nod. "That's not true at all. You're a wonderful young wizard, and that's why Claire and I have decided to make you live here with us. Would you like to stay here?" he then asked. "I'd like that," Harry replied, shyly, only to hesitantly add, "but a wizard? That must be a mistake, sir. I am only Harry, a freak and a burden to all the good people." "Nonsense," Santa replied in a firm voice, his brow furrowing in apparent anger. "You're a wizard just like myself, and you're very good. As to the not receiving a Christmas present matter, we'll remedy that immediately," he continued and blew into a whistle, which he was wearing around his neck. It was silver with a red and green frame of Christmas ornaments on each side. Just an instant later, a group of completely white dogs appeared in front of them, the faint sound of tiny bells swinging in the air. Santa leaned down and gently grabbed one out of the group. It was one of the small ones, and it was incredibly cute. "This is Santa Paws," he introduced him to Harry. "He's still a puppy. Santa Paws, this is Harry, and I want you to bond with him and become his companion." The puppy obviously agreed, as he raised itself onto his back paws and eagerly licked Harry's face and hands. Harry noticed in surprise that the dog's collar was made of the same colors as Santa's whistle. "A dog just for myself?" he thought in disbelief, feeling happier than he could recall having ever felt before. TBC, are you interested? Next chapter would be Hogwarts Letters? Hogwarts Letters Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Harry soon became used to living at Santa's workshop. He got to know all the reindeer by name as well as the elves, who were very kind and often played with him. He adored the dogs and loved Santa Paws, who never left his side. Even during the night, which they spent in an apartment at the back of the workshop, Santa Paws slept with Harry in his bed, cuddled close against his stomach or legs. "This was my first but moreover the best Christmas present ever. I am the luckiest boy in the whole world," he thought, feeling absolutely happy at his new home. He had a whole room for himself and Santa Paws, and he was allowed into all the other rooms of Santa's workshop, where he could observe the elves work and assist them with easy tasks if he wished to do so. Everyone was always in a good mood, and he was allowed to ask as many questions as he wished. During the following years, Harry learned to assist the elves running Santa's workshop. He learned how to care for the reindeer, with whom he became good friends, and became a specialist in all matters concerning the dogs and puppies. The elves also took turns teaching him what he would learn in a Muggle school for children in Britain. However, Harry was very clever and never had to spend much time revising what he had learned. He was, however, extremely interested in magic, and the North Pole was full of magic. Santa even taught him how to do magic by himself just by a flick of his right hand. Every year at Christmas, he was allowed to ride in the sleigh with Santa and a couple of elves, when they went to deliver Christmas presents. None of the other dogs accompanied the small group, however, when Harry went somewhere. Then Santa Paws came along, too. HP in the evening of Christmas Day when Harry was 10 and Santa Paws was 5 years old, Santa took Santa Paws and several of his siblings out onto the grounds and around the workshop, inviting Harry to join them. Behind the building, between two beautifully illuminated Christmas trees, a large ice crystal was hanging from a rope that was connected to the tips of the trees. Harry had often wondered what the crystal was for, however, he had never seen anyone use it for anything. "What are we doing here?" he wondered. This time, he observed in surprise how the crystal magically connected to one of the dog's collar, before it turned to the next. When it was Santa Paws' turn, his collar flashed bright red, like those of the other dogs before. Santa Paws let out a happy squeal and dashed away, jumping at Harry, while the ice crystal connected to the next doggy. Cuddling his familiar close, Harry gave the dog's face a close look, only to realize that he looked much younger. "He's a puppy again, even if he's not as small as he originally was, when I gave him to you, and he has all his memories. Right now, He's just a few months old, and we're going to perform the same ceremony every 10 years, Santa informed him, grinning broadly. Usually, I would have waited until he's 10 like the other dogs, but I decided to do it a bit earlier in his case, he added like an afterthought, however, did not explain a reason. Equals totally cool, isn't it? Equals Santa Paws woofed, causing Harry to voice his agreement and cradle the puppy close. It was 3 months later, during Harry's 5th spring at the North Pole, when Santa began to make plans for the following Christmas, that he took him aside for a short conversation. Harry, he said, I'm just planning something that is long overdue. However, I wanted to wait until you were 10 and had become used to our life. Harry smiled in return. Even if the elves took great part in his life and education, Santa was the closest to a father figure that he had ever known. What is it, Dad? He asked, curiously, absent-mindedly petting Santa Paws, who was lying across his lap. The Dursleys did not treat you well, Santa stated, seemingly pensive, and while I wish everyone to enjoy Christmas and keep up the spirit of Christmas, I long to thoroughly spoil their Christmas for once. Do you have an idea what would be the most efficient way to spoil it for them? He asked, causing Harry to stare at him, wide-eyed. You want to prank the Dursleys? He finally asked in disbelief. Yes, thoroughly, Santa confirmed, laughing in his booming voice. Equals they deserve it. Equals Santa Paws spoke up, before he returned to attacking the bone in front of him. Dad, I have 2 questions, Harry said, thoughtfully. What might that be? Santa inquired, giving him a sharp look. I'd love to become a doggy like Santa Paws, Harry replied, slightly hesitating, as he knew that it had to be a strange request, only to clarify, you know we watched that witch in the big castle change into a cat and then back later on. The second thing is, he added, noticing in relief that Santa was patiently waiting, that I wish to know what you're going to do to the Dursleys. Can I watch it? Santa chuckled. As to your easier question, he began to reply, no, I'm not going to tell you in advance, and yes, we shall watch it together. He remained silent for a moment, and Harry already suspected that he was going to ignore his first question, when he slowly continued to speak. As to your first question, I don't have a clue how to help you, my child, as I am not an Animagus. My brother was one though, he added in a smaller voice, apparently more to himself than to Harry. However, I have some news for you, he then continued, pleasantly. There's a school for little wizards and witches like you. It's in the north of Great Britain, and as far as I've seen, students from 11 years onwards are attending it. I believe that you're going to receive an invitation on your 11th birthday, and if you don't get one, then we'll inquire about it. They will probably be able to help you change into a doggy and back into your human form when you wish it, Santa patiently explained. In fact, the witch, whom we observed change into a cat, is a teacher at the school. It's called Hogwarts, by the way. A school for magic? Harry repeated in disbelief. My aunt and uncle always said that magic didn't exist. Pa, Santa replied in apparent disgust. You know that it exists, don't you? Of course, Harry agreed, smiling. At least here at the North Pole. He added to himself. If you wish, you can closely watch England on my map and see if you notice other 11-year-old boys or girls receive their Hogwarts letters, Santa suggested, causing Harry to look up in excitement. Oh yes, I'm going to do that, he decided in determination. From that time onwards, Harry and Santa Paws spent every free minute sitting in front of Santa's large map. Thankfully, the map had a search option, and Harry told it to look for the so-called Hogwarts letter. Now we only have to wait, he told Santa Paws, and the dog gave him a reassuring tiny bark of acknowledgement. Just a few days later, the map alerted him to the fact that a Hogwarts letter was just being delivered to an 11-year-old boy, and Harry eagerly zoomed into the map. A red-headed boy took a letter from an old barn owl, before he began to cheer. It's my Hogwarts letter. Yay, I got it, he shouted, causing his parents and his apparently younger sister to gather around him. Just see to it that you get sorted into Gryffindor, his mother told him, and that you friend Harry Potter like I promised the headmaster, she added, causing the younger girl to blush profusely. You must tell me everything about him, she instructed her brother, who gave her a glare in return. He's going to be my friend and not yours, he all but growled. I will, the boy promised before asking, Mum, when are we going to go shopping? Harry turned away from the scene. What a disgusting family, he said to Santa Paws. I wonder why they knew my name at all. Unfortunately, Santa Claus had no idea either. However, he suggested asking Santa. Knowing that Santa spent much time during the year watching all possible places of the earth, Harry was not surprised when his surrogate father could tell him a detailed story about himself. Santa told Harry how Voldemort had attacked and killed his parents, before Harry had finally managed to defeat the evil wizard. Unfortunately, there are two things involved here, he added. 1. I believe that Voldemort is not really dead, as he split his soul and made anchors to hold them. He probably used one now and is roaming the earth as a spirit. I don't know where he currently is, but I promise you now that I'll work on finding it out. I'll also try to find his anchors. All right, Harry agreed in a small voice. That doesn't sound overly reassuring, he thought, letting out a deep sigh. 2. Santa continued. Ever after you got rid of him, you've been worshipped as the hero of the magical world. People don't know that he isn't permanently gone, and they make you responsible for his downfall. Even though I was a baby at that time? Harry asked in disgust. Yes, Santa admitted. It was not just your magic that did this to him and saved you, it was, above all, a charm, which your mother cast at you. Mum? Harry mouthed, his eyes widening in surprise. Yes, in fact, there was a prophecy made about you or another boy and Voldemort. That was the reason why Voldemort went after you and why your mother expected it and was able to save you in the first place, Santa explained. Thanks, Dad, for telling me, Harry uttered, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the information. You're welcome, son, Santa replied, just when the alarm from the map alerted Harry to the fact that another Hogwarts letter was just being delivered. HP. The girl calmly opened her Hogwarts letter, completely lacking the excitement that the other boy had shown. What does it say? Her younger sister asked in obvious enthusiasm. That I'm accepted to Hogwarts, the girl replied, tossing over the letter. Here, read for yourself. Are you not looking forward to go? Her sister asked in apparent disbelief. Well, yes, of course I am, but considering how many of the pureblood maniacs are going to be in my year, she slowly trailed off, shrugging. What house do you think you're going to be sorted in? The younger girl inquired, handing the letter over to her mother. I don't know. It could be any house. Since Mum was in Ravenclaw and Dad in Slytherin, one of these is likely though. Oh Daphne, it really doesn't matter, her mother spoke up in a soft voice. Any house will be just great. And there will be other students apart from the purebloods such as Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, her father added, soothingly. Isn't Harry Potter going to be in your year? I suppose so, Daphne agreed, smiling. Oh well, I hope I'll be able to make some good friends at Hogwarts. You will, her mother reassured her. I'm going to be your friend, Harry thought, smiling. It would be amazing to have such a wonderful girl as my friend. He looked at Santa Claus, who gave him a knowing look, almost as if he could read his thoughts. HP. The following months passed quickly, and before Harry knew it, he received his own Hogwarts letter. Even a few days before his birthday. It was addressed to Harry Potter, Santa's Workshop, the North Pole. Dad, Harry spoke up, pensively, as he held out the letter to his father, feeling very grateful towards his new parents, who always encouraged him to ask as many questions as he wanted. I have 2 questions. Seeing that Santa looked at him in clear expectation, he pointed to the address on the envelope. You told me that no one knows that I'm living here, that the professors at Hogwarts believe that I'm still living at my relative's home, but our address is properly written here. He gave his father an upset look. They don't know, Santa repeated, what he had told Harry before. These addresses are probably generated with magic, and magic knows where you're living, but the people at Hogwarts certainly don't. No, and I don't think that they did as much as look at these envelopes. They were probably just sent out by house elves. Oh, all right, Harry replied, feeling slightly consoled at the idea, and proceeded to ask his second question. All kinds of animals, such as owls, are listed, which students can bring, but dogs aren't among them. Do you think I can bring Santa Claus? I'm not going to go without him. It says they expect your owl until your birthday, which is in 3 days' time, Santa replied, smirking. Why don't you write into your response that you'll only attend Hogwarts if Santa Claus is allowed to accompany you? As I'm certain that they'll want you to attend Hogwarts at any cost, they'll surely allow you to bring him, he suggested. Write to Professor McGonagall directly, as her name is mentioned here. She seems to be the deputy headmistress. I'll do that, Harry agreed, pleasantly. Come Santa Claus, Let's go and write a letter, he said to his familiar, who immediately followed him into his room. 30 minutes later, they handed the letter to Patty, the post elf, who reassured him that she would take his letter to the Owl office at Hogsmeade. From there, it'll go to Hogwarts by Owl, she informed him. It'll arrive in maybe an hour's time. Oh, that's fine. Thank you so much, Harry replied, before he went for a long walk with Santa Claus, eagerly waiting for a response from Hogwarts. It arrived, when everyone was sitting down for dinner, and receiving a reassuring nod from Santa as a response to his unasked question, he eagerly opened the envelope. Dear Mr. Potter, thank you for your letter. If your dog is trained and well behaved, we will exceptionally accept him at Hogwarts. Since you're growing up with your Muggle relatives, I would like to come to see you and your familiar and take you shopping for your school supplies at 9 o'clock in the morning of your birthday. Should this be inconvenient for you, please reply to this letter. Otherwise, I'll see you on Saturday morning. Best regards, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts. Harry cast Santa a horrified look. Do you think she'll go to the Dursleys to pick me up? Certainly, Santa replied, smirking. That's not a problem, as we can go there as well and wait for her in front of the house. Are you going to come with me? Harry asked, wide-eyed. Oh, that would be so cool, he thought, looking at his surrogate father in expectation. Shall I? Santa inquired. Claire, what do you think? Shall we accompany our son buying his school supplies? Of course, his wife confirmed, smiling. Or do you not want us to come? She asked, giving Harry a sharp look. I'd love it if you came with me, Harry replied, smiling. What are we going to tell the professor though who you are? I suggest that we tell her that we'll tell her later on, and depending how she behaves towards you, we'll tell or don't tell her the truth, Santa suggested, and Harry hesitantly agreed. We can also very well rely on Santa Pa's instincts, he added. There is a park near your relative's house, and we can park our sleigh there and make it invisible to humans. The reindeer are already used to it. Yes, Harry confirmed. Of course he knew that. Often enough had he accompanied Santa delivering presents to various countries, mostly to Great Britain, Ireland and North America though. Harry could not wait for his birthday to come, not because of birthday presents, but because he was eager to get to know Professor McGonagall and be able to ask many questions about Hogwarts and the magical world. Finally, Harry's 11th birthday arrived. After a very early breakfast, Harry received just one present, and Santa motioned him to open it. Harry carefully removed the colorful wrapping paper only to reveal what looked like a well-used trunk. However, as he curiously examined it from all angles, he saw that the photograph of one of Santa's elves' head was attached to the two locks. Alabaster, Santa informed him, pointing to the elf's head, will allow no one but you access to the trunk. Thank you, Alabaster, Harry said, smiling, as he knew the real Alabaster very well. He eagerly opened the lid, only to gasp in surprise, as the interior was not what he expected. There was a staircase, and when he, after receiving comforting nods from Santa and Claire, carefully climbed downstairs, he noticed that a complete apartment was hidden inside. It consisted of a living room, a bedroom, a tiny kitchen and a bathroom, and everything was kept in Santa's usual colors of green, red and gold, to which Harry had become acquainted over the years. This is just amazing, Harry blurted out, realizing that the shelf in the living room was fairly full with colorfully wrapped presents. Thank you so much, he told Santa and Claire, who had followed him and Santa Paws inside. Santa chuckled. You haven't even realized the best thing yet, he announced, grinning, as he pointed to a hidden door in the far corner of the living room. He then opened it, revealing another staircase. We have the same trunk, and if you climb up this staircase, you'll arrive in my personal office within my workshop, he informed Harry. If you want to get out at either staircase, just speak with Alabaster, and he'll open the trunk for you. That means that you can come home at any time, whenever you want, and no one will be the wiser, Claire added, smiling. Wow, that's absolutely cool, Harry replied, gratefully. You only have to be careful that no one at Hogwarts misses you, Claire instructed him in a no-nonsense voice. I'll be careful, Harry promised, smiling. Now, I believe that you'll have to postpone opening all these presents, as we really need to leave in order to be there before Professor McGonagall arrives, Santa told him, causing Harry to let out a deep sigh. However, he followed his surrogate parents out of the trunk without complaint. TBC. Thank you so very much for the overwhelming reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. First Years Santa Paws. By Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Santa guided the reindeer right to the park, which he had mentioned earlier, and motioned Harry, Claire and Santa Paws to get off, before he waved his hand over the reindeer and the sleigh to make them invisible to everyone but themselves. They walked in the direction of the Dursleys' residence, a path which Harry could still remember having walked before, even if his relatives had not allowed him to leave the house very often. They only had to wait a few minutes, before an older woman in a dark green one-piece suddenly appeared from around the corner. She gave Harry's surrogate parents a curious look, before her eyes lingered on Harry and she came over to greet them. "Harry," she addressed the boy, "I am Minerva McGonagall, and first of all, I'd like to wish you a very happy 11th birthday," she added, smiling a genuine smile. Santa Paws sniffed for a moment, while Professor McGonagall greeted Harry and his parents. She smells like a cat, he realized, but she's nice, and she really cares for Harry. He stepped over to the old witch in determination, gently licking her hand. Before Harry could do as much as respond, Santa Paws went to lick the professor's right hand, which was a sign to Harry that the dog fully appreciated the woman. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall," Harry then replied, glancing at his surrogate parents, who gave him reassuring nods. "Professor, will you keep a secret for me?" he asked, still slightly hesitating. The professor glanced at his parents and replied in a soft voice, "While I don't like making promises, I was good friends with your parents, and even if you will not remember me, I often babysat you, and you've always been like a grandson to me. Therefore, I trust you, and yes, provided that it's nothing criminal, I will keep your secret." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied, smiling. "In fact, I am not living with the Dursleys anymore. These are my new parents, Mr. and Mrs. Claus." "Oh, Merlin," McGonagall blurted out, looking at the small family, wide-eyed. "Thank you so much for taking Harry away from his horrible relatives. All these years, I've tried to convince our headmaster to let me raise them, however, he never gave in," she explained, and a small smile was playing on her lips. "Let's head into the small park over there," Santa spoke up, "to have some privacy and to travel to the Wizarding shopping street from there." The professor did not seem happy about the detour, however, agreed, and Santa led the small group back into the park, where he once again waved his hand at the sleigh, making it and the reindeer visible to the professor. "What Harry did not tell you," he turned to McGonagall, "is that I am Santa Claus and this is my wife Claire. We've been raising Harry at the Santa's workshop on the North Pole since he was 6 years old. This," he pointed to the dog, "is Santa Paws, Harry's familiar. Now I suggest that we board the sleigh to head to Diagon Alley." The professor's mouth was stretched to a thin line, as she replied, "All of this sounds like a joke. Why am I supposed to believe you?" "Because it's the truth," Harry suggested, questioningly, before he invited the witch, "Come Professor, let's get onto the sleigh. It's much fun." "Where are you going to park this thing in Diagon Alley?" McGonagall queried, still not really convinced. "The leaky cauldron has a hidden parking slot just for us," Santa admitted. "We always use it to deliver Christmas presents to the alley." Finally, the professor hesitantly boarded the sleigh behind Harry and Santa Paws, and apparently could not help smiling, when the dog lay on the seat next to her and placed his head onto her lap. "I like her," Santa Paws thought, as he lay next to her on the bench, carefully placing his head into her lap, thoroughly enjoying himself, when the professor proceeded to gently scratch his ears. The sleigh was his favorite place in the world, but laying between Harry, who was his favorite person in the world, and a kind witch, who cuddled with him, was just good. McGonagall gently petted his head, and Harry showed her how he loved to have his ears caressed. "I'm surprised," she spoke up. "Usually, dogs don't like me, because I'm a cat animagus." "Oh," Harry interrupted her, wide-eyed. "Will you please teach me how to become an animagus? I so want to change into a dog like Santa Paws to properly play with him and the other doggies." To his great disappointment, the professor gave him a strict look, before she replied, "I am sorry, Mr. Potter, but that is 7th-year material." While Harry did not voice his disappointment, Santa Paws gave the professor a pleading look, letting out a small whine. "Oh my, aren't you a charmer, Santa Paws," the professor said, smiling, and Harry almost hoped that she would reconsider the matter, when he realized that they had just arrived back on the ground. Harry did not know where to look first, as the wizarding shopping street seemed very interesting. Professor McGonagall, however, pointed out that he would have enough time to look at the shops later on, and led them to Gringotts, the wizarding bank. "Have you been here before?" McGonagall asked Santa, when they squeezed themselves into one of the small carts. "No, at the time when I was a child, Gringotts did not exist yet," Santa replied in apparent amusement, just before the cart went into a deep dive, causing Harry to become distracted. He cradled Santa Paws close, noticing that the dog did not like the fast movement any more than himself. Only when they returned to the entrance hall, after Harry had filled his pockets with the 3 different kinds of coins that the magical world of Great Britain offered, McGonagall stared at Santa in apparent surprise, as she stated, "The oldest vaults of Gringotts are from the time of the founders of Hogwarts. Just how old are you, if I may ask?" Santa smirked, as he replied, "That's for me to know and for you to perhaps eventually find out, Professor." Harry merely smirked, as he was aware of all the secrets of the North Pole. From there, the professor led them to Madame Malkin's clothes shop, stating that it would take some time before his school robes were going to be ready, so that they could buy everything else in the meantime. Harry did not like all the picking and prodding that 2 witches did to him at all, and was relieved when they had taken his orders and they were able to leave. "Why do we all have to wear robes?" he wondered. Wizards like Santa can do magic wearing much more comfortable clothes. However, he knew better than to voice his opinion in front of Professor McGonagall. They walked by the apothecary to buy his potion supplies, acquired a couple of quills, however, skipped Aelop's Owl Emporium, as Harry was already in the possession of a familiar. "You can always use a school owl when you write home," McGonagall reassured him. "And I also have my trunk, which I can always use to quickly return home," Harry thought, happily. Finally, the last item still missing was a wand. "Why'd I need a wand?" Harry inquired in a small voice. "Santa does all the magic without a wand, and everything that he taught me so far I can do just with my hands." The professor cast him a stern look. Apparently, she did not really like his question. "Wandless magic is a very rare ability," she explained in a hushed voice. "Only very powerful wizards and witches are able to perform it. Now, do you want to stand out in your class right from the beginning and have everyone know how powerful your magic is?" she inquired. "Oh no," Harry replied, quickly, feeling horrified at the idea. "Let's go and buy a wand," he decided, and eagerly followed the professor into the wand shop, unaware what disaster this was going to be. It was difficult to find a wand for Harry, to say the least, and when they finally left the shop 30 minutes later, Harry felt totally fed up, especially after the shopkeeper had told him that his wand was the brother wand to Voldemort's. "Shall we go and have lunch at the 3 Broomsticks?" McGonagall suggested. "That would be wonderful," Santa replied, smiling. At the 3 Broomsticks, Santa quickly ordered a private room, where they thoroughly enjoyed their lunch along with a conversation about this and that. "You seem very familiar with the magical world," McGonagall addressed Santa and his wife. "We've never actively participated in it during the last few centuries though," Santa replied, only to add, "I am a bit older than one might believe. My brother is famous as a powerful wizard, he already was, while he was alive, but in fact, I've outlived him by far, thanks to the magic of the North Pole," Santa replied, smirking. The last month at the North Pole passed quickly, and all of a sudden, September 1st approached, and Harry had to be taken to King's Cross to board the Hogwarts Express. To keep up everyone's belief that he was living with his Muggle relatives, he and his parents had decided that they should not accompany him to the platform. Dressed like a normal Muggle, Santa merely showed him where the entrance to the platform was. "Don't worry, son, I'll be watching you, and together with Claire and the elves, I'll make sure that you'll be all right. Santa Paws will of course protect you from evil, too," he added, grinning broadly. "Thanks, Dad," Harry whispered, feeling extremely excited, as he eyed the wall in front of him. With his trunk shrunken in his robe pocket and Santa Paws walking next to him, he entered platform 9 3/4, looking at the red steam engine in expectation. "I hope we're going to have a good time at Hogwarts, Santa Paws," he whispered to his best friend. "And if not, we can return home at any time." Santa Paws showed his agreement by putting his front paws against Harry's chest and gently licking his face. "Ah, stop it, I already took a shower this morning," Harry whispered, lightly. "Shall we board the train?" Immediately, Santa Paws set off towards the train, so that Harry had to hurry to keep up with him. Much too early, as it was only 10 o'clock, they boarded the train, which was still mostly empty. Choosing one of the compartments, they made themselves comfortable next to the window. It did not take long before two girls entered the compartment, and Harry instantly recognized one of them. Daphne, he realized, however, knew better than to show recognition. Instead, he shyly said, "Hi, I'm Harry." "We're Daphne and Tracy." Daphne introduced the girls, only to add, "We're first years." "Me too," Harry replied, smiling, before he introduced Santa Paws. "Oh, what a cutie," Daphne cooed, gently caressing the dog's ears. "And such a fitting name if you look at his collar. It has the colors of Christmas," Tracy added, causing Harry to smile, especially when Santa Paws carefully licked the girl's hands in response. A short while later, another girl entered the compartment. She had bushy brown hair and introduced herself as Hermione Granger. "I hope Santa Paws will not attract too much attention at Hogwarts," Harry thought, when Hermione fawned over the dog, who seemed to bathe in his cuteness and enjoy himself. "We don't want anyone to know our secret," he thought. Shortly before the train was supposed to leave, two boys joined them, who looked like twins and introduced themselves as Fred and George Weasley. Harry immediately liked them, which was not difficult, as Santa Paws went ahead and greeted them by licking their hands. "Don't do that to everyone," Harry warned him, causing Santa Paws to stand in front of him to lick his face. "I won't," the dog reassured him, "only when I really like people and think you'll be friends with them." "All right," Harry thought back, before he hurriedly introduced himself to the twins, who stared at him in apparent surprise. "Harry Potter," they chorused, questioningly. "Did you meet our mother and Ronnikins?" one of them asked. "They were waiting for you on the Muggle side of the platform," the other added. "No," Harry replied, frowning. "Why would I wait there? I've been here on the train since 10 o'clock. The twins exchanged a look, which Harry could only interpret as slight amusement. "Oh well, apparently, our mum promised Dumbledore to show you the way. And to have Ronnikins friend you when you were going to come to Hogwarts. He's a first year like you," they finished their tirade. Harry shook his head in amusement at the twins' antics on the one hand, in annoyance at what he had heard on the other, especially upon recalling the scene how the redhead had received his Hogwarts letter. "Oh well, I'm going to try to not be sorted into Gryffindor," he thought, while the three girls gave the twins proper replies on his behalf, just when the train began to move and another boy entered the compartment. "Lee Jordan, our best friend," the twins introduced him and informed them that they were third-year Gryffindors. "Where do you think you're going to be sorted?" Hermione inquired, giving the other first-years curious looks. "I'll probably be in either Ravenclaw or Slytherin," Daphne was the first to reply. "I guess so, too, but I'm not sure," Tracy added. "I don't know. I just don't really want to be in Gryffindor," Harry voiced his opinion. "Maybe Ravenclaw," he added, tentatively. "For me, it's probably Ravenclaw, too," Hermione explained, "although I'd like Gryffindor, too, because Professor McGonagall is the head and she's really nice." "She's not," the twins contradicted, simultaneously. "She is," Lee spoke up, "but she's very strict, and she doesn't have much time for us, as she's the deputy headmistress as well and has to keep Dumbledore in check." "Why don't we try to be sorted into Ravenclaw altogether?" Tracy suggested, and the four first-years eagerly nodded their heads. "Is it possible to choose?" Harry asked in surprise. "You can try to talk to the hat," one of the twins informed him. "And one in our year managed to get into Gryffindor instead of Slytherin," the other added, before they decided to go and check if their younger brother had made it onto the train on time. "Can you keep them apart?" Harry thought to Santa Paws, who looked at him in clear amusement. "You can, too," his familiar informed him. "Concentrate on their magic, and you'll know the difference. The one they called Fred has more of a curious nature and the other one is more loyal." By the time the train reached Hogsmeade, Harry had the impression as if he had already found 6 friends. "I hope I'll get sorted together with the girls, no matter into which house," he thought, as he climbed in a boat together with Hermione, Daphne, Tracy and Santa Paws. "They're really nice." "HP, the castle looks nice," Santa Paws thought, when they got off the boats after a short ride across the lake, which he had enjoyed very much. "But there's no snow here," he realized, somehow feeling sad at the idea. "Oh well, we can always return home through Harry's trunk," he consoled himself, when he dashed up the stairs in front of the students. "Santa Paws, here. Harry suddenly called him, and Santa Claus realized that he had been too eager to run upstairs to see Professor McGonagall standing on one landing to greet the students. He quickly returned to his familiar's side and listened to the professor's introduction about the 4 houses of Hogwarts. Everyone is so nice here, it's going to be fun, he thought, wondering if he would be allowed to add some Christmas decorations to the halls, which were merely equipped with paintings but without any bells, lights or mistletoe. TBC. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Classes with Santa Claus. Classes with Santa Claus. Santa Claus by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Tracy was the first of the 4 friends, who was called to the sorting hat. While the first children had been sorted extremely quickly, it took at least a minute before the hat shouted his decision into the Great Hall. Hufflepuff. Harry, Hermione and Daphne exchanged a surprised look. Let's try to go there together, Daphne whispered, and Hermione and Harry nodded in agreement. Harry observed how Hermione was sorted right before Daphne, and both girls went to the Hufflepuff table, taking seats next to Tracy. All 3 then locked eyes with him. They want you there with them, Santa Claus thought to him, unnecessarily, only to add, and it's your best chance at having really great friends. Harry looked down to his familiar, giving him a reassuring nod, while Neville Longbottom was sorted into Hufflepuff as well. Potter, Harry, Professor McGonagall finally called his name, and when every student and teacher in the Great Hall looked up upon hearing his name, they began to stare upon seeing his familiar follow him to meet the sorting hat. Harry inwardly grinned upon hearing dozens of AWWs float all over the Great Hall at Santa Claus' sight. Ah, this is difficult, a thin voice penetrated his mind. Please sort me together with Daphne, Hermione and Tracy, Harry thought back. Are you sure? The hat inquired. You'd do well in Slytherin or even Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff is the last house in which I'd have sorted you. Hufflepuff please, Harry thought back, and from next to his face, a small growl could be heard, which was familiar to Harry. Thank your familiar, the hat replied and shouted into the hall, Hufflepuff. When the others had been sorted before him, everyone in the Great Hall had politely clapped their hands, however, not this time. The large room broke into absolute silence, before the Hufflepuff table suddenly erupted into loud applause, and Harry quickly took his seat next to Hermione, while Santa Claus made himself comfortable on his feet. The sorting continued, and a few minutes later, Professor McGonagall called out, Weasley, Ronald. However, no one came forward, and the twins rose from their chairs. Ronald has missed the train. Mum told him to wait for Harry Potter on the Muggle platform, although Harry had already been on the train. She said she had promised Professor Dumbledore to do so, they informed the professors. Albus? McGonagall addressed the headmaster, quirking an eyebrow. That might be, Dumbledore replied, slightly evasively. However, Molly already informed me about the matter this afternoon, and I told her to bring him through the flow on time for the sorting. However, only when Professor McGonagall was already carrying the sorting hat out of the Great Hall, a red-haired woman rushed through the entrance doors with a boy in tow. I'm sorry, Minerva, she blurted out. We couldn't get into Albus' fireplace and had to flow to Hogsmeade. That's probably because he was already in the Great Hall attending the welcoming feast, McGonagall replied, her mouth stretched to a thin line. She motioned for Ronald to sit on the stool and placed the sorting hat onto his head. Hufflepuff, the hat shouted for everyone to hear after mere seconds. No, you can't do that, Ronald protested, loudly. I belong into Gryffindor. I can and I just did, the hat replied, firmly. If you are loyal enough to miss your sorting because of waiting on the Muggle platform for someone who has long been on the train, you clearly belong into Hufflepuff. To Harry's relief, the whole student body began to laugh, so that he felt free to show his emotions about the matter as well. It's not that I wanted to share a dormitory with him though, he thought in annoyance, as the redhead grudgingly took a seat opposite of him. Everything's your fault, he growled at Harry, once the first years introduced themselves to each other. I missed the train, because I was waiting for you, and because of that, the hat sorted me into stupid Hufflepuff house. I did not request your assistance boarding the train, Harry replied in amusement, while the girls contented themselves shaking their heads in apparent annoyance. Nothing is Harry's fault, Hermione finally spoke up in a firm voice, and Santa Paws voiced his opinion by growling loudly at the redhead. "Santa Paws, be quiet, or they'll kick you out of the Great Hall," Harry finally admonished the canine in a hushed voice, relieved when Santa Paws gave him a reassuring nod. Not only the first years apart from the still growling redhead, but also their older housemates were very friendly, and Harry found them extremely nice. One of them even promised to take them to their respective classrooms in the morning. Unfortunately, after dinner, the first years had to go straight to bed, and, even if Harry had to admit to himself that he was extremely tired, he would have liked to see a little more of the castle before going to bed. He shared the room with Neville, Ronald, Justin and Ernest, and Harry realized in relief that his bed was the one right next to the window, just opposite of Neville's bed. "That's great. He seems to be the nicest of the boys," Santa Paws thought to him, and Harry full-heartedly agreed. "That's true," he thought back, feeling very much reassured, when the dog jumped into his bed and cuddled close against his stomach like he did at home. HP in the morning, Harry and Neville were the first of their classmates, who found their way into the common room. In the evening, they did not have time to thoroughly inspect the room, so that they used the chance to curiously look around. It was a cozy-looking room that was equipped with a large fireplace and groups of comfortably-looking sofas with larger and smaller tables, where the students could study alone or in groups. The general tone of the room was yellow. "This room is lovely," Neville stated, and Harry nodded its agreement. "That's true," he replied, smiling. "Let's wait for the others," he suggested, before he let himself sink into one of the sofas in front of the fireplace, cuddling Santa Paws close, as the dog jumped onto the sofa next to him, laying his head onto his lap. "He's beautiful," Neville said in clear admiration. "Does he follow you everywhere?" Harry nodded, smiling proudly at his familiar. Soon afterwards, their three roommates entered the common room. "What are you waiting for?" Ronald inquired. "Let's go to the Great Hall for breakfast. I'm starving." "We're going to wait for the girls," Harry stated in a firm voice. "Be my guest," the boy replied and hurriedly left the room, while Justin and Ernest sat on the sofa opposite of Neville and Harry. Just a few minutes later, the girls descended into the common room, and after a small conversation about the common room and the dormitories, everyone headed to the Great Hall, where they took seats together. None of the first years realized how the teachers observed their entrance in apparent amazement. Neither did any of them notice that Ronald was sitting between his twin brothers at the Gryffindor table, not even when Andreas Hopkins, the sixth-year prefect and Quidditch captain, motioned the first years to follow him to the potions classroom, where their first morning class was going to take place. "HP, you better be careful," Andreas advised them. "Professor Snape is very strict, and he loves to take house points from our house without no reason." Looking at Santa Paws, he added, "I don't think that he'll tolerate a dog in the potions classroom, by the way. Don't worry, I'm going to make myself invisible to everyone but you, and I won't sit under your table while you brew a potion. I'll rather remain safe," Santa Paws informed Harry and, according to Hermione's shocked expression, instantly vanished from everyone's sight. "Where is he?" she whispered to him in apparent concern, causing Santa Paws to unobtrusively lick her hand. Together with Neville and Hermione, Harry took a seat in the second row and waited for the teacher to arrive in expectation. As usual, Santa Paws was curled up on Harry's feet. The professor swept more than he walked into the classroom and immediately began to hold a monologue about the fine art of brewing potions. Harry wondered if he should take notes, however, decided against it. After reading his complete first potions book, he felt quite sure that the teacher had not said anything of importance yet. All of a sudden, however, the professor addressed him. "Harry Potter," he sneered, "our new celebrity." "I don't know what you're speaking about," Harry replied in an icy voice, having no idea why the teacher had singled him out. "I know that Hufflepuffs are notoriously lazy, however, I still expect them to take notes," the professor continued, and Harry confirmed with a glance to his left and right that none of his classmates had been taking notes. Nevertheless, Snape began to bombard him with questions, and when Harry could answer those that he had read about in the first-year book, he turned to more difficult topics, of which Harry knew nothing. "I don't know," he had to admit. "This is not topic of our first-year potions class, though. At least not in the book, which I bought according to my book list." "Ah, typically for a Potter," the professor growled. "They know everything better and behave as if the castle belonged to them. You're just like your father." Sadly, I've never known my birth father, but I take it as an honor that I resemble him, Harry replied, crossly. 50 points from Hufflepuff for your insolence, the professor growled, just when the door opened and Ronald Weasley strode into the room. I'm sorry, I didn't know where the potions classroom was, the boy apologized, causing the professor to see red. 100 points from Hufflepuff, he hissed, before he turned to the board and make a recipe appear. Now get to work, he instructed them, causing the Hufflepuff first years to cast each other questioning looks. While the professor sat at his desk, everyone hurried to fetch their ingredients, which were listed up under the recipe, much to their relief, as there was no explanation as to how to brew the potion. When all students had returned to their seats, Harry realized that Santa Claus walked up to the front of the classroom and laid his right paw against the crystal in his collar. What is he doing now? He wondered, however, soon realized that the dark dungeon room was suddenly lit up by hundreds of colorful Christmas lights and that he knew exactly how to brew the potion. Oh Merlin, if the professor sees that, he'll kick him out of the class. Harry thought, worriedly. Can you see that? Hermione whispered, incredulously. That was Santa Claus, Harry whispered back, only to have the professor look up in apparent anger. Be quiet and follow the instructions, he hissed, threatening to take more points from Hufflepuff. To Harry's relief, all Hufflepuff first years were able to brew the simple healing potion absolutely flawlessly, in contrary to their Ravenclaw classmates, where 7 out of 10 students failed their potion. When they walked up to the Transfiguration classroom and had separated from the Ravenclaws, who were following their own prefect in a distance, Hermione spoke up. Santa Claus, will you please make yourself visible again? I need to give you a big hug for what you did for us. It was just amazing. An instant later, Santa Claus was standing in front of the girl licking her face. That was Santa Claus doing. Daphne spoke up in apparent disbelief. He made the Christmas decorations appear and saw to it that we knew what to do. Yes, Harry confirmed, and Santa Claus had to endure a series of hugs from Daphne, Tracy, Susan and Hannah, before he decided that he had enough and quickly ran ahead. Are dogs allowed in the classroom at all? Ronald Weasley suddenly spoke up, especially when they add Christmas decorations to the dungeons in September. Santa Claus. Harry addressed his familiar. Please from now on exclude Ronald Weasley if you do something for the Hufflepuff first years. Everyone but a red-faced Ronald laughed when the dog came to Harry, eagerly waggling his tail in agreement. It was amazing, Susan spoke up. It was not only that I suddenly knew what to do. I felt extremely happy. It was almost as if Christmas was around the corner, and I love Christmas. Thank you, Santa Claus. Yes, it was fantastic, Tracy added. Thank you so much for helping us. Especially after we already lost 150 points, Harry added, grimly. The professor seems to be a real git. He is, Andreas confirmed, before he inquired, 150 points? That's a record I think. Oh believe me, if Santa Claus had not done what he did, we'd have lost 300 points at least, Neville admitted. I had no idea how to brew that thing. No one but Hermione had an idea, Harry quipped, causing everyone to nod their heads in agreement. HP Transfiguration went much better. Professor McGonagall was as nice as she had been during their shopping trip. She even allowed Santa Claus to sit under Harry's desk, and Hermione and Harry were able to gain points for Hufflepuff, when they were the first to transfigure their match into a shiny needle. No wonder Potter can do it if his dog helps him, Ronald blurted out in a loud voice, catching the professor's attention. Santa Claus didn't do anything. He's asleep, Hermione replied in an icy voice. Noticing the professor's questioning look, Daphne explained in front of the whole class what had happened in their potions class. When everyone looked at the professor wondering how she would take the news, one of the Ravenclaw first years spoke up. Harry, will you please ask Santa Claus to help us Ravenclaws, too, from now on? I had no idea how to brew the potion either. General agreement came from the Ravenclaw side of the room, and when Harry asked Santa Claus if he was willing to include the Ravenclaws if he helped them again, he gave a confirming woof, causing everyone to chuckle. Thanks Santa Claus for preventing Professor Snape from taking more points from Hufflepuff and preventing Professor Sprout from possibly getting a heart attack, McGonagall finished the conversation, motioning everyone to get back at the task at hand. I just hope that Snape is the only git of a professor we have, Harry whispered to Daphne, when they headed to the Great Hall for lunch. TBC. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. The Common Room. The Common Room Santa Paws. By Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Fortunately, their afternoon classes, charms and herbology, passed smoothly. The professors were nice, and Santa Paws slept on Harry's feet during the whole afternoon. When the first years returned to their common room after dinner, Daphne asked, "Harry, do you think Santa Paws could add some decorations to this room, too? Even if they're Christmas decorations?" Harry inquired, giving the older students a hesitant look. Ronald will surely complain again, like he always does when someone does something unusual, he thought, grimly. "What's the matter with these decorations?" Andreas asked in apparent curiosity. "I heard that you were talking about decorations after your potions class." Santa Paws, could you add some simple decorations to this room, please? Harry asked Santa Paws, only to think to him, not too Christmas-like, please. An instant later, colorful lights as well as candy canes and pine twigs were covering the walls, and Santa Paws looked around, questioningly. "Amazing," Andreas commented in apparent amazement, while one of the seventh years pointed her wand at the lights, changing all the colors to yellow. "Santa Paws, we're in Hufflepuff here, and our color is yellow," she said to the canine in a soft voice, causing Santa Paws to gently lick her hand. 30 minutes before curfew, Professor Sprout entered the common room to spend some time with her students like she was said to do every evening. "Christmas decorations?" she inquired, incredulously. "Did Professor Flitwick teach you such a thing in September?" "No, Professor, that was Santa Paws' work," the head boy informed her, pointing to the dog that was curled up around Harry's feet, "and we like it." "A dog did this?" Sprout asked in apparent disbelief. "He must have extremely strong magic then." Walking over to where Harry and his classmates were sitting, she looked at Santa Paws and inquired, "What kind of dog is he?" "He's one of Santa Claus's puppies," Harry replied, unsure how much he could tell people. He absent-mindedly realized that Santa Paws stood from his spot on his feet and stepped over to the professor to lick her hand, making small sounds of contentedness when the professor gently caressed his ears. "He's absolutely adorable," Sprout said, smiling happily. "I'm glad we have him here. He makes a wonderful addition to our house." "One day, you must tell her the truth," Santa Paws instructed him. "She's really nice." Harry nodded his agreement, resolving to speak with the professor in private at the next opportunity. "Like his name says, he seems to have a strong affinity to Christmas," Daphne spoke up, pensively, before she told their head of house what had happened in the potions classroom during their first morning class. A couple of times, she was interrupted by Hermione, who wanted to add a few details. "Oh Merlin, I was already wondering why Professor Snape took 150 points, the professor said, sighing. "Thank you, Santa Paws, for preventing him from taking even more. Too bad that I can't give a familiar house points," she added as an afterthought. "Helping students during class time is cheating though," Ronald Weasley spoke up, stroopily. "Do the Hogwarts professors tolerate such a thing?" The noise following this question was so loud that no one could understand anything that was said. Only when everyone quietened, Professor Sprout voiced her opinion. "Since the professor failed to do his job of teaching the students and Santa Paws helped the whole class, I don't see a problem with it, especially as he promised to include the Ravenclaws as well from now on." "Exactly," Hermione spoke up and turning to Ronald added, "as you explicitly told him that you don't want his help, then it's your problem if he won't help you the next time." "Yes," Sprout concurred, nodding her head in agreement, as she continued to caress Santa Paws' ears. The next few days passed relatively uneventfully. Professor Snape continued taking many house points from the Hufflepuff and the Ravenclaw students, and Santa Paws diligently charmed the room each time to be bright and friendly and have an atmosphere that gave the students insight to the tasks ahead. He always included the Ravenclaws, however, exempted Ronald Weasley from his charms. When Santa Paws left the classroom, the charm was cancelled automatically, much to Harry's relief. "We can't have Professor Snape find out what he's doing," he thought, as he trailed behind his familiar, glad that the professor had merely taken points from Ronald, who had managed to blow up his cauldron, and not from himself or his friends. "On the one hand, I'm sorry for Ronald, but on the other hand, it's his own fault that Santa Paws doesn't include him anymore," Susan whispered, as they made their way to the greenhouses for their herbology class. Exactly, Harry agreed, feeling very much reassured by his friend's comment. Santa Paws, you're just simply amazing. Neville talked to the dog. Before the class, I was absolutely unable to comprehend what it said in the book, but after brewing the potion while being under your charm, everything is clear now. Thank you so very much. You're welcome. Santa Paws replied in a small bark, which Harry quickly translated for his friend. Can you really understand his barks as words? Susan asked, incredulously. That's too cool. Harry chuckled. I can only understand him, because he's bonded to me. I'd love to become a dog animagus though. Thanks for reminding me. I need to go to the library to check out some books about the Animagus transformation. Oh, Harry, I'd like to become one, too. Daphne spoke up, and by the time they reached greenhouse number 2, the whole Hufflepuff first years minus Ronald Weasley, who had run ahead and had not witnessed the conversation, had agreed to practice becoming a dog animagus together. Since the post owls usually flooded the Great Hall during breakfast, Harry was surprised when an old barn owl approached him at lunchtime. To his even greater surprise, it was carrying a red envelope. That's a howler, Daphne informed him, seemingly surprised. You better open that quickly, or it'll become much worse, Neville advised him, and Harry quickly opened the letter. Instantly, Molly Weasley's shouting voice could be heard all over the Great Hall. Harry Potter, how dare you let us wait on the Muggle side of the station and simply board the train without talking to us? It is your fault that Ronald missed the train and, even worse, that he's been sorted into the house of the stupid just for trying to be a good friend to you. By now, the head boy had pointed his wand at the letter, causing the screaming to tune down to a mere whisper that even Harry was unable to understand. Thank you, he said to the boy, who was sitting opposite of him, in gratitude, just when the howler shredded itself to small pieces of ash. Mr. Potter, Professor Sprout suddenly addressed him from behind, causing Harry to look up in surprise. He had not even realized that their head of house had approached the Hufflepuff table. Professor Dumbledore would like to speak with you for a moment, she added, giving Harry a reassuring smile. Only absent-mindedly noticing that all Hufflepuff first years minus Ronald followed him, Harry trailed behind the friendly witch towards the headmaster's office. Don't worry, you're not in trouble, Sprout said, reassuringly, before she opened the door to Dumbledore's office after a short knock. The headmaster's eyebrows rose in apparent surprise, as he took in the appearance of the whole first-year Hufflepuff class, not even realizing that one student was missing. I only asked for Harry, he said, weakly, before offering a lemon drop to his students, which they collectively declined. Harry, I wish to apologize, Dumbledore then addressed the boy. I believe that you did not even know that I had asked Molly Weasley to show you the way to platform 9 3/4. Harry nodded, however, refrained from speaking. Since you were raised by Muggles, I believe that you'd need some assistance, the old wizard continued, causing Harry to quirk an eyebrow. Well, I didn't know where it was, but my parents knew, he thought, however, knew better than to voice his opinion. He waited if Dumbledore was going to say anything else, however, the old wizard remained quiet. Headmaster, Hermione suddenly broke the silence. Excuse me, but is there a way for a student to be resorted? While all first years nodded, immediately getting the meaning of her question, Dumbledore and Sprout looked at the girl in apparent concern. Ronald doesn't fit into Hufflepuff, Neville spoke up, and, once again, everyone nodded their agreement. It would be great if he could be resorted, Harry said in a firm voice, looking straight at the headmaster, and Santa Paws confirmed his agreement with a short woof. You think so, too? Dumbledore asked the dog, giving him a pleasant smile. Santa Paws woofed again, nodding his head in confirmation. However, it did not escape Harry's attention that the dog never licked the headmaster's hand like he had done when introduced to Professors McGonagall and Sprout. Considering that Molly Weasley called our house the house for the stupid, I'm afraid that I have to agree as well, Professor Sprout spoke up in a firm voice, causing Santa Paws to step over to her and gently lick her hand. Do you think that's what Ronald wants? Dumbledore asked in apparent skepticism. Of course, he wants to be in Gryffindor, the house of the cool people, Susan blurted out. Every mealtime, he's sitting at the Gryffindor table with his twin brothers anyway. Yeah, I can't hear it anymore, Tracy added in apparent disgust, causing Harry to inwardly grin. Very well, Dumbledore said, pensively. Pomona, please send Ronald to me right after dinner, so that I can ask him if he wishes to be resorted. I'll need the 4 heads here as well if that's the case. Of course, Headmaster, Sprout agreed and accompanied the students out of the office. Professor, Harry addressed their head of house, when they walked down towards the entrance hall. Do you know if one of the older Hufflepuff students is an Animagus and would be willing to teach us the Animagus transformation? Professor Sprout stopped dead in her tracks. I don't know of any student who has managed the Animagus transformation, she replied, seemingly thoughtful. Shortly later, she added in apparent hesitation, I am an Animagus though, and I could teach you if that's what you wish. Let's speak about this in the common room tonight. This must stay within Hufflepuff in any case. Of course, the girls reassured her, simultaneously, before everyone headed to their first afternoon class. When Professor Sprout came into the common room shortly before curfew, she informed the house that some of the first years wanted to become Animagi and had asked her if she could teach them. A huge uproar was the consequence, as everyone began to speak at the same time in obvious excitement. Professor Sprout observed the scene in apparent amusement. Professor, the head boy finally spoke up, would you be willing to teach all of us? The smile vanished from the teacher's face, as she replied, I can teach you all, however, there are certain conditions, to which you have to agree beforehand. What might that be? Andreas inquired, and everyone looked at the professor in expectation. First of all, no one outside of our house may know about it, Sprout named the first condition. Everyone nodded or voiced their agreement. When you succeed and become an Animagus, you must officially register your form with the Ministry of Magic. Once again, she received everyone's agreement. Thirdly, you may only practice when someone is with you, who could call help if you needed it, Sprout continued in a strict voice. When everyone agreed once again, she instructed them, please think about what kind of animal you wish to become and gather as much information about it as possible, before we meet again here at this time tomorrow. Professor, Susan spoke up in a firm voice, that is the first years, all want to become dogs like Santa Paws. We already agreed on that. Is that so? Sprout asked, smiling at Santa Paws. Professor? Hermione asked, eagerly, will you tell us what kind of animal you are, please? Sprout smirked. I am a squeal. It's nothing special like such a cute dog. It is a kind of magical penguin, which solely has one advantage. It is able to emit a secretion that serves as a plant fertilizer, which is more than convenient for herbology professor. Apparently realizing that everyone stared at her in amazement, she quickly transformed into her Animagus form and back. Absolutely amazing, one of the 7th-year girls spoke up. Thank you so much for telling and showing us your form, Professor. You're welcome, Sprout replied, smiling. Hey, wouldn't it be cool if all of us tried to transform into dogs? It doesn't have to be a replica of Santa Paws. Just some kind of dog, Andreas suggested. That way, we'd all be able to communicate with each other, and we'd surely have much fun. After short discussions among the various groups in the common room, everyone agreed, and Professor Sprout nodded in. Understanding. Well, let's make it a special Hufflepuff project to become a dog Animagus, she finally said in apparent amusement. A badger might be more fitting, but I agree that a dog is much more convenient, especially if we have such a cutie here in our house, she added, gently petting Santa Paws. This is totally cool, Harry thought, feeling extremely happy at the idea of having his housemates transform into dogs as well, when a sudden thought crossed his mind. Professor. He spoke up, slightly hesitating, do you know what happened to Ronald Weasley? Has he been resorted? Sprout let out a deep sigh. Yes, he has, she finally admitted, only to add in a small voice, fortunately. Thank Merlin, Daphne said what all first years thought. He'd surely have complained about becoming a dog Animagus. The Weasley twins were sitting in the headmaster's office waiting for their parents to step through the fireplace to discuss their youngest brother's latest sorting with the headmaster. He's so stupid, George thought to Fred. Exactly. He should just have remained in Hufflepuff, Fred thought back, rolling his eyes at their brother's fuming expression. Professor Sprout had already excused herself 30 minutes ago, stating that she had to make her daily visit in her common room. However, the other 3 heads of the houses were waiting together with them, discussing other topics in small voices. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore, but what's taking them so long? We should slowly return to Gryffindor, as curfew is about to begin, the twins spoke up, questioningly. Please stay for a few more minutes, Professor McGonagall instructed them. I'll personally accompany you to your common room later on. Your mother wanted to wait for your father to come home, Dumbledore replied in a soft, grandfatherly voice. The Hufflepuffs are all cheating, Ronald blurted out. Potter's dog helps them with everything, everyone except me, and then I get taken all the points, while everyone else is perfect. The headmaster leaned forward in his seat and asked, "Is that so?" Ronald nodded his head in confirmation, causing the twins to look at their brother in surprise. TBC. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Flying Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Minerva spoke up in a firm voice. The students told me what happened. Santa Paws helped the whole class, because their teacher did not explain anything and merely expected a group of first years to know what they were doing. She quickly interrupted herself to glare at the potion's master. And it was in my presence that Ronald asked the dog to not be included if he helped them again. Santa Paws' help was not only absolutely brilliant but also completely justified in this case. While the twins bobbed their heads up and down in apparent agreement, Albus did not get to reply, as Molly Weasley chose that instant to step out of the fireplace, closely followed by her husband. Minerva observed the Weasleys with growing annoyance. While Arthur apologized to the headmaster for the trouble his youngest son caused the professors, Molly merely fussed over the thickhead. "Molly, Arthur," she spoke up, too impatient to wait for Albus to finally get a grip on himself and proceed. However, the headmaster interrupted her. Ronald wished to be resorted, he began in his grandfatherly voice, but it's rather that his housemates asked you to resort him, because he didn't want to adjust to his house. Minerva interrupted the old wizard, grimly. Anyway, the sorting hat resorted Ronald into Slytherin. However, Ronald does not wish to accept the decision and told us that he'd rather attend Durmstrang than Hogwarts if he isn't allowed to be in Gryffindor. Can't you just put him into Gryffindor? Molly demanded. That's where our whole family was, and that's naturally where he belongs. I'm afraid that this is not possible, Albus replied in a grave voice. Even if I believe that the hat must be drunk to sort your son into my house, fact is that he sorted him into Slytherin, and he may either accept the matter or leave the school. Severus spoke up in a firm voice. Albus, Molly turned to the headmaster, giving him a pleading look. Severus is absolutely correct. Minerva supported her younger colleague, and there is nothing that Albus or I can do about it. Ronald, please accept your sorting like all the other students do and try to do your best in Slytherin, Arthur spoke up in a firm voice. It's all Potter's fault, Ronald growled. Everyone in Hufflepuff fawns about him and his dog, and no one wanted to become friends with me. That's your own fault, the twins spoke up, simultaneously. They tried to include you. But you complained about everything under the sun, so that they had to give up. We're friends with Harry already, and he and Santa Paws are really nice, they added in firm voices. Very well, Arthur spoke again over his wife's protests. I'm sorry Ronald, but I trust the twins in this. It's your choice if you wish to remain at Hogwarts or leave and try if any other school will still accept you. I'll stay, Ronald growled, glaring at the twins. Very well, Severus, please accompany your new ward to the Slytherin dormitories, Albus said, pleasantly, before the Weasleys excused themselves, and everyone went their way. 20 points to Gryffindor for standing up for Harry and Santa Paws, Minerva whispered in the direction of the twins, who smiled at her giving her a mock bow. HP, 50 points from Slytherin for telling everyone that a dog managed to teach my students, while I didn't, Severus growled at his unwanted, newest addition to his house. It's true, Ronald growled, causing Severus to see red. It's true, sir, and detention with me tomorrow evening, he hissed, fastening his pace to get rid of the redhead as soon as possible. Draco, Blaze, you have a new housemate, he addressed two of his capable first years upon dragging the thickest Weasley he had ever taught into the common room. Oh Merlin, Draco growled at the sight, before he gave him a firm nod. Oh Merlin is right, Severus thought, as he stormed out of the common room and returned to the solace of his private quarters. HP. A few days later, the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw first year's first flying class took place. Even if he had never flown on a broom, the old school broom immediately came into his hand when Harry called it, and he suddenly looked forward to flying. Sorry Santa Paws, but you'll need to remain on the ground and wait for me, he thought to his familiar, who gave him a pouting look, but climbed onto the nearby stands and sat down in the second row to watch the spectacle. Unfortunately, Neville seemed to be unable to control his broom and drifted higher and higher in spite of Madame Hooch's instructions to come down and land on the ground. Harry and his friends stood there staring at the struggling boy, feeling horrified and completely helpless at once, when Harry suddenly sensed Santa Paws magic from behind. An instant later, Neville slowly hovered downwards, finally making a soft landing right in front of them. "Harry," Hermione whispered, "that was Santa Paws doing, wasn't it?" "It was," Neville confirmed, before Harry could do as much as consider how to respond. "I could sense his magic. It's beautiful." Wow, Neville must be quite powerful to be able to sense Santa Paws magic, Harry thought. "I can only sense it because I'm used to it." "Thank you so much, Santa Paws," Neville said to the dog, gently caressing his ears. "You probably saved my life." Harry observed, smiling, how Santa Paws gently licked Neville's hand. "Thanks, Paws," he thought to his familiar. "You're the best." "It was my pleasure," Santa Paws replied, promptly. Harry's attention was brought back to the lesson, when Madame Hooch instructed everyone to make a first attempt at flying. Everyone but Neville, who was now sitting on the bench with Santa Paws spread over his lap, took into the air. "Oh Merlin, I love this," Harry thought, happily. "It's almost as cool as flying in the sleigh." Together with a few others, he flew higher and thoroughly enjoyed himself, before Madame Hooch called everyone down again. "The Quidditch captains of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are here," the flying instructor announced, "to do some tests with a few of you. Please humor them if they call you over." A wave of excitement washed over the students, as they went back into the air, and Harry's eyes widened in surprise, when Andreas called him and Daphne over. Together with his friend, he landed on the ground in front of the captain. "I'm going to release the snitch," Andreas informed them, showing them a small, golden ball with wings to which Harry immediately felt attracted. "I want the two of you to try to find it as quickly as possible. I'm going to play, too." With that, Andreas released the snitch, and the three of them took into the air again. "Where is it?" Harry wondered and feverishly looked for the small ball that seemed to have completely vanished. A few minutes later, however, he was able to firmly close his hand around the ball, which was lightly struggling to get away from his grip. "Well done, Harry," Andreas commended him, only to release the snitch again. "Let's try again." They played 6 seeker scrimmages, of which Harry won all 6. "That's it, Harry," Andreas said, seemingly delighted. "You're on the team as our seeker. Daphne, I'd have you as one of the chasers. Do both of you agree to play on the house team?" "I'd like that," Harry replied, feeling somehow happy at the idea, even if he was uncertain what exactly playing on the house team entailed. "I thought that first years weren't allowed to play?" Daphne inquired. Professor Sprout received permission from the headmaster beforehand, knowing that we're in dire need of a good seeker and chaser, Andreas reassured her, grinning broadly. "Well, then please count me in," Daphne replied, eagerly. Too soon for Harry's liking, the flying class was over, and they had to return into the castle with the instruction to attend Quidditch practice on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. HP in the evening, Harry pondered if he should head into the trunk and return home for a while to tell his parents and the elves everything about his life at Hogwarts. However, when he discussed the matter with Santa Paws, his familiar reminded him that Santa and Claire were probably watching them closely on the screen, so that there was no need to return home at this time. Just a few days later, the dog reconsidered his advice. During the first defense against the dark arts class, Harry had already noticed that he had a headache, which fortunately cleared as soon as he left the classroom. However, realizing that the area of his forehead, where his scar was situated, hurt every time he was in the defense against the dark arts classroom, Harry hesitantly admitted the matter to his familiar, who was very observing and inquired what was wrong. "I can sense evil in the defense professor," Santa Paws replied, seeming pensive, before he made a decision. "Harry, let's return home and speak with Santa about it." Knowing that he could fully rely on his intelligent and capable familiar, Harry obeyed, as soon as all the first years were in bed and Professor Sprout had checked on them like she did every evening. Placing his trunk at the foot of his bed, he closed the curtains around his bed and cast a charm, which his father had told him shortly before he came to Hogwarts and that prevented everyone from noticing his absence. "Are you going to accompany me?" he asked his familiar, completely unnecessarily, as Santa Paws always followed him. Together, they headed into the trunk and climbed up the other staircase, exchanging a happy look when they arrived in Santa's office. HP. Harry and Santa paused. Santa greeted them, while Claire pulled Harry into a bear hug and Santa Paws eagerly licked their faces. "Harry, my boy, you're doing great," Santa informed him, cheerily, before his voice became more somber, as he inquired, "I suppose you came here because of the defense against the dark arts professor?" "Yes," Harry admitted. "Santa Paws told me that he was somehow evil, and my scar hurts every time I enter the classroom." Santa nodded in understanding. "Harry, I've told you before that the one who gave you that scar is not completely gone yet." Harry nodded, as he could remember the conversation that had shocked him very much at that time. "Moreover, he's the only one that can make your scar hurt. I believe that Quirrell is possessed by the spirit of him," Santa continued. "He's seeking immortality through several means. He even goes into the forest and slaughters unicorns to drink their blood. We need to get rid of him, before he becomes powerful enough to hurt you. The only question is how to kill that spirit." "Oh, right?" Harry replied, feeling extremely uncertain, however, on the other hand, knew that he could fully rely on his father to find a way to keep him safe. "I believe that we have two options," Santa spoke again. "One would be to speak with your headmaster, tell him about your suspicion that Professor Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort and ask him to get rid of the spirit. The question is if he's willing to take action. To me, he seems as if he was simply waiting for things to happen all around him. The second option would be to turn to the unspeakables. In fact, there is one old wizard among the unspeakables, who is related to you. He's the brother of your late grandmother, and he's extremely capable. He goes by the unspeakable name Ra. Of course, no one but me and perhaps the head of the unspeakables knows who he is. He might be able to come up with a solution. The third option, which is not an option at this time, would be that I teach you a spell and you attack him by yourself. However, you're not yet able to do so. Perhaps I can teach you during the Christmas holidays." Harry looked at his father, wide-eyed. "But Dad, you won't have time during the Christmas holidays," he protested in a soft voice. "I'll take the time," Santa promised. "Just 15 minutes a day won't hurt, and it might get you to the point where you can take him by yourself. Santa Paws is extremely powerful, but he can only do positive magic, not negative magic like the one that is needed in this case," he added as an explanation. "Yes, I wouldn't want him to do negative magic in any case," Harry replied, gently caressing the dog's ears. "Oh well, he could and would if you were in danger though." "Well then, return to Hogwarts and consider which of the three options to take," Santa instructed him. "As long as Santa Paws is with you, he won't be able to harm you, as Santa Paws can and will protect you," he reassured him, causing Harry to let out a sigh of relief. "Thanks Dad, bye Mum, bye Dad," he replied to his parents, who hugged him and Santa Paws, before they both climbed back into the trunk. HP. Ever since the Hufflepuff students had made their agreement with Professor Sprout, their head of house was teaching them how to practice the Animagus transformation and watching them practice in the common room before curfew. Closely looking at Santa Paws, Harry eagerly tried to change his left hand into a white paw, however, so far without any success at all. To his relief, none of the other students was spouting any canine fur either, and the professor informed them that it could take years before they would be able to transform, if they managed the Animagus transformation at all. "I will transform," Harry decided, resolutely, as he continued practicing. HP. Harry was still considering what to do about Professor Quirrell, when the Quidditch match Hufflepuff Ravenclaw approached, and the general excitement in the common room swapped over to the first years, knowing that with Daphne and Harry two of their own were going to play for the first time. When Harry opened his trunk first thing in the morning like he always did to fetch clean clothes, his eyes widened in shock. Diagonally, spread over the top step of the staircase, a racing broom was waiting for him with a small parchment attached. "Good luck and take care, Harry. Mum and Dad." It was a Nimbus 2000, one of the newest racing brooms on the market, and Harry lingered a few minutes, simply staring at the gift. Right below the handle, a small band in the colors of Santa Paws' collar was firmly attached to the wood. "Harry, is everything all right?" Neville inquired in apparent concern. "Yeah," Harry replied, absent-mindedly. "I've got my own broomstick," he added in disbelief, wondering if he was dreaming. "Oh well, my parents are just cool," he thought, and happily allowed his roommates to admire the broom. Everyone was happy for him, especially the members of the Quidditch team. When asked how he received it, Harry pretended that an owl had brought it right into his dormitory, glad that Neville was the only one who had observed him pulling the broom out of his trunk. Thank Merlin, Neville is trustworthy, he thought to Santa Claus, who quickly licked his hand in agreement. It was a cold and snowy day at the end of November, when the Hufflepuff team gathered on the grounds. Under the watchful eyes of Santa Claus, who was sitting together with the Hufflepuff first-year girls, alternately being petted by Hermione, Susan, Tracy and Hannah, Harry took into the air and circled above his teammates, feverishly looking for the snitch. His broom was classes better than the old-school brooms, and Harry felt extremely happy. It was difficult, however, to see the snitch in the low-hanging clouds that threatened to explode with snow at any minute. All of a sudden, however, his broom began to move strangely, and Harry completely lost control over it. All he could do was to struggle to remain on the broom, but he was unable to guide it into one or the other direction. Suddenly, he heard Santa Claus think into his mind, "It's Quirrell," just an instant before a huge flash of lightning crashed down right onto the defense against the dark arts teacher, accompanied by a huge thunder. A moment later, Harry realized that he regained control over his broom. Ignoring the commotion on the grounds, he proceeded to properly sit on his broom again and resume his search for the snitch. Seeing something golden flash near the teacher's stands, he went into a huge dive and managed to catch the snitch a moment later. Holding up his hand for everyone to see, he inwardly sighed in happiness. "Congratulations," Santa Claus thought to him, causing an idea to cross Harry's mind. "Santa Claus, did you help me catch it?" he asked, urgently. "No, Harry, I didn't," his familiar replied in a firm voice, making Harry relax. "Hufflepuff wins, 220 to 150, Madam Hooch announced, and the players quickly descended to the ground. "I'm surprised that they allowed the game to continue," Hermione said, when the Hufflepuffs gathered around their team. "Professor Quirrell was struck by lightning and is either injured or dead." He jinxed Harry's broom, Santa Claus spoke up with a small growl. "Santa Claus says it was Quirrell who jinxed my broom," Harry translated, causing Hermione to stare at him wide-eyed. "I thought it was Snape," she blurted out, incredulously. "I saw how he was mumbling something looking straight at you the whole time. I was just about to head to the teacher's stands and set his robes on fire to distract him, when the lightning struck," she then admitted in a smaller voice, causing Harry to smirk. "Maybe he was uttering the counter-curse," Andreas spoke up, when he came to congratulate the team and heard their conversation. "Snape?" Harry asked in disbelief. "He hates me with a passion." But he doesn't want to harm you," Santa Claus informed him, and Harry translated for his worried housemates. Just when the students headed inside to warm up and get ready for their victory party, the expected snowstorm began, making the earlier lightning even more believable. TBC. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Decorations Santa Claus. By Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. AN to the readers who do not know what O means. O means alternate universe, not canon. While I know exactly, for example, what an Animagus is, I change things how I like them to be in my story, so that, in the same example, the students can choose their Animagus forms. If you don't like O, don't read my stories, because they are all O. Professor Quirrell had survived the event of the Quidditch match, however, due to the lightning, his mind, and according to Santa even the possessing spirit, was thoroughly destroyed, so that he was taken to the longtime ward at St. Mungo's. The headmaster announced that all defense against the dark arts classes were cancelled for the time being. Harry and his fellow first years did not really miss the class, as it had been difficult to properly study defense considering their former professor's constant stuttering. Instead, they proceeded to spend their free hours in the common room studying together or practicing the Animagus transformation. Before Harry knew what happened, a parchment was put up in the common room, on which everyone who wanted to remain at Hogwarts during the Christmas holidays was supposed to write their name. To Harry's relief, none of his fellow Hufflepuffs registered to remain in the castle. Thank Merlin, everyone has somewhere to go, he thought, knowing that if he was still living at the Dursleys, he certainly would have stayed at the school during the holidays. "Are you looking forward to going home?" Santa Claus suddenly thought to him, bringing Harry back to reality. "Oh yes," Harry thought back, smiling at the canine. As much as I like it here, I can't wait to see Mum and Dad and the elves and the reindeer and the puppies. He slowly trailed off, observing how Santa Claus intensified the Christmas decorations in the common room. Me too, Santa Claus thought back. Everyone is nice here, but I look forward to seeing my siblings. You know that we can return home at any time, Harry reminded his familiar. If you want to go home, I can take you to the trunk in the morning and fetch you back in the evening, whenever you want. No, Santa Claus contradicted, firmly. I'm not going to leave you alone here. Ever. I'm also looking forward to Christmas. Ah, me too, Harry thought back. Even if everyone is so busy, I just love all the hassle around Christmas. It's the best time of the year. Santa Claus. Professor Sprout suddenly addressed his familiar, unknowingly interrupting their telepathic conversation. Would you perhaps be willing to decorate the Great Hall as well? You did such a wonderful job here. Santa Claus nodded his head in the professor's direction. Harry, why don't you invite her and Professor McGonagall too? Accompany us home over Christmas. The dog then thought to him, only to add, I think they've both been feeling a bit lonely during the last couple of days. Perhaps they have nowhere else to go, and they've been very nice to both of us. Professor, Harry addressed their head of house, quickly following her, when she left the common room, would you perhaps like to accompany us home over Christmas? I think we're going to invite Professor McGonagall as well. The professor stared at him in apparent disbelief. Mr. Potter, aren't you living with your Muggle relatives? She inquired, causing Harry to grin. Professor, can you promise me to keep a secret? He asked, glancing around the corridor to make sure that they were alone. Not here, Sprout decided and led him through a connecting door into her office, smiling when Santa Claus squeezed himself through the half-open door. I haven't been living with my Muggle relatives since I was 6, Harry admitted. I'm living with Santa and Claire Claus on the North Pole. Chuckling at the professor's incredulous expression, he added, Professor McGonagall can confirm it. She has met my parents and even some of the reindeer, when we went shopping at Diagon Alley. Santa Claus, Sprout turned to the dog, who looked up at her from bright, blue eyes. Is that true? The canine moved his head up and down in confirmation, before he gently licked the professor's hand. Are you sure that your parents don't mind if Professor McGonagall and I accompany you, over Christmas at that? I am sure, Harry confirmed, nodding his head in synchronization with Santa Claus. Maybe they won't have much time, as Christmas is the busiest time on the North Pole, but it's still brilliant to just spend some time in Santa's workshop as well as on the grounds, he added, smiling. The professors talked with each other, and in the following afternoon, when the first years were gathered in the common room to once again practice the Animagus transformation, Professor Sprout called Harry into her office and informed him that they would both love to accompany Harry and Santa Claus to the North Pole if he was sure that his parents were all right with it, which they both confirmed. How are we going to get there though? Sprout inquired, giving Harry a questioning look. Harry remained pensive for a moment, before he replied, during the days before Christmas, everyone is very busy, but I'll ask Dad if he can send the reindeer here just after the students have left for the Hogwarts Express. Would that be convenient, Professor? That would be wonderful, Sprout confirmed, smiling happily. We better go and tell Mum and Dad in advance, Harry thought to Santa Claus. I know that they told us to invite them, but still. Let's go home tonight, Santa Claus replied, eagerly waggling his tail from the right to the left and back. I can't wait to see all the decorations. Harry, Santa Claus, are you coming? Daphne interrupted their silent conversation. It's dinner time, Hermione added, smiling. During dinner, Dumbledore rose from his chair and inquired, to whom do we owe these beautiful decorations? However, no one spoke up. Santa Claus merely thought to Harry, please don't give me away. Of course not, Harry replied, looking innocently at the old wizard, who then proceeded to award 100 house points to the anonymous decorator. Only after dinner, when half of the student body curiously gathered in front of the hourglasses in the entrance hall, everyone realized that it was Hufflepuff House that had gained the house points and was now by far in the lead for the House Cup. I wonder who in Hufflepuff did that, Harry heard Ronald say to Draco Malfoy. They're not only lazy but outright stupid. Surely not as stupid as you, Weasley, Draco replied and strode away, giving Harry a small smirk as he passed in front of him. Still strange that Santa Claus was able to receive house points for us. Harry thought in confusion, unaware of the smirk in Santa Paws' expression. In the morning after the leaving feast, Harry and Santa Paws accompanied their friends to the station in Hogsmeade, where they said goodbye and wished everyone a very happy Christmas, before they met with Professors McGonagall and Sprout and returned to the castle. Just when they approached the entrance doors, a sleigh appeared to their right-hand side, and an elf, whom Harry and Santa Paws recognized as Holly, jumped out to greet them. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, Harry and Santa Paws," he said, giving a light bow. "I am Holly, and I'm here to accompany you to the North Pole. Santa asked me to excuse him, as his workshop is very busy now just 2 days before Christmas." "Good morning, Holly," Professor McGonagall replied with a small smile playing on her lips. "Thank you so much for coming to fetch us," Sprout added, warmly. "Hi Holly," Harry added, pulling Holly, who was one of his favorite elves, if not the favorite, into a gentle hug, before Santa Paws, who had so far been waiting more or less patiently, licked the elf's face over and over. "Now, it's all right, Santa Paws," Harry finally said, chuckling. "Let's get onto the sleigh." He did not have to suggest that twice, as Santa Paws immediately complied. He dashed into the sleigh and waited until everyone was seated, before he chose a small spot between the two professors for himself, placing his head on Professor Sprout's lap. Harry observed in amusement how the two professors gently caressed his familiar's ears, just as he had showed it to the Gryffindor head in the summer. "Harry, do you have your luggage?" Sprout suddenly asked, just when the reindeer took into the air. "Yes, Professor," Harry replied, smiling, patting his robe pocket. "You shrunk it?" McGonagall inquired, giving him a surprised look. "Yes, of course," Harry replied, matter-of-factly. "Santa taught me years ago how to shrink and enlarge items." "Excuse me, Harry," McGonagall said, seemingly pensive, "when we met in the summer, Santa told me that he was older than the founders of Hogwarts. Do you know what his name was at that time?" Harry looked at the professor in disbelief. "His name is Santa Claus, and I believe that this has been his birth name." "It is his real name," Santa Paws confirmed, slightly raising his head from Sprout's lap. "What's he barking about?" the Hufflepuff asked, gently petting the canine. "He confirmed that Santa Claus is his real name," Harry translated. "Do you know who his brother was?" McGonagall asked. "He said he was famous, but I can't recall anyone with the surname Claus." Harry grinned. "I know who he was, and he's known under his given name, but that's not my secret to share," he replied, glad that they were just about to land on the North Pole. "Welcome to my home, professors," he added, happily. Santa was standing there when the sleigh landed on the ground, shouting, "Ho ho ho, Merry Christmas." "Good morning, Mr. Claus, and thank you so much for having us." McGonagall was the first to shake his hand. "Ah, please just call me Santa," Santa replied quickly. "Welcome to the North Pole, Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout." Turning to Harry, he added, "Son, how are things?" Seeing Harry grin broadly, he pulled him into a bear hug. "Welcome home, Harry and Santa Paws." He lifted the canine into his arms, causing Santa Paws to lick his face over and over in apparent happiness. Back home on time for Christmas, Harry thought, happily, thank Merlin. "Harry, will you please lead the professors to the guest rooms?" Santa instructed him. "Ladies, Harry will take you to your rooms and show you around as you wish. I shall see you at lunchtime." The professors thanked Santa and swiftly followed Harry. They almost had to hurry behind Santa Paws, who was running ahead in clear agitation. Just before they stepped inside, he let out a couple of small barks, causing 24 canines to appear around them and greet them with obvious eagerness. "Oh my God, they're so cute," Professor Sprout said, smiling broadly. "That they are," her colleague agreed, gently trying to pet one or the other of the excited canines. Harry could not help laughing at the sight of Santa Paws rolling over the ground in a mock fight with his closest siblings. "Oh well, we'll better go on or we're still going to be outside at lunchtime," he spoke up and led the professors inside, where he showed them to their rooms. "Please make yourselves comfortable, and when you're ready to get a look at Santa's workshop, please call for Santa Paws. He'll hear you, and he'll inform me by telepathy, so that I'll come over and guide you," he suggested to the ladies, who happily agreed. "If there is anything you need, please call either Santa Paws or Holly. He will also come if you call him." "Thank you, Harry," Professor Sprout said, warmly, causing Harry to smile. You seem to be very happy to be home, McGonagall observed. Harry nodded. Yes, I am happy, he confirmed, only to add, as much as I like Hogwarts, it's good to be home. Taking his leave, he made his way to his own rooms to leave his clothes and books that he had brought with him, while he had left his trunk at the school. He quickly exchanged his school robes for his comfortable muggle clothes that he used to wear at home, before he headed to the workshop to assist in the preparations for Christmas, as it was the busiest time of the year, not only for his parents, but also for the many elves. When Santa Claus alerted him to the fact that the ladies were ready to visit Santa's workshop, Harry quickly picked them up in front of their rooms and gave them a large tour around the premises. Somehow, these decorations, which are beautiful by the way, remind me of something, McGonagall suddenly spoke up, as they crossed the workshop. Harry, is it you to whom Hufflepuff owes being in the lead with house points? Chuckling, Harry shook his head. No, Professor, it wasn't me, but Santa Claus, he admitted. How he managed to receive house points for Hufflepuff is beyond my understanding. He looked at his familiar, who returned a glare, however, remained quiet. That's new, McGonagall said in disbelief. I've never heard that familiars can receive house points for their owners. Well, Santa Claus is just special, and I'm not his owner but his familiar, Harry thought in amusement. Santa Claus deserved the points though, the Hufflepuff head said, thoughtfully, before she explained to her colleague how the canine had saved the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw first years from losing hundreds of points to Professor Snape, unaware that the deputy headmistress already knew about the matter. Well, if that continues, Hufflepuff can be sure to win the House Cup, McGonagall groaned, and with Harry as the seeker, you're going to get the Quidditch Cup, too. We've never ever received both cups at the same time, Sprout added, so I hope for it very much. We'll see to it, Santa Claus promised, eagerly licking their kind head of house's hand. The following day was Christmas Eve, and during Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, Santa and Claire were so busy that it was Harry's duty to entertain the two professors. They only occasionally met his parents during meal times. However, the two professors seemed to enjoy themselves a lot and went for long walks through the snow with Santa Claus, who brought along several of his siblings, while Harry assisted the elves. Shortly before lunchtime, Harry cornered his father. Dad, I need to make some presents for my classmates and also for the two professors. Do you have an idea? Santa smirked, admitting, I was wondering when you'd ask. I've already spoken with Lenny, and she's going to help you make small golden or silver, as you wish, necklaces with tiny crystals worked into them. I've already given her a dozen crystals, which I've charmed with all kinds of protection spells. Harry stared at his father with a combination of amazement and disbelief. Also for the boys? He asked, incredulously. Yes, son, also for the boys, Santa confirmed. They wear them under their shirt, and no one will notice. However, they'll be protected to some extent, which they might need being together with you, he added, smirking. And me? Harry asked, feigning a small pout. You'll get yours at Christmas, Santa reassured him. I've put even more charms into yours, and believe me, had I known just how dangerous it would be out there, you'd have received it before setting as much as a toe into Hogwarts. Jenny was one of the kindest elves, and she gently helped Harry to make the presents for his friends. Shortly before dinner, Harry handed the presents together with a small letter to each of his friends to Patty, the post elf, who immediately took them to Hogsmeade for owl delivery. During dinner, Santa asked Harry, do you know when the Dursleys used to open their presents? Slightly shocked at the question, Harry remained pensive for a moment, before he replied, after breakfast if I remember correctly, perhaps around 7 o'clock in the morning. Dudley is always very eager to open presents and wakes his parents and his aunt up quite early. I'm not sure though, as I was always locked into my cupboard anyway, he admitted in a smaller voice. Why are you asking? Ignoring the collective gasps coming from the professors, Santa smirked. Have you already forgotten about the prank I was going to play on them? He asked, laughing aloud. They're in for a slightly rough Christmas tomorrow. Oh well, it's still harmless, he added upon noticing the concern in Harry's expression. They're not going to be hurt. You played a prank on the Dursleys? McGonagall asked in apparent disbelief. Why yes, I still owe them some payback for how they treated Harry, Santa boomed, roaring with laughter. Oh, then I'm sorry if I miss breakfast tomorrow, but I'll have to watch that, Harry announced in excitement. It's going to be so much fun. Can you watch it from here? Sprout asked, incredulously. You're not going to travel to the Dursleys' residence, are you? I can watch it on a screen, Harry confirmed and promised. I can show you how to observe someone or something after dinner if you're interested. Right after dinner, Harry guided the professors to the large screen in Santa's workshop. Show me Hogwarts, he instructed the screen, which became blank for a moment, before it showed the castle from the outside for a moment. We're probably going to see the dungeons, Harry informed the ladies. When I looked at Hogwarts before, it always showed me the students in the Slytherin common room or Professor Snape in his lab first, before I could see rooms further up in the castle. However, when the scene on the screen changed, they observed in horror how an extremely large snake moved through what seemed to be a large hall in a dungeon. Is that Hogwarts? Sprout asked, incredulously. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets? McGonagall voiced, putting her hand in front of her mouth in apparent shock. Is that a basilisk? Sprout guessed. Equals it is a basilisk, equals Santa Paws confirmed. Equals I've smelled her at Hogwarts. She smells good. Equals. Harry quickly translated what sounded like barks to the witches. However, before they could further observe what seemed to be a basilisk, the scenery changed to the headmaster's office, where Professors Dumbledore and Snape were having a conversation. Harry realized in surprise that a half-empty bottle of whiskey was sitting on the table, and both professors were nursing from glasses filled with the brown liquid. They're drinking, McGonagall blurted out, accusingly. I knew I shouldn't have left them alone. Shush, Sprout instructed her, let's hear what they're talking about. If they talk at all, Harry thought, knowing that they would automatically hear any sounds through the screen. Finally, it was Snape who spoke up first. And do you have any idea whom to hire as the defense against the dark arts professor? He queried, quirking an eyebrow. Dumbledore shook his head. No, there are two options, but one of them is a fraud and the other a werewolf, he replied in a grave voice. I don't know which would be worse for the students. A werewolf? Santa spoke up. He was working at a nearby table and had overheard the conversation. I believe that my brother invented a cure for lycanthropy. I wonder if it's lost in this time. Oh Merlin, is that true? Excuse me, Santa, but who in the world was your brother? McGonagall asked, bluntly. TBC, thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. The Prank Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. My brother? Santa repeated, grinning. His surname was, of course, Claus as well, but no one knows him as Mr. Claus. People only know him under his first name, which was Merlin. Merlin? The two professors repeated in clear disbelief. He was my brother, Santa confirmed, and Harry's many times great-grandfather. Harry smiled, knowingly. Dad, he spoke up, recalling what had triggered the conversation, do you have any information about this cure? Santa let out a deep sigh. You probably know Salazar Slytherin, don't you? He's one of the founders of Hogwarts. Of course, Harry replied, and the professors nodded with apparent eagerness. He was my brother's grandson, and I've given all the parchments that Merlin left to him. As far as I know, he made his own library in his chamber, where he kept my brother's notes together with his own. The Chamber of Secrets? McGonagall blurted out, seemingly horrified. It's only known because of a monster that's said to be living there, but no one knows where the entrance is. Santa scoffed, shaking his head in apparent annoyance. His basilisk Amaterasu is living in his rooms, and according to what I observed, when Sal was still alive, she must be a real cutie. Do you know how to access the chamber in his library? Harry asked, eagerly. Sorry son, I've never been at Hogwarts. I only know what the screen can show me, Santa replied, smiling. You could ask Salazar though. I'm sure there should be a portrait of him somewhere inside the castle, considering that he's one of the founders. Santa, sorry, but we need you over there, two elves interrupted Santa in apparent excitement, causing the wizard to excuse himself. Only later the same evening, when Santa entered their private rooms and came to say good night to Harry, he uttered, we could ask Merlin if he by chance remembers how to cure the werewolves. Is there a portrait of Merlin somewhere? Harry asked, his eyes widening in surprise, when Santa nodded. Yes, the one that I'm keeping in our bedroom, he admitted, smirking. That's Merlin. Oh, I thought that was your father, Harry replied in understanding. How cool, may I speak to him sometime? We're both going to speak with him someday, when all the Christmas hassle is over, Santa promised, before he bade Harry good night. HP in the morning, Harry was just having Christmas breakfast with his parents and the two professors, Santa Claus sitting on his feet, when the charm that he had placed on the screen alerted him to the fact that the Dursleys had just entered their living room. I'm sorry, but I need to go and watch the prank, Harry blurted out and dashed out of the room, closely followed by everyone else. HP the Dursleys were gathered around the Christmas tree, which was somehow gaudy, at least in Harry's opinion, and Dudley was counting his presents. There are 32. That's exactly as many as I had last year, but I'm 11 now, so shouldn't I have at least one more? He shouted, causing his parents to apologize. Oh Merlin, what horrible people, Professor Sprout blurted out in a small voice. Exactly, Santa confirmed, which was why I decided to raise Harry here. Of course. He's your great-grandnephew after all, Sprout said in apparent understanding, before everyone returned their attention to the screen in front of them. When Petunia and Vernon had managed to calm down Dudley somehow, he began to open his first present, only to throw it across the whole room full force. What's that? He shouted. A doll of the freak. His parents exchanged a confused glance, having no idea what might have happened. However, when Dudley opened the next couple of presents, each of them held the same content. A doll in wizarding robes looking like one Harry Potter, a former family member, whom the Dursleys wanted to completely forget about. After the fifth present, Dudley gave up and stormed out of the room. His heavy footsteps on the staircase could be heard a moment later. Vernon, I'm at a loss as to what happened here, Petunia spoke up with a combination of what Harry interpreted as anger and anxiousness. That must have been the freak's doing. Even if he's been away now for 6 years or whatever, her husband growled. Let me see the next few presents, Petunia decided, quickly tearing the wrapping off the next, only to find not a Harry figurine, but a small note. This is my small payback for the way how you treated your nephew. Greetings, Father Christmas aka Santa Claus. Oh my god, maybe we should have really treated him better, Petunia blurted out, completely shocked by the note. Why would we? Her husband roared, taking a large gulp from his beer glass. He is a freak and will always be one. In the next present, Petunia found a book. Hogwarts. A history. She stared at the book in apparent shock, before she let out a blood-curdling scream. Give me that, Vernon demanded, before he threw the book into the fireplace full force. To the Dursley parents' shock, however, the book jumped out of the fireplace and refused to stay inside, even at the fifth attempt. Let's just throw all the remaining presents away, Petunia decided and began to move the colorful packages out of the living room. Good luck with that, Santa commented, smirking, before he pulled over his Santa robes and headed outside to board the next sleigh heading to deliver presents. That was a really good prank, McGonagall uttered, and the Dursleys surely deserved it. Are you sure, Minnie? Harry's cousin is only 11, too, Sprout contradicted, weakly. Yes, I am sure, McGonagall replied, grimly. For 6 years, I've spent most part of the weekends sitting on their garden wall in my Animagus form, and all this boy ever did was abuse Harry, almost as much as his parents did. That was you? Harry asked, incredulously. The cat on the wall, I mean. That was me, the professor admitted, smiling. Somehow, Harry felt comforted at the idea that someone had found it important enough to look after him that they spent all their free time on the Dursleys' garden wall in their Animagus form, but on the other hand, it was sad that the professor had not been allowed to contact him and tell him the truth about magic. During the following hours, Harry watched how Daphne, Susan, Hermione and Neville opened their gift from him, sighing in relief, when everyone seemed to be ecstatic about their necklaces. Among other gifts, he received his own necklace with a pendant of a small ice crystal, similar to the one that Santa Claus was wearing on his collar. It's not only equipped with all possible safety charms, but it is also a portkey, Santa explained. If you're in danger and need to get away very quickly, you can just grab the ice crystal and say, home to the North Pole, and it'll take you here. I've charmed Santa Claus crystal the same way, and I've already explained it to him, he added, causing Harry to sigh in relief. Thank Merlin, thanks so much, Dad, he said, gratefully. You know that I wouldn't go anywhere without Santa Claus. I know, Santa replied, smirking. HP. The remaining days of the holidays passed quickly, in fact, much too fast for Harry's liking. The turn of the year was spent on the snowy grounds, where a group of elves had prepared beautiful fireworks, much to everyone's entertainment. Since the professors had to return to Hogwarts in the morning of New Year's Day, Holly took them back to Scotland using Santa's favorite sleigh, which Santa once again charmed to be invisible to everyone but the two professors and, of course, the residents of the North Pole. Harry, however, decided to remain at home until he had to be back before dinner time. When the professors asked in apparent concern how he was going to get back to the school, Santa merely reassured them that he would see to it. Unbeknownst to the professors, Harry had left his trunk in his dormitory, so that he could easily step through the trunks to get back to Hogwarts. As soon as the sleigh was out of their sight, Harry turned to his surrogate father. "Dad, can we speak with Merlin now, please?" "Of course, son," Santa replied, matter-of-factly, and the two wizards headed to Santa's and Claire's bedroom, where Santa introduced Merlin to Harry. "You're the great Merlin?" Harry asked, incredulously. "Yes, my child, and you're my many times great-great-grandson," Merlin replied, wearing a smirk that reminded him of Santa. "Excuse me, sir," Harry began to ask what he meant to ask, however, the wizard in the painting interrupted him. "I'm not a sir. I'm your grandfather," he corrected him. "All right then, grandfather," Harry tried again. "Santa told us the other day that you invented a cure for lycanthropy." He slowly trailed off, unsure how to word his question. "Yes, that's true, my boy, however, that was more than 1,000 years ago, and I don't remember exactly how I did that," Merlin replied, thoughtfully. "Before I tell you to stir into the wrong direction or such, you better ask Little Sal for my notes." "Little Sal?" Harry inquired in confusion, before he recalled what Santa had told him on Christmas Eve. "Oh, you mean Salazar Slytherin?" he asked. "Exactly, my boy," Merlin replied, before he corrected himself. "No, grandson, ask Santa to summon my notes about the werewolves. He should be powerful enough to just summon them." "And how would I do that?" Santa inquired, causing Merlin to roll his eyes. "No wonder that you're not as famous as I am," the older of the two brothers scoffed. "Play your magic or send your elves to Hogwarts if you can't summon them from here." He remained pensive for a moment, before he continued, "You always speak about that screen of yours that allows you to see things all over the world." "Yes," Santa confirmed, questioningly. "Cast a charm at the screen that allows you to summon things here," Merlin instructed him, causing Harry to stare at the portrait, wide-eyed. "Do you have such a charm?" Santa inquired. "I can invent you one," Merlin replied, matter-of-factly. "Please give me some time. I'll tell you when I'm ready." Santa and Harry profusely thanked Merlin, before they made their way to the screen to begin searching for his notes. However, Claire and the elves had other ideas, now that they finally had Harry for themselves, and by the time he had to return to Hogwarts, he had not made any progress in the matter. "I'll keep looking for you," Santa promised, "and when Merlin comes up with a spell or charm that he can teach me, I'll leave a note in your trunk." "Dad," Harry replied, thoughtfully. "Is there a reason why you keep Merlin's portrait in your bedroom?" Santa let out a deep sigh. "At first, it probably was just jealousy," he admitted. "He was already famous while being alive, while I was nobody. If I'd put him anywhere else, people would have continued talking to him and ignoring me. By now, I've become used to having his portrait there, and I didn't even think about it anymore." "Maybe it would be good to have him in front of the screen," Harry suggested. "For him, it would be much more interesting, and for us, it might be helpful, as he could assist you watching the screen and inventing charms to use it more efficiently." "That makes sense," Santa agreed, pensively, "especially since it appears that your headmaster is incapable of keeping you safe at the school. I'd feel very much reassured if he could watch you at Hogwarts." "I'll talk to him," he promised, smiling. "Thanks, Dad," Harry replied, pulling his surrogate parents, the elves, the reindeer and the canines into bear hugs, before he finally stepped into his parents' trunk to return to the school, glad that Santa Claus followed him on his heels as usual. "I'm so happy to have you with me," he told his familiar. "Thanks for joining me at Hogwarts." "I'll always be with you," Santa Claus replied, matter-of-factly. HP. During breakfast in the morning after the welcoming feast, Harry received another howler from Molly Weasley that accused the Hufflepuff first years of cheating with the help of Harry and his dog. At least during potions and flying. While Harry was not very much bothered by the letter, As he knew Mrs. Weasley from the screen and did not overly like her to say the least, it had various consequences. The immediate reactions at the head table were fierce protests from Professors McGonagall, Sprout and Flitwick, joined by the complete Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. In the first year's first flying class, Santa Paws merely saved Neville Longbottom from a nasty fall and probably several broken bones. Hooch spoke up in a loud voice, only to add 100 points from Slytherin. Make that another 100 points from my own house, Professor Snape added, grimly. Even if the dog, as ridiculous as it sounds, was able to teach the students, as long as they don't cheat during their tests, I don't care, because the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws are much more capable of brewing than the Weasley brat. Maybe he should have stayed in Hufflepuff and profited from the cheating as he calls it. He looked at the Hufflepuff table, and Harry gave him a firm nod, silently promising to not allow Santa Paws to help anyone during their tests. Thank Merlin he didn't help us during the test before Christmas. Oh well, it wasn't necessary anyway, as everyone had understood everything and studied together. Immediately afterwards, the twins turned to the Hufflepuff table and apologized for their brothers and their mother's behavior. It's all right, Daphne replied on Harry's behalf. We're going to write a letter to your father and ask him to teach his wife manners. HP at lunchtime the following day, a raven approached Harry, holding out a small parchment for him. Potter, please meet me in the third unused classroom in the small corridor right around the corner from the painting of Veronica the Grumpy on the first floor right after lunch. I wish to speak with you. Thanks, Draco Malfoy. Harry looked over to the Slytherin table, from where Draco was staring at him. He gave him an unobtrusive nod before turning back to his own table. What does he want? Susan asked, who had read the note from his left side. I have no idea, Harry replied, shrugging. As we have time enough before charms, I'm going to find out. With that, he rose from his chair and, closely followed by Santa Paws, left the Great Hall in search for the painting of Veronica the Grumpy. After a 10-minute search, he had finally found the painting and made his way into the unused classroom, where Draco was already waiting for him. Hi Draco, Harry greeted the other boy. Potter, Draco replied, nodding his head in acknowledgement. Thanks for coming. I suppose that's your familiar? He asked, pointing at Santa Paws. Yes, that's Santa Paws. This is Draco Malfoy, he informed the canine, who quietly sat next to him. Draco let out a long sigh and remained quiet for a moment, apparently looking for words, before he finally began to speak. Well, you know, that howler the other day. Yesterday was it? Anyway, Professor Snape took 100 points from Slytherin and Hooch took about the same amount. Anyway, we're quite sick of Weasley and his antics, so I challenged him to a wizard's duel tonight at midnight in the trophy room. He paused for a moment, causing Harry to cast him a questioning look. Would you perhaps be willing to be my second? He then asked. Your second? Harry asked in bewilderment. I'm sorry, Draco, but I know nothing about wizards' duels. What do I have to do? You'll just have to support me, Draco admitted. All right, but we'll have to meet here again after dinner, and you'll have to tell me as much as you know about wizards' duels, so that I know what to do in any case, Harry replied in a firm voice. All right, Draco agreed. Thanks. I'm sorry for asking you, he added. I know, we've barely ever talked to each other, but considering what Weasley says about you, you must be really good. He smirked. I thought that maybe we could be friends, even if we're in different houses and such. He inquired, holding out his hand. He's all right, Santa Paws thought to Harry, making him shake Draco's hand in agreement. As soon as the other boy released his hand, Santa Paws quickly licked the blonde boy's slender hand. He seems to like you, Harry said, chuckling. Oh well, I'll see you after dinner then. HP needless to say that the other Hufflepuff first years wanted a detailed explanation as to why Harry had to meet Draco Malfoy, especially upon hearing that he was going to meet him again after dinner. Only when he returned from the second meeting with Draco, he informed his housemates about the wizard's duel. In the trophy room? The head boy inquired, pensively. All right, I'll see to it that I get that round tonight. Still, there might be teachers roaming the corridors, and from them I can't save you. Anyway, I wish you good luck. Take Santa Paws with you, so that you won't get harmed badly in any case. It's Ronald Weasley and his second they're dueling, Andreas spoke up, smirking. That boy is absolutely incompetent anyway, and I wonder if he has a second at all. The Weasley twins told me that they're going to referee the duel, Harry added, wondering, too, if Ronald even had a second, considering that according to Draco he did not have any friends in Slytherin. Maybe one of the Gryffindors, he thought. When Harry reached the trophy room at a few minutes before midnight with Santa Claus and all Hufflepuff first years in tow, Draco was already there together with his friend Blaise Zabini. "I wonder if Weasley has the courage to show up at all," Draco quipped, when the twins appeared, grinning in apparent anticipation. Waving his wand, Harry conjured a dozen chairs for the spectators at the far end of the room, motioning his classmates to take a seat. Only 10 minutes after midnight, Ronald showed up together with Dean, one of the first-year Gryffindors. "He's my second," he announced, looking extremely grumpy at the sight of the complete Hufflepuff first-year class. "What are they doing here?" he asked, grumpily. "They're mere spectators," Draco informed him, "while Harry is my second." Before the twins could even officially open the duel, Ron already began by casting the Expelliarmus spell at Draco, which the blonde boy quickly dodged. "Do that again, and you're going to be disqualified," his brothers informed him, causing the redhead to see red. TBC. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. The Duel Santa Claus by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. "Are you my brothers or not?" Ronald screamed. "Or even you against me now? Because I'm not a proper Gryffindor or what?" Before he could continue his rant, the head boy struck his head through the door. "Stop the shouting at once, or I'll have to take points," he admonished Ronald, who finally quietened down. The moment of silence gave the twins the opportunity to start the duel. "Now bow to each other and begin," they instructed Draco and Ron, only to add the warning, "and no lethal spells please. And you, do not interfere please," Harry thought to Santa Claus, who was, invisibly to everyone but the Hufflepuff first years, perched on Susan's and Daphne's laps. Harry observed with a combination of surprise and annoyance how the two boys exchanged a couple of spells, which they had not even learned in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class during the 2 months they had been taught the subject. "Thank Merlin, Santa taught me several useful spells," he thought, realizing that Draco was the much more competent dueler of the two. The boy even knew more dueling spells than he did. "The only advantage that I might have is that I know many ancient spells, which are perhaps lost in this time," he thought. "Most of the spells that Santa taught me are Merlin's inventions after all." While Draco managed to dodge all spells so far, Ronald was hit with a cutting curse that distracted him enough for Draco to summon his wand and hit him with another spell. All spectators began to laugh aloud, when Ronald suddenly began to sing in a continuous sing-song, "Mummy, I want to go home." Cool, Harry thought, and unobtrusively cast a wandless spell, which did nothing but make sure that the last spell that had been cast could not be countered by a simple counter course like Finite Incantatem. It was a spell, which Santa had taught him on the last day of the Christmas holidays, stating that Merlin had invented it when studying dueling himself. Apparently seeing red, however, not willing to give up yet, the redhead ran over to where his housemate was standing and resorted to Muggle means to fight his opponent. Only when Draco was nursing a broken nose, the twins ended the spectacle. That's enough, and considering that Muggle means don't count in a wizard's duel. "We believe that Draco wins," they stated, pleasantly, before they turned to their brother, who was still continuing to sing. "Let's take you to Pomfrey," they told him and guided him out of the room. "Santa Claus, can you heal Draco's nose?" Harry asked in a small voice, once the Weasleys had left the room together with Dean. The canine immediately jumped down from his comfortable spot on the girls' laps and stood in front of Draco. An instant later, Draco stared at Harry in clear surprise, when he felt his nose adjust to its normal condition, before the dog, who seemed to have appeared out of nothing, licked his hand. "Oh well, we better hurry back to our houses, before Ronald's singing alerts the teachers to our presence here," Daphne spoke up, and the children quickly returned to their dormitories. "Thanks Potter and Santa Claus," Draco whispered, before he and Blaise, too, ran back to Slytherin. "Draco seems quite nice," Neville spoke up, when they climbed into their beds. "I don't know why the Gryffindors always fight with him. Considering that Santa Claus licked his hand twice already, he can't be so bad," Harry agreed, letting out a jaw-cracking yawn. "Night Neville," he uttered, barely noticing how Santa Paws nestled close against his stomach before he drifted off to sleep. HP. When the Hufflepuff first years entered the Great Hall on the following morning, the deputy headmistress approached them. "The headmaster wishes to see you all," she said in a firm voice, her mouth stretched to a thin line. "Deny everything," Andreas whispered from the nearby Hufflepuff table, causing the first years to nod in understanding. "We didn't do anything anyway," Hannah informed the sixth-year prefect. When they entered the headmaster's office, Ronald Weasley was present as well as his twin brothers, Dean and Draco. Just an instant later, Professor Snape stepped through the fireplace, closely followed by Madame Pomfrey. "Good morning, first years," Dumbledore greeted them, motioning everyone to take a seat on the quickly conjured sofas. "I've heard that you all participated in a wizard's duel last night," he said, matter-of-factly. "No," Daphne contradicted immediately. "We did not participate, we merely observed the spectacle." "Very well," Dumbledore agreed, nodding his head. "Does any of you know something about a spell that was cast at Ronald Weasley?" Harry and his housemates stared at the headmaster in disbelief. Draco managed to cast several spells at Ronald, while Ronald attacked him the Muggle way. Susan spoke up, looking at their red-headed classmate in apparent disgust. "The problem is," Dumbledore spoke again, "that none of us is able to cancel the talking spell that has been cast at Ronald." Apparently realizing that the first years looked at him in confusion, he explained, "We had to cast a silencing spell at him." "Oh right, he's still singing," Harry realized upon seeing the boy's lips move continuously. "The talking spell, that was me," Draco admitted. He recited the incantation, and Dumbledore motioned Snape to cast the same spell at him. A moment later, Dumbledore began to sing in the same continuous sing-song as Ronald did the evening before, "I dislike lemon drops." Everyone chuckled at the headmaster's predicament. However, Madame Pomfrey quickly cancelled the spell with a flick of her wand. "Somehow, this is different," she uttered, once again waving her wand at Ronald to cancel the silencing spell. "I'm sure, Mummy, it was, I wanna, Potter's dog," Ronald blurted out, half speaking half singing. "Is that so?" Dumbledore inquired, giving the canine a sharp look. However, Santa Paws shook his head. Santa Paws wasn't even present during the duel. The twins spoke up in firm voices, before Harry could even deny the canine's involvement. While Madame Pomfrey tried once again to cancel the spell on Ronald, Harry unobtrusively cancelled the blocking spell, and the boys' singing stopped. "It worked," Pomfrey spoke up, perplexed. "Thank Merlin," Ronald uttered. "Thank you." "You really have to thank Merlin," Harry thought in amusement. "Oh well, maybe rather not," he added, just for himself. "Well, I believe that will be all," Dumbledore finally said. "You may return to your breakfast, everyone." HP. "Ronald is so stupid," Hermione spoke up, when Ronald and Dean hurried ahead towards the Great Hall. Perhaps Santa Paws would have managed to end his predicament if he had asked him nicely. Santa Paws nodded, before he ran over to the girl and licked her hand in apparent appreciation. "At least no one did as much as take points from us," Draco commented, even if the head boy looked in on us when Ronald was screaming his head off, and neither Dumbledore nor Snape took points, although we admitted our participation in the duel. "Let's just say we were lucky," Hermione replied, before the twins stopped everyone from turning into the corridor leading to the entrance hall. "On our way back from the hospital wing, we heard voices and had to flee into another direction. Anyway, we ended up in the forbidden corridor on the third floor. Facing a three-headed dog," they informed them, causing everyone to stare at the twins in shock. "A three-headed dog in the forbidden corridor?" Daphne asked, incredulously. "Yes," the twins confirmed, shrugging. "Let's try to find out what it's doing there," Harry replied in determination. "Santa Paws, do you know anything about a three-headed dog?" "No," the canine replied, shaking his head for everyone to understand. "We'll look into the matter," Harry promised, and Santa Paws gave a reassuring nod along with a comforting bark. "Tell us if you need the help of two proficient pranksters," the twins offered, causing Harry to smile. Finally, the Hufflepuff first years separated from Draco and the twins to join their housemates, knowing that breakfast would be over any minute now. HP. In the evening, Harry went to bed as soon as curfew began and Professor Sprout left the common room. Warding his bed, so that even the professor would assume that he was already asleep when she checked the dormitory, he returned home together with his familiar. Arriving at his father's workshop, he immediately felt the happiness of the North Pole. "It's all right, sweetie, go and look for your siblings," he suggested to the dog, who gave him a confirming look and dashed away, while Harry went to search his parents. Under the watchful eyes of Merlin, whose portrait was now hanging face to face with the screen, Harry and Santa searched Hogwarts for a three-headed dog. "Here," Harry suddenly blurted out. "It's here on the third floor like the twins said." "It seems to be sitting on a trapdoor," Santa observed. "I wonder what it's guarding." "Just put an alert on the trapdoor that informs you if anyone tries to open it," Merlin instructed them from behind, and Santa and Harry readily agreed. "In the meantime, I'll do some research how to improve the charms on the screen, so that you might be able to find out what's hidden behind the trapdoor," Merlin promised. "Thanks, Dad, thanks Granddad," Harry replied, smiling, causing Merlin to scoff. "My brother is your dad, and I'm Granddad?" he queried, quirking an eyebrow at Harry, who returned an innocent smile. Santa paused. He called out to his familiar, "We need to get back to Hogwarts." HP over the duel. Harry had completely forgotten to write to Mr. Weasley because of his wife's howlers. However, when he arrived in the common room the following morning, Daphne and Susan handed him a letter. "Please read this," Daphne instructed him. "If it's all right, then sign it, so that we can post it later on," Susan added in apparent eagerness. "Thanks," Harry replied in surprise, admitting, "It had completely slipped my mind. Dear Mr. Weasley, your wife continues to bother Harry Potter with howlers concerning Ronald's sorting, the image of Hufflepuff House, our apparent cheating and other matters in the name of the Weasley family, even questioning the friendship between the houses Weasley and Potter. We are all friends of Harry Potter, the heir of the ancient and noble House of Potter, and are on his side. If House Weasley decides to end their alliance with House Potter, we will inform the heads of our houses accordingly. If you are interested to continue our alliances in the future, of which the twins have already reassured us, please see to it that your wife acts in the interest of House Weasley. Best regards Daphne Greengrass, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Tracy Davis, Neville Longbottom, Harry Potter. Heirs and heiresses of Houses of the Light Alliance." To his surprise, Harry realized that everyone else had already signed the letter and he quickly added his signature. HP. The response came a few days later in a letter that was delivered to Harry, however, addressed to everyone who had signed the letter to Mr. Weasley. Dear Ms. Greengrass, Ms. Bones, Ms. Abbott, Ms. Davis, Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Potter. Thank you very much for your letter. As the twins have already assured you, House Weasley has no intention to abolish the friendship with your houses. I firmly apologize for my wife's behavior and will make it very clear to her to not address any of you concerning my youngest son again. The twins have told me that they are friends with you and that their brother is responsible for the trouble he and my wife caused you. Please accept my sincere apologies and please give my regards also to the heads of your houses. Yours sincerely, Arthur Weasley, head of House Weasley, HP. During the second weekend in March, the Quidditch match versus Gryffindor took place. While Harry was not happy to have to play against the twins, with whom he had become good friends, he was extremely relieved that Professor Quirrell was gone and could not do as much as jinx his broom anymore. Professor Snape still seemed to hate him. However, Santa Claus had reassured him several times that the professor had no intention of harming him in any way. Under the watchful eyes of his housemates and Santa Claus, who, to everyone's surprise, was sitting between Professors McGonagall and Sprout in the teacher's stand, Harry took into the air together with his team, enjoying the bright, yet cold day of spring. Completely ignoring the game below him, he solely concentrated on catching the snitch, which he managed to do 19 minutes into the game. Harry Potter caught the snitch, Madam Hooch announced. Hufflepuff wins 160-40. The teams landed on the grounds, and when Andreas shook hands with Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, he invited the team to the victory party that was going to take place in the Hufflepuff common room. Are you sure that your housemates don't mind us Gryffindors in your common room? Oliver asked in apparent disbelief. I'm certain, Andreas replied, as we talked about it last night. In fact, it had been Harry's suggestion, and their whole house had agreed to it. The Gryffindor team agreed and, after everyone had taken a shower and changed, followed the yellow team into the Hufflepuff common room. Santa Claus even managed to drag Professor McGonagall over and entertained her and their head of house, so that the professors seemed to not realize that bottles of butterbeer found their way into the students' hands. If they noticed it, considering that they were having some as well, they did not lose a word about the matter. Santa Paws must have really charmed them, as McGonagall would have killed us. If we had butterbeer in our common room, the twins informed Harry, who shrugged. I've no idea what Santa Paws did, but let's just enjoy it, he replied, smirking. One of the 7th years asked the house elves if they could provide butterbeer for us, and I think it tastes quite nice, he added, having never experienced the non-alcoholic beverage before. Ah, you'll get more of it in your 3rd year, when you'll be able to participate in the Hogsmeade visits, the twins reassured him. I think Susan and Hannah like the twins, Santa Paws suddenly thought to Harry, causing him to almost choke on his butterbeer. He's really observing, but did I need to know that? He thought, shaking his head in annoyance, as he unobtrusively cast a look at the girls, who were sitting on the twins' other side, smiling broadly at the redheads. Oh well, they're really nice, he thought. HP 2 months later, when Hufflepuff had to play against the Slytherins, the Slytherin team played dirty, fouled as much as they could and even tried to attack Harry and the other players with a bludger a couple of times. Once, Santa Paws, who was sitting with Daphne and Hermione, thought to him, shout to Andreas to beware of the bludger, and Harry immediately complied, glad that the captain was just a little below himself. It was not really fun to play like it had been in the matches versus Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and Harry let out a relieved sigh when he managed to catch the snitch 30 minutes into the game. Hufflepuff wins, 160 to 80, Madam Hooch announced, causing the Hufflepuff stands to erupt into huge applause, knowing that they had won the Quidditch Cup for the first time in many years. Nevertheless, the whole house decided against inviting the opposing Quidditch team to their victory party considering their foul play. Andreas merely shook hands with Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, and the two teams separated quickly. Professor Sprout's look was priceless, when Andreas, after receiving the Quidditch Cup from the Headmaster, passed it to their head of house to keep for a year. Thank you, dears, she said, teary-eyed. You did a brilliant job in spite of the happenings in the first match and the fouls in the third. Really well done. Please join us for the victory party, Professor, Andreas invited her, and Sprout happily agreed. Thanks for saving me from the bludger earlier, Andreas turned to Harry, who shook his head, smirking. That wasn't me. That was Santa Paws, he admitted. He told me to warn you. Ah, too bad that I can't give house points to the cutie, Sprout sighed, causing the surrounding students to laugh. Why don't you try, Professor? Susan spoke up. I think it might work. Very well then, 20 points to Hufflepuff for preventing a student to get injured, the Hufflepuff head uttered, good-naturedly, and Santa Paws gently licked her hand. Professor, it worked, Hermione informed her, when they passed the entrance hall. Hufflepuff gained 20 points, while we were outside. How did you do that? Harry asked, incredulously. I didn't do anything, Santa Paws promised. That's magic itself. Magic recognizes me as a member of Hufflepuff. Harry translated for the others, who stared at the canine in apparent amazement. Of course, you're a member of our house, Professor Sprout addressed Santa Paws, who jumped up on her and licked her face. HP during the leaving feast at the end of their first year, the House Cup was awarded. On the 4th place is Slytherin with 247 points, Dumbledore announced, receiving no reaction from the Slytherin table. Harry merely observed that all Slytherin students as well as their head were glaring at Ronald Weasley. On the 3rd place is Gryffindor with 490 points, Dumbledore continued. Ravenclaw received 512 points, and the winner is Hufflepuff with 693 points. He waved his wand, and the decorations that had so far displayed the colors of all 4 houses changed to yellow. Congratulations Hufflepuff, he added, causing the Hufflepuff table to break out into huge applause. Even the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws applauded politely. This was a good school year, Daphne spoke up, and I'm looking forward to the next. It was, Harry agreed. Apart from the few minutes, when Quirrell jinxed my broom, he thought to Santa Paws. Again, thank you so much for getting rid of him and Voldemort for me. Somehow, I have the feeling as if he might try to come back next year though, Santa Paws replied, wearing a somber expression. As long as you're with me, everything will be all right, Harry thought back, gently caressing the canine's ears under the table. It was an hour later, when Harry had just drifted off to sleep, that Santa Claus stuck his tongue into Harry's mouth, knowing that this was the easiest way to wake him up. "Harry, we need to go and help the idiot. He's in danger," he thought to him, before he jumped off the bed and ran towards the door, causing Harry to stagger behind the dog in confusion. TBC. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. The Trial Santa Claus by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Harry sleepily followed Santa Claus through the empty corridors, wondering where they were heading. His familiar led him into the dungeons, where they passed the potions classroom and were still heading on. After a few more minutes of walking, Santa Claus stopped in front of a closed door, motioning for Harry to open it. It was so dark that Harry could not see anything, however, the sound of heavy breathing and sobbing could be heard. "Can you make some light?" he asked the canine, and an instant later, the dungeon room was illuminated brightly. Harry let out a huge gasp upon seeing his classmate lying in a pool of blood after what seemed to have been a brutal beating. "Ronald!" he shouted, horrified. "What happened?" However, the redhead merely moaned. "We need to get help," Santa Claus informed him. "Let's go and get Professor Snape. It's the nearest, Wondering if the house cup could still be lost if Snape was going to take hundreds of points from them for being out of their house after curfew, Harry hurried back to the potions classroom, hoping that the professor would hear their knock, as he did not know where the potions master's office was. In contrary to Ronald, he had made it through his first year without having to serve detention with Professor Snape. To his relief, the Slytherin head had charmed all of his doors to alert him, and he appeared from behind them just a minute later. His eyes widened in recognition. "Potter," he all but barked. "What are you doing here at this time of the night?" "Professor, Ronald is badly injured. Please come with us." The professor did not move. "And Almighty Potter knows that exactly why," he scoffed. "How'd I know that you're telling the truth?" It was magic that alerted me to the fact, perhaps even Hogwarts magic, Santa Claus supplied. "Stop growling at me," the professor hissed, glaring at the canine, before Harry had a chance to translate. To Harry's relief, the professor decided to believe them until proven otherwise and motioned Santa Claus to lead the way. Harry was barely able to keep up with their fast pace. From the door to the dungeon room, he observed how the professor cast a couple of spells at the redhead, while Santa Claus let out a small bout of magic. "Thanks," Snape said to Santa Claus, causing Harry's eyes to widen in surprise. Whatever Santa Claus did, Snape must have realized it, he thought, astonished. Only after the professor conjured a stretcher and levitated the boy onto it, did he speak to the Slytherin first year. "Weasley, can you hear me?" he inquired. "What happened?" "It was the 7th years," Ronald informed him, "because I lost so many house points." Harry and Santa Claus quietly followed the professor out of the dungeons, where they separated to return to Hufflepuff. He didn't deserve that, Harry thought, even if he's an absolute git. "Thanks Potter and Santa Claus for your assistance," Snape said, unexpectedly, before he strode forward in the direction of the hospital wing, levitating the stretcher in front of him. "You're a hero," Harry whispered to Santa Claus, when they crawled into bed together a few minutes later. "Thanks for what you did tonight. You probably saved his life." Santa Claus merely licked his face, before they both drifted back to sleep. In the morning, Harry and Santa Claus boarded the Hogwarts Express together with everyone else, as they did not want to miss the train ride together with their friends. Andreas, who was now going to be his 7th year, and Harry secretly hoped that he would become the head boy, gently enlarged their compartment for the whole soon-to-be Hufflepuff second-year class to fit in. Needless to say that they had much fun during the long travel to London. When they arrived at the platform, Harry unobtrusively slid away into a quiet corner, where he and Santa Claus carefully touched their crystals using their portkeys to get home to the North Pole. During the first week of the holidays, Harry merely enjoyed being at home. He spent much time speaking with Santa, Claire, Merlin and the elves as well as playing with the canines and reindeer. To his relief, Merlin informed him that he was probably close to finish the summoning charm and improve the search option on the screen and promised to have both charms ready before the end of the summer holidays. During the second week, Harry spent the mornings working on his summer assignments, before he began reading his second-year books. "That's a good timing," Santa told him, when Harry informed his parents that he was finished with his homework and asked Santa and Merlin if they could teach him things and also help him practicing the Animagus transformation. I've invited Professors McGonagall and Sprout to visit us, and we're going to pick them up on the 1st of July. While Santa Paws let out a few woofs of apparent excitement and approval, Harry's eyebrows rose, as he stared at his father in surprise. You invited my professors without even asking me? He blurted out. Oh well, they're both nice, so it's all right I guess. Santa and Claire laughed aloud. Oh Harry, by the way, Claire spoke up in a soft voice, why don't you invite your friends over your birthday? Don't you think that it's time to tell them the truth? Yeah, do that. Santa Paws agreed, loudly. Maybe I should do that, Harry hesitantly agreed. Can we invite my classmates and the Weasley twins please? Of course, Santa replied, pleasantly. Just write to them and invite them. Tell them that we'll meet them at the Leaky Cauldron at 9 o'clock in the morning of your birthday and that they may stay for 2 weeks if they wish. I'd say until the beginning of the upcoming school year, but I'm sure that their parents will want to spend some time with them, before they'll be away for another 10 months. I should tell them to bring warm clothes, Harry replied, pensively. There's no need for that, Claire replied, smiling. We'll provide them with warm clothes, robes and boots to wear outside. I'll see to it that they're charmed to adjust to their sizes. Thank you so much, Harry shouted in excitement and dashed away to write his letters. An hour later, he handed them to Patty, who promised to head to the Owl office right away. Harry profusely thanked the elf, feeling very happy to be able to show his friends the North Pole and, above all, tell them the truth about Santa Paws and himself. Shortly before dinner the same day, Harry received 2 letters, which he eyed in surprise. It's just only 3 hours since we sent my letters, how can anyone reply so fast? He wondered. However, when he opened the first letter, he realized immediately that it was not from one of his friends and read on in bewilderment. Dear Mr. Potter, for the trial against Antonin Rosier, Werner Dolohov and Ben Avery for the attempted murder of Ronald Weasley, you are invited to participate as a witness. The trial will take place on July 1st at 10 o'clock in the morning in courtroom 10. If you need a portkey to get to the Ministry of Magic, please let me know. I am looking forward to getting to know you. Susan always speaks very highly of you and your familiar. Best regards, Amelia Bones, head of the Department for Magical Law Enforcement. That must be the 3 Slytherins, who have beat up Ronald, but I haven't witnessed anything, and I can't tell them that Santa Paws has unusual powers and seems to be connected to the castle by magic now, can I? Harry spoke up, feeling slightly upset by the matter, a feeling that only intensified after reading the second letter. Dear Harry, as you might have already heard from the DMLE, your presence is required at the trial of the 3 7th-year students, who beat up Ronald Weasley and left him in the dungeons to die mere hours after their graduation from Hogwarts. As it was you who found Ronald, you are the main witness. In the morning of the 1st of July, Professor Snape will pick you up at the Dursleys at 9:30 and accompany you to the Ministry, as he will be the second witness in this trial. I would pick you up myself, however, as the head of the Wizengamot, I'll have to be present at the Ministry at an earlier time. After the trial, you do not have to return to the Dursleys, but you may go home with the Weasleys and stay with them until school begins again. The Weasleys are very grateful that you saved Ronald's life. I hope you are happy about this, and I shall see you on the 1st of July. Please be ready, when Professor Snape comes to pick you up. I am afraid that your dog Familiar will have to remain at your home. He cannot accompany you. Best regards, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. No, Harry shouted in agitation. Mum, Dad, he can't force me to go to the Weasleys, can he? Of course not, Santa reassured him in a soothing voice. When we took you from your relatives, we saw to it that all the documents were changed, so that we are your legal guardians in the Muggle and the magical world. The headmaster can't force you to do anything or go anywhere. Thanks, Harry replied, firmly, letting out a relieved sigh. I'll take you to the Dursleys' residence before 9:30 that morning, and you'll come back using your portkeys. Santa Paws will have to remain invisible the whole time, Santa told him, causing Harry to nod in understanding, accompanied by a small confirming woof from the canine. During the rest of the day, Harry remained very grumpy. Is that the reward for saving your enemy's life? To be picked up by a teacher who hates you, have to attend a trial and are supposed to stay with the family of your enemy and his more than annoying mother for the rest of the holidays? He asked Santa Claus in disbelief. Equals you won't, equals the canine reassured him, equals and I'll be with you the whole time. Still it's a good feeling to have saved someone's life now, isn't it? Equals. Not if the person saved is a git, Harry replied in an upset tone. Equals let's go for a long walk and take the puppies, equals Santa Claus suggested, and Harry agreed, knowing that the dogs would be able to lift his mood, especially the puppies that were absolutely cute and simply adorable. HP at breakfast the following morning, Harry received letters from all of his friends, whom he had invited for his birthday. Everyone had accepted his invitation and was allowed to stay for 2 weeks. Harry could not help chuckling upon reading Hermione's letter. Dear Harry, thank you so much for your kind invitation. I'm allowed to come and stay for 2 weeks, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing you. I have a question though. Everyone is saying that you're living with your Muggle relatives. Is that true? I'm just surprised that they'd allow you to invite a dozen magical children. My parents are really accepting concerning the magical world, but even with sleeping bags on the floor, it would be difficult to accommodate a dozen guests. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to find out on your birthday. I'm looking forward to seeing you all, and I hope that we can continue practicing the Animagus transformation. Did you already finish your summer assignments? The letter then continued with a detailed analysis of their potions homework, followed by a summary and countless questions concerning the essays for the other subjects, and Harry quickly laid the letter aside for later reading. Typically Hermione, he thought to Santa Claus, chuckling, while the canine was fervently waggling his tail at the thought of the eager girl. The twins' letter was slightly disturbing. Dear Harry, thank you so very much for your invitation, which we happily accept. Our mother told us that you were going to spend the summer from the 1st of July to the beginning of school with us. However, considering your relationship with our close to a troll brother, we can well understand if you don't want that. Anyway, we're looking forward to seeing you and Santa Claus on your birthday at the latest. Yours, Gred and Forge. Everyone else's letter was similar, and Harry became very excited at the idea of having his friends at his home for 2 whole weeks. HP at 9 o'clock on the 1st of July, Holly took Harry and an invisible Santa Claus to the small park near the Dursleys' residence, before he made the reindeer fly to Hogwarts to pick up Professors McGonagall and Sprout. Harry slowly walked up to Privet Drive with Santa Claus keeping close to his legs. I just hope that the Dursleys won't see me, especially after the prank that Santa played on them at Christmas, he thought, inwardly sighing in relief, as he saw the potion's master approach him, coming from Arabella Fig's house. Santa had told him that she was a squib. However, not even she had told Harry anything about magic, when she was babysitting him. He remembered spending countless hours at her place looking at photo albums full with pictures of her cats. Potter, the man greeted him, seemingly pleased that he was waiting outside. Professor Snape, Harry replied. Let me give you one warning, Snape continued to speak. I know that you told me your dog alerted you to Weasley's problem due to a warning from Hogwarts. Harry nodded, and the older wizard continued, while I am used to all the tales about your familiar, even if I don't believe them, the members of the Wizengamot won't tolerate such nonsense. Therefore, it would be in your best interest to just tell them that you were roaming the castle, when you by chance found Weasley. He's right, Santa Claus immediately agreed. All right, sir, Harry replied, nodding his agreement. Thank you for the warning, sir, and even if everything that you heard about Santa Claus is true, I'll follow your advice. Very well then, the professor gave him a sharp nod. Shall we go then? Yes please, Harry replied, feeling how Santa Claus firmly gripped his right leg between his paws, before the professor grabbed his left arm and apparated away. As soon as they arrived, Santa Claus let go, so that Harry could concentrate on keeping himself upright, which was difficult after the sensation of apparition. However, to Harry's relief, the professor waited in relative patience until he could get a grip on himself. Thank you, sir, Harry uttered in a small voice, when they entered the Ministry of Magic. They had to hand in their wands, which to Harry's relief, were returned to them after a small check. He realized that the ministry was very busy at this time of the day. Many wizards and witches were walking around, getting in and out of the elevators, and hundreds of small white birds were zooning about. Probably some kind of messages, Harry thought, however, did not dare ask the professor. When they left the elevator, they did not follow the crowd, however, but the professor pulled him into a quiet corner, quickly casting a silencing spell around them. Potter, Snape hissed, urgently, is your dog with you, invisibly? Harry looked up at the professor in shock. Why, sir? He finally asked, incredulously, causing Snape to roll his eyes. Because I can sense his magic. It's the same kind of magic that I sometimes felt during your classes and which I could also sense when he helped me heal Weasley. I don't know if you're aware of it, but he saved Weasley's life that night. It's all right for him to know, Santa Claus thought to him. He's not an enemy. Santa Claus, can you make yourself visible only to Professor Snape, please? Harry whispered and observed in surprise how his familiar licked the professor's hand. He must like you, sir, he stated, matter-of-factly. Otherwise, he wouldn't do such a thing. He's very special. I'm surprised that Petunia allows you to keep him with you. Maybe one day, you can tell me about him, Snape replied in a soft voice, as he gently petted Santa Claus' head. Now, he continued in a stricter voice, you must be careful that he doesn't do magic in front of Professor Dumbledore. His magic is at least as strong as mine, and he'll surely be able to sense him, too. Harry and Santa Claus nodded in understanding. Yes, sir, Harry confirmed aloud. One more thing, Snape added, pensively, if I say outright nasty things to you or about you, please do not believe them. While it's true that your father was my greatest school rival, your mother was my best friend. With that, he cancelled the silencing spell and strode ahead, leaving a gobsmacked Harry to follow in his wake. The trial took place in a large courtroom, and Harry somehow felt relieved that the professor sat next to him in the first row of the audience, where they had to sit as the witnesses. A sea of red-haired people was sitting on his right side, and Harry noticed to his relief that it was the twins who were sitting right next to him. He observed how 3 young men, whom he had only ever seen in the Hogwarts halls in passing, were led into the room in chains. An instant later, Dumbledore opened the trial and asked Amelia Bones to begin with the process. Harry found the whole trial very boring, however, to his relief, it did not take long before he was asked to answer a few questions. How did you know where to find Ronald Weasley? Amelia Bones inquired. Harry shrugged, remembering the professor's warning. I couldn't sleep, and I was just exploring the castle, when I almost stumbled over him in a dungeon room, he lied. I saw that he was badly injured, so I called Professor Snape, as his rooms were the nearest. Did you know that Ronald had been attacked before finding him? The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement queried. No, madam, Harry replied, truthfully, thinking, Santa Claus knew, but I didn't. Did you see any of the 3 boys in the corridor? Bones asked. No, madam, Harry replied, shaking his head. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Bones replied in a softer voice, before she turned to Professor Snape. Professor Snape, did you notice anything strange in the Slytherin common room, or did you suspect anything? Bones inquired, back to her strict voice. No, madam, Snape replied, sighing. I didn't know anything, before Potter brought the matter to my attention. Even then, I didn't believe him, before I saw Weasley, as Potter is an attention-seeking brat, just like his father, who strode through the halls as if he owned the castle. Did any of your students know what happened? Bones asked, sharply. Snape let out a long sigh. Apparently, they knew that something happened, but according to Draco Malfoy, they were merely aware that the 3 accused had taught Weasley a lesson, not that they tried to murder him and left him to die. The questioning of Snape went on for another couple of minutes, however, Harry tuned the sound of voices out, turning his thoughts to the question what was the best way to escape the headmaster and the Weasleys after the trial. Oh well, in the worst case, I'm just going to use my portkey, even if it's in front of everyone, he thought in determination. While 2 of the accused had denied having anything to do with the attack, even when Bones threatened to use Veritaserum, the 3rd had told the truth, and therefore, a decision was made quickly. Apart from a handful of wizards, everyone in the Wizengamot voted that the 3 young men, who were of age and had already completed their Hogwarts education by the time the attack occurred, should be sent to Azkaban for a 10-year stay. Dumbledore, as the head of the Wizengamot, stated clearly that it was only because of their young age and because Ronald had not died in the attack due to Harry's and Professor Snape's quick actions that they did not receive a one-way ticket to the prison. As soon as the trial was over and Harry rose from his chair, a red-headed witch, whom he assumed to be Molly Weasley, approached him and tried to pull him into a bear's hug. No one heard Santa Claus growling, as Harry had cast a wandless silencing spell on the canine. However, apparently realizing the bubbling magic coming from the dog, Snape spoke up in a sharp voice. "I wouldn't do that if I was you. Leave Mr. Potter in peace." TBC. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Summer on the North Pole. Summer on the North Pole. Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Ah, but Severus, as Harry saved Ronald's life, it's obvious that Molly wants to thank him, Dumbledore spoke up, causing Harry to wonder how the old wizard had made his way over to them so quickly. "No thanks," he all but growled. Mrs. Weasley's howlers were enough to last for a lifetime. "Molly, leave Mr. Potter in peace." Mr. Weasley's sharp voice cut the air, causing everyone nearby to stare at the redhead, who was known for his amenability, in apparent surprise. However, his wife slowly distanced herself from Harry, who gratefully said, "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Harry, please behave yourself, as you're going to spend the remaining weeks of the holidays with the Weasleys," Dumbledore lightly admonished him in a soft, grandfatherly voice. "No, Professor," Harry contradicted, firmly, and, turning to the potion's master, asked politely, "Professor Snape, would you mind taking me back home, please?" The Slytherin head merely quirked an eyebrow in silent question, while Santa Paws leaned over to lick his hand to confirm Harry's request. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Let's go then," Snape finally spoke up, and the two wizards left the group of seemingly stunned redheads and the headmaster and strode away with Santa Paws in their wake. "I can sense something dark in him, something that reminds me of Professor Quirrell," Santa Paws thought, as he followed his familiar through the ministry. "He's not evil though, and he doesn't want to harm Harry. And he smells of herbs, which would surely taste good with my chicken dinner." They chose the same corner, where they had talked in private earlier, and Snape cast a Notice Me Not charm in addition to the silencing spell, before he inquired, "Are you really going to return to your relatives?" Apparently noticing Harry's questioning look, he added, "You must know that I knew your aunt from the time when we were children, and ever since I told your mother that she was a witch, Petunia hated the magical world." Harry chuckled. "I can imagine," he admitted in a soft voice. "Professor, are you willing to swear a wizard's oath that you'll keep our secret?" he asked, hesitantly. Even if Santa Paws always spoke in favor of the professor, until that very morning, he had never been friendly to him. "He won't do such a thing, but I can try," he thought without expecting much from the conversation. To his surprise, the older wizard complied, and Harry informed him, "I haven't been living with the Dursleys since I was 6 years old. A very nice couple, who are, in fact, my many times great uncle and his wife, took me in and became my guardians. Professor Dumbledore must not know about this though. Professors McGonagall and Sprout are aware of it. In fact, they're just visiting with my parents, and they even spent Christmas with us last year." He slowly looked up to view the professor's expression. "Thank Merlin," Snape said in a soft, silky voice. "All of us have tried to talk Professor Dumbledore out of leaving you at the Dursleys, but he never agreed and even forbade us to contact you. Oh well, we can talk at some other time, once school begins again. Where exactly do you need me to take you?" "Nowhere, sir," Harry replied, smiling, while Santa Paws nodded his agreement. "Santa Paws and I both have portkeys that take us straight home." Snape gave him a firm nod and said, "I'll see you both in September then." "Yes sir, and thank you for getting me here and for keeping my secret," Harry replied, smiling at the professor, before he activated his portkey, knowing that Santa Paws would instinctively do the same at the same time. Back at home, he told his parents and the two professors, who had arrived in the meantime, about his conversation with Professor Snape. "You could have invited him here," Claire said, lightly, causing Harry to shrug. "Severus is a good man," McGonagall spoke up, pensively. "I know that his behavior towards Harry has been atrocious, but that is because he was supposed to be a supporter of Voldemort and thus has to keep up appearances in front of the Death Eater's children." "Death Eaters?" Harry inquired in confusion. "Followers of Voldemort," McGonagall supplied. "He told me that my father was his archenemy during their own time at Hogwarts, but that my mother was his best friend," Harry replied, sighing. "That's true," McGonagall confirmed, only to add, "Lily was one of my best students. She was the kindest witch I've ever known during all my years of teaching," Sprout spoke up, smiling, "and while you look like the spitting image of your father, Your behavior very much resembles that of your mother." "Thank you," Harry replied, unable to keep himself from blushing at the unexpected compliment. "I owe it to Professor Snape, by the way, that I can remain here for a whole month," Sprout added as an afterthought. "If he hadn't offered to look after my greenhouses, I wouldn't be able to be away for longer than a week." "That's very kind of him, considering that Poppy always gives him a long list of potions needed for the new school year," McGonagall added. "Santa Claus seems to like him," Harry said, recalling his earlier conversation with the potions master. "Maybe I'll tell him the truth someday." "Where is the cutie, by the way?" Sprout asked, looking around for the canine. "He's playing with his siblings," Harry informed her, chuckling, "doggy fights and such." During the following weeks, Harry and the two professors spent much time in front of the screen talking with Santa and Merlin. To Harry's amusement, the two witches were absolutely thrilled to be able to speak with the great Merlin, whom they had only known as every witch's and wizard's idol during their whole life. Unbeknownst to Harry, the adults even worked together trying to apply several charms and spells to the screen, such as an interactive communication method, which was a combination of several charms and spells, as well as a summoning charm. In the morning of Harry's birthday, Santa and Merlin taught him the incantation to summon items out of the screen under the observing eyes of the two professors. "Try to summon my notes out of Salazar's library," Merlin instructed him, smirking. Harry looked at his great-grandfather, wide-eyed. "How am I supposed to get into the correct room at Hogwarts?" he then inquired. Santa taught him a spell, however. Harry was much too excited to follow any more instructions, and the adults decided to leave the matter until after Harry's friends had returned home in 2 weeks' time. "I wonder how they react when I tell them the truth," he could not help worrying. "What if they don't like being on the North Pole in spite of the fact that it's in the middle of the summer?" "Don't worry so much. Everything will be all right," Santa Claus thought to him, causing Harry to give the canine a smile. "Thanks, Paws, you're right," he thought back, feeling very much consoled and relieved by his familiar's encouragement. The two professors had decided to return to Hogwarts by the time Harry's friends came to visit. However, both witches had become good friends with Claire and Santa and happily accepted the invitation to come back and spend the last 2 weeks of the holidays on the North Pole. "I just hope we'll be finished with all the preparations for the upcoming school year by then," McGonagall mumbled, as they boarded the sleigh together with Santa, Harry, Holly and Santa Claus. "If not, just bring your work with you, and we'll all assist," Santa said, warmly. "During the summer, we always have time." After a short detour to Hogwarts to take the professors back, Holly landed the sleigh in the hidden parking slot at the Leaky Cauldron, and Santa, Harry and Santa Claus went to look for his friends, while Holly took care of the reindeer. After a series of embraces, hugs and congratulations, Harry was finally able to guide his friends into the hidden parking spot and, once out of the public view and hearing range, introduce his father to his friends. "This is my father, Santa Claus," he said in a soft voice. "Santa Claus?" Hermione asked in apparent disbelief. "Harry, are you joking?" "No, he's not," Santa replied on Harry's behalf. "I am Santa Claus, and Harry is my adoptive son. Please just call me Santa though." "Adoptive?" Harry thought in surprise. He only knew that his parents were his guardians, not that they had adopted him. Somehow, he felt happy at the idea, although he told himself that it did not really matter. "They're my parents anyway, and Santa is my great-uncle on top of it," he thought, listening to his friends bombarding Santa with questions in amusement. When Santa made the sleigh visible to everyone and introduced Holly, a wave of excitement swept over the group of children, and everyone walked towards the sleigh in utmost anticipation. Santa Claus let out a series of what sounded to everyone but Harry like woofs of excitement, before he dashed ahead boarding the sleigh. Everyone followed swiftly, and Hermione and Daphne smiled brightly, when Santa Claus chose their laps to make himself comfortable, like he had already done so many times during the school year. 3 seconds before Hermione begins to ask questions, Harry thought in amusement, 2, 1. Santa, Hermione was the first to speak up, when they took into the air. "Is it true that you're living on the North Pole?" "Yes, dear," Santa replied. "Oh, I'm sorry, sir, I'm Hermione Granger, Muggleborn," Hermione quickly added. "I don't care if a wizard or witch is Muggleborn, a half-blood or a pureblood," Santa replied in a firm voice. "The only important thing is that they can do magic." Hermione nodded, seemingly contented at the response, and everyone observed in apparent amazement, when Santa waved his hand at a small box in his lap, making small packages float out of it and into each of the children's laps. "These are your outfits for any outside activities on the North Pole," Santa explained, only to add, "they will automatically adjust to the correct size." A few minutes later, they arrived on the North Pole, where Claire and a couple of elves were already waiting for them. The elves took the children to their rooms, where they could deposit their bags, before they led everyone to the dining room. An enormous cake in the form of Hogwarts was occupying a whole table, while several gifts were piled on the adjacent table. The pile quickly grew, when everyone added their own presents for Harry, before they took seats at the third table that was full with all kinds of delicacies imaginable. Santa instructed everyone to help themselves, before the elves began to distribute pieces of cake to the children, beginning with the Hufflepuff common room. "As tasty as the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory looks. We'd prefer a piece of McGonagall's office," the twins spoke up in their usual sing-song, causing everyone to laugh. In the meantime, Santa Paws sniffed at each of the presents, only to realize that something was strange. "Harry," he thought to his familiar, "there's something strange in the muffins, which the twins gave you. You better not eat those." "Thanks, Paws, I'll have Santa check it later on. Thanks for the warning," Harry replied, gratefully. "Of course, the twins said that Mrs. Weasley made them for me," he thought, grimly. "I wouldn't eat anything she made anyway, considering how obsessed she seems to be with the thought of me being friends with Ronald." When everyone's bellies were about to burst from all the cake and delicacies they had consumed, Harry gave his friends a tour through Santa's workshop. However, decided to not show them the charms for the screen. He merely showed them how to view parts of Hogwarts and introduced them to Merlin's portrait, where he left them for a moment to speak with his father about the muffins. "Let's check them out quickly," Santa decided, and, realizing that Hermione was firing question after question at Merlin, while everyone else was listening with interest, Harry quickly followed him back into the dining room. Santa thoroughly checked the muffins only to inform Harry, "I suppose that it's a love potion or something like that, harmless but probably annoying. You better not eat these but, for example, distribute them in the Gryffindor or better yet Slytherin common rooms, when school commences again." "Oh, can we ask one of the elves to do that during the welcoming feast?" Harry asked in excitement. "We will," Santa promised, smirking. The time with his friends passed much too quickly for Harry's liking, as he and everyone else enjoyed themselves very much. The children were even allowed to spend one day helping one or the other elf making Christmas presents in Santa's workshop, and each of them was able to make one item of their own choice for themselves. Before Holly, Harry and Santa Paws took the children back to the Leaky Cauldron on August 15th, Santa told them, "As you were so well behaved and nice to everyone including the elves and the puppies, you're welcome to visit us again whenever you wish." The children profusely thanked Santa, Claire and Harry. "These were the best holidays I ever had," Hermione breathed. Holding the large tome containing copies of Merlin's notes about his own charms and spells close to her chest. Unbeknownst to Hermione, Santa had charmed her creation, so that it looked like a compilation of Muggle baking recipes to everyone who was not aware of Harry's secrets and his relationship to Merlin. While Daphne and Susan had made their own necklaces from blue respectively brown sapphires in Susan's case, the twins had compiled a book with recipes of joke potions, also invented by Merlin. "If we ever manage to have our own joke shop, which has been our dream since we were 5. We're going to call it Merlin's Paws," they informed Santa, receiving a loud "ho ho ho" in return. On their way back to the North Pole, Holly, Harry and Santa Paws stopped at Hogwarts as promised to pick up Professors McGonagall and Sprout. On the one hand, Harry was disappointed, as he would have liked to spend some time just with his parents without any guests. However, on the other hand, he really liked the two witches, who were already accustomed to their life on the North Pole and did not have to be babysat anymore. "Ah, I'm so happy to be here again," Sprout said, when they were gathered for dinner that evening. "Hogwarts is unbearable right now with only Albus, Severus and that cheery Ponce of Lockhart present at meal times." "Lockhart?" Harry asked with interest. "The new defense against the dark arts professor," McGonagall supplied, darkly. "Is that the fraud or the werewolf?" Harry inquired, surprised about how the two professors were talking about a fellow teacher. "The fraud," Sprout replied, grimly. "Well, feel free to search Merlin's recipe of the wolf's cure and cure the werewolf if he'd make a better professor," Santa spoke up, questioningly. "Let's do that," McGonagall agreed, even if it's too late for this school year. I have the recipe, Harry announced. Unbeknownst to Santa and Merlin, he had spent some time looking through Merlin's potions recipes, while his friends had been busying themselves assisting the elves in the workshop. The problem is that we'd need someone to brew it, McGonagall replied, letting out a deep sigh. We can't simply hand Severus the recipe instructing him to brew it, as he'll need an explanation. Potions masters have been searching for a cure for lycanthropy for centuries. Then tell him the truth, Santa suggested, simply. Why don't you speak to him through the communication charm on the screen and invite him here? Do you have a potions lab? Sprout inquired with apparent interest. Santa smirked. When we recovered my brother's notes about his potions inventions, I made the elves build one using Merlin's instructions. It's well equipped and ready for use. Harry, do you mind if we tell Professor Snape the truth? McGonagall asked in a soft voice, giving him a concerned look. Santa paused. It's all right, isn't it? Harry asked his familiar, who returned a comforting bark, nodding his head. It was decided that Professor McGonagall should try to contact the potions master through the screen right after dinner, and everyone curiously followed the older witch to the spot between the screen and Merlin's portrait. Harry quickly adjusted the screen to display what seemed to be Professor Snape's private lab, before he took a step back, motioning the Gryffindor head to begin. Casting the communication charm at the screen, Professor McGonagall inquired, Severus, can you hear me? The potions master looked up from the concoction that he was just stirring, quickly putting the potion under a stasis charm, before he asked, incredulously, Minerva, is that you? Yes, the older witch admitted. You won't be able to see me, she informed him, you can only hear me. I have to congratulate you. You've just won a holiday. A holiday? Her colleague interrupted her in a scuff. I don't have time for holidays. Do you know how long my list is with all the potions that Poppy wants, and I've only 2 weeks left, before the Dunderheads are going to return. I could offer you some assistance, Minerva replied in apparent amusement. Brew? The Slytherin head asked in a deadly quiet voice, emphasizing each word. I'm sorry, Minerva, but as annoying as these Dunderheads are, I do not intend to poison them. Not me, McGonagall denied, apparently without being offended by her colleague's words. But I have some helpers here who would be willing to assist. Harry quickly cast a silencing charm around himself and Merlin's portrait, as they both could not help laughing aloud at the professor's dumbstruck expression. Well, Severus, get ready. Gather your recipes and some clothes, colorful if possible, and get to the entrance doors, McGonagall instructed her colleague. A sleigh will be waiting for you to take you here in 10 minutes. The question, am I in the wrong film? Was written all over the potions master's face, however, he merely said, I understand. Banishing the current potion from the cauldron in front of him, he waved his wand around his lab, causing a neat pile of parchments to appear on the sole chair. There's no need to bring ingredients, McGonagall informed him, making him nod his head in apparent understanding. Sorry, but I need to inform Albus, the potions master replied, as he gathered the pile of parchments on his arm and stepped towards the door. Tell him you're with Pomona and me, the Gryffindor head instructed him, only to add, I'll see you in a little while. Harry quickly sent Holly to Hogwarts to pick up the potions master, smirking, when Santa passed dark green winter clothes and black boots to the elf to hand to the professor. TBC, thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. The Potions Master. The Potions Master. Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Severus quickly called the headmaster. Albus, I just wanted to let you know that I'm going on a holiday on Minerva's invitation. Is that so? The old wizard inquired, giving him a questioning look. Where are you going? I don't have a clue, Severus replied, sighing, only to add, I'll see you in the morning of the 1st of September at the latest. Very well, my boy, take care, Albus said, dismissing him without further ado. Well, that was easier than expected, Severus thought, as he left his office and headed towards the entrance hall in a fast pace, slightly worrying that Albus might still want to stop him. Oh well, recently, he seems to be a bit afraid of Minerva, so he won't keep me against her wishes, a small voice spoke up from the back of his mind, before the question, where am I going? Returned to the front of his mind. When he left the castle through the entrance doors, he could not believe his eyes. Even if Minerva had told him a sleigh would be waiting for him, he had automatically taken that as some kind of a joke. He certainly had not expected a real sleigh, let alone one that was pulled by what seemed to be reindeer, to be waiting for him. A small person, who resembled an elf, yet was different from the house elves, greeted him. "Professor Snape?" Severus could only nod, as his thoughts went haywire. What did Minerva do now? He could not help wondering. "I am Holly, one of Santa's elves," the being introduced himself, only to add, "Please board the sleigh, Professor." Thinking to himself that he did not have much to lose, Severus complied and got into the sleigh, smiling broadly upon seeing a dog occupying two of the otherwise empty seats. Santa paws, he greeted the dog in recognition, reaching out with his right hand to pet the canine. The dog jumped down from the seats and sniffed at him before lightly waggling its tail. "This is not Santa Paws, she is Santa Star," Holly explained, as he took the seat right behind the reindeer. "She's one of Santa Paws' sisters." "Hello Santa Star," Severus corrected himself and sat right next to the canine, who then gently licked his right hand and jumped back onto the seats she had occupied earlier. "Excuse me, Holly, but where are we going?" he inquired, once the reindeer had taken into the air. "Why to the North Pole of course," Holly replied, pleasantly, handing him warm robes, which unfortunately were dark green, as well as thick, warm boots. He added a scarf, mittens and a hat, each of them in a dark green color. Severus profusely thanked the elf, thinking, "I suppose it would be cold on the North Pole without such an equipment, and at least everything is dark green and not bright red like it would be if Albus had chosen it." When the reindeer landed the sleigh on the snowy ground in a soft landing, Severus recognized Minerva, Pomona, Potter and two unknown people standing outside, apparently waiting for him. Before he was able to step out of the sleigh, however, something jumped up to him, eagerly licking his face. "Santa Paws," Severus said, grinning broadly at the canine's attack. "He seems to be happy to have you here." Minerva was the first to speak. "As we all are," the unknown man spoke up, once Severus made it out of the sleigh. "I am Santa Claus, and this is my wife Claire. Harry is our adopted son, and Minerva and Pomona have by now become good friends if I may say so." Minerva and Pomona nodded, smiling. "Welcome to Santa's workshop on the North Pole, Professor," Potter greeted him. "Harry will escort you to your room," Santa continued, "and then we'll all meet in the dining room for some late-night tea and Christmas pudding." Severus nodded in understanding, while wondering, Christmas pudding in August? Only when they were sitting in the dining room, which was equipped with a round oak table and comfortable chairs around it as well as a large photo frame, which was empty, however, did Santa explain, "During the summer, we test all possible variations of our traditional Christmas pudding, before we decide on the best as the new version of the year." Before Severus was forced to think of an adequate response, Pomona blurted out, "This one is absolutely delicious." Claire smiled, as she offered, "It's with orange and ginger." "Merlin," Santa suddenly shouted, and an old wizard came to occupy the photo frame. "This is the potion's master, Professor Snape of Hogwarts, and this is my brother Merlin," he introduced them to each other. "Merlin?" Severus inquired, quirking an eyebrow. "Yes, I am as old as Merlin. Only 2 years separate us. It is the magic on the North Pole that is keeping Claire, me and our dogs young," Santa explained. "Harry, it's time to go to bed," Claire suddenly said, and Potter obediently rose from his chair next to him, causing Santa Paws, who had been sleeping on Potter's and his feet, to swiftly follow the boy out of the room. Severus immediately missed the warmth and comfort that the canine had provided, even if the room was everything but cold, due to the large fireplace that occupied one corner of the room. And probably an adequate amount of magic, Severus thought, having seen Santa cast magic with a mere flick of his hand earlier. Somehow, he could not help feeling comfortable and more than just tolerated like he often felt at Hogwarts. He felt wanted, almost as if he belonged into the circle of these people. Strange, he thought in confusion, however, could not help enjoying himself. "Now Professor," Santa spoke again, "as to the question why we called you here. Merlin invented many potions, among them a cure for lycanthropy, and your colleagues told me that it would be needed in this time. Harry, Minerva and Pomona also said that you would be the one capable of brewing it according to Merlin's instructions." "A cure for lycanthropy?" Severus' eyes widened in shock. "Please just call me Severus by the way. It would be my pleasure to brew a..." Cure for lycanthropy. Do we have all the ingredients in this time though? There is almost nothing that the North Pole cannot provide, Santa replied, reassuringly. During the summer, our elves always have some leeway, and I'll allow a dozen of elves to assist you. You may then choose the 2 or 3 who are most adept as your assistants for further endeavors. By the time Severus let himself sink into his comfortable bed, he could not believe his luck. The potions lab is a spitting image of my own at the school, and I have a dozen elves as assistants. Perhaps Potter will also be willing to help. He seems to be quite adept. If we had a cure for lycanthropy, we could cure Lupin, replace that fraud of Lockhart and have a decent defense against the dark arts professor. Oh well, for once in my life, I seem to be really lucky. Looking at the snow, which was twinkling in the everlasting sunlight, through the enormous window that occupied a whole wall, he wondered, when is it going to be dark? Only to realize, oh no, we're on the North Pole, so it won't get dark, at least not in the summer. With a flick of his hand, he conjured blinds in front of the window to keep the sunlight out for the time being. As he finally drifted off to sleep, he could sense the magic of the North Pole that felt extremely comforting. During the following days, Harry spent much time assisting Snape in the potions lab, where they brewed concoctions from a list that Pomfrey had given the potions master as well as the wolf's cure. It only took 12 hours and 18 minutes to brew, however, as it had to be set to simmer several times. The whole process lasted 3 days minus 5 hours. Snape is really nice to us, Harry thought to Santa Claus, and the canine completely agreed. He's completely abandoned his behavior towards you, which he showed at Hogwarts, Santa Claus replied, only to warn him, he might still go back to it, once we return to the school. I know, Harry replied, smiling. At the end of the week, Severus and Harry took the batch to Merlin. Does this look correct, sir? Snape inquired. Well, unfortunately, I can't smell it from here, Merlin replied, but it looks absolutely correct. Severus, McGonagall spoke up, who had been watching the screen together with Sprout. What are you going to tell Albus? Where did you get that recipe? Snape shook his head. I don't have a clue. Maybe we shouldn't take the files with us at all but leave it to Santa to cure people with Christmas presents? That would be a possibility, McGonagall replied, thoughtfully, considering that Albus already hired that fraud anyway. Don't you mind though, Severus? If people knew that it was you and Harry who brewed it, the 2 of you would certainly receive the Order of Merlin First Class for it. No thanks, Severus and Harry replied, simultaneously, looking at each other in amusement. Do they need it? Santa spoke up. I offer Severus the position as the official potions master of the North Pole, and while there will be no awards, no payment and no recognitions on the Earth, he will have the magic of the North Pole at his disposal. Harry smiled, as the potions master stared at Santa, wide-eyed, before he replied, thank you so very much, it is an honor, which I gratefully accept. As to Harry, Santa continued, he's the child of the North Pole. Severus, McGonagall spoke up, before Harry could do anything but cast his father a grateful look, are you not going to return to Hogwarts next week? Snape cast Santa a helpless look, causing Santa to look from Snape to Harry. I'd like to ask you to remain at Hogwarts until Harry has taken his newts, he decided. As a master of defense, you'll be able to keep Harry safe, especially as Voldemort is not gone yet. I will, Snape promised, ignoring his 2 colleagues' gasp at the name of Voldemort, although Santa had already explained everything about the horcruxes to the 3 teachers. Thank you, sir, Harry spoke up in a soft voice, causing the professor to give him a sharp nod. During the weekends, holidays or whenever, you'll be more than welcome to come home, just like Harry and Santa Claus as well as our dear friends Minerva and Pomona, Santa continued. Before you leave for the school, I'll give the 3 of you a portkey, which will take you here, whenever you activate it. Excuse me, Santa, Snape asked, slightly hesitating, will my personal elf Cicero be welcome to accompany me here? He often assists with the brewing. Of course, Santa replied, giving Snape a reassuring smile. We'd love to have him here. Later on, when he was in bed with Santa Claus pressed against his stomach as usual, Harry pondered the matter with the wolf's cure. As great as it is to have Severus here as our potions master, for him, it would be a fantastic achievement to receive the Order of Merlin. If we could get rid of that Lockhart person before Christmas, Severus would have to give the wolf's cure to the werewolf, so that Dumbledore could hire him right away. Maybe that'll work out. The question is how to get rid of Lockhart. He wondered, when a sudden idea crossed his mind. I'll ask the elves to give the muffins to him, he finally decided. Provided that it works as I think it will, we could accuse him of being a pedophile. First thing in the morning, he spoke with Santa Claus about his idea, fully trusting his familiar to tell him if it was rubbish. Is it too far-fetched? He asked, giving the canine a sharp look. Equals no, it's brilliant, equals Santa Claus confirmed, eagerly waggling his tail. HP. Considering the many batches of potions that they had to take to Hogwarts with them, Santa insisted that they had to travel by sleigh instead of their new portkeys, even if Snape assured him that he had cast unbreakable charms at each of the files. As usual, Harry and Santa Claus decided to remain at home for the day and only returned to Hogwarts shortly before the welcoming feast. Do you not want to join your friends for the train ride? Claire asked, gently. Maybe on the way back, I'll join them again, but not today, Harry replied, decisively. Instead, he spent some hours speaking with Merlin about this and that and playing with Santa Claus and the puppies in the snow for a while. This is Santa Moon. Claire introduced one of the puppies to Harry and Santa Claus, who nodded, as they had met Santa Moon before. Only recently, we realized that she's a seer and can see just a little bit into the future. If we had known before, we would have given her to you. Harry shook his head. No, Mum, Santa Claus is the very best, and I wouldn't want any other puppy as my familiar, he replied in a firm voice, staring at Santa Claus in disbelief upon his response. Equals Santa Moon will be the familiar of Harry's future wife, equals the canine stated, pleasantly. And who might that be? Harry asked, curiously, causing his familiar to jump up at him and lick his face with fervor. HP. When Harry went to say goodbye to Merlin before returning to Hogwarts, the portrait in front of the screen was deserted. Where has Merlin gone? He asked, as he found Santa assisting a couple of elves. His frame is empty. Santa chuckled. He's gone to Hogwarts, specifically into Godric Gryffindor's portrait in the headmaster's office. He told me that he had to interfere in some matter and needed to speak with the Sorting Hat. Sorry, but I don't know more than that. All right, Harry replied in confusion. I wonder what he's up to, he thought, wondering if he would be able to find out about it at the school. The thought, I could look into the headmaster's office on the screen, crossed his mind. However, he dismissed the idea upon realizing that the students were just boarding the carriages that took them from the station to Hogwarts and decided that it was time to leave. As he could not leave his trunk at Hogwarts over the summer, he returned to the school by the portkey, which Santa had embedded into his crystal. His trunk was shrunken in his robe pocket, closely. Wrapping Santa Claus into his arms, he activated the portkey, whispering, "Portkey back to the school." A mere instant later, they both found themselves in a small alcove next to the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, from where they quickly made their way to the entrance hall to mingle with the arriving students. HP. Harry and his friends were much too busy chatting in hushed voices to observe the sorting. However, they had decided to take the seats next to those which were reserved for the new first years. He only looked up in surprise when a girl sat in the seat next to him. Hello, she said in a friendly voice. However, before Harry or his friends even had a chance to utter a greeting in response, Santa Claus jumped up at her and licked her face, causing everyone to stare at the scene in surprise. Hello to you too, Santa Claus, she finally said, once Harry had pulled the canine back to a position between his legs. How do you know his name? Harry asked, flabbergasted. The girl shrugged. I just know, she replied, smiling happily. I'm Luna, by the way, Luna Lovegood. Hello Luna, Harry said, warmly, just when a red-headed girl took the seat next to her, making Harry inwardly groan. Oh no, Ronald's younger sister is in our house, he thought in annoyance, ignoring the small voice that whispered from the back of his mind, maybe she's as nice as the twins. HP. Only when he was back in his dormitory, where he once again had the bed right next to the window opposite of Neville's, two of Santa's elves popped up in front of him. We have placed some of the muffins into Professor Lockhart's chambers. When he requested tea from the Hogwarts elves right after the welcoming feast, they informed him, smirking. Harry profusely thanked the elves and went to bed, wondering if there were any consequences to the love potion the muffins were laced with. The thought, poor Ginny. She's only 11, crossed his mind, before he drifted off to sleep. Still, I hope that we can get rid of Lockhart by this. HP. In the morning, Harry and his friends waited in the common room for the first years to arrive. Luna and Ginny were the first to come down from their dormitory, and Harry promised that he was going to take them to their first morning class. Please inform the other Hufflepuff first years and keep together at all times. You're Hufflepuffs after all, Susan instructed them in a firm voice. It is strange, Luna spoke up, airily. I was supposed to be in Ravenclaw and Ginny in Gryffindor, but we're both happy to be here together. We've been friends since we've been small. Santa Paws eagerly licked Luna's hand and tentatively sniffed at Ginny's, before he sniffed at her book bag in apparent disgust and swiftly returned to Harry's side. When Professor Sprout distributed the timetables to her students, Hermione let out a small gasp. Harry, are you sure that you want to accompany the first years? She inquired, pointing to the parchment in front of her. Our first morning class is potions. I'm certain, Harry replied, smiling. Please inform Professor Snape about it. We will, Daphne promised, exchanging a pointed look with Hermione and Susan. Harry inwardly grinned, as he thought, we'll see if Severus will take points from me. I need to remember to call him Professor though. He almost could not hide a grin at the thought of his friends' reaction if he told them about the potions master's recent activities on the North Pole. I wonder if they'll believe me at all, he thought, chuckling. Harry? Susan inquired. What's so funny? Nothing really, Harry replied, evasively, before he promised, I'll tell you all tonight. Soon, it was time for Harry to guide his first-year housemates to the Transfiguration classroom. He quickly invited the Ravenclaws to accompany them. While they climbed upstairs, Luna was talking to Santa Paws, who was walking between her and Harry, letting out the occasional small woof. He's an absolute cutie, Luna said, dreamily looking at the canine. He seems to dislike me though, Ginny added from her other side, when Santa Paws lightly growled at her. Santa Paws, what's wrong? Harry inquired in concern, knowing that it was extremely rare for his familiar to growl at someone. I can sense evil, Santa Paws informed him. I'm not sure if it's her or her book bag though, Knowing that he would not be able to leave his potions class early enough to accompany the first years from the Transfiguration classroom to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on time, Harry asked Santa Paws to accompany the first years on his behalf, and Luna gently hugged his familiar. Thanks Harry, thanks Santa Paws, she said, smiling. You're welcome, Harry replied, before he swiftly headed to the dungeons for his own first morning class, Santa Paws following on his heels. I wished I could watch their Defense Against the Dark Arts class, he thought, as he entered the potions classroom 15 minutes late. TBC. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Defense Against the Dark Arts Professors. Defense Against the Dark Arts Professors Santa Paws. By Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. When Harry told the potions professor that he had taken the first years to the Transfiguration classroom, Snape cast him a menacing glare. 20 points from Hufflepuff for your tardiness and detention with me tonight. And keep that feral dog away from me, he hissed. Yes sir, Harry replied, obediently, inwardly grinning. I hope it's just a mock detention, he thought. Oh well, I don't mind brewing together with him though. That was much fun during the holidays. But Professor, Hermione spoke up, seemingly upset, I already told you. Stop disturbing my class any further, or do you want me to take more points from Hufflepuff? Snape hissed, only to add, even Potter is not as thick-headed. Casting Harry a glance, Hermione merely nodded and returned to her brewing. He's not really angry, Santa Paws thought to Harry, he's only feigning. Thank Merlin, Harry replied, smirking. To his relief, Daphne had not only kept the seat next to her for him, but had also gathered his ingredients, so that he could get to work right away and was able to finish his potion by the end of the class. So much about helping the new first years, Neville blurted out what everyone else seemed to think, when the second years were on their way out of the dungeons. It's all right. I'll tell you something tonight after my detention, Harry repeated his earlier promise. Even if Harry was unable to spy on the first year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class, he heard everything about it during lunchtime. Professor Lockhart's brain is clouded with rackspurts, Luna informed him, as she took a seat opposite of Harry together with Ginny. He did not teach us anything and only talked about his favorite food along with his achievements, which aren't anything more than myths. He also told Ginny how pretty she is a couple of times. He what? Daphne and Hermione blurted out, simultaneously. He's disgusting with his fake smile. Ginny spoke up, seemingly angered, only to add, he even asked me if I'd like to help him answering his fan mail tonight. What? Susan inquired in apparent disbelief. I hope you declined, Hannah added, giving her a questioning look. Of course, Ginny replied, letting out a deep sigh. Ginny, please tell Professor Sprout about it, when she comes into the common room tonight at the latest, Harry added in a firm voice. HP when Harry entered the potions classroom for his detention that evening, with an invisible Santa Paws in tow, Severus greeted him, smirking. Santa Paws? He asked, tentatively, causing Harry to shrug. You told me that he wasn't welcome, he replied, matter-of-factly. Before Santa Paws made his way over to the professor, gently licking his hand. Santa Paws, please make yourself visible, the professor instructed him. Being invisible in a potions laboratory can be extremely perilous. Turning to Harry, he said, skimming Merlin's notes, I found one or the other prank potion, and I was wondering if you'd be willing to assist brewing one of them. Harry chuckled. Of course, sir. What are we going to brew, and whom are we going to prank? I was thinking of my colleagues, Severus replied, holding out 2 pieces of parchment to Harry. Please choose one of these. This one, Harry quickly decided, pointing to the potion that made the victims let out animal voices, as soon as they attempted to speak. Severus nodded in understanding. With this recipe, it should wear off after an hour, so that we could use it at either meal in the Great Hall, he said, pensively. Maybe dinner would be the best though. You don't want to have my colleagues in class in a bad mood. Harry full-heartedly agreed, and the 2 wizards immediately set to work. While Harry prepared the ingredients, Severus brewed the concoction, and an hour later, a lime-green liquid was simmering in the cauldron in front of them. The next time, you're going to do the brewing, while I prepare the ingredients, Severus suggested, and Harry voiced his consent. Yes, sir, he replied, smiling. Sir, what am I going to tell my housemates what you made me do in my detention? He inquired, raising an eyebrow at the older wizard. Tell them I made you scrub dirty cauldrons, Severus replied, smirking. I don't mind your housemates though. It's the Slytherin students for whom I have to keep up my reputation, not your friends. All right, sir, Harry replied, smiling. Thank you so much for allowing me to brew a prank potion together with you. It was much fun, and I'm looking forward to dinner tomorrow. Oh, wait a moment, Severus instructed him and called Cicero, his personal house elf. Cicero, this is Harry, and this is Santa Paws. Harry and Santa Paws, this is Cicero, my personal elf. When I follow Santa's invitation the next time, he'll join me on the North Pole. Hello, Cicero, Harry greeted the fairly tall elf, while Santa Paws acknowledged the elf in his own, friendly way. Nice to meet you, and I'm looking forward to having you on the North Pole. Hello, Harry, Cicero replied, smiling. Severus has already told me that you're very adept at brewing potions. HP back in the common room, Harry motioned the other second years up into the boys' dormitory, not even realizing and less caring that Luna joined them. Harry, what happened? Hermione asked in concern. What did Professor Snape make you do? Harry grinned broadly. We brewed a prank potion together to prank his colleagues at dinner tomorrow, he admitted, before he told his friends everything about the potions master's stay on the North Pole during the summer. I can't believe it, Neville was the first to comment, while everyone else was hunched on Harry's and Neville's beds in stunned silence. HP dinner the following evening was much fun, even if some of the animals' sounds were unrecognizable for the students. Only Merlin and Santa, who after a quick note from Harry that Santa Paws had delivered were observing the Great Hall on the screen, were able to recognize the voice of a griffin in Minerva's talk, and only Harry could understand Severus hissing in Parseltongue. It's obvious that it was as the second year's SSS, seeing that they're sitting in the seat SSS closes SST to the head table, Severus hissed with a mock glare at Harry. Santa Paws could understand the headmaster, who was speaking in the voice of some kind of canine. If I knew who brewed that potion, I'd award 100 house points for a brilliant prank, Dumbledore barked, letting his eyes wander about the Great Hall. Through Harry, Santa Paws quickly translated for the students, just like Harry had done earlier, much to their friends' pleasure. HP during the following 2 days, not only did Professor Lockhart's behavior towards Ginny Weasley continue, but all students realized that he was absolutely incapable of teaching defense against the dark arts. Apparently, the other houses, while dissatisfied, did not complain to the teachers. However, the Hufflepuff second years kept Professor Sprout updated, and Harry even showed her the test, which the second years had to write at the end of the second week. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite food? His favorite color? Where did he spend Christmas 1991? Sprout read from the parchment, her eyes widening in shock. "I'll be back in 5 minutes," she uttered, before she hurried back to her office and Flo called her closest colleagues. 5 minutes later, she returned to the common room with Professors McGonagall and Snape in tow. Apparently, this was today's defense against the dark arts test for the second years, she explained, holding out the parchment to her colleagues. "Raxperts are clouding Professor Lockhart's brain," Luna spoke up, airily. "He keeps telling Ginny how pretty she is." "Does he?" Snape inquired, his eyes narrowing in anger. Strange that these muffins are still good, Harry thought. They're more than 6 weeks old. "Let's go and complain to Albus," McGonagall spoke up in apparent determination. "If the fact that he's a fraud is not enough to fire him, being a pedophile certainly is. Ms. Weasley, would you mind accompanying us to the headmaster's office?" "We'll all come with you," Hermione reassured the uncertain redhead, and the whole second-year class together with Santa Paws. Luna and Ginny followed the 3 professors to the headmaster's office. H.P. Dumbledore listened patiently, while McGonagall explained the reason for their visit. "I understand your concerns," he finally replied in his soft, grandfatherly voice. "However, I'm afraid that I can't dismiss Professor Lockhart." "And why not?" Harry inquired, feeling very upset at the old wizard. "Do you tolerate pedophilic behavior, sir?" "No, my boy, I don't," Dumbledore replied, seemingly angered by the question. "However, we have no one to possibly replace Professor Lockhart. My aunt is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Susan spoke up in a firm voice. "I'm sure she'd be able and willing to lend us one of her oars for a year." "That would be one possibility," McGonagall acknowledged. "However, we have an even better idea. Severus and Harry are in the possession of the potions recipes of Merlin himself. Among them is a cure for lycanthropy. They're able to cure Remus Lupin, and Remus would make an amazingly good defense against the dark arts professor." "Severus?" the headmaster inquired, giving his potions professor a piercing look. "Is that true?" "Yes, sir," Severus replied, giving the headmaster a sharp nod. "May I ask how you were able to lay your hands on potions recipes by Merlin?" Dumbledore then asked in apparent disbelief. Severus smirked. "You may ask, but I'm afraid that neither Mr. Potter nor I will be able to give you a satisfying explanation at this time." "Or ever," Harry thought, grimly. "Let me call Gilderoy here," Dumbledore replied, letting out a tired sigh, as he rose from his chair and headed to the fireplace. "He seems angered, but we won't let him in on our secrets," Harry thought to Santa Paws, who stared at him, unwavering in deep trust. HP 5 minutes later, Lockhart stepped out of the fireplace, his expression stretching to a broad smile upon seeing so many students and some of his colleagues assembled. "Ginny," he blurted out, smiling. "You pedophile," McGonagall shouted, her mouth stretched to a thin line of anger. "I'm sorry, Gilderoy, but we can't employ someone like you here at Hogwarts," she continued, before the headmaster had even the chance to question Lockhart. Waving the parchment with the second-year test into his face, she continued, "Moreover, you were supposed to teach the students defense against the dark arts and not about your private likings." "You're just a fraud," Sprout added, shaking her head in apparent annoyance. "I agree," Dumbledore merely said. "You're dismissed from your duties. Please leave the school tonight." In spite of his predicament, Lockhart grinned like a maniac, as he replied, "I might not be good at defense, but there's one thing I'm good at, and that's a memory charm." With that, he pointed his wand at the headmaster and uttered an incantation. Everything occurred so fast that Harry barely realized what happened. The instant Lockhart cast the memory charm at Dumbledore, Santa Paws attacked the man, jumping at him, so that he fell backwards onto the floor with his wand pointed at none other but himself. Hello, he uttered, as he scrambled up from the floor. "Who are you all?" Who am I?" "I believe that I need to take him to St. Mungo's," Dumbledore spoke up. "Thank you, Santa Paws." The canine merely nodded his head and remained where he was lying on Harry's feet. "Minerva, Severus, Please see to it that Remus Lupin comes to Hogwarts, is cured and becomes our defense against the dark arts. Professor, as soon as possible, Dumbledore instructed his colleagues, before he stepped into the fireplace, holding Lockhart's arm in a firm grip. 100 points to Hufflepuff, Santa Paws, for preventing the fraud from casting the charm at the headmaster. McGonagall spoke up in a firm voice, just before Dumbledore and their former professor vanished from the sight. Ginny. Harry spoke up in determination. I'm sorry, it's my fault that Professor Lockhart went after you, because I had the elves give him the muffins, which I received from the twins for my birthday. I've no idea why they kept so long and why they were laced with what seems to have been a quite powerful love potion. Ginny's eyes widened in shock, and she stared at him in apparent horror. Oh, I'm so going to kill my mum, she blurted out in obvious anger. I'm sorry, Harry, that my mother did such a thing to you. Please don't blame the twins. I'm sure that they didn't have anything to do with it. Turning to Professor Sprout, she asked, Professor, can you please teach me how to turn a letter into a howler first thing tomorrow morning? Of course, dear, Sprout replied, causing everyone to laugh. It's about time that Mrs. Weasley receives a howler, Harry thought, grimly, feeling thoroughly fed up with the annoying redhead, who just could not cease interfering in his matters. Professor Snape, Harry addressed the potion's master, I'll go and fetch 1 dose of the wolf's cure. I'll be back in a few minutes. Severus nodded in understanding, and Harry activated his portkey to return home, where he quickly spoke with Santa, who, to his surprise, was already aware of the happenings in the headmaster's office. Well done, Harry and Santa Paws, he commended them, gently fluffing the canine's ears. The file with the wolf's cure secured in his robe pocket, Harry activated his portkey again, as usually closely followed by his familiar, and the two of them hurried through the deserted corridors back to the headmaster's office. Harry was glad that they did not meet anyone, as curfew had already begun and he was not in the mood to explain the matter to any of the prefects. In the meantime, Professor Sprout and the Hufflepuff first and second years had left, and only McGonagall and Severus remained in the headmaster's office. However, just when Harry and Santa Paws re-entered the headmaster's office, a man stepped out of the fireplace. He gave them a friendly smile, even if he looked tired and his robes were worn out. Harry, the man blurted out, before he seemed to recall his manners and greeted the adults. Harry, this is Remus Lupin, McGonagall introduced him. He was one of your parents' best friends. Now Remus, thanks for coming so quickly, as we have something urgent to discuss with you. Brown eyes turned to view the deputy headmistress, and McGonagall continued with an uncharacteristic smile playing on her lips. Through Harry, Severus has gained access to Merlin's potions recipes, and among them is a cure for lycanthropy. What? The werewolf gasped, his eyes widening in a combination of shock and hope. Lupin, Severus began to speak, holding out the small phial, which Harry had passed to him upon entering the office. This is the so-called wolf's cure potion. According to Merlin, there are no after effects. However, considering that he lived in a much different time. Nowadays, there might be some. We don't know that, if you're willing to try it out. Of course, Remus interrupted the potion's master, eagerly. Thank you both so very much for finding the recipe and brewing the potion for me. May I take it right away, or does it have to be taken at a certain time? Merlin said it didn't matter, Harry supplied, smiling, as the other wizard's happiness seemed to be contagious. He observed in expectation how the man opened the phial and downed the potion in one large gulp. He remained quiet for a moment, before he spoke up. Of course I will spend the night of the full moon locked away, however, I already feel much better than I felt before. The full moon is only 3 days away, so I already felt the signs, but they're gone now. Turning to the deputy headmistress, he inquired, Minerva, would it perhaps be possible to call Poppy here to check on me? Of course, McGonagall replied, smiling, as she leaned into the fireplace and called the healer, who stepped out of the fireplace a moment later. I can't find any trace of the lycanthropy, she diagnosed after waving her wand over Remus a more than dozen times. Congratulations Remus, you seem to be cured. Severus and Harry, thank you so very much, Remus said with tears welling in his eyes. As unexpected as it was the best thing that happened to me since I was 4 years old. You're welcome, Lupin, Severus replied, smirking. In return, you can do us a favor and become the defense against the dark arts professor. Remus' eyes widened in apparent shock, and he remained silent for a moment, before he replied. I'd like that very much, he said in apparent delight, just when Dumbledore stepped out of the fireplace. Hello Remus, he greeted his former student before turning to his colleagues. Lockhart managed to completely obliviate himself from everything that occurred beyond his 11th birthday. For the time being, he's a resident in the long-time spell ward. Hearing Severus mumble something that sounded like, "Good riddance," Harry could not help chuckling. "Harry, I believe that it's time for you to go to bed," McGonagall said in a strict voice. "It's almost midnight." "All right, good night," Harry obediently replied, and together with Santa Claus left the room. At breakfast the following morning, Dumbledore announced to the students that Remus Lupin was the new defense against the dark arts professor. "Harry," Sprout took him aside after the herbology class. "We have one problem concerning the defense against the dark arts class." Harry stared at his head of house in shock when she continued, "Many years ago, Voldemort cursed the position with the effect that no teacher can remain on it for longer than a year. Could you, by chance, ask Merlin or Santa if they have an idea how to possibly solve this problem?" Harry shook his head. "Merlin could possibly invent a counter-charm," he admitted, pensively, "but first of all, you, Professor McGonagall or Severus could go and ask him as well as I could, and secondly, I think that before asking them, I'd like to speak with one of the founders of Hogwarts. Maybe they know a way or can somehow communicate with Hogwarts herself to ask her." When Sprout stared at him in apparent surprise, he continued, "Merlin told me that a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff is hanging in the hospital wing. Apparently, he saw it on the screen. So, I could go and ask her right after lunch." "That's true," the professor replied, pensively. "Her portrait is on the outer wall of Madame Pomfrey's office overlooking the hospital wing. I've already spoken with her many times. She's a very pleasant witch. Thanks Harry, and please keep me updated." "I will," Harry promised, before they headed to the Great Hall for lunch together with Santa Claus running ahead waggling his tail in apparent happiness. TBC, thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Animagi Santa Claus by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Harry, Andreas, who had indeed become head boy that year, addressed him over lunch. "Last night, I finally managed the Animagus transformation. Shush," he added quickly, when everyone in hearing range cheered loudly. "Tell him that I can't wait to play with him in the common room tonight." Santa Claus voiced his opinion, causing Andreas to laugh. "Santa Claus, the pleasure is on my side," he replied, grinning broadly. "You can understand him, now that you're a canine animagus," Harry said in amazement, smiling at the older boy, who nodded in apparent excitement. "I can't wait to manage the transformation. It'll enable me to converse with all the other canines on the North Pole," he thought, eagerly resolving to try practicing harder in the future. Right after lunch, Harry separated from his friends and went to the hospital wing to speak with Helga Hufflepuff in her portrait. Hearing about his problem, the founder smiled. "Harry, you might not know this, but you're Salazar and my many times great-grandson through your mother as well as the heir of Godric and Rowena through your father." Harry stared at the witch in surprise. Of course, he knew that he was Salazar's and Helga's heir, but he had been unaware of his connection to the Gryffindor-Ravenclaw family. "As the heir of all four of us," Helga continued, "you're not only the owner of Hogwarts, but you're able to enter the founder's quarters, where you can speak with Hogwarts. Come back here after your last afternoon class and bring a small photo frame for me to slip in, so that I can take you to our rooms and introduce you to Hogwarts. Perhaps she'll be able to help with your problem." "All right, Professor," Harry replied, causing the older witch to snort. "I'm your grandmother, not your professor," she replied, smirking. "All right, Granny," Harry replied, smirking. "Thank you so much for your help." After his Transfiguration class, Harry spoke with McGonagall about his conversation with Helga Hufflepuff and asked her to transfigure a tissue into a small photo frame. The Gryffindor head gladly complied and thanked him profusely for his efforts for Remus Lupin. "He really is a good man, and he deserves being able to remain on the defense against the dark arts position," she told him, smiling. "He's also a brilliant teacher," Harry added, before he took his leave and hurried back to the hospital wing. Helga greeted him warmly and immediately slipped into the small photo frame. "Turn left into the unused corridor," she instructed him, and stop in front of the painting of my 3 friends and me." 2 minutes later, Harry and Santa Claus found themselves in front of the life-size painting of the 4 founders. Strange that we never saw this on the screen, as much as we looked at the corridors of Hogwarts, Harry thought, while Santa Claus stared at the painting, waggling his tail in apparent appreciation. "Please let us in. I've brought you Harry Potter, the first heir of all 4 of us," Helga spoke up from the photo frame. "It's about time," one of the wizards replied, before the women leaned into their husbands' arms, revealing an opening in the middle. "Go in," Helga instructed him. Harry hesitantly complied, only to find himself in a large room that was built around an enormous fireplace. Another life-size portrait of the 4 founders occupied one of the walls, while another wall consisted of a huge window allowing the view onto the Hogwarts grounds. "Wow, this seems to be a real window in contrary to all the charmed ones all over the castle," Harry thought in amazement. Harry spoke with the founders in their painting for a few minutes, before Helga instructed him to head to the parlor and ask Hogwarts about the curse on the defense position. "Do that, Harry, and take matters into your own hands," Godric instructed him. "The management of this school by Albus Dumbledore is a nightmare. As our heir, you're now the owner and you're responsible for the school, not any headmaster or such," Salazar added, sounding slightly reproachful. Listening to the founders' words in surprise, Harry promised to come to talk to them again soon and followed Helga's instructions to the parlor, where Helga introduced him to Hogwarts and told the castle about his problem. Harry and Santa Claus, Hogwarts greeted them in the gentle voice of an older lady. "How nice of you to come to speak with me. Thanks, Helga, for bringing them here. Now, I'm afraid that I don't have a clue how to get rid of the curse on the defense against the dark arts position," she added, causing Harry to become very disappointed. "Please give me some time to think about it and possibly try this and that and come to ask me again in a few days' time," she continued in a lighter voice. Harry profusely thanked the castle and promised to visit the founders and Hogwarts again during the weekend. When Arthur Weasley stepped out of the fireplace on his way back home from work, he was surprised to say the least to hear his daughter's voice shouting through the living room. "Dare you give the twins muffins for Harry laced with a love potion for me? Did you ever think about how I might feel about this?" "Probably not, because you never think how we feel. He was too clever to eat them himself, and I had that fraud Lockhart fawn over me for 2 weeks. Stay out of my things. If you ever meddle with my or Harry's matters again, I'm going to never return home, ever again." "How dare you?" Arthur added in anger. "Especially after I told you once to leave the boy in peace." "She'll have to return home, as students can't stay at Hogwarts during the summer," Molly uttered, matter-of-factly. "She'll not, because if you do anything else to Ginny or Harry again, I'm going to divorce from you, and I'll take her in," Arthur hissed at his wife. "You better apologize to Ginny quickly." With that, he strode back into the fireplace and returned to the ministry for the night. Remus Lupin was a fantastic defense against the dark arts professor. Unbeknownst to everyone but Harry, Santa Claus and their best friends as well as McGonagall, Sprout and Severus Snape, Hogwarts had managed to cancel the curse on the position, so that they could expect the former werewolf to keep the job for a long time. Harry and his friends were happy to be able to concentrate on their studies and on the Animagus transformation. By now, several of the older students had managed to transform one or even both hands into canine fur of all possible shades of white, brown and black. Almost 6 weeks into the school year, Harry finally stared at his left paw in amazement. It was completely white, just like Santa Claus fur. "Harry, you did it," Susan was the first to notice, and everyone congratulated him. "The first hand is the hardest part," Sprout informed him. "From now on, it'll be much faster." "I'm going to become a canine animagus as well," Luna decided, glancing at her best friend. Harry followed her eyes travel to Ginny, who was once again huddled over her diary. "All she does is write into her diary," he thought, shaking his head in annoyance. "Luna seems to feel really lonely, as she never even talks to her during the evenings." He observed, smiling, how Daphne instructed Luna how to try practicing the Animagus transformation. The younger girl was hanging on Daphne's words. "Luna will be able to transform as fast as you," Santa Claus thought to him, making Harry wonder if his own familiar was a seer dog as well. "I'm not a seer like Santa Moon, it's just that I just know some things," Santa Claus informed him, seemingly indignant, almost as if he had been able to read his thoughts, which had not even been directed at the dog. The peace and quiet of the school year changed dramatically when Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was found petrified next to a writing on the wall that threatened the Muggleborns during the Halloween feast. Realizing that even the teachers seemed to be afraid, everyone went to bed quietly. However, in the morning, Santa Claus thought to Harry, "I know what's doing this, and I'm going to stop it tonight." "What is it?" Harry asked in confusion. However, the canine merely replied that they would be wiser tonight. The Chamber of Secrets remained the topic of the day, during class time, during meal times in the Great Hall, and even later on in the common room. When Professor Sprout entered the common room that evening, everyone was practicing the Animagus transformation. Apart from the few students, who had already managed it, and from Ginny Weasley, who was engrossed in her diary as usual. All of a sudden, Santa Claus jumped up at the table next to Ginny Weasley and grabbed the black book into his snout, running away from the girl, before she could even realize what happened. "I'll take the book to Santa." He shouted at Harry. "It's one of the horcruxes." With that, he activated his portkey and was gone. "My book!" Ginny shouted, seemingly enraged. "It was a horcrux," Harry replied, matter-of-factly, recalling that Santa had shown him a similar book at Malfoy Manor when they had used the search function on the screen before. "I'm sorry, I need to follow Santa Claus. I'll be right back," he added, trusting his friends to look after Ginny. However, before he could even activate his portkey, Santa Claus re-entered the common room through the portrait hole. Santa is going to dispose of it, he informed Harry, before he headed towards Ginny and gently licked the girl's wet face. Please tell her that I'm sorry, he instructed Harry. Harry quickly translated for the girl, before he explained everything about the horcruxes to his housemates, glad that Professor Sprout already knew about the matter thanks to Santa and supported him. "I was communicating with Tom," Ginny sobbed. "He was a former prefect, and he knew so much." "He was Tom Riddle," Professor Sprout said in a soft voice, before he changed his name to Lord Voldemort. "That's impossible," Ginny replied, giving Harry a teary-eyed look. "Is that true?" she finally inquired. "Yes," Harry confirmed in a soft voice. "Then it was me," Ginny sobbed. "Was it me who opened the Chamber of Secrets and petrified Mrs. Norris?" "No," Harry was the first to reassure the girl. "It was Tom Riddle. He must have overcome you and ordered the basilisk, who is residing in the Chamber of Secrets, to go out into the school." With the professor's and his older housemates' assistance, he patiently explained the matter to Ginny multiple times, before the redhead realized that she was not at fault, however, that she should never trust magical items, when their magic was not obvious. "Thank you, Santa Claus," Ginny finally said, smiling at the canine, before she gently pulled him into a hug. To Harry's surprise, Santa Claus patiently endured the hug, before he shook his fur as stress release a moment later. 100 points to Santa Claus, Sprout uttered, for preventing what might have become a huge fiasco at Hogwarts. Needless to say, by the beginning of December, Hufflepuff was by far in the lead with house points and had already won their first Quidditch match against Ravenclaw. It was during the second year's last potions class before the Christmas holidays that Severus suddenly addressed Harry, who was almost finished brewing the assigned potion. "Potter, detention tonight for breathing too loud," he hissed at Harry, who merely quirked an eyebrow in silent question. "Well, he'll have a reason for that," he told his classmates when questioned about the matter. "Maybe he wants to brew another one of Merlin's prank potions to give to the teachers during the leaving feast," Susan quipped, causing everyone to laugh in anticipation. "I'm sure he'd well be able to brew that by himself," Hermione voiced, shaking her head in apparent annoyance. "I'll ask him," Harry promised, grinning. However, when he and Santa Claus entered the potions professor's office that evening, Severus appeared outright grumpy. "Good evening, sir," Harry greeted the older wizard, only to add, "What happened?" The professor let out a deep sigh, before he explained, "Dumbledore had nothing better to do than to inform the Minister of Magic of the fact that we cured Professor Lupin from lycanthropy." "Oh no," Harry groaned in annoyance. "Let me guess, they want us to brew 1,000,000 batches to cure all the werewolves?" For the first time since Harry had arrived, the professor's lips bent to a small smile. "It's worse," he then replied, causing Harry to stare at him in disbelief, glad that Santa Claus went to gently lick Severus' hand, giving him a small yowl in apparent concern. "Yes, They want us to brew as many batches as we can manage, and they want us to attend a New Year's party at the Ministry of Magic to award both of us the Order of Merlin First Class, the professor informed him, grimly. No thanks, Harry replied, dismissively. Severus smirked. My words exactly, however, our meddling headmaster already promised the minister that we're both going to attend. He already asked me to fetch you from your relative's home in the evening of New Year's Eve. Severus, Harry replied, trying to not let his annoyance show on his face, are you going to come home with Santa Claus and me? Severus hesitated for a moment, before he inquired, do you believe that I'd be welcome? Harry stared at the older wizard in disbelief, before he replied, incredulously, my father invited you to become the potions master of the North Pole. There is only one of them and there will be in the future. As long as you want the position, sir. Of course you're welcome to return home whenever you wish. He only asked you to remain at Hogwarts to keep me safe, knowing that Voldemort isn't really gone. We could also use the holidays to begin with the brewing, even if I'll have to help some at home, because everyone will be extremely busy, at least before and over Christmas. Severus nodded. All right, then I'll join you over the holidays. I wonder what I should tell the headmaster though. Are Minerva and Pomona going to visit as well? Harry chuckled. I think so, he admitted before suggesting, why don't you ask Professor McGonagall for an alibi? I'll do that, Severus agreed. So, are you going to accompany me on New Year's Eve? If there's really no way out of it, then yes, I won't let you go there all by yourself, Harry replied, chuckling in amusement at the professor's relieved expression. Oh, by the way, my friends requested that we brew something nice for your colleagues for the leaving feast tomorrow. Severus grinned. I have just the right thing, he replied, handing Harry a recipe. I'll prepare the ingredients, and you do the brewing tonight. It's one of Merlin's recipes, but I've adjusted it a bit to our time and the season. Curfew was just about to commence, when Harry returned to the common room, wondering what their potion would do to the professors. HP to Harry's and his friends' surprise, they were going to know the effects of the potion much sooner than expected. Apparently, it had been added to the drinks at the high table for breakfast. All the teachers, apart from Severus, who had wisely refrained from taking any beverage for his breakfast, began to sing Christmas carols, as soon as they opened their mouths to say something. However, their predicament was not over with breakfast. It even continued during class time. Only when they were holding their wand in their hand as if to cast a spell, they were able to properly speak. To the students' amusement, it took the professors until lunchtime, before they became aware of the solution, due to Professor Flitwick's findings. That was much fun, Susan said, when they returned to the common room after their last afternoon class. It seemed very complicated though, Daphne added, questioningly. It probably was, Harry admitted, but I only did what Professor Snape told me. It was him who changed Merlin's recipe and added charms to the finished potion. As moody as he is, as a potions master he seems to be brilliant, Neville said, sighing. Harry, may I write to you, when I can't figure out the potion's homework? He then asked, giving Harry a hesitant look. Of course, Harry replied, matter-of-factly. I'm your friend, and you don't have to ask if you can write to me. I wished I could invite you all to my home, but during Christmas, we're always really busy, so I guess I'll see you all on New Year's Day. HP Harry did not have much time to miss his friends during the Christmas holidays, as he was extremely busy. He and Severus spent 8 hours each day in the potions lab brewing many batches of the Wolf's Cure potion. Santa, Claire and the elves required his assistance with the preparations for Christmas, and he spent every free minute practicing the Animagus transformation. It was late on Christmas Eve, when he was in bed cuddling with Santa Claus, that, while absent-mindedly practicing to transform his whole body, he suddenly managed the complete transformation. He only realized it when he heard Santa Claus woof in apparent excitement. Harry, you did it. You're a puppy. Struggling to throw the covers off his paws. Harry scrambled up to get to stand on his 4 white paws, unconsciously waggling his tail in extreme happiness. Come. Let's go and show Mum and Dad and the puppies, he blurted out, only to hesitate, as the floor seemed awfully far down to just simply jump down. It's all right. Santa Claus reassured him. Just jump down. You'll manage to land on your paws. Very slowly, as Harry happened to stumble over his unused paws every now and then, the 2 canines made their way over to the cozy room in front of their favorite screen, where Severus, McGonagall and Sprout were assembled talking with Merlin. Santa Paws. Sprout was the first to notice that something was off. "Why are you here?" Turning to her colleagues, she added, "He never goes anywhere without Harry." Suddenly Merlin blurted out into laughter. "He is with Harry," he informed them, grinning. "Well done, grandson, really well done." "Harry?" Sprout asked in apparent disbelief, looking at the canine next to Santa Paws, which was spiking emerald green eyes and the faint pattern of a thunderbolt over his right eye. "You managed the complete transformation? That's amazing. Congratulations, dear." Against his human instincts that wanted to protest, Harry walked over to his kind head of house and carefully licked her outstretched hand. "Yes, it's me," he confirmed, neither caring nor even realizing that no one but Santa Paws could understand him. "Come." Santa Paws instructed him and ran ahead, eager to introduce his new companion to his siblings. TBC, thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Dobby Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. For Harry's and Severus' liking, the Christmas holidays passed much too fast, and in the morning of New Year's Eve, Severus suddenly asked, "How are we going to get to the Ministry of Magic? We can't use our portkeys, as the headmaster controls the wards around Hogwarts and will be informed if Harry enters the premises." "You can travel by sleigh and simply take your portkeys back," Santa suggested. "Shouldn't Harry control the wards as the owner of Hogwarts, even if the headmaster might not be aware of the fact that he owns the school as the heir of all 4 founders?" Merlin spoke up from his portrait. "You're right as usual," Santa agreed, giving Harry a reassuring nod. "Harry, I suggest that you speak with the founders and with Hogwarts once you're back at the school and slowly accept more responsibility over the school." "I can do that, Dad, but I'm still only a second-year student," Harry reminded his father, causing Severus to smirk. "With Santa Paws' assistance, you're more capable than some professors," Sprout spoke up in a firm voice. To Harry's relief, no one even asked if Santa Paws was going to attend the party with him. Apparently, everyone had understood by now that under no circumstances would he go anywhere without his familiar. Nevertheless, he instructed the canine to remain invisible at all times. When they entered the party room, Harry was shocked to see what a huge event it was with several hundreds of people gathered around small tables for 7 people. A man was waiting just inside the doors and immediately addressed them when they stepped into the room. "Ah, Professor Snape, and you must be Harry Potter. I am Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic." "Good evening, Minister, and thank you very much for the invitation," Severus returned a polite response, which Harry echoed promptly. To Harry's extreme annoyance, they found themselves treated as the guests of the evening and had to sit at the minister's table. "These are Professor Severus Snape and Harry Potter," Fudge introduced them to the rest of the table before explaining. "This is Professor Griselda Marchbanks, one of the Wizengamot elders. Next to her is Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Harry greeted everyone politely, receiving small smiles from both witches, before Fudge continued. "This is Unspeakable Raw. He has changed his appearance to not give out his identity. However, he informed me that he wished to get to know you, Harry." Of course, Harry thought. Dad once told me that he was related to me and would be a good ally. He pondered the matter of their relationship for a moment and almost missed the last person Fudge introduced them to. "Rita Skeeter, my most trusted ally at the Daily Prophet." Harry disliked her from the moment he set eyes on the young witch, who was wearing bright green robes standing out from everyone else, and he could sense that Santa Paws felt the same. Everyone else at their table seemed nice. At least that was his first impression, confirmed by Santa Paws' assessment. Not long afterwards, Fudge opened the party and introduced Harry and Severus, with more emphasis on Harry, informing everyone about the Wolf's Cure potion. "Harry and Professor Snape have already delivered 20 batches of the potion, which means, for how many people exactly?" he inquired, giving them a questioning look. 400 people, Severus supplied, causing a gasp to run through the room in apparent amazement. Huge applause followed the announcement, and Harry was glad when they were allowed to sit down again, wearing the more than annoying medals of the Order of Merlin on necklaces around their necks, and dinner commenced. "What I completely forgot to discuss with you," Fudge suddenly addressed them, "was the payment for the Wolf's Cure. As Professor Dumbledore might have told you, I suggested a payment of 1,000 galleons per dose. However, I never received a response if that would be all right for you. 1,000 galleons? Harry's thoughts went haywire. That's an awfully high price. Dumbledore never mentioned it, but that would be adequate. He heard Severus reply to the minister and nodded his agreement, resolving to ask the older wizard about the matter later on. H.P. Harry, Rita Skeeter spoke up, once he had taken his first few bites of food and unobtrusively let Santa Claus have some under the table. How does it feel to be the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin so far? Harry shrugged. I don't care about the award, and I know that Professor Snape feels the same. We only did what we had to do to cure Professor Lupin, who is the best defense against the dark arts Professor Hogwarts has seen in many years and an extremely nice wizard. We never wanted any recognition or such. A very modest young man, Skeeter acknowledged, causing Harry to inwardly roll his eyes at the witch. Do you have an idea what you're going to do with the money the Order of Merlin entails? As far as I know, it is 1 million galleons, a huge amount of money for a 12-year-old, Skeeter continued. I wish to set up a scholarship for one student in need every year, so that students can attend Hogwarts who would not be able to do so otherwise, Harry replied in a firm voice. Turning to Fudge, he inquired, Minister, would the ministry be able to oversee this and see to it that it reaches families in need? This idea has to be run by the Board of Governors first, Marchbanks informed him. You cannot simply set up a scholarship program for Hogwarts. I can and I will, Harry contradicted, before he inquired, what exactly is this Board of Governors? The Hogwarts Board of Governors consists of 12 wizards, who oversee the running of the school. They can appoint and dismiss headmasters and teachers, and if parents have problems with the school, they can address the Board of Governors, who will then talk to the school on their behalf to find a solution, Marchbanks explained. For example, Lucius Malfoy is on the board. I believe that his son goes to school with you, doesn't he? She inquired. Draco, Harry confirmed, he's a friend of mine. I could simply dismiss the board, couldn't I? He asked Santa Claus, who stretched on his position on Harry's feet. Yes, you can do that. Perhaps you'll have to set up a new one with members of your choice though, but as the owner of Hogwarts, you can do what you wish to do, Santa Claus replied, telepathically. As the heir of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, I am the owner of Hogwarts, Harry replied in a soft yet firm voice, and as such, I disband the Board of Governors by the end of this year. While Rita Skeeter's eyes sparkled in apparent excitement, the Minister of Magic stared at him in what seemed to be shock. Amelia Bones cast him a look of what seemed to be appreciation. Madame Marchbanks looked horrified. Severus smirked in obvious amusement, and Unspeakable Raw simply began to laugh. Mr. Potter, are you sure about this? Madame Bones inquired, strictly, although Harry had the impression that she seemed amused by the matter. Yes, madam, I am certain, Harry confirmed, feeling reassured by Severus' nodded consent. Very well, Fudge spoke up. Rita, please make sure that everyone will be informed by the morning newspaper. Of course I will, Skeeter replied, muttering something like, finally a New Year's Day headline that will wake up everyone. After the discussion about the dissolution of the Board of Governors of Hogwarts, the conversation at their table quietened down, and Harry and Severus were able to eat their dinner in peace. 30 minutes before midnight, Severus asked, telepathically, Harry, do you want to spend the change of the year at home? I need to learn telepathy, Harry thought, giving the potions master an unobtrusive nod. Minister, Severus spoke up and formally thanked their host for the invitation before stating that Harry had to be back home before midnight and they needed to take their leave. As soon as they were through the door, all 3 of them activated their portkeys to return home to the North Pole. Santa, Claire as well as McGonagall and Sprout were sitting in front of the screen, and Santa and Merlin were laughing aloud. You did it, grandson, Merlin blurted out, you shocked them all. Well done, son, Santa added, grinning. To Harry's relief, the countdown for the new year was about to start, and everyone headed outside to welcome the new year, observing the firework display above the snowy ground that the elves had prepared. It's so pretty, Harry thought to Santa Claus. The North Pole is just the best place in the world. Can you change into your Animagus form? Santa Claus demanded and, as soon as Harry complied, pulled him into a mock fight with his siblings. Only when the fireworks ended and everyone headed inside again, 30 minutes into the new year, the dogs ceased playing, and Harry transformed back into his human form. wiping some snow from his arms and chest. "That was so much fun," he gasped, grinning broadly. "Too bad that we need to return to Hogwarts first thing in the morning," Sprout spoke up. "The more time I spend here, the more it feels like home." "I'm glad to hear that," Claire replied, smiling. "Remember that you can come home at any time." Immediately after breakfast, Holly took the 3 Hogwarts professors back to the school by sleigh. Even if each of them was in the possession of a portkey, Santa insisted that the travel by sleigh was special and that it was the least he could do for them to have Holly take them. "Santa, Harry," Merlin called the 2 of them over to the screen. "Dumbledore has just received his morning newspaper." An instant later, the 2 wizards were sitting in front of the screen, staring into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore stared at the newspaper in apparent shock. The glaringly red headline shouted, "Harry Potter, the owner of Hogwarts, dismisses Board of Governors." "Harry Potter's the owner of Hogwarts?" Dumbledore inquired, giving his familiar a questioning look. "Fox, is that true?" The Phoenix head bobbed up and down, before he trilled a response, which they could not understand. Putting his right hand against an empty spot on the wall of his office, Dumbledore asked, "Hogwarts, can you confirm that Harry Potter is your owner?" "Yes, my boy," the voice of the elderly lady replied, gently. "He's the heir of Godric and Rowena through his father James and the heir of Salazar and Helga through his mother Lily. He's even the great-grandson of Merlin." "Is that why he's in the possession of Merlin's potions recipes?" Dumbledore inquired. "Yes," Hogwarts replied, simply. Dumbledore thanked her for the information and returned to the seat behind his desk. "Things are going out of my hands," he muttered to Fox. "Harry was supposed to listen to me, not to everyone else around us. He seems to not need me at all, and even after last night, he still returned to his relatives. I always thought Petunia hated magic." Fox proceeded to trill a soothing melody, and the headmaster returned to his lecture. As usual after the holidays, Harry stepped through his trunk when he saw the students board the carriages at Hogsmeade. Right on time for the welcoming feast, he slipped into the Great Hall, where his housemates happily greeted him and Santa Paws. The welcoming feast was already well on its way, when all of a sudden, the doors to the Great Hall were swung open and a blonde wizard marched into the Great Hall heading straight for the high table. A house elf wearing a dirty tea towel was following in his wake. "Malfoy," Harry realized in surprise. "Dumbledore, we need to speak. Your office, now," Malfoy demanded. Raising from his chair, Dumbledore looked at Harry, who followed swiftly. "Dumbledore needs our assistance," he thought to Santa Paws, who readily jumped up from where he had been resting on Harry's and Daphne's feet. "Santa Paws, can you quickly fetch me the Black Book?" Harry then asked his familiar, who dashed away, only to catch up with him again right in front of the headmaster's office. Once inside the office, Malfoy glared at Harry with an expression of pure disgust and hissed, "How dare you dismiss the Board of Governors, you disgusting little child of a mudblood?" "My mother was not Muggle-born but the heir of Merlin," Harry said, coldly, causing the headmaster to explain what he had learned from Hogwarts that very morning. "Harry Potter," the elf whispered in apparent delight, causing Malfoy to give the elf a kick in the shins, making the elf hit his head against the fireplace. Harry angrily glared at the pair, when a sudden idea crossed his mind. While Santa Paws growled at the man, who was quietly listening to Dumbledore's explanations, Harry quickly pulled off a sock and buried it in the Black Book. As soon as the headmaster ended his explanation, he tossed the book at Malfoy. "I believe I have something that belongs to you, Mr. Malfoy," he said in a firm voice, causing the older wizard's eyes to widen in shock. However, he quickly got a grip on himself and tossed the diary at his house elf. "Open it," Harry mouthed to the elf, who curiously looked inside, only to shout out in apparent joy. "Master has given Dobby a sock. Dobby is free," the elf shouted, seeming outright happy. You cost me my house elf," Malfoy shouted at Harry, and with a flick of his hand, the tip of his cane was pointed at the boy. However, as soon as the killing curse left the evil wizard's lips, Santa Paws was ready to attack, just like he had saved Dumbledore from a memory charm a few months earlier. Jumping against the wizard that smelled evil to him, the canine broke the man's hand, letting the cane go flying across the room, before the curse could even begin to travel. At the same time, Dobby used powerful elf magic to prevent his former master from harming his new, chosen master. while Santa Claus could have prevented the man from crashing against the fireplace. He saw no reason to save an evil wizard, let alone one who had threatened to kill his familiar. Instead, he used his own magic of the North Pole to enhance the elf's power, as he insisted on only doing good magic, no matter what the result was. "Is he dead?" Harry asked, shocked by the fast actions of his familiar and Dobby. "Maybe," Dobby replied, grimly. "Equals he didn't deserve better," equals Santa Claus added, before he stepped over to Dobby and gently licked his face. Smiling broadly, Dobby pulled the canine into a bear hug. "Thank you so much, Harry Potter and Harry's familiar, for saving me from evil master. Dobby Wills always serves the great Harry Potter." "Harry, Santa Claus and Dobby, please sit down and wait a moment. I need the three of you as witnesses of what happened here." Dumbledore finally spoke up and leaned into the fireplace, calling Amelia Bones, followed by Poppy Pomfrey. "Well, if he survives it, he'll receive a trial, of which I can promise that it's going to end with a one-way ticket to Azkaban," Bones decided. "I don't believe how he wriggled his way out of Azkaban in his last trial by pretending that he had been under the Imperious Curse when he received the Dark Mark. I'm afraid that you won't be able to question him anymore." Pomfrey spoke up in a grave voice. "He's dead." "Will Dobby go to Azkaban for killing evil former master?" Dobby inquired in a thin voice, still cuddling Santa Claus close. "No, Dobby, what you and Santa Claus did was self-defense," Dumbledore spoke up in a firm voice. "You both prevented him from killing Harry." "Lord Malfoy was your master?" Bones inquired, giving Dobby a sharp look. "I am his new master," Harry spoke up. "If there's anything, I'll take the responsibility for him." The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement cast him a broad smile. "Harry, you're a gentleman," she replied in a soft voice, "but we won't prosecute Dobby. As the headmaster stated, he acted in self-defense." "Thank you, madam," Harry replied, returning the smile. 5 minutes later, Harry and Santa Claus were both bonded to Dobby, and the elf continuously hugged them in turn, before the headmaster finally dismissed them, thanking Harry for his support. "Professor," Harry remembered, as he crossed the room, "when are you going to tell Draco? Perhaps we should all be here for him?" Dumbledore cast him a look as if he wanted to ask if Harry even knew Draco, causing Harry to sigh. "I'm friends with Draco," he admitted, "although we're in different houses and don't even have classes together." "Remain please, you too, Amelia, if you will," Dumbledore said and leaned into the fireplace, through which Pomfrey had already departed with Lucius Malfoy. "Severus, I need you here," he shouted into the fireplace, "and please bring Draco." HP to Harry's surprise and relief, Draco seemed more relieved than sad about his father's death. "He was outright evil," he said to Harry, when they were sitting on the sofa cuddling with Santa Claus and talking quietly. "Believe me, he deserved it." "And you?" he asked Dobby. "You're going to be Harry's elf now?" "Yes," Dobby replied, seemingly happy. "Dobby Wills serves the great Harry Potter, and Dobby is also bonded to Santa Claus." "Then you're in good hands, Dobby," Draco replied, smirking. "Dobby, I don't mind if you wish to be friends with Draco," Harry informed the elf, who jumped up and down on both feet in happiness. "Well boys," Dumbledore interrupted their conversation, "I believe that it's time for you to go to bed, provided that you don't wish to return home to your mother, Draco?" "No thank you, sir," Draco replied, and the two boys left the headmaster's office, closely followed by Dobby and Santa Claus. HP during the remaining months of Harry's and Santa Claus' second year, most of their housemates from second year and above managed to become canine animagi. However, while they were able to influence their magic to an extent that allowed them to become dog animagi, they could not choose their type of dog, as their magic seemed to determine the type by their character. Although everyone had envisioned a canine like Santa Claus, Harry and, as Santa Claus had predicted, Luna were the only ones who managed to look like Santa Claus. Everyone else's forms were different. For example, Daphne had the same form, however, a light brown color, while Hermione's Animagus form was that of a bushy brown poodle. Neville was a black dog that looked exactly like a Grim. However, the various types of dogs were still able to communicate, cuddle and play with each other, so that no one really minded. "HP, how did you do that?" Remus asked Harry one day after observing the many canine animagi play on the ground on a Sunday morning. "I thought that magic itself would decide which animal you were going to become." Harry shook his head. "No sir, Everyone wanted to become dogs like Santa Paws. It was their magic, however, that decided which kind of dog they became. Your father, Sirius and Peter were all Animagi, Remus said, pensively, but they told me that they couldn't choose the animal, which is why James was a stag and Peter a rat. He'd have preferred something bigger like a lion, he added, chuckling, before he let out a deep sigh. How did they even practice the transformation if they didn't know what animal they were going to become? Hermione spoke up, who had followed the two wizards' conversation. Exactly, Harry added. I specifically tried to change my hand into Santa Paws' paw. Oh well, 2 of my friends are dead and the third is in Azkaban, so we can't even ask them, Remus said, sounding devastated at the thought of his old friends. One day, Hermione and Daphne approached Harry, wearing expressions of pure determination. Harry, you're said to be the owner of Hogwarts, Daphne spoke up, before Hermione asked in a firm voice, don't you think you should do a bit more to improve the study conditions at Hogwarts? TBC. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Responsibilities. Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. We want to learn as much as possible, and Professor Binns' classes are just only a farce, Hermione informed Harry. Moreover, we'd like to have better choices for the electable subjects from 3rd year onwards. Like, for example, alchemy, Daphne added. None of us wants to take divination or Muggle studies, especially since the Muggle studies professor is said to have never actually lived in the Muggle world. Harry let out a deep sigh. Am I supposed to just fire teachers and hire new ones? He wondered. Isn't that the headmaster's job? I'll see what I can do, he promised the girls. Thanks, Harry, Hermione replied, smiling. You know, Harry, if you need help, we'll always be here for you, Daphne added, causing Harry to smile at his friends, even if he felt as clueless as before. After pondering the matter for a while, Harry scribbled a short note to Professor Sprout. Professor, I'd like to speak with you, Professor McGonagall and Severus in private about something. Could you arrange a meeting with them, please? Topic is the improvement of classes at Hogwarts, and I would like your advice. Santa Paws, could you please give this to Professor Sprout? He asked his familiar, as he readied himself for bed. Of course, the canine replied, cheerily as ever, and dashed away with the parchment in his snout. As soon as during breakfast the following morning, one of the school owls approached Harry, holding out its foot. After feeding the owl some of the fruits from his plate, Harry curiously unfolded the parchment that was attached to the bird's foot. Harry, take your portkey right after dinner tonight. We shall be there, SS. Looking at the high table, Harry gave the potions professor an unobtrusive nod, before he promised Susan and Luna, who had been reading the note from both his sides, to tell them what it meant later on. After dinner the same day, Harry, Santa Paws and the 3 professors met with Santa in front of the screen and Merlin's portrait. When Harry recounted what his friends had asked of him, McGonagall was the first to speak up. Harry, are you sure that you wish to outright fight Professor Dumbledore? Harry shrugged. It's not my wish to fight him, however, if he doesn't fulfill his duties as the headmaster, I'm afraid that as the owner of Hogwarts it's my responsibility to act instead. The founders even instructed me to do so months ago. Exactly, Severus agreed, nodding his head. You must know, however, that I can advise you as best as I can, but that I can't openly oppose the headmaster. I owe him too much. Minerva and I can though, Sprout spoke up, and Severus, you can, too. What can he do? Ask Amelia to have you arrested and sent to Azkaban? You can always return here at any time anyway. That's true, however, Harry still needs me at Hogwarts, Severus replied, letting out a deep sigh. Well, in the worst case, Harry could always dismiss Albus as headmaster, McGonagall said, sighing. Perhaps that would be the best, Harry said, thoughtfully. Would you be willing to become the headmistress? He inquired, giving the Transfiguration professor a questioning look. Only if we can find someone adequate for the Transfiguration position, McGonagall replied in a firm voice. All right then, for the beginning, you need new professors for history of magic and alchemy, Santa recalled, suggesting. How about Nicholas Flamel for alchemy and Narcissa Malfoy for history? They're both masters in the specific fields. Narcissa Malfoy? Harry inquired. Is she? He slowly trailed off. Yes, she's Draco's mother, and no, she's not a Death Eater, Severus supplied. She was my classmate at Hogwarts, and I believe that she would be a much better choice than the ghost. His classes were already boring, when Lily and I had to attend them. Harry stared at the professor in amazement. It's so cool that he attended Hogwarts together with my mum, he thought, smiling. Nicholas Flamel is the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Santa informed them. He's still alive in spite of being about 600 years old. Oh, that's only about half your age, Dad, Harry quipped, causing everyone to chuckle. Why don't you invite both of them to the Founder's quarters at Hogwarts sometime? Merlin suggested. I've heard my grandson and his friends talk about you and that they want you to visit more frequently. They also want you to take more responsibility at Hogwarts, considering how inactive your headmaster is. I'll do that, Harry promised. I'll invite them for, let's say, Sunday morning at 10 o'clock. Will you all be there? He asked the professors. If you'll take us there and ask the Founders to let us inside, Sprout replied, smiling. Of course, Harry promised. You should replace one more teacher, Merlin spoke up. The professor for Muggle Studies. Harry let out a deep sigh. Yes, I heard that she's not good, but do we have someone better? Yes, Santa informed him. Regina Lestrange. Noticing that Severus' eyes narrowed, while his two female colleagues stared at his father in apparent surprise, Harry inquired, who's that? She's a squib, Santa explained. She's the sister of Rabaston and Rodolphus Lestrange, both Death Eaters who are in Azkaban. She was kicked out of their house at the age of 11 and has since lived in the Muggle world. I never knew they had a sister, Severus replied in apparent surprise. She's a teacher of biology at a Muggle school, but she'd make a wonderful professor for Muggle studies, provided that she's interested, Merlin agreed with his brother. Excuse me, Santa, McGonagall spoke up in apparent surprise, do you know every single person in the world? Santa chuckled. Not everyone, no, but as you can imagine, I take special interest in the magical world, and as Britain is my home country, I spend much time observing the witches and wizards there. Everyone is being assessed if they're good or bad, and Regina is a wonderful person, he explained, pleasantly. HP back at Hogwarts, Harry scribbled the 3 letters, inviting Narcissa Malfoy for 10 o'clock, Nicholas Flamel for 11 o'clock on Sunday morning and Regina Lestrange for 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. While he informed Malfoy and Flamel about the reason for the invitation, so that they could just decline if they were not interested, he simply invited Lestrange without giving a reason. To his relief, all 3 accepted the invitations. He smiled upon reading Regina Lestrange's letter, although he felt extremely sad for the squib. Dear Mr. Potter, thank you so very much for the invitation to the Founder's quarters at Hogwarts. Since I have never been allowed to even set a foot into Hogwarts, I am extremely surprised by the fact that you even know about my existence. However, having read in the Daily Prophet what a wonderful young man you are, I will gladly follow your invitation simply to get to know you, and I am looking forward to meeting you. Best regards, Regina Lestrange. On Saturday, Harry informed the Founders about the matter, receiving consent from all 4 ancient wizards and witches. They even offered that Harry could invite Merlin to join them in their large painting to actively participate in the conversation. Granddad, Harry said loudly, turning to face the room, did you hear that? Please join your grandson and his friends in their painting. There's no need to shout. I can still hear very well after such a time, Merlin replied from behind him, where he was standing between Salazar and Godric. Thanks, Merlin, Harry replied, smirking. Will you please join us for the conversations about the positions tomorrow from 10 o'clock onwards? Of course, Merlin promised, pleasantly. When they smile, it's the most obvious that they're brothers, Harry thought, feeling strongly reminded of his father. HP Narcissa Malfoy was surprised, however, happily accepted the position, admitting that she did not feel very well just by herself at Malfoy Manor, after her husband had passed away. Draco will be very happy, Harry assured her, and I'll see to it that your teaching quarters will have an extra room, where he can stay whenever he wishes. Narcissa Malfoy profusely thanked him, before she took the flow back to her home, promising to come to Hogwarts, whenever McGonagall invited her for the teachers' meetings during the summer. HP convincing Nicholas Flamel was more difficult. McGonagall informed him that he only had to teach alchemy as an elective subject, which meant 2 hours for 5 classes each, and that she'd see to it that he could teach the classes at a time of his choice. However, Only when Merlin pointed out that he was the most competent person in the country, Nicholas hesitantly accepted the position. Right after lunch would be most convenient, as my wife, Perenelle, likes to take a nap after lunch, he informed McGonagall, who nodded in understanding. I'll see to it, she replied, smiling. H.P. Harry had been looking forward to the meeting with Regina Lestrange ever since he had first heard about her. However, the conversation with the squib exceeded his expectations by far. She was a very gentle woman, who told them that she had been devastated upon realizing that she was a squib at the age of 6 and how much it had hurt to be punished for her misery on top of everything. Somehow, however, I still feel attached to the magical world, and I follow all the news through the Daily Prophet, she admitted in a soft voice. When Harry offered the job as the professor for Muggle studies to her, the squib seemed absolutely delighted and happily accepted. Harry felt very much reassured by Santa Paws' reaction. While the canine had approved of Ms. Malfoy and Mr. Flammel, he seemed to outright adore Ms. Lestrange. She seems to be a very pleasant woman, Severus commented, after Regina had left, promising to move to Hogwarts a week before the beginning of the school year. This time, at least I need to go back early, too, McGonagall spoke up, thoughtfully, only to realize what her youngest colleague had said. You approve of a new colleague and find her pleasant? She inquired, giving him a sharp look. Severus, are you feeling all right? Yes, the potions master replied, dryly, glaring at the old witch. Maybe I should return earlier, too, Harry said, pensively. Merlin, he addressed his grandfather in the Founder's painting. Do you perhaps know someone who'd make a good Transfiguration teacher and head of Gryffindor? Yes, I do, but Santa and I need to discuss the matter with all of you once you come home for the summer, Merlin replied, mysteriously. Would he or she be able to take over as soon as September? Harry inquired. Probably not, Merlin shook his head, however, was unwilling to say more. When Harry informed Daphne and Hermione about the changes that he had made for the new school year, the two witches tightly hugged him. Harry, that's absolutely amazing, Hermione was the first to find words. Thank you so much, Daphne added. Maybe, she continued, pensively, in the future, you could also arrange for some more elective classes like Latin, arts, music and such, causing Hermione to nod, eagerly. We'll see about that in the future, Harry promised. First of all, I need to fight against the headmaster and fire the current professors for history of magic and Muggle studies. We'll see how that goes. A few days before the end of the school year, Harry accompanied Professors McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick and Snape to the headmaster's office with Santa Paws happily running ahead. He knew that Professor Sprout had already informed the head of Ravenclaw and that the half-goblin full-heartedly supported them in the matter, which they needed to discuss with Dumbledore. The headmaster looked surprised when all four heads of the houses entered his office with Harry and Santa Paws in tow and without prior notice at that. Offering everyone a lemon drop, which they collectively declined, he motioned them to take seats with a wave of his hand. To what do I owe this nice visit? Dumbledore inquired, giving Santa Paws a sharp look. The canine seemed to be having a staring contest with Fawkes, much to Harry's surprise. Albus, we'd like to ask you to end the contracts with Professors Binns and Burbage, McGonagall spoke up. Together with Harry as the owner of Hogwarts, I have signed contracts for new professors for history of magic and Muggle studies. The headmaster's eyes narrowed in apparent anger. I thought it was my job to hire professors and not that of my deputy, he stated, grumpily. I'm sorry, Professor, but hearing from older students that you were unwilling to fire Professor Binns, I decided to interfere as the owner of Hogwarts, and I asked the heads of the houses for their consent and Professor McGonagall for her signature, Harry replied, matter of factly. I have also hired Nicholas Flamel to teach alchemy as an elective subject, he added, gently playing with Santa Paws' ears. Fawkes told me something interesting. Santa Paws suddenly thought to him, I'll tell you later on. We think that Dumbledore has lost his marbles. Can you communicate with Fawkes? Harry thought back in surprise, completely missing the headmaster's reply to his revelation. We hired Narcissa Malfoy as the history of magic professor and Regina Lestrange for Muggle studies, McGonagall replied, giving him a questioning look. Sorry, Harry mouthed, realizing that the headmaster had probably asked him. Regina Lestrange? Dumbledore inquired, thoughtfully stroking his beard. Somewhere, I've heard that name before. A squib, Severus spoke up, and the sister of Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange. Did you know about her, sir? Harry inquired, feeling extremely upset realizing that Dumbledore seemed to be aware of her situation as a squib in a pureblood family. I knew that the Lestranges had a child called Regina, Dumbledore admitted, but then, I didn't hear anything about her anymore. At the time when her brothers came to Hogwarts, I was wondering what had happened to her, but as it's a long time ago, I completely forgot about her. They tossed her into the Muggle world, because she's a squib, Harry explained in an upset voice. She told us that she still feels to belong to the magical world, which is why we decided to give her the opportunity to return to our world. Well done, Harry, that was very kind of you, Dumbledore surprisingly commended him, causing Harry to shrug. Very well, I will terminate the contracts for History of Magic and Muggle Studies for the end of term. I trust that you will arrange everything necessary for the new professors. Please come to see me if you need my assistance. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, feeling relieved when they were dismissed without a larger fight with the headmaster. HP, okay, so now what was it that Fawkes told you, and why are you even able to communicate with him at all? Harry asked his familiar, when they walked back to the Hufflepuff common room just by themselves. I'm a magical animal, and Fawkes is one, too. Santa Paws informed him. All magical animals are able to communicate with each other. You could try to talk to him in your Animagus form. It should work. Really? Harry asked in surprise. Are you sure? What you did was telepathy though, neither you nor him uttered as much as a word, trill or whatever. The canine nodded in apparent amusement, before he added. What he told me is somehow worrisome though, and we should return home to speak with Santa about the matter as soon as possible. What is it? Harry inquired. However, his familiar remained quiet for once. Harry glanced at his wristwatch, realizing that curfew had already begun. Let's go to bed and then quickly return home, he thought to Santa Paws, who gently woofed his consent. As soon as they entered the common room, Hermione, Daphne and Susan bombarded Harry with questions about Dumbledore's reaction to the fact that Harry had hired 3 new professors. Well, I suppose that he didn't really like it, Harry said, shrugging. At first, he seemed angered, but when we talked about it, he returned to his usual supposed to be grandfatherly nice self. The girls let out a collective snort at his way of expressing the headmaster's behavior, before Susan inquired, did he dismiss the ghost? At least he promised to do so, Harry replied, smiling. All right ladies, good night, he added before following Santa Paws into their dormitory. Already used to the charms required around his bed, so that no one would notice his absence, Harry swiftly waved his hand and nodded to Santa Paws before activating his portkey. To his relief, his parents were still sitting in front of the screen having tea and talking with Merlin. Thank Merlin, I'm too tired to go looking for them, he thought and explained that Santa Paws had information from Fawkes, which he urgently wanted to share with them. TBC, thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Alice and Frank Longbottom, The Longbottoms. Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Fawkes said that there was a horcrux behind Harry's scar and that Dumbledore had told him Harry had to die before Voldemort could be killed. Santa Paws informed them in an upset voice. Harry, please translate. Harry quickly explained the matter to his parents and Merlin, when Santa Paws added, I don't believe him, because I can't sense anything evil in Harry, but Fawkes said it was true. Santa shook his head in apparent amusement. Harry and Santa Paws, you will not remember this, because I removed the memory of the event from Harry's mind. However, when Holly brought you here in the first place and introduced him to Claire, me and our Santa pole. That's my daddy, Santa Paws woofed in apparent excitement. Santa Pole sensed something evil, and Merlin and I figured out what it was, as I had observed how Voldemort gave you the scar in the first place. We swiftly took you to the ice crystal and had it remove the horcrux, he explained in a soft voice. What? Harry asked, incredulously. I thought the ice crystal had given me magic or such. Santa chuckled. No son, oh well, it further strengthened your magic, which was already strong in the first place, but the main point why we took you there was to have the horcrux removed. It was not pleasant for you to say the least, which is why I decided to slightly alter your memory of the event. Oh, all right, Harry said in a small voice, torn between feeling upset or grateful at his father's thoughtfulness. Sorry, son, Santa apologized. No, Harry replied, giving his father a small smile, there's nothing to be sorry about. It probably was in my best interest to have the memory removed. I don't remember anything either, Santa Paws added. We only gave you to Harry shortly afterwards, Claire informed the canine, gently caressing his fur. Then everything is fine, and Harry doesn't have to die, is that right? The dog inquired. That's correct, Santa confirmed. And now I suggest that you return to the school and go to bed, son, Claire added, smiling at Harry and Santa Paws. All right, Harry agreed. Thank you so much for everything, Mum and Dad. Come, Santa Paws. Let's go back through the trunks. A few days later, the school year ended, and just like during the previous year, Hufflepuff had won both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. Harry and Santa Paws felt extremely happy, as they unobtrusively observed Professor Sprout shed some tears of joy at the high table. She really is a brilliant head of house, Harry thought, when Neville interrupted his musings. Harry, do you think we could come to visit again on your birthday? The other boy asked in a small voice. You know, my granny is very strict, and, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, it's just a bit boring to be at home the whole time is all. Sure, Harry replied in surprise. You can come much sooner if you want. Thanks, Harry, Neville replied, giving him a small smile. Neville? Hermione spoke up in a soft voice. What happened to your parents, if you don't mind me asking? They were tortured into insanity, Neville admitted in a barely audible voice, shortly after Harry's birth parents were murdered. They're in St. Mungo's. Santa Paws, do you think that there's something that we could do for them? Harry thought to his familiar, who rose from his position on Daphne's and Susan's feet and jumped up to Neville, placing his forepaws onto the boy's lap. Neville, Harry whispered, can you take us to see your parents? Perhaps Santa Paws can do something to help them. Neville stared at his best friend, wide-eyed. I'll ask Granny tomorrow, he promised in apparent excitement. Usually, we only go there on Christmas Day, as they don't recognize us anyway, and I don't know if Granny is willing to go there at this time. She won't believe me if I tell her that Santa Paws might be able to help. She didn't even believe me when I said that he saved my life during our flying class in first year. It's all right, Nev, Harry said in a soothing voice. I'm sure that either Professor Snape or Professor Sprout will be willing to accompany us. They're going to go home with me in any case. Neville's eyes widened at the mentioning of the potion's professor, however, he nodded, bravely. Thanks so much, Harry. I'll contact you tomorrow, late in the evening when you're in your room. You won't be able to see me, but we can speak to each other, Harry informed him. Staring at him in apparent surprise, Neville quickly confirmed Harry's whispered suggestion. Santa shook his head. While I approve your willingness to help the Longbottoms, Santa Paws might not be able to outright heal them. Turning to Santa Paws, he instructed him, fetch Santa Medi and ask her to accompany you to St. Mungo's tomorrow morning. As the canine dashed away, he said, Harry, tell Neville that we're going to see them tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. If he wants to come, it's fine, if not, we're going alone. You probably don't know this, but Alice Longbottom is your godmother. That alone gives you a reason to visit her, even without Neville or Augusta Longbottom. Shall I take Harry and the dogs? Severus suddenly spoke up, unexpectedly. That would be extremely helpful, Santa replied, gratefully, as I am not known as a member of the magical world, and being a Hogwarts professor and recipient of the Order of My Brother First Class will certainly help you get into the hospital. Thanks, Dad, thanks, Severus, Harry replied, feeling extremely grateful to the adults, who saw to it that they could try out their rescue mission first thing in the morning. May I contact Neville through the screen? You may, Santa confirmed, smiling at his son's eagerness. HP. Searching the screen for Neville Longbottom, he found his friend in a greenhouse, where the boy was gently caring for a small plant. Hi Neville, can you hear me? He whispered, not wanting to shock his friend. Harry? Neville asked, looking around. You won't be able to see me, Harry replied, just listen. He told Neville that he and Professor Snape would be going to St. Mungo's to see if Santa Paws could do something for his parents. Really? Neville blurted out in apparent surprise. Oh Harry, thank you so much. I've already asked my gran if I could visit you for some time, and she already said yes. I'll just tell her that I'm going to meet you at Diagon Alley tomorrow. Neville, you're very welcome to come home with me afterwards, Harry said in a soft voice, glancing at his parents, who gave him reassuring nods. I'd like that very much, Neville replied, smiling, just when he jumped in apparent shock, when the door to the greenhouse was opened. Gran, he said, sounding surprised. Neville, what are you still doing here? His grandmother asked, strictly. It's time to go to bed. In 5 minutes, Neville replied, quickly, before he blurted out, can I meet Harry tomorrow morning at 9:30 at the Leaky Cauldron and stay with him for a week? Knowing better than to reveal to Neville's grandmother that he could speak with Neville through thin air, Harry remained quiet and merely observed the scene, feeling very sorry for his friend. How exactly did you make that arrangement now? Augusta Longbottom inquired in a firm voice. He sent me an owl, Neville lied, averting his eyes to the floor. Show me, Mrs. Longbottom replied, holding out her hand. Sorry, but the parchment vanished as soon as I read it. His grandmother cast him a look of pure disbelief, before she replied, I think something's really wrong here. Are you sure that it was Harry Potter who sent it? Yes, Neville confirmed, nodding eagerly. Very well then, I shall accompany you to the Leaky Cauldron tomorrow morning, and we'll see, Augusta Longbottom decided. Thanks Gran, Neville replied in obvious relief. He fidgeted for a moment before asking, will you leave me alone for another 5 minutes to finish with this plant? I promise I'll go to bed then. No, his grandmother replied and remained until Neville was finished and shushed him out of the greenhouse without any chance to say goodbye to Harry. Sighing, Harry ended the charm when the greenhouse went dark. Just leave it, son, Santa instructed him. Go and pick him up at the Leaky Cauldron at 9:30 in the morning, and everything will be fine. How do I explain that Severus is with me then? Harry inquired. Severus smirked. We'll just tell her that we're spending part of the holidays together to brew the Wolf's Cure potion, and that we'll have Neville assist, he quipped, causing Harry to chuckle. Mr. Longbottom seems to be very afraid of me, Severus explained to the others. That's because you're very strict, sir, and because he feels uncertain about the brewing of potions, even if I don't know why, Harry replied, knowing that without Santa Paws' help, Neville would not be able to understand anything that was written in their potions book. Here, Santa spoke up, handing Harry 4 small, golden stars. These are one-time portkeys. He told him the incantation and instructed him to give one to each of the Longbottoms if they needed to get away from the hospital quickly. Just bring the whole family here, he said, smiling. We have enough guest rooms, especially if your other friends will only arrive on your birthday. Fortunately, their meeting with Augusta Longbottom went well. She did not even insist on accompanying them, apparently not believing the story. Thus, shortly before 10 o'clock the following morning, Harry, Neville and Severus walked into St. Mungo's with 2 invisible dogs in tow. Neville swiftly led them into his parents' room, and Harry somehow felt relieved that no healer could be seen. The 2 of you go in. I'm going to remain outside, Severus instructed the boys, and Harry nodded in understanding. Good luck, he said, and Harry swiftly followed Neville and the dogs into the room, where 2 people were lying in beds, seemingly daydreaming. He whispered to the canines, Santa Paws and Santa Medi, do you think you could try to heal these 2 people? Give us a moment, Santa Paws replied, and Harry could sense the magic coming from the canines. It feels like home, he thought, contentedly, at the magic from the North Pole that was swinging in the room. All of a sudden, the woman opened her eyes, which narrowed at the sight in front of her. Where are we, and where's my baby? Where's Neville? She asked in apparent irritation. Mum, it's me, Neville said, stepping closer to the bed, and this is Harry, your godson. Frank? The woman inquired, just when her husband slowly rose from his bed. You're at St. Mungo's. You were cursed, and 10 or 11 years have passed since then, Neville tried to explain, however, his mother seemed to completely unable to believe. Harry quickly opened the door to call Severus in. Severus, why don't we take them home and speak with them in peace? Severus nodded in agreement, and Harry quickly handed Neville and each of his parents one of the golden stars, which they fortunately accepted without questioning him, and Harry quickly uttered the incantation, home to the North Pole. An instant later, he cuddled Santa Medi close and activated his own portkey, only to arrive to a scene of utter chaos. Death Eaters! Alice Longbottom shouted upon seeing Severus. Where did you abduct us? Her husband added, before Alice once more asked after her baby. Suddenly, Santa was standing in front of them, motioning them to take a seat. Alice and Frank Longbottom, please let me explain everything, he said in his voice that automatically made people obey and look at him with respect. I am Santa Claus, and you are here as my guests in my Christmas workshop on the North Pole. This here is my adoptive son Harry Potter. He is 12 years old, just like his good friend, Neville Longbottom. Professor Snape here is the potions master of my workshop and at the same time the potions professor at Hogwarts. I trust that you know Professors McGonagall and Sprout. Harry noticed that Alice's eyes widened upon recognizing the Gryffindor head, and she seemed slightly consoled. Shortly after Harry's birth parents died, Death Eaters went to your house and cursed you with the Cruciatus curse, Santa continued, and Harry noticed in relief that the Longbottoms were hanging on his lips. Ever since then, the two of you, Alice and Frank, have spent 10.5 years in the long-term ward at St. Mungo's. After hearing about your fate from Neville 2 days ago, my son and his familiar, Santa Paws, decided to interfere and try to heal you, which apparently seems to have worked. Santa Paws, who had made himself visible during Santa's speech, approached the Longbottoms and gently licked their hands, causing both of them to smile in spite of their predicament. Is that true? Alice was the first to speak up. Neville, are you my baby? You're so big? Yes, Mum, it's true, Neville replied, teary-eyed. All of a sudden, Merlin spoke up from his portrait, pointing to the screen in front of him that still displayed Alice and Frank's former hospital room. They have just realized that Alice and Frank are gone. Santa, you should send a sleigh to fetch Augusta Longbottom here, before the hospital contacts her and she suffers a heart attack. Holly, Santa bellowed. Harry, Neville and Santa Paws, go with Holly and bring Neville's grandmother here immediately. I better accompany them, McGonagall spoke up and hurried behind her students, while Santa introduced his brother to Alice and Frank. H.P. Harry observed his friend in amusement. Neville's emotions, which were displayed clearly on his face, changed between happiness about his parents' newfound health and fear about his grandmother's wrath, as she surely would not believe them. Santa Paws did his best trying to calm the excited boy by cuddling with him. However, Harry felt very much reassured by Professor McGonagall's presence, as he had seen on the screen how strict Augusta Longbottom was. When Holly parked the fully visible sleigh right in front of the entrance door to Longbottom Manor, Neville jumped out and without doing as much as greet the house elf who opened the door for him dashed inside, shedding his mittens and hat as he ran. Gran! Gran! Harry heard Neville shout, already giving up to follow his friend through the unknown manor. He slowly returned to the sleigh, where Professor McGonagall was cuddling with Santa Paws. He was too fast for me to follow, he shortly explained, causing the professor to smirk. It was a wonderful thing to do, Harry and Santa Paws. Thank you so much for saving Neville's parents, they're wonderful people. In Harry's opinion, it took an awfully long time, before Neville finally appeared together with his grandmother. Minerva, Harry, Augusta Longbottom greeted them. I'm sorry, but I can't follow Neville's explanations. What happened? What exactly did Neville tell you? McGonagall inquired. He said something about Harry's dog curing Frank and Alice, and that they're now on the North Pole waiting for us, her old classmate replied in apparent confusion. That about sums it up, Neville quipped, causing his grandmother's mouth to stretch to a thin line. Everything that you said is true, Augusta, McGonagall informed her in a soothing voice, just when Holly handed the old lady warm robes and boots. Madam, we're going to land on the North Pole shortly, and it's cold outside. Please wear this to keep warm, he instructed Augusta Longbottom, who after a short glance at everyone else complied. Harry gently helped the old lady outside, thinking that she seemed much older than McGonagall in spite of the fact that they had the same age. However, the instant Augusta Longbottom stepped out of the sleigh, she fainted, as her eyes fell onto her completely healed children. Oh no, Neville blurted out, horrified. However, Santa Paws was already at the old woman's side, allowing some healing magic of the North Pole to flow into her system. A moment later, she was conscious enough for Neville and Harry to help her up and support her on their way into the house. Everyone headed to the room in front of the screen, which had become not only Harry's, but also Santa's, Claire's and the professor's favorite place to sit together. Harry and his extended family waited patiently, as Neville's parents and grandmother greeted and hugged each other before they joined them for tea. "How?" Augusta Longbottom finally asked, simply. "Our dogs are able to access the magic of the North Pole to a certain extent, even if they aren't here on the North Pole," Santa explained, patiently. "The day before yesterday, Neville told Harry about his parents, and therefore, we decided to send Harry, Severus, Santa Paws and Santa Medi on a rescue mission to heal your son and daughter-in-law. The only thing that might be a problem is that Harry simply abducted them from the hospital. Seen here on the screen," he pointed to the screen, "how the Medowitches noticed their absence. We quickly sent the boys out to fetch you here, before anyone could notify you that your children had vanished without a trace." "I see," Mrs. Longbottom replied in understanding. "Oh well, you couldn't have explained that a dog healed them, as no one would have believed that story. I suggest that Alice and I simply write to the Daily Prophet to inform the magical world that a good friend, who wishes to remain incognito, managed to heal us," Frank spoke up, pensively. "How is that, and would that be all right with you, Harry, Severus and Santa Paws?" "Perfect," Harry replied, smiling broadly, as he really liked Neville's parents, even if they were still slightly dazed from their ordeal. Merlin, who had so far remained uncharacteristically quiet, suddenly spoke up. "Originally, that was not my idea, and we really need to speak about another pressing matter," he muttered. "However, Frank, if I may call you that, what are you going to do from now on? Would you perhaps be interested to become a teacher at Hogwarts?" Everyone stared at Merlin in surprise. It was McGonagall who reacted first. "I'm sure that Frank would make a wonderful Transfiguration professor and head of Gryffindor House," she said, smiling. "I'd prefer a different solution," Harry spoke up, pensively. "TBC, thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome." Next chapter. The Black Dog Santa Paws. By Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. If Mr. Longbottom was willing to become the Transfiguration professor, perhaps Mrs. Longbottom could take the position of the head of Gryffindor, Harry suggested, smiling at Neville's parents. "I've been thinking for a while to separate the positions. Only when we hire a new professor, though. I'm not going to take any positions from acting professors," he added, glancing at Professor Sprout, who looked at him in appreciation. "I'd love that," Alice spoke up, smiling. "Please just call me Alice, though. Do you know that you're my godson, Harry?" "Yes, someone told me last night," Harry replied, feeling extremely happy at the newest addition to his extended family. "May I expect that you're both in Gryffindor, Neville and Harry?" Frank inquired. "No, Dad, we're both in Hufflepuff," Neville replied, seemingly hesitating. "There's nothing wrong with Hufflepuff," Alice added, smiling. Harry nodded, grinning, when Sprout threw in, "And Santa Paws is a very good Hufflepuff, too." "Since when get familiars to be sorted?" Augusta inquired, giving Sprout a sharp look. "Santa Paws was never sorted, but if anyone gives house points to him, they're added to our account," Harry replied, grinning at the canine who was occupying himself with a bone which he had received from one of the elves. "Yes, and due to Santa Paws' behavior, we've won the House Cup twice in a row now," Neville informed his parents and grandmother. "They've also won the Quidditch Cup," McGonagall said in a grave voice. "As long as Harry is on their team, Alice, you won't have a chance for the Quidditch Cup." "By the way," Frank spoke up, "why do you want us to take your former positions at all? Are you going to retire, Minerva?" "No," McGonagall replied, sighing. "However, Harry offered me the position of the headmistress, and I told him that I'd only accept when we found a competent successor. Right now, Albus is still the headmaster, though." "Harry?" Alice asked in obvious confusion, causing McGonagall to explain about him being the heir of the four founders and as such the owner of Hogwarts. "Apparently, Dumbledore will not remain the headmaster for long," Harry quipped. "The question is when you'll be ready to take over? I can imagine that you need some time to adjust to normal life again before accepting the positions at Hogwarts. What do you think?" he inquired, giving Alice and Frank a questioning look. "Why don't you give Dumbledore another year?" Santa spoke up. "That way, Alice and Frank will have enough time to adjust and Minerva can think about how to change the headmistress position to adapt to the current time. Alice, Augusta and Frank, feel free to remain as our guests here on the North Pole for as long as you wish." HP to Harry's surprise, The Longbottoms gratefully accepted Santa's invitation. As Augusta was uncertain how to handle her children's sudden recovery, Alice and Frank did not know what they had missed during the last decade and were uncertain how to behave in the magical world, and Neville was apprehensive to suddenly have parents, whom he had never known before. Harry was glad to have Neville over during the whole summer, even if there were many things for him to do. The mornings were spent in the potions lab. They still had to brew several batches of the Wolfscure potion, and together with Severus, he skimmed all the notes from Merlin in search for other spectacular potions recipes. After lunch, he spent half an hour on the grounds in his Animagus form playing with Santa Paws and the other canines, which was much fun, especially as he was now able to understand their babbling and their way of thinking. During the afternoons, he spent time with Neville. His friend was happier than he had ever seen him, although he still seemed to be slightly overwhelmed by his parents' sudden recovery. Finally, in the evenings, everyone sat together in the room with the screen and Merlin's portrait discussing this and that. During the first few days, everyone had mostly told the Longbottoms what they had missed during the last 10 years and how things were developing in the magical world. However, this changed abruptly, when the Daily Prophet reported that Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. HP. How is that possible? McGonagall asked in apparent surprise. I still don't believe that he's guilty, but how could he possibly escape the Dementors? You don't believe that he's guilty? Severus drawled. I'll tell you that he at least did not sell the Potters to the Dark Lord. I've never seen him on any Death Eater meeting. Even if it serves him right to be in Azkaban, the intolerable mutt. Considering what he did to me in our 5th year. Harry stared at the potion's master, wide-eyed, causing Alice to chuckle. Harry, Severus and Sirius have never liked each other. Even at Hogwarts, they've been fighting all the time, his godmother explained. He tried to kill me, Severus emphasized, glaring at his former classmate. He was reckless, McGonagall admitted, sighing. However, he was still a nice boy, and I never believed that he gave your parents away to Voldemort, Harry. Nevertheless, we don't have any proof otherwise. Unfortunately, the screen can't show us the past, Santa admitted, but I still know it, because I observed everything on the screen. It was Pettigrew who gave them away to Voldemort. Fact is, however, that we can't prove it. Severus stood from his chair and stepped over to the screen, setting it to search for Sirius Black, causing everyone to stare at the screen with curiosity. The park in Little Whinging, Harry blurted out, as he recognized the playground. However, there was no sign of Sirius Black. The only living being nearby was a black dog that was roaming the park. A grim, Augusta said in apparent disgust. Minerva, Severus spoke up, pensively. Is it possible that Black was an Animagus? I have no idea, his colleague replied, shaking her head. It's not impossible though. The Marauders had talent and were magically powerful. Perhaps they managed the Animagus transformation even while being at Hogwarts. Dad? Harry spoke up in excitement. May I go and talk to the dog? I could just ask him if he's an Animagus or a real dog. Ignoring Augusta Longbottom's loud gasp, Santa thoughtfully let his hand wander over his beard. Why not? He finally spoke up. However, you will not go alone. I'll ask Holly to take us to the park. Even if I can't talk to the dog, as I'm not a canine Animagus, I can still stun him if necessary. I'll accompany you, Severus spoke up in a firm voice. I'm a magical lynx Animagus and can turn myself invisible. HP 15 minutes and much advice from everyone else later. Harry, Santa, Severus, Holly and Santa Paws took a sleigh to the small park in Little Whinging, while the rest of their extended family observed the park on the screen, under Merlin's watchful eyes. Making sure that Holly had turned the sleigh invisible to everyone but themselves, Harry whispered, Please allow Santa Paws and me to go out alone. We'll just play for a while and invite the dog to join us to get his confidence. After a while, we can ask him then. Seeing Santa and Severus agree, he transformed into his canine form, and as soon as the sleigh landed on the ground, the two dogs jumped out and ran around the park, before they engaged themselves in their usual mock fight. Severus is nearby, invisibly in his magical lynx form, Santa Paws informed Harry, just before the black dog approached them in apparent curiosity. I can't sense anything evil from him, Santa Paws thought to Harry, who unobtrusively nodded and carefully sniffed the other dog's fur. He stinks, he thought, as if he didn't have a bath for a long time. Hello there, the other dog greeted them, sounding very friendly. Hi, Equals Harry and Santa Claus replied, simultaneously. Equals are you a real dog or an animagus? Equals Santa Claus suddenly asked, causing Harry to stare at his familiar in shock. Equals if you know about animagi, you must be animagi yourselves, equals the other canine replied, questioningly. Equals he is, equals Santa Claus admitted. Equals I'm a real dog and his familiar, equals. Shall I just ask him if he's Sirius Black? Harry wondered. On the one hand, he wanted to clarify the situation as soon as possible, however, on the other hand, he slightly hesitated, even if Santa had assured him that Sirius had not given away his parents. Summoning his courage, he inquired, equals are you perhaps Sirius Black? We are looking for him, because we think that he's innocent, equals. Equals who are you? Equals the black dog asked, seeming more alert than before. Equals I'm Harry Potter, and Sirius is my godfather, equals Harry admitted. Equals and I'm Santa Claus, Harry's familiar, equals Santa Claus added, carefully licking the black dog's ear. Equals I am innocent, equals the dog suddenly barked. Equals how'd I know that this isn't a trap though? Equals. Harry let out a deep sigh. Equals do you trust Professors McGonagall or Sprout, or perhaps Remus Lupin? Equals he inquired, pondering the matter. Equals Remus. Oh well, I trusted each of them, but they all think that I've murdered your parents, but it wasn't me. It was Peter, equals Sirius growled. Equals are you here, because you were looking for me? Equals Harry asked and explained. Equals I've been living here with my relatives for a few years, before I was adopted by Santa Claus from the North Pole. Santa Claus and I both come from the North Pole, and Santa knows if people are innocent or guilty. Will you trust us enough to come with us to the North Pole and speak with him? At my home, you'll be safe from horrors and such, equals. Equals sorry to say that, but I don't believe you, equals the grim-like dog barked, before he turned around and slowly walked away. Sensing Santa Claus' strong magic, Harry turned to his familiar in surprise, only to notice that the sleigh had become fully visible. Oh, maybe that'll help him believe me, he thought, his disappointment once more turning into excitement. HP, they're both extremely powerful, Sirius thought, having felt the magic radiate from the two dogs. However, their story is somewhat far-fetched. On the other hand, what was the dog's name? Santa Claus. That matches the story with the North Pole. Oh well, if Harry's been adopted to the North Pole, he won't need me as his godfather anymore. Deep in thoughts, he ran around the park, when a small voice spoke up from the back of his mind. They just came from the North Pole to speak with me, and they told me that they believe in my innocence. Oh well, perhaps I should believe them, too. In the worst case, I can simply bite everyone and flee, he thought, when the park was suddenly illuminated. Looking up in shock, he looked straight at a beautiful sleigh, which was being pulled by reindeer. Is that real? He wondered, when he recalled what Harry had told him about living on the North Pole. He slowly walked in the direction of the sleigh, where Harry was now standing in his human form together with Santa Claus. A very large person, probably Santa Claus, even if his red robes are missing. A smaller being that looked like one of the elves from the North Pole and some kind of large feline. Hello Sirius, if I may call you that. Santa greeted him. Will you accompany us to the North Pole until we'll be able to properly clear your name? Sirius nodded and quickly obeyed, when Santa Claus instructed him to follow him onto the sleigh. Only when the reindeer took into the air did the lynx change into none other than his former rival Severus Snape, causing the Grim to stare at the wizard in shock. Black, the other wizard greeted him in a civil voice, handing him a small package of clothes. I suggest that you transform now and dress, as we're going to land on the North Pole soon, and it'll be cold. If you prefer to remain in your Animagus form, that's fine for us, too, Santa spoke up. Harry will show you to one of the guest rooms and leave you for the night. However, in the morning, he'll fetch you for breakfast and afterwards, we wish to speak with you. We must make a plan how to clear your name, preferably before Harry's friends are going to come over for his birthday. We can't have people get heart attacks seeing an escaped convict running free in our home now, can we? He added in apparent amusement. Equals thank you sir, equals Sirius replied, waggling his tail in relief, when Harry translated his barks to his adoptive father. HP when they arrived on the North Pole, everyone came outside to greet them. However, realizing that his godfather wished to remain in his canine form, Harry transformed back and instructed the black dog to follow him and Santa Claus. They hurried over the grounds, and Harry thought that the black dog looked quite funny in the snow that was sparkling in the sunshine. He can't hide as well as we can with his black fur, he thought in amusement, as they entered the building, where they led their guest to an empty guest room. This is your room for the time being, Harry explained. If you need anything, please either call Santa Paws, who will be able to hear you and inform me, or call Holly, the elf who was with us. Are you hungry? Santa Paws inquired, giving the relatively thin canine a knowing look. Yes. Very, the black dog admitted, seemingly hesitant. I will instruct the elves to bring you a meal for a human then, Harry decided. Please take a shower, eat your fill and turn in for the night. I will fetch you for breakfast in the morning. Thanks Harry and Santa Paws, Sirius replied, waggling his tail in apparent contentedness. Harry and Santa Paws bade their guest good night and dashed away. That went fairly well, Harry thought, as he followed his familiar out onto the grounds to play with the other canines. This feels too good to be true, Sirius thought, when he came out of his first shower in almost 12 years and eyed the dinner in front of him in amazement. It simply looked delicious, and he took in with gusto, only to realize in disappointment that he felt full much too quickly. Suddenly, an elf appeared on his side. Good evening, Mr. Sirius, I am Pepperminstix, and Santa has instructed me to care for you tonight, he introduced himself. Is there anything else you need? Hello Pepperminstix, Sirius replied, smiling. Thank you for asking. I don't need anything else. I'd like to eat more, but I'm just not used to eating much, and I'm already full. He let out a deep sigh, making the elf nod in apparent understanding. I will just leave something for you to eat here on the table, sir. Perhaps you can eat more later on, the elf replied. If there is anything you need, please call for Pepper. Thank you, Pepper, Sirius replied, warmly, feeling extremely cared for. At breakfast the following morning, Sirius told the extended family everything about Peter Pettigrew and his rat Animagus form. He's the Weasleys' youngest son's pet, he finished his explanation. That's why I escaped from the prison, to catch and eat that damn rat. You better not eat it, or we won't be able to prove your innocence, Alice spoke up, smirking. Well, that might be true, Sirius agreed, grinning. I told you before that the Weasley boy's rat is evil, Santa Paws remarked, causing Harry to cast him a look of exasperation. Yeah, Santa Paws said before that the rat was evil, but I kind of ignored it. I didn't think it was a criminal. I'm sorry, he apologized, causing Santa Paws to put both forepaws onto his lap, staring right into his eyes in forgiveness. I'll go to the Weasleys and collect Ronald's pet rat, McGonagall offered. Yes please, but please wait a moment, Santa replied, smiling, before he turned to his potions master. Severus, do you remember Santa Star? Of course, Severus replied, smiling. She accompanied Holly when they picked me up at Hogwarts before. Santa Star, Santa called out, and an instant later, Santa Paws' sister dashed into the room. She directly approached Severus and gently licked his hand, eagerly waggling her tail. Severus, do you mind having a canine familiar? Santa inquired in apparent amusement, while everyone observed the scene in obvious amazement. They're a good match, Harry thought, contentedly, as he watched how Santa Star bonded to Severus. Severus and Santa Star, please accompany Minerva to the Weasleys to catch the rat. Santa Star, please tell Severus if you can sense that the rat is evil. Santa instructed the two newly bonded, who nodded their heads, unison, looking very happy. Just a moment later, Holly entered the room, announcing, the sleigh is ready for travel. Severus absent-mindedly followed Minerva onto the sleigh, his mind circling around the thought, I have a canine familiar. He sat in the sleigh, smiling happily, when Santa Star sat on the floor in front of him, putting her head onto his lap. Severus, Minerva suddenly addressed him. He asked, idly. I've never seen you so happy, his observing, older colleague commented. Severus merely nodded, as he continued to caress the canine's head, feeling fully at peace with himself and the world. Too soon for his liking, the sleigh landed in front of the burrow. Feeling thoroughly annoyed at the task at hand, he followed Minerva, who knocked at the kitchen door and was soon welcomed by Molly Weasley, as was he and Santa Star. Come in and have some tea, Molly invited them, just when Ronald came downstairs and, barely greeting his head of house and the deputy headmistress, blurted out, What is Potter's dog doing here? This is not Santa Paws. It's my familiar, Severus replied, icily, before he returned to the conversation between Minerva and Molly. Ron, please go and fetch Scabbers right away, Molly instructed her son, seemingly upset, and the boy quickly climbed upstairs. 5 minutes later, he returned and said, Scabbers was not in my room. I searched everywhere. He seems to be gone. I don't like him, Santa Star thought to Severus, who returned a small smile to his familiar. I understand all too well, he agreed, somehow not believing that the boy's rat was really gone. Perhaps he's just lying. Oh well, we'll see. For the time being, Black is safe on the North Pole, he thought, as he eagerly followed Minerva outside, glad to be able to leave the Weasleys' house. TBC, have a wonderful first Advent, to all who celebrate it smiley face. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Dementors. Or, Santa Star's Turn, not sure yet. Santa Star's Turn Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Alice, Frank and Sirius soon became used to the life on the North Pole. During the 2 weeks of Harry's friend's visit, Sirius remained in his Animagus form, as they were still unable to officially clear his name. You really need to remain in your dog form, Harry advised his godfather, pointing out that Susan, the niece of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was one of his friends. We can't have Amelia Bones know that you're living on the North Pole, even if she wouldn't be able to come here without Santa's. Claire's are my invitation. Severus, he added as an afterthought. Melly, Sirius said, pensively, more to himself than to Harry, only to add, she was my fiancée, before they shoved me into Azkaban. Unfortunately, she was not the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at that time, as she'd have surely seen to it that I got a trial. Oh well, she'll have moved on in the meantime. Letting out a deep sigh, he promised, don't worry. I'll remain in my hound form. Merlin observed the burrow, whenever no one else was using the screen. However, ever since Minerva and Severus had visited the Weasleys, he had not seen the rat. Sometimes, he had the impression as if Ronald was talking to his familiar. However, if that was the case, the rat was hidden well. Nevertheless, the screen always displayed alternating rooms of the burrow, when someone searched for Pettigrew. Even if the situation was dissatisfying for Sirius, he enjoyed himself on the North Pole and spent much time with Alice and Frank as well as with Santa and Claire, glad that they were not busy during the summer. Sirius also thoroughly enjoyed himself playing with the other canines in his Animagus form. Apparently, he did not mind being the only black dog among a pack of white dogs. Since when do you have a black dog? Hermione was the first of the children to notice and question the Grimm's presence, causing Harry and Neville to smirk. He's Snuffles, Harry replied, grinning. Isn't he cute? Yes, he's cute, Hermione confirmed, gently caressing the canine's fluffy fur. I just didn't notice him before. Soon, Harry's friends happily joined the playing canines in their own species. When Harry's friends returned home in the middle of August, it was almost time for Harry and the 3 professors to head to Hogwarts. While Severus offered him his guest room, Harry decided to stay in the Founder's quarters until the beginning of the school year. With Hogwarts' help, he made living quarters for Narcissa Malfoy and Regina Lestrange near their offices as well as an office and a classroom for Nicholas Flamel. If you need me, please call Dobby, my house elf, and he will see to your needs or fetch me for you, he informed the 3 new teachers. Otherwise, I'll see you in the Great Hall for the meals. While the professors prepared their lesson plans and readied themselves for their classes, Harry spent much time flying together with Draco and also taught his friend how to practice the Animagus transformation. Everyone in Hufflepuff is a dog Animagus? He asked, incredulously. Then I'll try for something else in any case. And what might that be? Harry inquired in amusement, causing the other boy to shrug. I've no idea, he admitted, questioningly. I'll tell you what, Harry replied, thoughtfully. I was thinking to try for a second Animagus form, and I'd like to become a phoenix. It would be great to just always be able to fly. True, Draco agreed, before excitement scurried across his face. I'm going to try for a raven then. Do you think a raven would be able to communicate with a phoenix? Sure, Harry replied, smiling. Let's meet in the Founder's quarters to practice in the evening. All right, Draco agreed in apparent determination. From that time onwards, the two soon-to-be third years met in the Founders' quarters to practice every evening during the rest of the holidays. "Well done, Harry, to finally bring one of my house here," Salazar suddenly commended Harry, speaking up from the portrait. "Equals tell him that you'll soon invite the head of Slytherin house as well," equals Santa Paws commented, only to add on Harry's inquiring look, equals "I want to play with Santa Star," equals "Why don't you invite her and tell her to bring Severus?" Harry thought to his familiar. "Is it all right to do so?" Santa Paws inquired with apparent eagerness. Harry simply nodded before returning his attention to Draco and the Animagi practice. When his friends returned to Hogwarts, Harry realized in surprise that everyone seemed strangely subdued. "What happened?" he asked, noticing that even Luna, who was usually smiling at him, seemed more introverted than normal. "There were Dementors on the train," Luna informed him, casting him a small smile. "It was horrible," Hermione blurted out, "and it was ice cold," Daphne added, shuddering. "Dementors make you relive your worst memories," Luna informed him. "I saw Mummy die," she added as a whisper, causing Harry to stare at her in shock. Tears were swimming in her eyes, and he felt extremely sorry for her. "What did they want?" he inquired, incredulously. "They were looking for Sirius Black," Neville explained, just when Dumbledore rose from his seat to speak to the students. "Now that the sorting ceremony is over, I welcome you all to Hogwarts, first years, and welcome back, older students," he greeted them, before he continued in a grave voice. "As you will have heard from the Daily Prophet, Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban, which is the reason why Dementors came onto the train today searching for him." He waited a moment, until the murmurs coming from the 4 house tables died down, before he continued. "The Ministry has also sent Dementors to Hogwarts. They're placed around the wards of the school to keep you all safe and to possibly capture Sirius Black. Please be careful," he continued, as Dementors do not understand pranks or anything like that. They're very dangerous. Harry rose from his chair. "Headmaster," he spoke up in a firm voice, "please instruct the Ministry to pull the Dementors back from Hogwarts. We neither need them nor do we wish to have them on the school grounds." "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore replied in his grandfatherly voice, apparently trying to give Harry the impression as if he was stupid, "while I agree that they are not pleasant, we need them to keep the students safe. You might not know everything concerning Sirius Black, but you're the one who might be his main target." "Nonsense," Harry replied in a firm voice. However, the headmaster ignored his comment and sat down at the high table, where Minerva and Severus pulled him into conversations. "I just hope they'll tell him off," Harry thought, once again feeling thoroughly annoyed with the headmaster. By the time the students headed to the common room, Harry realized that almost 80% of his housemates, apart from the first years, had become canine animagi by now. "Harry, why don't we have an animagi night here in the common room tonight? All the dog animagi could sleep and cuddle together," Luna suggested, after the first years had been sent to bed. "Oh, that's going to be much fun," Susan concurred, sounding excited at the prospect. Their housemates immediately agreed. "Wait a moment," Harry replied, and called Dobby. "Dobby, do you think you could arrange for some soft mattresses for us to sleep in the common room tonight?" he asked his elf and, noticing that he gave him a questioning look, explained about the Animagi night plan. "Of course, Dobby will see to it," the energetic elf promised, popping away with a loud crack. "Is it all right if I invite Santa Star, although she's not a Hufflepuff?" Santa Paws inquired, receiving multiple positive replies. What a brilliant idea, Harry thought, as he nestled into a sandwich of canines. Santa Paws and Santa Star were pressed against his stomach, while Luna, Daphne and Susan were lying closely in his back. It was warm, soft and comfortable, and only the surprised shouts of the new first years, who entered the common room that was occupied by a huge group of dogs, woke them up in the morning. Ever since his visit to the burrow together with Minerva, Severus had doubted Ronald's story that his rat had vanished, especially since the screen on the North Pole still showed the burrow when asked for Pettigrew's whereabouts. He had pondered the situation. While he had never liked Sirius, he now belonged to his extended family, and so, he felt inclined to help his former classmate. Therefore, he had decided to use legilimency on his student, knowing that the boy would not tell him the truth if simply asked. On Monday during the second week of the school year, The third-year Slytherins and Gryffindor's first potions class took place right after lunch, and Severus resolved to pull through with his plan. Differently from his usual lesson plan, he chose a potions recipe that would make his students look at the board in front of the classroom every now and then, especially the thick ones like Ronald. He doesn't have a clue how to brew even the simplest concoction. I wonder how he's going to get through his owls anyway, he thought in annoyance. As an experienced legilimens, it was easy for him to unobtrusively filter the boy's memories to show him those with the rat. The boy's brain was like an open book, and he observed in growing anger how the boy dashed upstairs into his room. The rat was lying on a pillow. "Scabbers, quickly make yourself invisible," Ronald whispered. "They think that you're an Animagus, and McGonagall and Snape came to fetch you. I'll tell them that you aren't here anymore." The rat nodded and gingerly climbed into the more than half-empty bookshelf, before the boy returned to the living room to inform them about the absence of his familiar. Imbecile, Severus thought and skimmed the next few memories, viewing a scene in which the rat scurried away from the station in Hogsmeade towards the Shrieking Shack, and another in which the boy fed pieces of a sandwich to the rat on the shore of the lake. So, he told the rat to hide on the Hogwarts grounds, he thought, resolving to speak with Santa Star about the matter. Maybe she'll be able to catch him, perhaps together with Santa Paws. HP, Harry, Santa Paws thought to him, when he was sitting in the common room working on his Transfiguration homework later the same day. I need to help Santa Star. She has to go out onto the grounds on an errand for Severus. I'll be back as soon as possible. Crookshanks is going to help us, too, he added. All right, Santa Paws, be careful, Harry thought back, smiling at his familiar, who was already on his way out of the common room. Together with Hermione's new Kneazle cat, they have become friends quickly, Hermione spoke up, apparently having followed his gaze. That's true, Harry agreed, only to add, I'm surprised that you got yourself a feline familiar in spite of being a dog animagus yourself though. Hermione chuckled. Since he's a magical cat, we're able to communicate when I'm in my animagus form, and we can still play together, she replied, grinning, as she returned her attention to the parchment in front of her. I wonder what their errand is, Harry thought, when Ginny brought him back to reality by requesting help for her potions homework. HP Santa Paws followed his sister over the grounds, accompanied by the Kneazle cat. Oh well, for a cat, he's really all right, he thought, wondering where they were heading. What are we looking for? Crookshanks inquired. A rat. There are many out here. Yeah, I know that, but he's not a real rat, but an animagus. A human who can turn into a rat, he added an explanation. I know what an animagus is, silly, Crookshanks replied. My familiar is one. Maybe he's a little stuck up, Santa Paws thought, just when they followed Santa Star into a seemingly deserted building. I can sense him somewhere in this building, Santa Star informed them. Please help me find him. Santa Paws recognized the smell. He had sensed it before during the short time when Ronald had been a Hufflepuff first year. Yeah, I can smell him, too, he replied, eagerly sniffing here and there. During the following 3 hours, the 3 magical animals chased the rat that was missing a toe through the Shrieking Shack. The rat hid in small holes in the walls. Only when her pursuers came too close, he dashed away to look for the next hideout. I have better things to do than to chase that thing, Santa Paws suddenly thought, envisioning himself, Santa Star and Crookshanks cuddling with Harry and the other canine animagi in the Hufflepuff common room. Summoning his magic from the North Pole by touching his crystal, he beckoned the rat out of the hole and right into his paws. Here, Santa Star, take him to Severus, he instructed his sister. Thank you, Santa Paws, Santa Star replied, happily waggling her tail, before she grabbed the rat between her teeth. Don't bite him, Santa Paws warned her before correcting himself. Well, you can bite him, but don't kill him. I'll be careful, Santa Star promised and dashed away, running back to the castle in a fast speed, while Santa Paws and Crookshanks followed slowly. Come to the Hufflepuff common room, when you're done, Santa Paws thought to Santa Star, before he informed Crookshanks that the common room was where they were heading. Harry smiled, when Santa Paws and Crookshanks entered the common room. All the portraits in Hogwarts knew him as his familiar, and just like Harry was able to get access to all rooms including the Headmaster's office, Santa Claus received the same privileges from the castle and the portraits. What happened? He asked the seemingly excited canine. Santa Star caught the rat and just took him to Severus, Santa Claus explained. Harry, I think you need to tell our housemates about Sirius and the rat Animagus, Luna spoke up, airily, as she gently cuddled Santa Claus close. While Harry explained the story of Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew to his housemates, no one noticed Crookshanks tell Hermione that it had not been Santa Star but Santa Claus, who had captured the rat Animagus. So Sirius Black is innocent? Susan inquired, wide-eyed. Exactly, Harry replied, smiling. However, we can only prove his innocence with Peter Pettigrew, which is why the dogs went to catch him tonight. Santa Claus, he addressed his familiar, how did you know where to find him? Severus cast legilimency on Ronald and watched where he went, Santa Claus replied, matter-of-factly. So that means that Weasley knowingly hid a criminal, Daphne spoke up, grimly. He should be expelled from Hogwarts for that. Harry scoffed. Dumbledore would never expel a Weasley, he replied, letting out a deep sigh. Well, as the owner of Hogwarts, theoretically, you could expel him, Daphne replied, firmly. I'll inform Auntie about it, Susan announced. We'll see if the Department of Magical Law Enforcement will see fit to do something about him. Thanks, Susan, Harry replied, casting his friend a warm look. Your aunt will know best what to do. Just then, Santa Star dashed into the common room, informing everyone that Dumbledore had handed Peter Pettigrew to the Aurors, who had taken him with them and promised that he and Sirius would receive trials as soon as possible. Alice slowly became used to her new life and the fact that her baby was not a baby anymore but was attending Hogwarts in his 3rd year. She and Frank had decided, however, to have another child, once they had become used to their new circumstances. Late one evening, Harry and Santa Claus returned home and informed the residents of the North Pole about the capture of Peter Pettigrew. Alice smiled, when a teary-eyed Sirius thanked Santa Claus for his efforts, before he transformed into his canine form for an instant mock fight with Harry's familiar. Congratulations, Sirius, she spoke up, smiling, once he transformed back. Thanks, Sirius replied, seeming outright happy. Just a few days later, Sirius received a letter from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It's an invitation to a trial, Sirius spoke up, grinning broadly, on the 17th of October. On the one hand, it makes sense, considering that they've captured Pettigrew, but on the other hand, are you sure that it's not a trap to capture you again? Frank inquired. Sirius shook his head. I don't think that it's a trap. It's from Amelia, and she promised that they would try to bring the truth to light during the trial, which is going to be a combined trial for Peter and me. Everyone was extremely happy, as Sirius was well liked among the extended family of the North Pole. Just a few days before Sirius and Peter's trial, however, the news that the Aurors had lost Peter Pettigrew reached Hogwarts. Apparently, he transformed into a rat right in front of the Aurors, Susan read from the letter her aunt sent her. So Dumbledore conveniently forgot to tell them that he's an Animagus, Harry growled in growing anger at the headmaster. Otherwise, they could have cast a spell at him that would have prevented him from transforming. TBC. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. The Kiss Santa Claus by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Harry, let's go home tonight. Maybe we can see the rat on the screen and catch him again quickly, Santa Claus thought to Harry, who gave the canine an unobtrusive nod of agreement. Unfortunately, by the time they stood in front of the screen, the rat was simply running over a huge field, and they could not assess its exact position. Let's use the summoning charm and summon it here, Santa suggested. Step back. He instructed everyone and summoned the rat out of the field right in front of the screen. Unfortunately, while supposed to be shocked, the rat was alert enough to bite Santa's hand that tried to grab him and flee. To Harry's relief, Pettigrew did not get far, as Santa Claus let out a huge bout of magic and did not only stun the rat but at the same time turned him into a stone rat. It's still missing a toe, Harry realized, looking at his familiar in amazement. Now Harry, Santa addressed him after casting a series of protective charms at the rat to prevent him from taking on his normal form. Take him with you and hand him to Amelia Bones at the beginning of the trial. I suppose that you'll be able to attend as a witness." Harry nodded. "Yes, I received an invitation from Amelia Bones, and Severus already promised to accompany me, as it's fortunately going to take place on a Saturday," he replied, smiling. "Very well, we're going to watch the trial from here," Santa promised. "I'm certain that it'll go well, considering that we have Pettigrew here." "Will Madam Bones be able to transfigure him back though?" Harry inquired. "I'll change her back right before you hand him to her," Santa Paws promised, and Harry relayed his words to the others in relief. "How is Sirius going to get to the trial?" Harry inquired. "By portkey," Sirius replied, showing Harry a pendant. "It's a one-time portkey to the Ministry of Magic and a permanent portkey back to the North Pole," Santa explained, smirking, causing Harry to cast his godfather a smile of relief. On Saturday morning, Harry and Severus traveled to the Ministry of Magic with invisible Santa Paws and Santa Star in tow and Peter Pettigrew in the form of a stone rat secured in Harry's robe pocket. They headed straight to courtroom 10, in which the trial was going to take place, and, completely ignoring the head of the Wizengamot, directly approached Amelia Bones. Pulling the stone rat out of his robe pocket, Harry handed it to the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who cast him a questioning look. "This is Peter Pettigrew, madam," he explained, stunned and transfigured into a stone rat to prevent him from escaping again. When Amelia Bones cast a spell at the rat, Santa Paws observingly helped her change the stone rat back into his normal rat form. Calling a couple of Aurors over, Bones made him return to his human form, and the Aurors immediately took him into chains and cast a spell at him that prevented him from transforming into his Animagus form again. On this occasion, Harry once again addressed Amelia Bones. "I wish to press charges against Albus Dumbledore and Ronald Weasley." From the corners of his eyes, he saw how the head of the Wizengamot paled visibly. So far, Dumbledore had feigned being busy with some parchment, although Harry was sure that he had listened to every single word that he had said. "And why might that be?" Bones inquired, giving him a stern look. "They both helped Pettigrew," Harry elaborated, "Ronald Weasley during the summer holidays, when Professors Snape and McGonagall went to the burrow to collect the rat, and Professor Dumbledore last month, when he kept the fact that Pettigrew is a rat Animagus from the Aurors. Weasley helped the rat hide, and Dumbledore helped him to flee, after Professor Snape's dog Familiar captured him." "Ah, but Harry," Dumbledore spoke up, "it merely slipped my mind to inform them, as I was very much surprised, when Professor Snape suddenly came into my office with Peter Pettigrew. As to Ronald Weasley," he continued, "I am sure that he doesn't even know who Pettigrew is." "He knows," Severus contradicted. "I cast legilimency on him, and he knowingly instructed the rat to hide, because we were there to take him with us knowing that he was an Animagus." "Severus, you better be careful," Dumbledore suddenly warned the professor, causing Harry to see red. "And why might that be, Professor? Because he is some kind of house elf to you?" he asked, his eyes blazing with anger. "Madam Bones," he turned to the friendly witch, "Professor Snape is under my protection and that of my adoptive parents." "Harry, my boy, I didn't know that the Dursleys adopted you, but how do you think Muggles could protect Professor Snape?" Dumbledore replied in his grandfatherly voice that Harry disliked so much. "In contrary to you, Professor, Madam Bones knows who my parents are and that they are well capable of protecting people from your meddling," Harry replied, icily. Bones nodded, smiling at him before turning to Dumbledore. "We'll speak about these charges again afterwards. First of all, we need to get to the trials for Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew." To Harry's relief, the trial passed without any problems for Sirius. As there were no witnesses to help with his case, he was questioned under Veritaserum, before Pettigrew was also questioned with the help of the Truth Serum. Bones asked Pettigrew everything that was relevant for his and Sirius' trial, before she proceeded to question him about the help he might have received by Ronald Weasley and Albus Dumbledore. "Did Ronald Weasley know that you were an Animagus?" she inquired. "Yes," came the automatic response. "Did he tell you to hide, because people were looking for you?" "Yes." "Did Professor Dumbledore inform the Aurors that you were a rat Animagus?" "No," Pettigrew admitted, and Madam Bones finished her questioning. 30 minutes later, the verdict was announced. Sirius was free of all charges, would receive a compensation of 1 million galleons per year of his wrongful imprisonment and was offered his former job as an Auror back after a sufficiently long time to adjust to normal life. Peter Pettigrew was going to be taken to Azkaban, where you would receive the kiss by a Dementor later the same day. When the huge applause for the verdict of both cases ebbed down, Bones spoke again and addressed the charges against Albus Dumbledore and Ronald Weasley pressed by Harry Potter. "I'd like to extend this trial to a questioning of Albus Dumbledore under Veritaserum," she announced. "Albus, do you agree to be questioned right away? Otherwise, you'll have to spend 24 hours in a ministry holding cell before the questioning." Dumbledore calmly looked at the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "I will not have anyone question me under Veritaserum just because a mere third-year student says so," he replied in his grandfatherly voice. Harry rose from his chair in the spectator seats and spoke up in a firm voice. "Madam Bones, may I say something?" Bones nodded. "Yes. Harry Potter has the word." "Professor Dumbledore," Harry addressed the old wizard, "please note that you are on probation at Hogwarts and that your employment at the school will be terminated at the end of the school year. Ronald Weasley will also be on probation at Hogwarts." Putting both front paws onto his lap, Santa Paws eagerly licked Harry's face in agreement, while huge tumultuous broke out in the Wizengamot chamber. A pink-robed witch asked to speak and was granted a comment. Hem, that boy clearly is an attention-seeking brat and has no right to dismiss the headmaster of Hogwarts. Can we please finish this session of the Wizengamot now without listening to the input from children? If Professor Dumbledore wishes to retire from his position as the headmaster of Hogwarts, perhaps I should replace him for some time to put attention-seeking brats into their place. Harry Potter is the owner of Hogwarts, Madam Bones contradicted, and as such is very well capable of dismissing the headmaster. I also doubt that he will accept you in any position at the school, Ems. Umbridge. Harry nodded in absolute agreement. "Definitely not," he replied in a firm voice. Santa Paws, who had vanished for about 2 minutes, returned to Harry and thought to him, "She is wearing the dark mark just like Severus, but she's really evil." Nevertheless, Madam Bones continued, "For the DMLE, it is not sufficient to put both accused under probation at Hogwarts. They will also both be questioned under Veritaserum by my orders to decide about a possible further punishment." Unobtrusively pointing his hand in the direction of the pink-robed witch, Harry made her clothes disappear from her left arm, clearly exposing the dark mark for the members of the Wizengamot to see. Amelia, Augusta Longbottom, who was still representing House Longbottom on the Wizengamot, as her son was still in hiding on the North Pole, spoke up. "I motion for Dolores Umbridge to be questioned under Veritaserum concerning the fact that she is a Death Eater." "I second the motion," Cygnus Greengrass voiced his opinion. During the following minutes, the members of the Wizengamot voted if they wanted to question the witch right away. No one seems to like her, Harry thought in amusement upon realizing that all members but 2 agreed to the questioning during the same court that had just decided to have Pettigrew kissed. A few seconds after the Veritaserum was admitted, Madam Bones began to question Umbridge. "What's your name?" "Dolores Jane Umbridge," the accused replied, inefficiently trying to fight the Veritaserum. "Are you a Death Eater?" "Yes." "Did you take the dark mark by your own free will?" "Yes." "How would you try to put the students into their place if you were offered a position at Hogwarts?" Amelia Bones continued, suddenly thinking of her niece. "I'd use a blood quill and make them write onto the back of their hands what they are." "Do you have a blood quill?" the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement inquired in apparent bewilderment. "Yes, I have 4. Are you aware that they're forbidden in the magical world?" "I know, but I don't care." "Do you know that their use warrant for a one-way ticket to Azkaban?" "Yes." "Have you used a blood quill on someone before?" "Yes, multiple times," Umbridge admitted, causing the members of the Wizengamot to gasp. "Did you kill someone by the use of a blood quill?" "Yes." "Who was that?" Bones asked, her mouth now stretched to a thin line. "Marina O'Neill." A collective gasp resulted from the admission, before the next question followed. "Why did you do that?" "Because she was threatening to take my job in spite of being a mudblood." Harry tuned the further questioning out, thinking to his familiar, "Thank you so much for outing her, Santa Paws. You're the very best." After a 20-minute break, the verdict was announced, and Harry felt extremely happy when Umbridge received a one-way ticket to Azkaban and a date with a Dementor later the same day. "As despicable as she is, why is she going to be kissed?" Harry whispered to Severus in bewilderment. "Pettigrew had people killed, but she only used a quill on people." Severus shook his head. "Did you not listen?" She killed Ms. O'Neill. She was one of our best students at Hogwarts, who went to work in the ministry right after her newts. To Harry's disappointment, Dumbledore was not questioned right away. Oh well, if he does anything else, I'm going to fire him even during the school year, he resolved. Frank and Alice seemed to be recovered enough to take over as Transfiguration professor and head of Gryffindor, even if Merlin suggested to make the change at the end of the school year. When Harry, Severus and the two canines went back to Hogwarts, Sirius had already returned to the North Pole, and Pettigrew and Umbridge were on their way to Azkaban to receive the kiss. Thank Merlin, Harry thought, as he entered the Hufflepuff common room, where his friends were waiting for him. Ah, you were the hero again, Luna said to Santa Paws, once Harry had told them everything about the trials. You're the best. Santa Paws gently licked Luna's face, moaning contentedly, when she began to scratch his belly just where he liked it most. Soon, however, the conversation turned to the Hogsmeade visit that was going to take place during the following weekend. It was the first time for the third years, and Harry and his friends were very excited. Santa Star told me that she's going to Hogsmeade, too, as Severus has to chaperone. Santa Paws told Harry in apparent excitement, causing Harry to groan. Santa Paws, no mock fights with Santa Star in the middle of the shopping street please, he instructed his familiar, who waggled his tail in apparent anticipation, causing everyone sitting nearby to laugh. The whole Hufflepuff third-year class walked down to the village together. Harry and Santa Paws had once been to Hogsmeade together with Santa and Claire, and some of their friends knew the village as well. However, for most of them, it was their first visit ever. They spent much time at Honeyduke's, and by the time they left the Zonkos, the joke shop, it was already time for lunch. They managed to get a table for themselves at the Three Broomsticks and thoroughly enjoyed themselves. As soon as Santa Paws had devoured enough of Harry's teriyaki sandwich, the canine excused himself, informing him that he was going to join Santa Star outside. When Harry, however, left the Three Broomsticks together with his friends a while later, he stared at the canines in disbelief. This is not only Santa Paws and Santa Star, he realized upon seeing three identical dogs roam the main street. Who in the world is the third dog? Are Mom and Dad here on such a day? He wondered. Sorry, please excuse me for a while. I'm going to spend some time in my Animagus form together with Santa Paws and Santa Star, he told his classmates, who nodded in understanding. If Harry had feared that one or the other of his friends would decide to follow his lead and transform as well, he sighed in relief, when the group of third-year Hufflepuffs just continued their shopping trip without him. Luna, he realized in surprise, as he transformed. Hi Harry, the girl, who looked like a spitting image of Santa Star, replied in apparent happiness. I just wanted to join you and your familiars instead of waiting another year for my first Hogsmeade visit, she added, giving Harry a dreamy look. Take her on a date, Santa Paws instructed him, telepathically. We'll follow you at a short distance. Harry gently nudged the female dog, as he suggested, let's go for a stroll a little off the main street. Luna happily complied, and the two dogs roamed the village with interest. Your familiar is very sensitive, Luna said, smiling, upon realizing that Santa Paws and Santa Star followed at a distance. That he is, Harry agreed, happily, just when they reached an old playground, which was completely deserted. Shall we transform back for a moment? Luna suggested. I'd like to sit in the swing for a bit, of course, Harry agreed, and a moment later, the two students were occupying the two swings right next to each other. You're very courageous, Harry said in admiration, as he looked at his friend, who seemed completely at peace with the world around her. I wouldn't have dared going to Hogsmeade in my second year. Oh well, since you're the owner of Hogwarts, they won't be able to kick me out of the school without your consent, Luna replied, matter-of-factly, and I just wanted to accompany you and the doggies. Somehow, Harry could understand her. It seemed to be the most natural thing of the world that she accompanied him, and he felt absolutely at peace being together with her. I'm glad you came, he said in a soft voice. It feels good being in her company, he thought to Santa Paws, as the canines were by. Now sitting nearby. Santa Paws gave him a knowing look, before he began to gently lick Santa Star's fur. I love you, Harry, Luna suddenly said in a barely audible voice and, just when Harry began to wonder if he had heard her correctly, leaned over and placed a small kiss onto his cheek. Looking at the girl in shock, Harry gingerly touched the spot where her lips had warmed his cheek. "Harry?" Luna inquired, giving him a dreamy look. Why?" Harry asked in a soft voice, in lack of a better idea as to what to say. The kiss I mean." "It just felt the right thing to do," Luna replied, airily, gently taking his hand, as they jumped off the swings together. "Don't worry," she added. "It was my first kiss, too. TBC. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome." Next chapter. Dumbledore's Plans. Dumbledore's Plans. Santa Paws. By Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Ask Luna to become your girlfriend, Santa Paws instructed Harry while rolling on the ground closely attached to Santa Star. But she's only 12, Harry thought back, not feeling comfortable at the idea of having a girlfriend yet. "Yes, but she's much more mature than your other friends, and she's going to be yours in the future anyway," Santa Paws informed him. "How do you know that?" Harry inquired. "Santa Moon," Santa Paws merely replied, before he engrossed himself in his mock fight with Santa Star. H.P. Albus Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, absent-mindedly observing his phoenix recover from a burning day. "I'm going to prevent Harry from firing me," he resolved. "I'll contact Bobaddons and Durmstrang and invite them for a Triwizard tournament that we'll hold at Hogwarts during the next school year. If I'm the organizer of the thing, Harry can't very well dismiss me before or even during the event." That decision made, he readied himself to write a few letters, before he engrossed himself in the further planning. "And I'm not going to tell anyone about it too early, not even Minerva," he resolved. H.P. By the time Harry and Luna returned to Hogwarts, closely followed by Santa Paws and Santa Star, Harry could still feel the spot on his cheek, where he had received the kiss from Luna. He had to force himself to not let his hand wander to the spot every now and then. However, somehow, he felt incredibly happy. "Should I ask her to become my girlfriend?" he wondered, only realizing that he had directed his thought at Santa Paws, when his familiar sent a response. "Let's go home tonight, and you can make a ring for her," Santa Paws suggested, calmly. "All right," Harry agreed, feeling relieved by his familiar's thoughtfulness. "Thank Merlin that the Dementors are gone," Luna suddenly interrupted his musings. "I spoke with Minister Fudge right after Sirius' trial and asked him to call them back, and he did," Harry replied, smiling. "Oh well, in the future, you better communicate directly with the minister instead of going through the headmaster," Luna said, pleasantly, as they stepped through the entrance doors. H.P. Right after breakfast the following morning, Harry asked Luna to accompany him to the Founders' quarters, knowing that they would be undisturbed there, especially as the teachers, whom he sometimes invited to the Founders' rooms, were having a staff meeting. Somehow not wanting the four Founders to witness their conversation either, he took her into the parlor and introduced her to Hogwarts. "Hi Hogwarts, I wish to introduce Luna to you," he addressed the castle. "Hi Hogwarts," Luna echoed. "I am Luna, a second-year Hufflepuff." "Hello Luna, hello Harry," Hogwarts replied in her gentle voice that always felt soothing to Harry. "Thank you for visiting an old lady." "Ah Hogwarts, you're keeping up beautifully," Luna replied, dreamily looking around the room that was decorated simply but in a beautiful way, still displaying the original, medieval style of the castle. "Thank you dear," Hogwarts replied, chuckling. "However, I believe that Harry brought you here to talk in peace and quiet, so I won't disturb you." "Thanks Hogwarts," Harry replied, smiling. Turning to Luna, he asked, "Luna, would you perhaps agree to become my girlfriend?" "I'd love that," Luna replied, her eyes blazing like sunshine, as she looked at Harry wide-eyed. Carefully reaching for her left hand, he gently slid the ring, which he had made the previous evening, over her ring finger, where it adjusted itself to the correct size. "I have the same ring," he admitted, showing her his left hand. "They're friendship rings that allow us to communicate through them. They're also equipped with several other charms." "They're beautiful," Luna gasped, clearly admiring the silver ring that held a pattern of several white dogs. "Thank you so much." "Thank you for becoming my girlfriend," Harry replied, smiling, before he leaned over to cover her soft, red cheeks with his own. Just when he kissed her and felt her reply to it, a golden flash surrounded them, causing Harry to suddenly feel extremely happy. "What was that?" he asked in confusion, once they separated. "Did you feel that, too?" Luna inquired. "That must have been Hogwarts. She seems to approve of our liaison," she added, wearing a dreamy expression. "I'm sorry, dears," Hogwarts suddenly spoke up. "I was so happy for the two of you that my magic seems to have gone overboard a bit. I believe that the two of you might be bonded now. I'm sorry." "What does that mean?" Harry wondered, when Santa Claus suddenly stood in front of them, feverishly waggling his tail, while he licked their hands over and over. "It probably means that you're married now," Santa Claus informed them. Hogwarts magic is extremely strong. Harry and Santa Claus, Luna spoke up in a soft voice. "While I'm totally happy with it, I believe that we should keep this to ourselves for the time being." "Let's do that," Harry fully agreed, inwardly sighing in relief. The whole Hufflepuff house congratulated them for becoming girlfriend and boyfriend, even if several of the girls cast Luna grimaces of pure envy, and everyone admired Luna's and Harry's rings. "Did you make these yourself?" Neville asked, knowing that Harry could make all kinds of things at his home. "Yes," Harry replied, smiling. "Maybe it would have been better to use some kind of flower or maybe even gold or such for Luna's." "Nonsense, Harry," Daphne said, shaking her head. "Luna absolutely adores Santa Claus, and you know that she's the same kind of dog in her Animagus form as you are. No, this was the very best ring you could have made for her, and that you have the same only makes it better." Returning the girl's smile, Harry replied, "Thank you. It's not as if I knew much about girls and their preferences," he added as an afterthought in a barely audible voice. "You're doing fine, Harry," Susan reassured him, smiling. "I wished the twins were as straightforward," she added, letting out a deep sigh, causing Hannah to slap her arm. "Don't talk about it. If they come around, it'll be great, but if they don't," she slowly trailed off, making Harry wonder if he should have a word with the twins about possible girlfriends. "I'll ask Santa Claus for his opinion later on," he resolved, knowing that his familiar always had a solution for everything. To Albus' relief, both the headmistress of Beauxbatons and the headmaster of Durmstrang agreed to have their school participate in the Triwizard tournament if it took place at Hogwarts during the next school year. One day, he traveled to the Ministry of Magic and informed Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Both ministry workers were eager to take part in the event and promised to keep the matter secret for the time being while working on the planning. 2 weeks after Sirius' trial, Amelia Bones stepped through the fireplace into the headmaster's office. "Albus," she greeted him in a businesslike voice, "I am here to inform Ronald Weasley about his upcoming trial. I have already spoken with his parents but wish to talk to him personally. Please call Ronald here as well as Professor Snape and Harry Potter, as we need them as witnesses." "Ah, but Amelia," Albus replied, choosing his grandfatherly voice to show his superiority and kindness at the same time. "Ronald is but a boy. He's only 13 and can't be made responsible for what to him would have been a mere prank." "Albus, don't try me," Amelia all but growled. "Please fetch Ronald, Harry and Professor Snape here. I am waiting, and I don't have all day." Nodding, Albus grudgingly leaned into the fireplace. "Severus," he shouted, hoping that his youngest colleague might be too busy in his lab to answer the flow. However, Severus appeared in the fireplace just a moment later. "Albus," he greeted him, giving him a questioning look. "Amelia Bones is here and wishes to speak with you, Ronald and Harry Potter," Albus informed him. "Will you please accompany Ronald here?" "Yes, sir," Severus replied without further ado and ended the call. Twinkle, Albus called his personal house elf, who appeared instantly, bowing deeply. "Please tell Harry Potter to come to see me immediately," he instructed the elf, before he returned to his favorite spot behind his desk, recalling that it had completely slipped his mind to offer Amelia a lemon drop. Choosing the bowl with the lemon drops that were laced with a very light calming potion, he held it out to his guest, sighing when she refused his offer, impatiently. "Don't lemon drop me, Headmaster. This is not a social visit," she replied in a firm voice. They waited in growing silence for a few minutes, and Albus almost sighed in relief, when Severus arrived with Ronald in tow. Severus entered the headmaster's office behind the imbecile of a third-year student, noticing immediately the frosty atmosphere between Albus and Amelia Bones. Declining the offered lemon drop and inwardly rolling his eyes at the youngest Weasley boy who would just eat anything, he took the offered seat and looked at the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in expectation. "We are still waiting for Harry Potter," Amelia informed him, sounding friendlier than he had expected from her and Albus' expressions. When Harry arrived just a few minutes of silence later, Amelia finally began to speak. "Mr. Weasley, you are accused of helping a wanted criminal to hide from the law. Due to your young age, I have decided to give you a choice. You can either have a trial at the Ministry or may choose to be questioned here under Veritaserum. Professor Snape and Mr. Potter will be the witnesses in any case." What?" Ronald spluttered, causing Severus to roll his eyes in annoyance. "Decide, Mr. Weasley, as we don't have all day," he growled, wondering if Harry might have time to assist with a couple of potions for the hospital wing later on. Apparently realizing that he did not have a choice but to accept one of the two options, Ronald grudgingly agreed to the trial. How stupid can one be? Severus thought to Harry, who gave him an unobtrusive nod. "Very well, the trial will take place next Saturday at 8 o'clock in the morning in courtroom 4, Amelia announced before turning to him. "Professor Snape, will you please make sure that Ronald has not taken any antidote to Veritaserum before taking him to the Ministry, please? Otherwise, we'd have to take him to a Ministry holding cell on Friday morning." "Of course Professor Snape will do this," Albus spoke up, unnecessarily. "I might be ungrateful, but I can't wait for Harry to finally dismiss him as headmaster," he thought in annoyance at the old wizard. HP. To Harry's relief, Ronald's trial was a quick affair. Right at the beginning, Amelia Bones showed everyone a memory, which Harry assumed was the one that Severus had taken from Ronald using legilimency. It was self-explanatory to say the least, and 30 minutes later, the verdict was announced. Just like Harry had decided for Hogwarts, Ronald was put under probation. "If you do any other stunt like this, the consequences will be grave," the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who was once again heading the trial, informed the boy, who nodded in apparent understanding. "Bitch," he mumbled, when he finally left the courtroom right in front of Harry, who merely shook his head at his classmate's behavior. HP. Dumbledore's trial took place exactly a week later, and once again, Severus and Harry were called as witnesses. On the one hand, Harry found it very annoying to have to participate, as he had not even been involved in the matter. However, on the other hand, Severus informed him that it very much concerned him, as his godfather's freedom had been endangered by the headmaster's actions. When Harry entered the courtroom together with Severus and their two invisible canines, his eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Sirius and Frank sitting in their rightful seats on the Wizengamot. "Sirius has taken up the lordship," he whispered to Severus. "Apparently," Severus replied, "and Frank must have announced his and Alice's recovery and has replaced Augusta Longbottom on the Wizengamot." "Did you hear any of this?" Harry inquired. However, Severus shook his head. "Maybe it's time to head home one day to catch up," he suggested, causing Harry to nod, eagerly. The trial went as smoothly as Ronald's due to memories from Severus and the Aurors, who had received Pettigrew in the headmaster's office, and in the end, Dumbledore was stripped of his position as the head of the Wizengamot. "If he simply forgot to tell the Aurors such an important detail," Bones announced, "then he is not reliable enough anymore to occupy such an important position in our government. Therefore, I suggest removing Albus Dumbledore as the head of the Wizengamot." "I second the motion," Frank Longbottom spoke up. "Me too," Sirius agreed as the head of the Black family and at the same time representative of the Potter family. Somehow, Harry felt proud of Sirius and Frank. They're cool to speak up, although they're both sitting on the Wizengamot for the first time in at least 10 years, he thought in appreciation. He tuned out the voices, while the members of the Wizengamot discussed the election of the new head and only looked up when Amelia Bones said Sirius' name. "Our government has wronged Sirius Black greatly, and it would be a good move to entrust him with the chance to lead the Wizengamot to the better," she suggested. Applause could be heard from within the Wizengamot as well as from the spectators around Harry. "Mr. Black," Minister Fudge spoke up on behalf of the non-existing head of the Wizengamot, "would you accept the position upon a possible election?" Sirius rose from his seat. "Yes," he replied, simply, "I'd see it as a great honor and a challenge." "Very well then, All in favor for the nomination of Sirius Black, shoot green sparks, those against it red sparks please, Fudge announced. To Harry's relief, there were only 2 red sparks coming from people whom he recognized from their resemblance to his Slytherin classmates, Crabbe and Goyle. Harry observed happily how Sirius was sworn into the position. It'll be good for him to have some responsibility, he thought, feeling very pleased for his godfather. He looked up in surprise when everyone began to laugh, only to realize that Santa Paws, who had apparently made himself visible to everyone, was standing on Sirius' side, eagerly licking his face in apparent appreciation. When the canine returned to him, he informed him in a small voice. Sirius instructed me to tell you to come home for a party tomorrow and bring Severus as well as McGonagall and Sprout. Harry quickly relayed the canine's message to Severus, and they decided to spend Sunday on the North Pole. Maybe I should take Luna with me, Harry thought, however, decided to leave it for another occasion. However, his girlfriend had other ideas. When he informed her in private that he was going to spend the day at home, she simply replied, "I'm going with you." You're stuck with her now, and she's the boss. Females are always the boss, Santa Paws quipped, glancing at Santa Star, who was busily chewing a bone. Right after breakfast, the members of Harry's extended family activated their portkeys to travel to the North Pole. Harry, however, decided to take Luna through his trunk, thinking that it might be difficult to touch his portkey, which he was still wearing on a necklace, with 2 people. Needless to say that Santa Paws and Santa Star were happily running ahead. "It's about time that you brought this beautiful lady here," Merlin was the first to greet them, only to add, "I observed your bonding in Hogwarts parlor." Harry could not help blushing, while Luna smiled at his great-grandfather. "Why thank you Merlin," she replied, seemingly happy. "Ever since then, I've been very happy." "You did what?" Sprout asked, incredulously, giving her little badgers a sharp look. "We did nothing," Harry clarified. "I simply asked Luna to become my girlfriend." But Hogwarts was so excited and eager that she let out some kind of accidental magic and bonded them, Merlin explained, grinning broadly. "I'm sure, Harry, if you tried to take your seat on the Wizengamot, it would recognize you as an adult. Perhaps you should go to Gringotts and accept the lordship sometime soon." Harry stared at his grandfather in shock. "You're kidding, right?" he asked, incredulously. "Of course not," Merlin replied, indignantly. "Harry, shall I take you to Gringotts tomorrow?" Sirius offered, grinning broadly. "Sirius, Harry is still a pupil at Hogwarts," McGonagall admonished him lightly. "Before you wish to take your godson anywhere outside Hogwarts, you must ask either Pomona as his head of house or me as the deputy headmistress." "Or Albus as the headmaster," Severus quipped, causing Harry to roll his eyes at the older wizard. "Sirius, let's go to Gringotts after Christmas," Harry decided. "It's only a few more weeks until the Christmas holidays anyway." The day on the North Pole was extremely pleasant. Harry showed Luna the workshop and introduced her to the puppies, which was much fun, especially when she and Harry transformed into their canine forms and joined in on the dog's play. During the Christmas holidays, which Luna spent on the North Pole together with Harry's extended family, while her father was on a research project in the Australian jungle, Sirius took Harry and Luna to Gringotts. According to Buckbean, the Potter's account manager, Harry and Luna were both adults in the magical world. Buckbean asked if they wanted to accept the lordship and become the Lord and Lady Potter, however, the teenagers denied, stating that they were only 13 or, in Luna's case, 12 and were not in a hurry to accept the lordship. "I'm sure Sirius will be able to act on our behalf on the Wizengamot," Harry decided, and Luna full-heartedly agreed. When it was time to return to Hogwarts on New Year's Day, Sprout let out a long sigh. "I wished we wouldn't have this staff meeting in the middle of the afternoon. I'd rather prefer another lovely day here on the North Pole and only return to the welcoming feast." "Harry," Luna spoke up, airily, "you better go in your Animagus form and attend that staff meeting. Perhaps Professor Snape could take you and leave Santa Star and Santa Paws with me, and the headmaster will believe that you're Santa Star." Everyone stared at the young witch in apparent surprise. However, Luna merely shrugged. "I just know," she said, simply, giving Harry a dreamy look. TBC. Thank you so very much for the reviews for the previous chapter. It is sad to see that 2,000 people read the chapter and only 20 were kind enough to leave a review though. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Have a nice second advent. Next chapter. A much needed change, a much needed change. Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Harry accompanied Severus to Hogwarts and strayed to the staff room in his Animagus form, feigning to be Severus Familiar. Santa Paws and Santa Star remained on the North Pole with Luna and would only step through Harry's trunk into Hogwarts on time for the welcoming feast. When Severus lowered himself into the seat next to Regina, Harry simply lay down on Severus and Regina's feet. I mustn't get too comfortable, as I can't fall asleep here, Harry reminded himself. If Luna thinks that it's important for me to be here, I must listen to their conversation. When everyone was assembled, Severus was the first to speak. Headmaster, what is so important that we have to spend our New Year's Day here? I have multiple potions to brew before the welcoming feast. May I ask that you keep it short, please? Harry inwardly chuckled and considered giving up his comfortable spot under the table to be able to see the headmaster's face. However, he became soon distracted when Dumbledore began to speak. I won't keep you long, the headmaster promised. However, I have an announcement to make. Since the beginning of the school year, I have been in contact with 2 magical schools on the continent, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, and we have decided to commence anew the tradition of the Triwizard tournament. Ignoring his colleagues' collective gasps, he continued, the next Triwizard tournament will be held here at Hogwarts during the next school year. No, McGonagall was the first to react. Albus, do you know why the Triwizard tournament was abolished in the first place? Because of the death rate of the participants, Remus spoke up in a grave voice. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to cancel it, Dumbledore continued. Everything is already fixed with the other schools, and the Ministry of Magic is organizing the event under the guidance of Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman. While he explained about the Goblet of Fire and presented a rough schedule for the event, which was going to last a whole school year, Harry's thoughts went haywire. This is why Luna wanted me to attend, he thought. What am I going to do? Dumbledore needs to be punished in any case. He can't set up such a thing neither without asking me as the owner of Hogwarts nor without his colleagues' consent. Making a decision, he rose from his comfortable spot on Regina's and Severus' feet, stepped aside and transformed into his human form. Dumbledore, he addressed the old wizard without the slightest bit of respect, this time, you've gone too far. You've already been on probation ever since you let Pettigrew escape. However, this is too much. Please vacate your office and leave Hogwarts before the welcoming feast tonight. But Harry, my boy, I'm not your boy, Harry said, coldly, glaring at the old wizard who was looking at him without the usual twinkle in his eyes. I've enough from your manipulations and meddling at the cost of innocent others. Turning to McGonagall, he said in a much softer voice, Professor McGonagall, please accept the position as our new headmistress from today onwards. I'll see to it that Frank and Alice Longbottom will come and take over your former positions from tomorrow morning onwards. I accept, the new headmistress replied, smiling. Thank you, Harry. Minerva, Dumbledore addressed his successor, do you really take the word of a barely educated 13-year-old over mine? McGonagall let out a deep sigh. I'm sorry to say this, Albus, but I support Harry as the owner of Hogwarts and I know for a fact that the other 3 heads of the houses do so, too. Please vacate your office within the next 3 hours. Please raise your hand if you support Professor McGonagall as our new headmistress, Harry spoke up in a firm voice, and, to his relief, everyone but Dumbledore raised their hands in confirmation. Albus, you may leave, McGonagall addressed the old wizard, and Dumbledore left the staff room without another word. I shall speak with Barty and Ludo to see if we can still cancel the tournament, the new headmistress continued. As soon as I know more, I'll inform you. As Harry is the owner of Hogwarts, I believe that he should be involved in this planning in any case. Therefore, I will invite him to the next staff meeting as well. Looking at the time display on the wall, she added, I shall see you in about 3 hours for the welcoming feast. Professor, Harry asked the headmistress, when everyone filed out of the room, will you please come with me into the parlor of the Founder's quarters, so that I can officially introduce you to Hogwarts? As the new headmistress, I want to ask her to support you but also to shift the wards to you. I hope that she'll be able to change the wards accordingly. McGonagall cast him a smile. Thank you, Harry, and yes please. Let's do this right away. Are you still on speaking terms with the meddling old castle? Severus quipped. After what she did to you and Ms. Lovegood, he slowly trailed off. Oh well, that was that, but she only meant well, and accidental magic can happen to anyone, apparently even to a 1,000-year-old castle, Harry replied, chuckling. Severus, McGonagall asked, quietly, do you agree to become my deputy headmaster? Severus cast her a look of pure shock. Yes, of course, I will support you, but you should know by now that I'm already extremely busy. Turning to Harry, he asked, would you perhaps be willing to become my student assistant? Harry shrugged. If you deem me adequate enough for such a thing, I will, he replied, not exactly sure what it entailed, however, fully trusting Severus to have his best interest in mind. HP, Luna, Harry thought to his girlfriend through the friendship ring, thank you so much for sending me to the staff meeting. I just fired Dumbledore and made Professor McGonagall the new headmistress. Well done, Harry, Luna thought back. Are you going to come home now? I just came in after playing in the snow with the other doggies. Not yet, Harry replied in amusement, as he envisioned Luna in his Animagus form rolling through the snow with the puppies. I need to introduce the new headmistress to Hogwarts and then I'll have to speak with Severus, who asked me to become his student assistant. I accepted the position, but I don't have a clue what it means. Oh, it sounds cool anyway, Luna replied, pleasantly. May I come and join you with Santa Paws and Santa Star? Of course, Harry replied, just when he led McGonagall into the parlor. There is just one thing that I'd like to ask you to do before coming here. Could you speak with Alice and Frank and ask if they're ready to accept their new positions at Hogwarts from tomorrow morning onwards? If they agree, please ask Santa to make porkies for them, so they can attend the welcoming feast tonight. All right, Luna promised, swiftly. HP, Harry and my new headmistress, Hogwarts greeted them, as soon as they entered the room. Hi Hogwarts, Harry replied, grinning at the castle's apparent excitement. Harry, you did a wonderful job, Hogwarts commended him. It was overdue for Dumbledore to take his leave, and Professor McGonagall is a brilliant choice for my new headmistress. Congratulations, Minerva. Thank you, Hogwarts, McGonagall replied, her mouth stretching to one of the smiles, which Harry had only ever seen her show him on the North Pole. Hogwarts, can you change the wards to obey to Professor McGonagall instead of Dumbledore, or what do we need to do? Harry inquired, looking towards the ceiling, which he used to do when talking to the castle, even knowing that it was unnecessary. Please give me a moment, Hogwarts replied, slowly, and an instant later, a bright glow surrounded both of them, similar to the glow that Harry had witnessed when Hogwarts had bonded him to Luna. Hogwarts, what was that? Harry asked in suspicion, thinking, I really need to be careful with whom I come here to speak with. Hogwarts. That my dear boy were the wards that are now set to the two of you, Hogwarts replied, gently. You both are now able to control the wards. Thank you very much, McGonagall was the first to respond, that was very considerate. Thank you, Hogwarts, Harry echoed, smiling. Nevertheless, I suggest that you take the four heads of the houses, go out onto the grounds and strengthen the wards at the next opportunity, Hogwarts advised them, and Harry and the headmistress immediately agreed. Harry, you should also ask Salazar for a spell, which you should cast in favor of Amaterasu, Hogwarts continued. However, did not go into detail but merely told him to speak with Salazar. I'll do so during the weekend, Harry resolved, making a mental note to take more time to speak with each of the founders. HP when they left the parlor, Luna was waiting for Harry in the living room together with Frank and Alice. Santa Paws and Santa Star were cuddling with the three of them on the sofa, upon seeing Harry. Santa Paws immediately ran over and jumped up at Harry, eagerly licking his face. Santa Paws, that's enough. It was only 2 hours since I left, Harry said, feverishly trying to throw the eager canine off. When he finally succeeded to put Santa Paws' front paws down onto the floor, he turned to the headmistress, who was observing them in clear amusement. Professor, if you need any help with the office or anything, please call Dobby, and he'll fetch me, he said in determination. We're going to see Severus and take Santa Star to him. Thank you, Harry, and please discuss the matter with the student assistant with him if you're sure that you want to do it, McGonagall replied, only to add in a soft voice, please tell him that I agree with whatever he decides in this matter. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied and ushered Luna and the canines out of the founder's quarters, while the headmistress tended to Frank and Alice. Thank Merlin that I already prepared living quarters and an office for Alice before the Christmas holidays, Harry thought. At that time, Professor McGonagall had voiced her surprise when he showed her the rooms. However, Harry had insisted that Dumbledore was on probation and could possibly lose his position at any time. They will be all right, Luna spoke up, and Sirius has recovered nicely as well. I don't think that he's going to go back to his Auror position but will just stay on the North Pole in his canine form. That might be true, Harry replied, thoughtfully. He spent most of the holidays playing with the puppies. Still, he makes a wonderful head of the Wizengamot though, Luna said, smiling. And a very cool godfather, Harry added, groaning in annoyance at Santa Paws and Santa Star, who were alerting the Slytherin head to their presence by alternately scratching at his door and letting out small whines. A moment later, Severus opened the door giving them a questioning look. Already tired of babysitting the doggies, Ms. Lovegood? He then inquired. No sir, Luna replied, smiling broadly, before she added, smirking, we were just wondering if it was worth Harry's time to become a student assistant. Luna, Harry blurted out in shock. However, Severus merely smirked. Oh well, he can begin right away by putting together a pop quiz for the lazy Hufflepuff Ravenclaw second years for tomorrow morning, he replied in a stern voice, even if unable to completely wipe the smirk off his face. Sure, Harry replied, grinning. I'm sure some of the Slytherin third years would fail it, Luna replied, calmly, wearing a dreamy expression that caused Harry to chuckle. Weasley, Crabbe and Goyle. He thought to her through the ring. Certainly, Luna thought back. Severus finally offered them a seat and began to talk in a soft voice. As far as I know, the position of a student assistant has not been used at Hogwarts in about 200 years. However, teachers with double responsibilities are entitled to employ a student assistant, who will help them, for example, with the grading of papers, the brewing of potions for the hospital wing, or might even teach the occasional class. Usually, student assistants come from the upper years. However, I believe that you're more adept at brewing, Harry, than any of our 6th or 7th years. Plus, he added, slightly hesitating, I can't imagine tolerating anyone else's presence in my lab. Before we began working together, your mother was the only person with whom I could work comfortably. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, smiling, and I gladly accept the position. I further suggest, Severus continued, unexpectedly, that you take your potions owl at the end of the school year. Professor, Luna spoke up in a soft voice, may I please study together with Harry for the potions owl? Severus gave the girl a sharp look. If you both wish to spend all evenings for the remainder of the school year in my potions lab, feel free to do so, he finally agreed. We will, Harry and Luna promised, simultaneously. All of a sudden, there was a knock at the door, and when Severus called out, come in, Regina appeared in the doorframe, carrying a plate filled with Christmas biscuits. Am I disturbing you? She asked, looking from Severus to the students. I just thought that we could have some tea and leftover Christmas biscuits. Maybe Harry and Luna could join us, too. Please come in, Severus replied and invited the three of them into his private quarters. These biscuits are delicious, Harry spoke up after trying 3 different ones. Did you bake them yourself? Yes, I love baking, and I invited some friends, Regina replied, and Harry noticed in surprise how her expression darkened some. Is something wrong? He asked in a soft voice, causing the woman to let out a deep sigh. Not really, she admitted, it's just that I invited some friends during the holidays only to realize that now that I'm getting used to living in the magical world again, I can't really relate to them like before. Do you understand what I mean? I fully understand, Severus replied in a soft voice, only to add, I hope you don't regret coming to Hogwarts. No, not at all, Regina confirmed, smiling. It's strange for Luna to not add a comment, Harry thought, letting his eyes wander to his girlfriend, only to realize that she was staring at Regina wearing a strange expression. Luna? He asked, tentatively, causing Luna to turn her head to him. However, he had the impression as if she didn't even see him. Harry and Severus will be able to cure you, she finally spoke up, looking back at Regina. Merlin has invented a potion to restore a squib's magic, the second magic potion. Severus? Harry addressed the professor, are you busy tonight? Can you accompany me home to speak with Merlin? Of course, Severus promised, only after my house meeting though. I'll go ahead and wait for you then, Harry decided. Excuse me? Regina finally spoke up, looking at Luna in disbelief. That's impossible, she added, matter-of-factly. I saw Harry and Severus cure you, Luna admitted in a soft voice, smiling. Luna can sometimes see things, Harry explained. She was also the one who told me to attend the staff meeting earlier, because she knew that I had to be there to fire Dumbledore. You're a seer? Regina inquired wide-eyed. Luna shrugged. Sometimes, I just know things. I don't know if I'm a seer. I just see things. I don't know if it'll work. I just know that Harry and Severus gave you Merlin's second magic potion to cure you. We're going to look for it tonight, Harry promised. Nevertheless, don't get your hopes up, Severus warned her. I won't, but thank you so much for doing this for me anyway, Regina replied, smiling happily. Thank you, Luna. Luna merely smiled, absent-mindedly playing with the friendship ring on her left hand. HP on their way to the welcoming feast, Harry and Luna made a short detour to the greenhouses to receive Professor Sprout's permission to quickly head to the North Pole and speak with Merlin right after dinner. Usually, Harry would have simply gone and returned without anyone noticing, however, since it was obvious that Luna would accompany him, he decided on the official way. Hearing their reasoning, Sprout was all for it and merely asked that they should send Santa Claus upon their return to inform her that they were back. It might be quite late if we have to search for the potion, Harry warned her, before Luna thanked her profusely for the permission. HP to Harry's relief, Merlin had developed a spell, which they could use to search for a specific potion in his notes, and by the time Severus joined them on the North Pole, Harry was already in the lab brewing the potion with Luna's assistance. Under Severus' supervision, which Harry secretly found unnecessary, as the potion was not difficult to brew, they finished the concoction and returned to Hogwarts on time for curfew. Let's meet in the hospital wing, Severus suggested. It's better for Regina to take the potion in Poppy's presence. I'll fetch her. HP Severus' thoughts went haywire. She might become a witch, he thought in excitement. Never after Lily was gone had he felt any attraction to a woman. However, Regina was completely different from everyone else, and it was not because of her lack of magic. If we succeed and she becomes a witch, she definitely won't return to the Muggle world, he thought, feeling extremely happy at the idea. Tell her how you feel about her, the annoying little voice at the back of his mind that tended to drive him nuts at times spoke up. Not now, Severus growled, as he knocked at her door to fetch her. We have the potion. Will you accompany me to take it in the hospital wing? He merely asked, causing Regina to stare at him, wide-eyed. Of course, even if it sounds like a myth, she replied, smiling sadly. Her expression of sadness was only replaced by excitement, when Poppy ushered her into her office, where Harry and Luna were already waiting for her with the file that was labeled Second Magic sitting on the table. After a glance at the inscription on the file, Regina pulled off the cork and downed the cool liquid without lingering, let alone complain about the taste. TBC. Thank you so very much for the many kind reviews for the previous chapter. My muse really needs the encouragement, especially if I want the story to be finished by Christmas. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Have a nice second Advent. Next chapter. The Dark Mark Santa Claus. By Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Quickly placing the file back onto the table, Regina gave Poppy a questioning look, and she asked in obvious excitement. Smiling, Poppy waved her wand over her colleague 5 times, before she nodded and said, Congratulations, Regina. You're a witch now. Your magic is only at approximately 6% now, but I suppose that it'll go up over time and active use of it. Oh Merlin, I can't believe it, Regina blurted out, teary-eyed, before she pulled Poppy into a bear's hug, followed by Severus, Harry and Luna. Thank you all so much for giving me magic, she sobbed. I'm so happy. How? Poppy inquired, turning to Harry and Severus. Merlin invented that potion. Exactly, Severus confirmed, smirking. Fortunately, Harry is in the possession of his notes and recipes. I hope to be able to find more lost recipes in the near future. Harry nodded, knowing that they would continue checking Merlin's notes during the summer holidays. It was late the same evening that Minerva activated her portkey that took her to the North Pole. Knowing that Sirius had much time, while she had to get used to being the headmistress of Hogwarts, she asked Sirius in his capacity as the head of the Wizengamot to speak with Bagman and Crouch concerning the Triwizard tournament. If it can't be cancelled anymore, we'll just have to pull through with it. However, if it's still possible, we should cancel it. We don't want to participate in such a dangerous tournament, let alone hold it at Hogwarts, she told him in exasperation. I've no idea what Albus was thinking agreeing to such a thing. If it wasn't even his own idea in the first place, Santa said, grimly. Perhaps he wanted some more fame. Merlin spoke up, smirking. I'll speak with them first thing tomorrow morning and come to your office to notify you right afterwards, Sirius promised. Thank you so much, Minerva replied, feeling extremely relieved at the former Gryffindor's assistance. Albus has left quite some chaos, which I have to clear up, before I'll be able to deal with events such as this tournament. HP in the morning, the headline of the Daily Prophet screamed in red letters. Minerva McGonagall replaces Albus Dumbledore as headmistress of Hogwarts after his dismissal by Harry Potter, the owner of the school and third-year student. While our children were sitting on the Hogwarts Express traveling to their beloved school, a staff meeting took place, in which Albus Dumbledore explained his newest idea for the school. The content is unknown, however, according to the former headmaster, it was an event with a purpose solely for the greater good. Apparently reason enough for Harry Potter to fire Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore, Harry growled, not even bothering to read the rest of the article. They shouldn't print such a thing without even asking the other side, Luna spoke up, frowning. Ah, the Daily Prophet is biased anyway, Daphne said, letting out a deep sigh. Harry, somehow, we should reply to this in any case. Don't do anything now, Remus advised them, who was just walking by the Hufflepuff table and had heard their conversation. I shall write to the Daily Prophet, since I was present at the meeting and witnessed everything. Thanks, Professor Lupin, Harry said in relief, casting the former werewolf a grateful smile. HP as promised, Sirius stepped into the headmistress' office shortly before lunchtime the following day. I spoke with Bagman and Crouch, he informed her, letting out a deep sigh. Apparently, Minister Fudge is very intrigued about the whole thing and wants it to take place at Hogwarts in any case. On top of it, or perhaps even because of it, they have already charmed the Goblet of Fire, so that it's not possible to cancel the tournament anymore. The three schools are in a magical contract with the Goblet of Fire, so unless someone destroys the goblet, which is probably difficult, as it's a powerful magical device, the three schools have to compete. Minerva shook her head in annoyance at the former headmaster. Thanks for speaking with them, Sirius, she replied, letting out a deep sigh. Apparently, the goblet is also charmed to not accept any students under the age of 17 to put their name in, Sirius added. That's at least something, but nevertheless, I'm sorry, Minerva. Well, we'll deal with it, Minerva replied in determination. If there's anything that I can do to assist, you know where to find me, Sirius replied, grinning. Are you not going back to the Aurors? Minerva inquired, giving her former student a sharp look. Sirius shook his head. No, I won't. It won't be the same without James at my side, and I will just remain on the North Pole and assist with one or the other task in favor of Hogwarts, the Wizengamot and Santa's workshop. Santa also suggested for me to train the puppies, so that the elves, who have done it so far, could help with other things. He chuckled before admitting, I believe that my first job at hand will be making a plan how to instigate a vote of no confidence against Fudge on the Wizengamot. A brilliant idea, Minerva agreed, smiling. With that, Sirius took his leave, and Minerva proceeded to call her colleagues for a much-needed staff meeting. HP at breakfast the following morning, Harry once again received a howler from Molly Weasley. Harry Potter, how dare you dismiss the headmaster? You're nothing but an attention-seeking brat who doesn't know what's good for everyone. I don't know how you manipulated people to believe that you were a descendant of the founders and the owner of Hogwarts, but we are paying school fees, and a lot of them, and want the school being led by a proper professor like Albus Dumbledore and not by an attention-seeking muggle-raised child like you. If you ever do such a stunt again, I will pull all my children from the school. Everyone listened until Molly Weasley was finished, before students and teachers alike began to laugh. Harry, the twins leaned over from the Gryffindor table, please allow us to remain at Hogwarts. Even if we have to sell prank potions, to pay the school fees, they told him, causing everyone sitting nearby to burst into laughter again. Of course, Harry replied, grinning, as he really liked the twins. I'll assist with the brewing of said prank potions. HP during the following months, Harry and Luna spent every evening in the potions professor's private lab. They first busied themselves brewing the potion that Severus assigned them in preparation for their potions owl. Afterwards, Luna returned to the Hufflepuff common room, while Harry assisted Severus with the brewing of potions for the hospital wing. Thank Merlin, Quidditch practice is now taking place in the mornings. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to play on the team anymore, Harry thought, when another victory party was taking place in the Hufflepuff common room. Just the same morning, the team had won the Quidditch Cup for the third time in a row, and everyone was overjoyed. On Sunday mornings, Harry spent some time with the twins brewing prank potions after recipes, which he had either received from Severus or found in Merlin's notes. Even if the twins did not have to sell prank potions to remain at Hogwarts, as their father had seen to it, Harry enjoyed being together with them, especially since both of them were very much adept at brewing. On Sunday evenings, Harry usually met with Draco in the Founder's quarters, where they both practiced the transformation into their bird forms. Other than these times, he tried to change his limbs every now and then like he had done when trying to become a canine. To his surprise, it took equally long to become a phoenix as it had taken the first time. I thought it might get easier for each new form, he admitted to Luna, who cast him a dreamy look and admitted that she was secretly trying to become a phoenix, too. I only practice when I'm in bed at night, she informed him, but I can only change my hands into white feathers by now. I'm not much ahead then, Harry consoled her, feeling very happy at the idea of flying over the North Pole together with his girlfriend. Maybe I should invite Draco to the North Pole sometime, he resolved. It was on a Saturday evening in May, when Harry assisted Severus in the potions lab, after everyone had spent the day in Hogsmeade, that Severus suddenly gave Harry a pensive look. As you might have seen, he began to speak in a soft voice. Regina and I had to chaperone the Hogsmeade visit earlier. Do you think it would be possible to bring her with us to the North Pole sometime during the summer holidays? Of course, Harry replied in a firm voice. I think she'll like it on the North Pole. Severus nodded, smiling. Go on and invite her. I'll inform Dad before the summer holidays, Harry added, feeling very happy for the older wizard to have found someone he wished to spend time with. She's really nice and will fit into our extended family. It's just too bad that Professor McGonagall and you won't be able to join us the same time anymore. Yes, I'm sorry, Severus apologized. I'll have to take turns with her. There's nothing to be sorry about, Harry replied, soothingly. I still prefer you to be the deputy headmaster over anyone else, even if you have to take turns coming home. Thank you, Harry, Severus replied, smiling. Oh well, Harry continued, pensively. Perhaps we could ask Professor Flitwick to become the second deputy headmaster and be there at times, when the two of you are away together? Harry, Severus replied in a much stricter voice, what I tell you now needs to be kept between the two of us, please. Minerva knows about it but no one else. Harry nodded, looking at the older wizard in expectation. You know that I have the dark mark, Severus continued, giving Harry a questioning look. Yes, sir. Santa Claus told me, Harry confirmed. Ever since you defeated him, the dark mark has been light gray. However, recently, it's getting much darker, the professor told him. Maybe he's going to come back in the near future. So far, I haven't heard anything, but the change in the dark mark alone is worrisome. Therefore, I'd prefer Minerva or I to be at Hogwarts at any time. If that threat will be removed sooner or later, which I very much hope will be sooner, I'll gladly agree to have Professor Flitwick assist us. I understand, Harry said in comprehension, and of course I fully agree. During the second half of his third year, Harry had been so busy that he was surprised when the test week came and went, and with it his and Luna's potions owl exam, and the summer holidays began. Knowing how large their extended family had become by now, Santa sent Holly with a sleigh to Hogwarts to pick up Harry, Luna, Severus and Regina, Frank, Alice and Neville, as well as Professor Sprout, Cicero, Dobby, Santa Star and Santa Paws. Every 2 weeks, Severus would take turns with Professor McGonagall. Are you sure that your father doesn't mind you staying at my place during the summer? Harry whispered to his girlfriend, giving her a concerned look. No, dear, he's happy that he could travel to South America to look for some kind of amphibian, of which I forgot the name, without having to worry about me, Luna replied, pleasantly, gently cuddling Santa Paws close. Are you sure that you don't mind me being with you the whole time? Absolutely certain, Harry whispered and leaned over, gently kissing her lips, before Santa Paws confirmed his consent by licking her face. Just a moment later, The canine ran to the front of the sleigh impatiently waiting for the reindeer to land. "It has been much too long since we visited my siblings," he informed Harry, telepathically. "Oh well, now we're going to be home for 2 months," Harry thought back, feeling very happy at the prospect of spending the whole summer on the North Pole with his extended family, HP. If Harry had expected his summer holidays to be peaceful and quiet, he was completely mistaken, as his godfather provided more than enough entertainment. "Harry," he addressed his godson over dinner the first evening, "you know that next to your father, Remus was my best friend, don't you?" "I might have heard of it," Harry replied, feigning innocence, as he could well imagine the reason for the question. "You might have heard of the Marauders, haven't you?" Sirius asked, smirking. "Would you please consider letting Remus in on your secret and inviting him here? Please?" he added, giving Harry a puppy-eyed look. "Feel free to go and bring him here," Harry replied, simply, causing Sirius to stare at him in obvious surprise. "Why no objections?" he asked, wide-eyed. "No," Harry replied, shrugging in amusement that intensified, when Sirius jumped up from his seat, dashed to the screen and told it to display the living quarters of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts. "Moony, can you hear me?" he heard him say a moment later. "Padfoot?" came the instant reply. "Yeah, you can't see me, only hear me. Now listen, Moony, I'm going to send a sleigh to pick you up in front of the entrance doors in 15 minutes. Bring winter clothes. I can't wait to have you here," Sirius shouted, causing everyone to laugh at Remus' surprised expression. "Holly," Harry called his favorite elf, "I'm sorry, but would you mind traveling to Hogwarts once again?" "Of course not," the friendly elf replied, smiling, and set to leave. "Equals I'll accompany you," equals Santa Paws woofed and dashed behind the elf. "I like the wolfie. We must teach him to become a dog Animagus," he thought to Harry in apparent eagerness. "All right," Harry agreed, resolving to ask Remus when the opportunity arose. HP 30 minutes later, Santa Paws dashed into the room again with Holly and Remus in tow, and Harry quickly rose from his chair to introduce Santa, Claire and Merlin to the newcomer, who was staring around in utmost surprise. "Where are we?" he asked, incredulously, causing everyone to laugh. "Why, on the North Pole, of course," Santa replied and swiftly introduced himself and Claire to their newest guest. "Hey Moony," Sirius spoke up, once Remus had sat down and taken a first sip of his tea. "Guess who's going to the Quidditch World Cup this summer?" "You?" Remus inquired, looking up with apparent interest. "Me, yes, and everyone here who wants to come. I got 20 tickets," Sirius beamed in obvious happiness. Harry and Luna immediately decided to accompany the two marauders just like everyone else in attendance, except for Santa and Claire, who promised Merlin to watch the event on the screen with him. "Harry, you can still invite some friends," Sirius offered, and Harry resolved to invite some of his friends first thing in the morning. "Perhaps Daphne, Hermione, Susan, Hannah, Tracy, Draco and the twins. Neville is with us anyway," he mused. HP in the end, it was indeed a group of 20 people plus Santa Paws, Santa Star and Dobby, who left from the North Pole to the area where the Quidditch World Cup was going to take place. While they used one large portkey provided by Santa, each of them was wearing their return portkey around their neck. "Just in case you feel uncomfortable with so many people there, come back here. Just inform at least one of the others, so that no one will be looking for you," Santa instructed them all, before Sirius activated the portkey. The atmosphere in the stadium was amazing to Harry, who had never attended such an event before, and he observed, eagerly, how Victor Crumb managed to catch the snitch, even if it led to the victory of the opposing team. "Ireland wins, so, Seamus will be so happy," the twins quipped, causing Harry to cast them a questioning look. "Ah, one of our third years, who's Irish, and just a bit annoying. And is often together with that thick-headed brother of ours," the twins informed him, smirking. It was a few hours after the match, when everyone had just gone to bed in their enormous tent that Santa had provided for them, when Holly suddenly appeared with 2 other elves and woke everyone up. "You must activate your portkeys immediately. Bad people are making fire in the woods," they informed the group, and everyone hurriedly obeyed, knowing not to question Santa's elves. Safely back on the North Pole, everyone gathered in front of the screen and observed the happenings on the area of the Quidditch World Cup field, where they had been asleep just a few minutes ago, in growing horror that reached its peak when the dark mark was cast brightly into the sky. Death Eaters, Severus spoke up in apparent shock, they're coming back. Just on time for the Triwizard tournament to take place, Remus added, seemingly horrified, a wonderful timing. I thought most of them were in Azkaban like my brothers? Regina inquired, giving Severus a questioning look. There are still enough of them out there, Severus replied, letting out a deep sigh. Severus, I have a question, Santa spoke up, thoughtfully. Is the dark mark you're wearing of any use to you? Severus stared at his friend in shock. TBC, thank you so very much for the many kind reviews for the previous chapter. My muse really needs the encouragement, especially if I want the story to be finished by Christmas. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. The Goblet of Fire. The Goblet of Fire. Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. I made grave mistakes in my youth. Severus began to speak up, slowly. However, about a year before the end of the war, I became a spy for the light side. As to the use of the dark mark, no, for me, it doesn't have one. During the last couple of months, I could see that it was getting darker, which means that he is getting stronger, wherever and in which form he might be. That is why I'm not overly surprised about the Death Eater's activity tonight. Do you want me to take the dark mark off? Santa asked, bluntly, causing Severus to look at him wearing the blank mask, which Harry had only seen him display at Hogwarts so far. If it's possible, I would be extremely grateful, he then replied. Santa nodded in understanding. Very well then, let's head out onto the grounds. Everyone else, please remain here. Santa Star, you may come, he instructed everyone. He probably doesn't want us to see Severus hurting when he takes him to the large crystal and makes the dark mark go away, Harry thought in understanding, as he remembered what Santa had told him about the removal of the horcrux behind his scar. Good luck, Severus, he told the older wizard, who had somehow become something like a mentor to him over the last year. Thank you, Harry, Severus replied in a soft voice, as he followed Santa out of the room. It was on the day before the teachers had to return to Hogwarts that Remus suddenly spoke up, I was wondering about something. Seeing everyone look at him in expectation, he continued, when Sirius was sent to Azkaban at that time, Peter received the Order of Merlin for dying, or in other words for getting the Potters killed. Now that it's a well-known fact that he feigned his own death and was the Death Eater who gave away Lily and James on top of it, have they revoked the Order of Merlin? I also wonder where the money went, which he received posthumously along with the Order of Merlin. That's a good question. Sirius was the first to comment. I'll go and speak with Amelia or perhaps even with the goblins about it. Harry, why don't you accompany Sirius to Gringotts? Santa suddenly suggested. We only took you there once, when you were about 6, to speak with Buckbean, your account manager, and have him officially register you with us. We did not look at your account, possible estates that your birth parents might have left you and such things. Oh, all right, Harry agreed, looking at his godfather. May I go with you, Sirius? Of course, Sirius replied, grinning, before he encouraged Luna to accompany them. I will, Luna said, lightly, if Harry doesn't mind. Of course not, Harry replied, promptly, gently leaned over to kiss her. Why in the world does she feel so insecure all the time? He wondered in concern. You're always welcome to accompany me, wherever I go, he added, quietly. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement greeted them as friendly as always. However, upon hearing Sirius' question, she let out a deep sigh. Sirius, as you know, at that time, I was a lowly Auror in training, and I didn't get to know anything. If you ask me, Albus Dumbledore arranged everything, and he probably is the only one, maybe with the exception of the goblins, who is aware of what really happened at that time. I will, however, see to it that the Order of Merlin will be revoked in any case. Sirius nodded in apparent understanding. All right then, we were going to see the goblins anyway, he replied, only to add, will you perhaps do us the honor of joining us for lunch, Melly? To Harry's surprise, Amelia Bones agreed, and during lunch, he suddenly recalled that Sirius had once told him that she had been his girlfriend before his stay in Azkaban. They still seemed to like each other, Santa Paws thought to him, and Harry silently agreed after listening to their friendly banter for a while. After a quick lunch, Amelia returned to the ministry and Sirius, Harry and Santa Claus walked the small distance over to Gringotts, where Sirius requested to speak with Buckbean. Harry liked the goblin immediately, as he was very friendly and less formal than he had expected the goblins to be just from what he had heard over the last few years. He could not remember the visit to Gringotts at the time of his adoption, of which Santa had told him. "Hello, Mr. Potter, Lord Black," Buckbean greeted them and led them into his office. Harry curiously let his eyes wander around the room, which radiated the atmosphere of a high-ranking goblin with goblin-crafted items impressively decorating the walls. "What can I do for you today?" their host inquired, giving them a curious look. "We were wondering about a couple of things," Sirius explained and explicitly asked about Pettigrew's Order of Merlin. "Other than that, we'd like to have a look at the Potter finances, liquids and assets as well." With a flick of his hand, Buckbean summoned several folders, which arrived neatly piled on his desk. He opened the thinnest and informed them that the money for the Order of Merlin First Class for Peter Pettigrew had been sent to a specifically made vault, to which no one but Albus Dumbledore had access. "What's going to happen to the money now, considering that Pettigrew is really gone?" Sirius inquired. Buckbean quickly skimmed the folder only to reply, "I'm afraid that there's no money left in that account. Dumbledore used it all for, as he called it, management expenses for Hogwarts." "Nonsense," Harry growled, angrily. "He doesn't have any expenses for Hogwarts, as Hogwarts is completely self-fulfilling through the vaults of the founders of the school." "Yes, that is correct," Buckbean agreed, grimly. "I'm afraid, however, that there's nothing that I can do about it. There's something else that we can do against Albus Dumbledore though." Deeply sighing, he closed the folder and opened one of the thicker folders on his desk. Taking out a couple of parchments, he placed them in front of Harry and Sirius on the table. "Here, you can see the income along with the expenses of the Potter vaults from the point of your parents' death onwards," he explained, pointing to the parchments. "What?" Sirius blurted out in apparent anger, causing Harry to take a closer look at the top parchment. He realized quickly that there were several monthly expenses taken from his vaults. One was labeled, "Expenses for Ronald Weasley for befriending Harry," the next said, "Cover for the expenses of the Order of the Phoenix," the third was labeled, "Reimbursement of costs for the Dursleys for raising Harry," and the last one read, "Fees for Albus Dumbledore for acting as Harry's magical guardian." "There is more," Buckbean informed them. "There are yearly expenses that cover the school fees for Ronald and Ginevra Weasley." "What?" Harry blurted out, looking at the goblin in bewilderment. "It's good that you finally came to take a look at your expenses." Buckbean continued, "As I suggest calling all these transfers back as soon as possible." "Please do this," Harry instructed him, and the goblin immediately busied himself producing a series of parchments, which he placed in front of Harry to receive his signature. Harry swiftly signed everything, before he sat back in his chair to listen to Buckbean, who informed him and his godfather about the Potter's assets and vaults. "Unlike the last time you came here with your adoptive father, you're now an adult in the magical world and as such able to access each of your vaults, not only your trust vault," the goblin told him. When Harry hesitantly asked his godfather if they had time to look at his vaults, his godfather readily agreed, and they spent the next 2 hours at Gringotts, looking at this and that. Harry even found a diary from his mother, which he quickly pocketed to read through it at home. While Claire and Santa were giving Regina a lesson in magic, Severus took a long walk during the snow accompanied by Santa Star and a couple of her siblings. He recalled how he had been bullied by the Marauders, had reacted in the wrong way towards his beloved Lily, and how one thing had led to the next and finally driven him into making the worst mistake in his life. He remembered how he had received the dark mark so many years ago. Frustrated with himself and the world around him, he had followed Lucius Malfoy's invitation to visit the Dark Lord and join his ranks. He stared at his left arm, which was now clean and innocent under his warm robes without the more than annoying the dark mark. "Oh Merlin, getting close to Harry and his family was the best thing that ever happened in my life," he thought, feeling extremely happy. When Regina joined him after her lesson, Severus stared at her, smiling broadly. Her long, black hair was looking beautiful in the sunshine, and her large, chocolate-brown eyes were looking at him with warmth and love. Summoning as much courage as he could, he spoke up in a soft voice, "Regina, will you please become my wife and make me the happiest wizard in the world?" Her face became even more beautiful, when her expression stretched into a wide smile, right before she replied, "I would be delighted to become your wife." Reaching into one of his inner robe pockets, Severus pulled out a small, silver ring with a scenery of the North Pole engraved into it, which he had made with the assistance of Santa's elves a couple of days ago. He carefully slid it over the ring finger of her left hand, where it magically adjusted to the correct size. As soon as she finished staring at the ring in obvious amazement, he leaned over until their faces almost touched and captured her lips with his own. When Harry and his extended family heard the good news, they were delighted for Severus and Regina and threw an ad hoc party for the happy couple. Harry, Severus addressed him in private, when the two wizards stepped outside for a moment together with Santa Paws and Santa Star. Do you think you could somehow connect our private quarters at Hogwarts? Harry pondered the question for a moment, before he promised to speak with Hogwarts immediately after his return to the castle. I'm going to go back with you and the others tomorrow anyway, he informed his mentor. You certainly need assistance with the brewing for the hospital wing, especially considering that you now need to reserve some time for your fiancée, he added, grinning. Luna is going to spend the last 2 weeks of the holidays together with her father anyway, he added just for himself, deciding to not voice his thought. Thank you very much for your consideration, Severus replied in a mock sneer, but I'm still a potions professor and have responsibilities. That's good to know, Harry quipped, quickly ducking, when the older wizard made a snowball come into his direction with a flick of his hand. Just a moment later, the two wizards and their canine familiars were engrossed in a full-fledged snowball fight. Just like during the previous year, Harry decided to spend the 2 weeks before the beginning of school in the Founder's quarters. Even if he assisted Severus for several hours each day, he saw to it that he spent some time speaking with the founders of Hogwarts in their life-size portrait in the living room and also chatting with Hogwarts in the parlor. He also visited Amaterasu, Salazar's basilisk familiar, with whom he had become friends after his first visit in the Chamber of Secrets 2 years ago. At that time, Salazar had instructed Harry to take him to her in a small photo frame, right after the attack on Mrs. Norris, as he was worried about the serpent, who had been extremely distraught at that time. At that time, Salazar had taught him a spell to cast at the basilisk that made her large, yellow eyes turn white and harmless for everyone who saw her. The spell, however, had to be renewed once a year, and from that point onwards, Harry saw to it that he recast it as soon as he returned to Hogwarts at the end of August every year. Thank you so much, my dear new master, the basilisk hissed, seemingly pleased that Harry had recast the spell. You're very welcome, Harry replied, gently caressing the large animal's skin. I will always recast it, he promised, sincerely. Santa Paws let out a confirming woof, making Harry wonder if the canine could comprehend Parseltongue. One day, shortly before the beginning of the school year, when Minerva and Severus were doing last-minute preparations for the new school year and the Triwizard tournament, Molly Weasley suddenly stepped through the fireplace. Her face was bright red and her hair completely messy, almost as if she had tried to pull it out. Now Molly, this is a surprise, Minerva greeted the seemingly upset witch. To what owe we the favor of your visit? Minerva, Molly replied in a loud voice, do you know where Albus is? I'm afraid not, the headmistress replied, calmly. Why are you asking instead of simply writing a letter to him? Probably a howler, she thought to herself, as she had, of course, heard everything about Albus' misdeeds concerning Harry's vaults. Years ago, I made a deal with him, and he promised to pay the school fees for Ron and Ginny for us, Molly admitted. However, the Potter brat apparently pulled all the money back, which we received from Albus during the last couple of years, even their school fees, and we don't have any money left, plus the goblins sealed our accounts, so that we can't even get what is needed in advance. I need to speak with Albus. Everything is his fault and that of the Potter brat, of course. Mrs. Weasley, you're not making sense, Severus told the excited witch. Why is it Mr. Potter's concern if you're making deals with Albus Dumbledore and they don't work out for some reason? Albus took the money from the Potter vault, stating that the boy wouldn't need so much money, but would need Ronald as his friend. But see how that worked out, Molly replied in agitation. My son ended up in the House of the Snakes. Your son was in Hufflepuff first, just like Harry Potter, who by the way, saved your daughter's life in his second year, Minerva replied in a strict voice. I don't condone Albus stealing money from Harry Potter's vault to give it to you in any case, she added, sternly. Was anyone else informed about this deal? Only Ron, Molly replied, letting out a deep sigh. What am I going to do? I even need to pull the twins out of Hogwarts, as we won't be able to afford the school fees for them. Quickly thinking, Severus spoke up in a firm voice. I shall make a deal with the twins. Please send them over to speak with Harry and me at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Molly cast Minerva a questioning look. Molly, please do so, the headmistress confirmed, strictly. The twins are good students and don't deserve having to leave Hogwarts just because of something that you arranged with Albus years ago. They're also good friends of Harry, and he will support them as well. Molly nodded and promised to send the twins and to write to Albus, before she stepped back into the fireplace, causing Minerva and Severus to let out deep sighs of relief. Annoying bitch, Severus commented, grimly. I wonder how Mr. Weasley will react to this latest escapade of his wife, Minerva replied, pensively. The last thing I heard was that he was going to leave her if she ever did as much as send a howler to Harry. HP during the following hours, many things happened at once. Using their last quiet time, before the preparations for Christmas were going to begin anew, Santa and Claire were sitting in front of the screen. Since Merlin had alerted them to Molly Weasley's visit in Minerva's office this morning, they had been watching the headmistress' office, Harry, Arthur Weasley, Molly Weasley and Albus Dumbledore in turns. At lunchtime, Harry received another howler from Mrs. Weasley. Mr. Potter, how dare you deny my youngest children their education? How dare you refuse to go by Albus Dumbledore's rules? He is the wisest wizard in the magical world, and as your guardian has to decide certain things which are good for you and for the greater good. Molly Weasley's voice shouted all over the great hall, where the present teachers and Harry collectively rolled their eyes in apparent annoyance. That's it. I'm going to speak with Mr. Weasley, Harry announced. He swiftly left the great hall and returned to the founder's quarters, where he hugged Santa Paws to keep him close, before he stepped into the fireplace together with the canine. Ministry of Magic, Arthur Weasley's office, Santa instructed the screen, and shortly later, they witnessed how Harry walked into the office with Santa Paws on his heels. Harry informed Mr. Weasley about the transfers from his Gringotts vault, which he had called back a few days ago, about Molly's visit at Hogwarts and finally about her latest howler to him. That's it, Mr. Weasley growled in apparent anger. Harry, please accept my deepest apologies for my wife's behavior and her agreement with Albus Dumbledore. Please believe me that I had nothing to do with it and even did not know about it until you informed me right now. I believe you, Harry said quietly, and Santa assumed that Santa Paws had checked out the wizard in front of him and reassured him of his trustworthiness. Professor Snape and I intend to make a deal with the twins to have them brew prank potions and pay their school fees in return, Harry informed the older wizard, who looked at him, wide-eyed. Who in the world needs prank potions? He inquired, sounding frustrated. Professor Snape believes that Voldemort will return shortly, considering the Death Eater's newest activities, Harry replied, only to add, and in dark times, everyone sometimes needs a laugh. Mr. Weasley smiled at the boy. Thank you, Mr. Potter, for not holding grudges against my sons due to the atrocious behavior of my wife and my youngest son, he said in a soft voice. I am going to separate from my wife as of today, and I shall take the twins in. While my wife uses to call them troublemakers, I believe that they have their heart at the right spot. They're good friends of mine, Harry admitted, smiling, before he took his leave and swiftly returned to Hogwarts, where the twins were supposed to arrive shortly. However, during the following minutes, Santa and Claire waited in vain for Harry and Santa Paws to step out of the fireplace in the founder's quarters. After a 15-minute wait, they switched over to the headmistress' office. However, only Severus, Minerva and the twins were present. Where's Harry? Santa asked in bewilderment. HP leaving Arthur Weasley's office. Harry and Santa Paws slowly made their way back to the fireplace, when Santa Paws suddenly stepped into Harry's way. Wait a moment, he thought to him. Santa Moon just told me to look for the Goblet of Fire. Where is it though? It has to be somewhere in the Ministry. Harry swiftly turned into his Animagus form, making use of his ability to turn himself invisible in his canine form. She said that Albus Dumbledore was just messing with it, so I'm now going to try if I can sense him. Follow me, Santa Paws instructed him, and the two invisible canines were running through the Ministry of Magic, dodging people left and right as they went. It did not take the canines long to find Albus Dumbledore, who was standing in front of a large goblet, casting a couple of charms at the magical device, which Harry could not recognize. When he was finished casting, he slid his wand back into his robe pocket, pulled a small parchment out of it and let it fall right into the goblet. Nodding contentedly, he stepped back from the Goblet of Fire, transformed into a fire phoenix and flashed away, swiftly. What was that? Harry asked Santa Paws, only to notice that the canine seemed to be engrossed in a staring contest with the goblet. If you're sure and now leave me in peace, the goblet finally hissed at the canine, causing Harry to stare at the magical device in shock. What did you do now? He thought to Santa Paws. However, the canine merely motioned him to come and dashed away in the direction of the fireplace. When they stepped out of the fireplace in the founder's quarters, a fire phoenix was sitting on the back of a chair, apparently waiting for them. TBC. Thank you so very much for the kind reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Have a nice third advent. Next chapter. Meddling Wizards and Dogs. Meddling Wizards and Dogs. Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. In case you have not read yesterday's chapter yet, please go back and read Chapter 24 first. Smiley face. Is that Dumbledore? Harry quickly thought to his familiar, seeing a fire phoenix nestled on the back of a seat in front of the painting of the founders. No, that's Fox, Santa Paws replied, pleasantly, as he jumped onto the chair, lightly licking the phoenix feathers. Harry observed in surprise how Fox leaned down to the canine to have the dog lick his crown feathers, and Santa Paws gently complied. Fox, Harry finally addressed the phoenix. What brings you here? #young nestling. Fox trilled back. I've just left the old, grumpy coot and wish to bond with you, even knowing that you already have a good-for-nothing dog familiar. Harry chuckled when Santa Paws mock growled at the phoenix, as he knew from experience that Santa Paws and Fox were getting along well. Santa Paws and I will be happy to have you, he replied in a soft voice, smiling when Santa Paws added a contented woof. An instant later, he noticed a feeling of happiness, of which he knew from experience that it resulted from the bonding. I'm bonded to Santa Paws, Dobby and Fox now, he thought, smiling. And Luna, the annoying voice from the back of his mind spoke up. Oh well, apparently so, he had to admit to himself, even if that was not my plan yet. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind. Perhaps I should also bond to Amaterasu, if only to be able to easily communicate with her over the distance. He quickly discussed the matter with Salazar, who was all for it, as well as Santa Paws and Fox, who both confirmed that they did not mind him having a third familiar. Knowing that he still had time before dinner, he swiftly headed to Salazar's chamber to speak with the basilisk. You're my master now in any case, but I'd like to bond with you all the same, Amaterasu assured him, and while Harry still wondered how to bond to a familiar, he already felt the happy feeling of the bonding. Thank you so much, Amaterasu, he replied, happily. I thank you, my master, the basilisk added, raising her head to quickly lick his nose with her tongue that was much slimmer than Santa Paws and did not feel as soft as the canine's. Later the same day, when Harry and the members of his extended family, who were residing at Hogwarts, met in the founder's quarters for some after-dinner tea, Merlin suddenly appeared in the founder's painting. Hello all together, he greeted them, smirking. Merlin, everyone replied, simultaneously, equally surprised at the ancient wizard's presence. I need to speak with Arthur Weasley, Merlin informed them. Santa has secured a job for him, which he can secretly do beside his usual work. Would it perhaps be possible to fetch him here? Harry let out a deep sigh. Dobby, he called his elf. Please go to Arthur Weasley and ask him to come with you to see me. Of course, Dobby will do this for the great Harry Potter, Dobby replied, eagerly, popping away with a loud crack. While everyone waited in silence after an unfruitful attempt to receive more information from Merlin, it took a few minutes, before Dobby returned with the redhead in tow. Good evening, Mr. Weasley greeted them, taking in his surroundings in apparent surprise. Good evening, Arthur, the headmistress was the first to respond. Please take a seat, as Merlin over there in the painting of the founders wishes to speak with you. Arthur Weasley, Merlin addressed the ministry worker, please swear me a wizard's oath that you won't relate anything about our conversation here to anyone not present here at this time except for the Queen. What? Harry thought in bewilderment. However, to his relief, Mr. Weasley did not make a fuss, but simply swore his oath, and Merlin nodded, contentedly. The twins might or might not have told you this, but my brother is Santa Claus and the adoptive father of my great-grandchild Harry Potter. Merlin began to explain. Anyway, Today, Santa and I have observed the happenings here at Hogwarts and all over Britain on Santa's large screen, and Santa voiced the wish to help you. Thank you very much, Mr. Weasley replied, even if Harry could assess that the older wizard had no clue what Merlin meant. I wonder what Santa arranged for him, he thought, giving Merlin a curious look. As you might or might not know, the British Queen is a witch, Merlin continued, and Santa and I have observed that she is getting more and more annoyed at Minister Fudge. The minister is supposed to relay information about the magical world to the Queen. However, Fudge simply doesn't comply. This afternoon, Santa went to speak with the Queen. Fortunately, he continued, him being Santa Claus and a wizard of course grants him an immediate audience with the Queen whenever needed, provided that she is not engaged in important things. Anyway, Santa suggested for her to employ you as unofficial informant about the British magical world, pointing out that you work at the Ministry of Magic and should be privy of information, and the Queen immediately agreed. While barely anyone knows about her being a witch, she's extremely interested in the magical world, he added. If you agree to work for her as her confidant for the magical world, of which no one at the ministry will be informed, Merlin continued, she wants you to meet her at Buckingham Palace at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. My brother will provide you with a portkey to get straight into her visitor's room. Mr. Weasley stared at the portrait in clear shock. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Merlin and Arthur Weasley, so that no one but Harry noticed Santa Paws vanishing by his own portkey. Only when the canine stormed back into the room a few minutes later, everyone looked at him in apparent surprise. Standing in front of Mr. Weasley, Santa Paws showed him what looked like a dog's bone, which he held firmly in his mouth. Letting the bone fall onto the floor, he turned to Harry, equals tell him that it's the portkey. It will just go off, when he needs to go, equals. Mr. Weasley, Harry addressed the redhead. This is the portkey, which Santa made for you. It will automatically activate at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. The redhead profusely thanked them and carefully picked up the bone from the floor, before he readily agreed to remain for a cup of tea and discuss the matter with those present. HP at 5 minutes before 6 the following evening, McGonagall, Sprout, Harry and Santa Paws traveled to the North Pole to observe Mr. Weasley's visit at Buckingham Palace on the screen together with Santa, Claire and Merlin. They observed Arthur's conversation with the Queen, in which the two magical people agreed that Arthur should meet the Queen regularly on Saturday mornings to report the events that had occurred in the magical world during the week. If anything of importance happened, he should inform her, as soon as she could take a minute to speak with him. In return, the Queen promised him living quarters in the Buckingham Palace, fully agreeing when he asked if he could bring his twin sons and his daughter to live with him, and a monthly salary that was at least 3 times as high as the one which he received from the ministry. Oh Merlin, the twins will thoroughly shake up the palace, McGonagall blurted out, seemingly happy for the Weasleys. Still smiling, the extended family returned to Hogwarts to inform Severus and Regina, who had overseen the headmistress' office during the hour of their absence. Thank Merlin, everything turned out so well for Mr. Weasley, the twins and Ginny, Harry thought. He really deserved it after standing up to his annoying wife. HP during the welcoming feast just a few days later, the headmistress informed the students about the upcoming Triwizard tournament. We will have to slightly change our Quidditch Cup schedule to adjust to the tournament. Therefore, the first few matches will already take place in September and October, she informed them, receiving understanding from most of the students. Our guests from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive at the end of October, and during the Halloween feast, the Goblet of Fire will announce its decision of who is going to represent the 3 schools in the tournament, she continued. Finally, in the evening of Christmas Day, we're going to have a Yule Ball here in the Great Hall, and each of you is asked to participate with a partner. If you wish to stay the days before and after the ball at home, we will either provide you with portkeys, or you can travel through the flow or take the Hogwarts Express. We shall speak about the matter later in the year. With that, she lightly tapped the table in front of her, and the meal appeared on the tables. At least they didn't cancel the Quidditch tournament, Daphne whispered to Harry, as the two of them were still the only members on the team from their year. McGonagall wouldn't, Harry replied, grinning. We'll just have to hold tryouts at the end of the week, so that we can begin training next week. I just hope that we'll continue training in the mornings, otherwise, I won't be able to participate at all, considering that I still need to work with Professor Snape in the evenings, he added as an afterthought. Don't worry, Harry. We need you as our seeker, Cedric Diggory, the Quidditch captain in the 7th year, who had witnessed their conversation, informed him. Training will be at 6 on Monday. Wednesday and Friday, he added. We just need 2 new chasers after Eileen and Bob graduated. Looking up into Luna's beautiful face, Harry thought to her through the friendship ring, Luna, will you please do me the favor of accompanying me to the Yule Ball? Of course, came the girl's immediately response, and she cast him a dreamy look of happiness. By the time their guests from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived, Hufflepuff had already won the Quidditch matches against Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, and the team was in a fantastic mood. Cedric, shouldn't we set up a Quidditch tournament between the 3 schools as well? Harry suggested, while everyone was waiting on the grounds for their guests to arrive. We'd need to make a school team out of the 4 houses, but that shouldn't be a problem. Harry, Cedric replied with apparent enthusiasm. I'm all for it, but only under one condition. And what might that be? Daphne inquired, who was standing nearby and had witnessed their conversation. That Harry becomes the captain of the school team, Cedric replied. You know, I'm going to put my name into the Goblet of Fire trying to become Hogwarts champion, he continued in a whisper. Of course, I don't know if I'll be selected, but if so, it'll even be hard to continue being the Hufflepuff captain. All right then, if you're going to be selected, I will take over the school team, and Daphne will assist you with the Hufflepuff team, Harry suggested. How's that? Cedric's expression softened some. Thanks Harry and Daphne, that's a brilliant idea. Thank you so much. Nevertheless, I want you to take over the school team in any case, as I'll also be busy studying, considering that I'll have to take my newts at the end of the school year. I will only play on the reserve team. As for the school team, you need younger students to have some continuity during the next few years anyway. All right, so we need 1 member less than 2 students of each house team, Harry concluded and quickly conjured 3 parchments, before he called Dobby and instructed him to give the parchments to the 3 Quidditch captains from the other houses. What does it say? Daphne asked, curiously. To meet me after breakfast tomorrow morning and think about whom they want to play on the 1st and 2nd school team, Harry informed her, grinning. Harry, maybe you should be the only one playing from our house, considering that you're the captain as well. That way, the other houses can have 2 students on the team each, Daphne suggested, and Harry and Cedric immediately agreed. Daphne and I will both be on the reserve team then, Cedric decided, causing Harry to nod his consent. Their conversation was concluded just on the right time to see the students from Durmstrang arrive. They seemed somehow distraught though, and Harry wondered why. When the headmistress greeted their guests, Harry recognized Victor Crumb, whom he had seen play Seeker during the Quidditch World Cup. Oh well, we won't have a chance if he's the Seeker, he thought, letting out a deep sigh, only to become distracted when Victor spoke up. Professors, our headmaster did not arrive, although he was traveling together visits, he informed the headmistress and her deputy. I can imagine why, Severus stated, wearing a blank mask. Your headmaster is Professor Karkaroff, isn't he? He inquired. Yes sir, Victor confirmed. He won't be allowed into the wards, as the wards are charmed to keep Death Eaters out, Severus then explained, giving Minerva a sharp look. Was Karkaroff the one with whom you communicated? Minerva shook her head. No, it was Professor Colum, she replied, giving Victor a questioning look. Oh, but recently, Professor Karkaroff became the headmaster, and he accompanied us, Victor replied, letting out a deep sigh. Oh well, we shall get around without our headmaster then. He wouldn't be able to help our champion anyway. I shall contact Professor Colum and ask him if he can replace Professor Karkaroff here then, McGonagall promised, just when the guests from Beauxbatons arrived. Keep away from the Velas, Luna suddenly thought to him, and Harry cast her a surprised look. What's with the Velas? He thought back. Their behavior is strange, don't you think so? He added, observing with bewilderment how Ronald Weasley, who was standing between the 2 thickest boys of his year, stared at the girls from Beauxbatons in obvious desire. Yes, it is, but that's typical Vela behavior, and often, men fall for them like Ronald, Luna informed him, causing Harry to shake his head in annoyance. Well, they have no chance with me, he promised, as he stepped over to his girlfriend and gently kissed her on the lips. That's good, Luna moaned, contentedly, as they separated. HP. Draco and Daphne's younger sister Astoria became chasers on the school team, while the Weasley twins were chosen as the beaters. Since Ravenclaw only had to offer a good keeper, Cedric and Harry decided to make Daphne the 3rd chaser. Needless to say that Harry was going to play Seeker. When the Slytherin captain complained that none of the captains were playing, Cedric informed him in a firm voice that Harry was the best seeker Hogwarts had and that they were going to use the best. Harry is not the Hufflepuff captain anyway, only the captain of the school team, he added as an afterthought. I'm looking forward to play against Victor Crumb, Harry admitted, even if I won't have a chance winning against him. Fortunately, I know some of his tactics though, as I watched him play in the World Cup. If anyone can beat him, it'll be you, Harry, so don't worry. And the main point is that everyone's going to have fun. The Weasley twins contributed to the discussion in a funny sing-song, causing everyone to nod in agreement. HP during the 24 hours, during which the Goblet of Fire was stationed in the entrance hall, so that everyone, who wished to become a champion, could put in a parchment with his or her name along with the name of their school. The teachers took turns watching the device. They were accompanied by Santa Paws and Santa Star as well as Dobby and Cicero. While the dogs took turns of 2 hours each, the elves remained for turns of 6 hours each. From the North Pole, Merlin was also watching the entrance hall to make sure that no one could tamper with the Goblet of Fire. What use it is though? Santa inquired. Harry and Santa Paws told us that Dumbledore has already done something to the Goblet of Fire, while it was still at the Ministry of Magic. Not much, Merlin confirmed. It's more to give the students confidence than everything else I suppose. HP The Halloween feast was at its peak, when Professor McGonagall pointed her wand at the Goblet of Fire to make it commence with the selection of the champions. It was no surprise to Harry, when Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacour were chosen, and the Hufflepuff table cheered loudly, when Cedric's name came out of the goblet. Cedric happily joined Professor McGonagall at the front of the Great Hall. However, everyone stared at the Goblet of Fire in bewilderment, when it spit out a fourth parchment. Santa Paws, McGonagall called out in apparent confusion. Harry, come with me and translate, Santa Paws demanded, before he hurried to the front of the Great Hall, where the headmistress was waiting to take him to the antechamber together with the other champions. While the Goblet of Fire chose me to participate in the tournament, Santa Paws explained. I will not be able to participate, because I am not human. I ask Professor Poppy Pomfrey now to confirm this, so that I may step back and choose a wizard or witch to take my place instead. As soon as Harry translated Santa Paws' words, Madame Pomfrey rose from her chair, stepped around the high table and pointed her wand at the canine. I herewith confirm that Santa Paws is neither a wizard nor a witch nor an animagus but a canine and thus unable to participate in the Triwizard tournament, Pomfrey announced for everyone to hear. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, Santa Paws barked, and, while Harry translated his words, rushed over to the healer and gratefully licked her hand. As my replacement as the champion, I choose Albus Dumbledore, Santa Paws continued. While Harry relayed his choice to the others, Santa Paws ran to where Fawkes was sitting on one of the torches at the side of the hall for a quick, silent conversation with the Phoenix. Fawkes then flashed away only to reappear with Albus Dumbledore just a moment later, causing everyone to laugh at the sight of the old wizard, who was wearing his pink robes open over orange pajamas with a pattern of yellow ducks that let out the occasional quack. TBC. Thank you so very much for the many kind reviews for the previous chapter. My muse really needs the encouragement, especially if I want the story to be finished by Christmas. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. The Triwizard Tournament. The Triwizard Tournament. Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. In case you have not read yesterday's chapter yet, please go back and read Chapter 25 first. Smiley face. Just in case this was unclear, Dumbledore put a parchment with Harry's name into the goblet, but Santa Paws charmed the goblet to display his own name instead. What is the meaning of this? Dumbledore inquired, looking around in apparent confusion. The Goblet of Fire has chosen you as the fourth champion for the Triwizard Tournament, McGonagall replied in a stern voice, her lips stretched to a thin line. Minerva, but I am not a student anymore, and I have nothing to do with the tournament anyway, Dumbledore replied in his grandfatherly voice. I am afraid that a magical contract has been made between the Goblet of Fire and you, and that you can either participate or lose your magic, Barty Crouch stated in a firm voice. I did not put my name into the goblet, Dumbledore refused, crossly. But you have, Harry spoke up and walked up to the head table, where he pointed his wand into the air, making a memory float out of it and play out for everyone to see. All students and teachers as well as their guests observed in apparent surprise how Dumbledore tampered with the Goblet of Fire, putting a small parchment into it, while it was still sitting inactive in the Ministry of Magic. "I shall participate then," Dumbledore decided in defeat, as he reached into his robe pocket and popped a lemon drop into his mouth. "Dumbledore," Crouch growled in apparent anger. "This is not the last word we've spoken about the question what you did to the Goblet of Fire, while it was supposed to be kept safe at the Ministry." Dumbledore thoughtfully stroked his beard. "I'm afraid, Barty, that I don't remember that specific occasion. As you should know best, memories can be tampered with. I can't even recall having met Harry Potter since I left Hogwarts on the 1st of January. The students unsuccessfully tried to hide their laughter at the sight of Santa Claus sitting in front of Dumbledore growling. Be it at the old wizard or the quacking ducks on his pajamas. The whole school supported Cedric as its champion, and the Hufflepuffs did their best to encourage their housemate and support him with advice and practicing together. Each Sunday morning, Harry conducted the practice of the school Quidditch team. Usually, he let the first team play against the second team, and most times, the 4 Quidditch captains observed their practice to advise Harry and to consider eventual exchanges between the first and the second team. The headmistress had agreed with Madame Maxime and Victor Crumb on 3 dates for the Quidditch tournament between the schools. Since the Durmstrang team was still without a teacher, Victor Crumb acted as the representative for their school. The first match was going to take place in mid-November between Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. Durmstrang had to play Beauxbatons at the beginning of February, and the match Hogwarts versus Durmstrang was set for the first Sunday in May. If Harry was afraid that he had no chance against Victor Crumb, the match against Beauxbatons was easy, and Hogwarts won the match with a lead of more than 200 points, when Harry caught the snitch after 2 hours of playing. Hogwarts wins with 430 points, Bagman, who was refereeing the match, announced, causing the Hogwarts students to applaud fervently, when everyone including the guests retreated to the Great Hall for a victory party. Just a week later, on November 24th, the first task of the Triwizard tournament took place. As the owner of Hogwarts, Harry had been informed that 4 dragons would be brought to the grounds, and just the previous evening, Amaterasu had telepathically informed him that she had observed Madame Maxime and Victor Crumb out on the grounds watching the dragons. "That means that I'll have to tell Cedric," Harry resolved and swiftly returned to Hufflepuff, where he motioned the 7th year into his dormitory to tell him about the dragons. "I don't know how far Dumbledore was involved in the planning and if Dumbledore knows about them, but I just don't care. He's an adult with much more experience than everyone else anyway," he thought, when he retired to bed that evening. For the first task, the whole school headed out onto the grounds, where Harry sat in the first row together with his friends, shaking his head at Santa Claus and Santa Star, who were running around the grounds in apparent excitement. Cedric was the first to come out of the champion's tent, and everyone watched in amazement how he used a transfiguration spell to change a rock into a dog to distract the dragon. With slight burns to his face, he was able to retrieve the golden egg. Fleur cast a sleeping spell at the dragon, but received slight burns to her clothes, which did not prevent her, however, from retrieving her egg. Victor managed to blind his dragon and got his egg, even if not as successful as the others, as the dragon stumbled, accidentally destroying some of her real eggs. Albus Dumbledore was the last to come out of the tent, and his dragon was the most dangerous. He cast multiple spells at the dragon along with a series of unsuccessful stunning spells. Apparently angered by the amount of magic cast against her, the dragon took into the air and towered over the old wizard. However, instead of harming the man, she went for his right hand and snapped his wand out of his hand. Taking off, she flew towards the spectators and let the wand fall outside of where Dumbledore was supposed to fight her. Dumbledore then tried to wandlessly summon his wand back. However, Santa Claus had already snatched the wand out of the air, sensing that the Elder Wand was extremely powerful, and handed it to Harry. Giving up on his wand for the time being, Dumbledore managed to wandlessly summon the egg and end the first task. That was fun, Harry said to Luna, who was sitting next to him. "Yeah, especially when you got the Elder Wand from Dumbledore," Luna replied, knowingly looking at the wand in Harry's hand. "It's yours now," she informed him. "The Elder Wand will be taken by conquest, and since the dragon took it off him, and Santa Claus got it and gave it to you, it's yours." As strange as that sounds, Harry thought, The wand feels very comfortable and soothing to me. Somehow, he could feel that the wand had indeed become his own. Does it feel wrong in your hand? Luna inquired, causing Harry to shake his head. No, he admitted, smiling. It feels right. Their attention became diverted when the results were announced. Victor received 45 points out of 100, Cedric 40, Dumbledore 40 and Fleur 35. At least Dumbledore is not the best so far, Harry thought, contentedly. HP After the end of the first task, everyone at Hogwarts turned their attention to the upcoming Yule Ball. For many of the students, it seemed to be difficult beyond imagination to get a date. Harry could not help laughing when Santa Claus told him how Ronald Weasley had invited Fleur Delacour to the Yule Ball before trying Luna Lovegood. I've invited Luna about 3 minutes after McGonagall announced the Yule Ball, he replied to the canine, grinning. In the end, the Weasley twins got around to invite Susan and Hannah, who were absolutely thrilled at the idea of accompanying the funny twins to the ball. Neville invited Daphne and, to many people's surprise, Draco asked Hermione. One evening, when everyone had returned to the common room after curfew, Ginny spoke up. Earlier today, the imbecile of my brother demanded that I should accompany him to the Yule Ball as his date. When everyone stared her in surprise, Daphne inquired, "Don't you have a date, Ginny?" "I have. Ernest invited me," she replied, smiling at Harry's classmate. "I was wondering if we could arrange something for Ron though. Maybe there's a first or second year who wish to attend but can't if not by invitation." "My sister would love to attend," Daphne spoke up, pensively. "The question is if she'd be willing to accompany Ronald." "Why don't we ask her?" Harry suggested. Dobby. An instant later, the eccentric elf popped up in front of him. "What can Dobby do for the great Harry Potter, sir?" he inquired. "Dobby, will you please go to the Slytherin first-year girls' dormitory and ask Astoria Greengrass if she'd be willing to accompany Ronald Weasley to the Yule Ball?" Harry asked the elf, who returned a delighted smile and popped away with a crack. A few minutes later, Dobby returned with an affirmative response. First thing in the morning, Harry spoke with Draco and informed him about the matter, instructing him to tell Ronald that he had a date but not who it was. "We don't want to give him time to complain about it," he told his friend, who agreed immediately. "Yes, it's better to face him with a fait accompli. He simply complains about everything," Draco replied, sighing. "Who knows what he's going to say if he has to attend with the first year. He can be glad that his father got that job when he did and was able to pay his school fees," Harry thought in annoyance at the thickest of the Weasleys who were currently at Hogwarts. HP. The Hufflepuff fourth years decided to remain at Hogwarts until the Yule Ball and only return home afterwards, and Harry resolved to do the same. Since Severus and Regina were spending the time before Christmas on the North Pole, as was Professor Sprout, Harry did not have to fulfill his tasks as student assistant in the evenings and returned home together with Santa Claus for an hour or two every evening. To his relief, Regina and Sirius were able to dance and taught him a few times. When Susan and Hermione asked if they were supposed to be able to dance without instructions, he simply invited them to join him during the evenings. In the end, Regina and Sirius had to teach not only Harry but the whole Hufflepuff fourth-year class plus Luna and Ginny. The Saturday before Christmas was a Hogsmeade day, and Harry and his friends went in groups, as most of them had to purchase dress robes for the big event. Harry and Luna decided to roam the village together in their dog Animagi forms before heading to buy their dress robes together to have matching clothes for the event. It was difficult to say the least, however, in the end, they decided on dark blue dress robes. While Luna's had an overall pattern of dogs, which were of just a tad lighter blue than the background, the canines on Harry's robes were just a bit darker than the rest of the fabric. "They're beautiful," Luna said, smiling, when they happily returned to Hogwarts with their hands joined together. "That they are," Harry agreed, feeling very contented. HP, I wonder who Dumbledore's partner is going to be, Harry thought, as he readied himself for the ball. Considering that the champions have to open the ball, he needs to attend in any case. When Dumbledore had been chosen for the tournament, the headmistress had made it very clear that, in contrary to everyone else, Dumbledore would not be allowed to reside at Hogwarts. Therefore, the old wizard had to travel to the school for each of the tasks as well as for the Yule Ball. An hour later, Harry was standing in the entrance hall together with Neville and Draco. While they were waiting for the girls to finally get ready and arrive, they observed the others. Harry almost shocked upon realizing just who Dumbledore's date for the Yule Ball was, when the old wizard arrived in bright orange dress robes with Professor Trelawney hanging on his arm. The witch was wearing light green dress robes, which were a blatant discrepancy to Dumbledore's robes. We really need to replace Trelawney at the next opportunity, Harry thought, having witnessed how his housemates had to make up dreams as homework for their divination class. The thought, thank Merlin I took alchemy and ancient runes, crossed his mind, as he observed Dumbledore and Trelawney enter the Great Hall together with the other champions. Finally, Daphne, Hermione and Luna came down the stairs, and Harry had eyes for nothing else but Luna. She's absolutely beautiful, he thought in admiration for his girlfriend. You have a very pretty wife, Santa Claus thought to him. Imbecile, Harry thought back, knowing that his familiar had voiced it that way simply to annoy him at the implication of having a wife at the age of 14. However, he nodded contentedly, when Luna was suddenly wearing a white flower woven into her hair, knowing that it was Santa Claus' work. Finally, they were allowed entrance into the Great Hall, and everyone watched the 4 champions and their partners open the dance. Harry observed the dance without much interest, noticing that Santa Claus seemed outright bored. Only when the spectators suddenly let out a collective gasp, Harry looked up again. The champions were dancing a quick waltz, and when Dumbledore led his lady in a fast pace, turning her around, Trelawney apparently could not help puking all over his robes. Soon everyone was laughing, as Dumbledore carefully led Trelawney off the dancing area. Well done, Trelawney, Harry thought in amusement, absent-mindedly petting Santa Claus. The remainder of the evening passed uneventfully. The students, teachers and their guests, other than Dumbledore and Trelawney, who did not make an appearance anymore during the rest of the evening, thoroughly enjoyed themselves. It was almost midnight, when Harry and Luna returned to Harry's room in the Founder's quarters, where they shared a few kisses and cuddled for a while. Now it's time for my surprise, Harry thought, when midnight passed and he slowly felt a comfortable tiredness pass over his body. He quickly transformed into his new Animagus form, which he had just only managed 10 days ago. He was an ice phoenix with completely white wings along with just a small strand of light blue back feathers. Harry, you did it, Luna blurted out, staring at him, wide-eyed. Do you trust me to take you back to Hufflepuff in my phoenix form? Harry thought to her, only to add, I've already practiced flashing Sirius and Severus a couple of times. Of course, Luna replied, smiling, before she readily grabbed a bunch of his back feathers and allowed him to flash her back into the Hufflepuff common room, where the few students occupying the room looked at the phoenix with combinations of amazement and surprise. Since when do you have a phoenix? Hermione inquired, curiously looking from her to the phoenix. Since today, Luna replied, pleasantly, before she gently ruffled the phoenix crown feathers and thought to him, thanks for tonight, Harry. It was absolutely wonderful. Thank you, too, Harry thought back, before he flashed away with a small splash of ice. It was about 3 weeks into the new year, when Santa Claus suddenly thought to Harry, can you come out onto the grounds please? The girl from Bobaton's is sitting next to the lake crying her eyes out. The thought, do I have to save the whole world? Crossed Harry's mind. However, he quickly transformed into his phoenix form and flashed out onto the grounds, where he changed back and slowly approached the lake. Fleur, he addressed the French girl in a soft voice, what's wrong? Fleur let out a deep sigh. Harry, you might not know Z's, but Vila are fire people and not water people. We're no use in water, but Z's second task is going to take place in Z Lake. I can't even swim well enough, let alone for an R. Oh Merlin, Harry replied, letting out a deep sigh. They should have considered that with the planning. He remained thoughtful for a moment, before he suggested in a soft voice, I could offer to take Polyjuice Potion to look like you and do the task for you. Fleur looked at him, her eyes widening in surprise. Will that be possible, and would you do that for me? She asked in apparent disbelief. Why not? Harry replied, grinning. Please give me a day to think about it, and meet me again here tomorrow at this time, all right? Thank you so much, Ari, Fleur replied and pulled him into a light hug. I appreciate it. As soon as he was out of Fleur's sight, Harry activated his portkey to return to the North Pole, where he discussed the matter of the second task with Santa, Claire and Merlin. You can do that, Santa conceded. The only problem is that you need to return to the shore before the hour is up, as the Polyjuice Potion is going to wear off after an hour. Speak with Severus, Merlin advised him. Perhaps he can adjust the polyjuice potion to last a bit longer. Other than that, practice swimming. You have the most powerful wand in existence in your possession, plus you're capable of wandless magic. So, if anyone else will be able to finish the task within an hour, you will be as well. How will I be able to breathe underwater for an hour though? Harry suddenly recalled. There are several possibilities, Merlin informed him. I suggest using gillyweed though. Holly. Harry called his favorite elf of his home. Could you please provide some gillyweed for me? HP back at Hogwarts, Harry only informed Severus and Luna about the matter, apart from agreeing with Fleur that they would pull through with the plan. Harry, you're too nice to others, Luna scolded him lightly, only to add, but I just know that you'll do well. During the following month, Harry read about the lake as much as he could and even asked Hogwarts for her opinion about the matter. Ah Harry, my opinion doesn't count anyway, but I feel very proud of you. It's a very generous thing to do for the French girl. Why don't you talk to Amaterasu and ask her to accompany you? I'm sure she'd love to assist, and if she is with you, none of the Grindylows and whatever we have in the lake will dare attacking you. Harry profusely thanked the castle, feeling very much reassured by his family's support and encouragement. He was so engrossed in his preparations for the second task that he only barely registered the Quidditch match between Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. The match indeed was a very short one, as Victor caught the snitch after 16 minutes of playing, having the match end with a score of 160 to 10 points. So that means that we're by far in the lead, he thought, contentedly, and returned his attention back to the second task that was going to take place 2 weeks later. The day of the second task was a bright, cold spring day, and Harry retreated to the Founder's quarters early, afraid that his friends would be able to sense his excitement. Fortunately, Severus had been able to provide him with a dose of an extended polyjuice potion, which he had developed for him. It was supposed to last for 1.5 hours, which Harry appreciated very much, as it meant that he could simply have Fleur come into the Founder's quarters, take the polyjuice potion and play her part. During the last week, he had practiced together with Fleur under Luna's and Santa Paws' watchful eyes, so that he should be able to fool at least the people who did not know her very well. When Fleur arrived, she was extremely upset. Harry, Zay took Gabby, my little sister. Will you please save her? She sobbed, pulling him into a bear's hug. Luna, Santa Paws and Dobby immediately began to take care of the distraught Vila, leading her to one of the windows, from where they could see the large screen on the grounds that had been set up for the spectators to observe the task. I'll do my best, Harry muttered in excitement, before he downed the polyjuice potion and headed out onto the grounds, somehow feeling very strange wearing girls' clothes. I just hope everything will go well. I wouldn't want her to lose her magic if anyone found out that she cheated on the tournament. I also need to somehow try to prevent Dumbledore from winning this task. TBC. Thank you so very much for the many kind reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Cheating Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. In case you have not read yesterday's chapter yet, please go back and read Chapter 26 first. Smiley face. The lake felt almost warm compared to the icy lake on the North Pole, in which he had practiced to swim as fast as possible during the last couple of weeks, and Harry arrived in the Merpeople's village fairly soon. The basilisk remained next to him the whole time, causing the smaller animals that inhabited the lake as well as the Merpeople themselves to remain at a distance. Quickly assessing the 4 hostages, Harry wandlessly cast an invisibility spell as well as a Notice Me Not charm at Trelawney, knowing that she could only be Dumbledore's hostage. Ignoring the 2 older girls, he headed straight to the youngest girl, assuming that she had to be Fleur's younger sister, noticing that Cedric, Victor and Dumbledore just arrived almost at the same time. It only took a moment to free the girl, and he quickly left the Merpeople's village. He swiftly made his way back to Hogwarts, still under Amaterasu's close watch. She's not only protecting me, but everyone else, too, so that's not exactly cheating, he thought in amusement, knowing that what he was doing was more than just a small cheat. As soon as he was back on the shore, glad that Fleur's mother decided to fuss over her younger daughter instead of him, he telepathically asked Dobby to cast a wedding charm at Fleur, who was waiting for him in her swimsuit, and bring her out. They're leaving now, Santa Paws informed him, and Harry quickly made himself invisible, just when an invisible Dobby arrived with Fleur right next to him. Casting a wandless drying charm at himself, Harry quickly returned to the Founder's quarters to wait for the polyjuice potion to wear off. To his great relief, Dumbledore only arrived on the shore more than 10 minutes later than Cedric and Victor, just a moment outside the time frame of the task. "Did you do something to Dumbledore?" Luna inquired, giving him a surprised look. "Not exactly to him," Harry replied, grinning, and admitted what spells he had cast at Trelawney. "Apparently, he had trouble finding her," he added, glad when the polyjuice potion finally wore off. Fleur received 50 points for the task, Cedric 45, Victor 40 and Dumbledore only 25, as he had brought his hostage back, however, only arrived on the shore 2 minutes after the 1-hour time frame was up. "HP? Who decided who was going to be the hostages?" Harry inquired, once the extended family was sitting together in the Founder's quarters that night. McGonagall let out a deep sigh. "That were Crouch and Bagman. They didn't even want to listen to me when I told them to not use the young Vila girl as a hostage. I'm surprised that Ms. Delacour did so well. In fact, Vilas are known for their affinity for fire. They are not water people at all, and it wouldn't have surprised me if the merpeople had attacked them." Harry grinned. "I noticed that the basilisk accompanied Ms. Delacour the whole time," Severus spoke up, teasingly. "She accompanied all the champions to help them against Grindylows and such," Harry replied in a firm voice. "She's a great familiar." "Did you ask her to do that?" McGonagall inquired in apparent surprise. "Yes," Harry replied, simply wondering if he should tell them how much he had been involved in the second task, however, decided against it. McGonagall is the headmistress after all. It's better if she doesn't know about it. "Perhaps I'll tell her and Professor Sprout during the summer holidays, when the Triwizard tournament is long over," he resolved. The much-dreaded Quidditch match versus Durmstrang took place at the beginning of May in blazing sunshine. Harry feverishly looked for the snitch, completely ignoring the match below him. The score doesn't matter anyway, as we're 240 points in the lead, he thought, concentrating on the task ahead. In the 11th minute, he spotted a golden shimmer near one of the goalposts and went into a deep dive, only to realize that it had simply been a reflection from the sun. When he saw another golden shimmer in the 30th minute, he hesitated just for a moment, only to realize in shock that Victor was already diving for it. He swiftly followed into a fast dive, not believing his luck, when Victor became distracted by a bludger that one of the twins had sent after him. Just a hand width before Victor, he managed to grab the struggling little ball out of the air. "Hogwarts wins 180-50, Bagman announced, causing tumultuous applause all over the Hogwarts grounds. "Thanks Fred and George, it's only because of you that I managed to get the snitch before Victor did," Harry said to the twins, who returned huge smiles and mock bowed, causing Santa Paws to eagerly lick their faces. During the victory party in the Great Hall, Bagman handed McGonagall a trophy. "This is the Trimagical Quidditch Cup, and it belongs now to Hogwarts until Beauxbatons, Durmstrang and Hogwarts compete again, hopefully sometime in the near future. While I don't wish to attend another Triwizard tournament in Z near future," Madame Maxime spoke up, "as it is too dangerous for Z students, especially if they need to swim in water. I now invite the Hogwarts and Durmstrang Quidditch teams to visit Beauxbatons next year for another Trimagical Quidditch tournament." Huge applause followed her invitation, and McGonagall as well as Professor Colum, who had finally arrived from Durmstrang to support the Bulgarian team, immediately agreed to send their Quidditch teams to Beauxbatons to participate. "Cool," Harry thought in amazement, "we get to visit Beauxbatons." "I'm going with you," Santa Paws suddenly thought to him, causing Harry to look at the canine, who was spread out on his and Luna's feet. "Of course," he thought back, smirking. The weather on the day of the third task was anything but nice. Heavy rainfall and strong winds held Scotland in a firm grip, when the whole school gathered on the grounds for Bagman to announce the content of the task. "There will be a maze on the roof of the castle," he began to explain, causing everyone to look upwards, assessing the height of the school. "In the middle of the maze, there will be a trophy, and the first of the champions to reach the cup wins the Triwizard tournament. It is a portkey, which will take you down here, and afterwards, we're going to rescue the other champions from the roof. Now, you are supposed to begin climbing the wall in the sequence of the amount of points you have received in the first two tasks," he added, only to smirk. "Ms. Delacour, Mr. Crumb and Mr. Diggory all have 85 points each, so they will commence without time delay. Mr. Dumbledore has only 65 points, which means a delay of 20 minutes. The spectators can watch the champions climb the wall here on the screen, and once the first champion has reached the roof, the camera will change to the one that has been installed on the roof, so that you'll be up to date continuously. Harry could not help grinning broadly, knowing that Cedric in his Krupp Animagus form, the magical equivalent to a Jack Russell Terrier, was able to effortlessly climb walls. The whole school observed in amazement how Cedric transformed and simply walked up the wall. Victor summoned a broomstick and flew up the wall, which was difficult against the strong wind and the lashing rain, while Fleur more or less inefficiently tried to use her Vela powers to fly, which did not work out over the height of the castle, especially not in the unfortunate weather. Dumbledore, while held back on the ground, already transfigured a small stick into a portkey that would take him up onto the roof. However, by the time Dumbledore was allowed to activate his portkey 20 minutes after the other champions had begun with the task, Cedric in his Animagus form had already reached the trophy cup. Activating the portkey by taking the cup, he was back on the grounds, while the three other champions were engrossed in fights with all possible magical creatures in the maze. Cedric was lucky that none of them dared to attack a Krupp. Harry chuckled aloud. Bagman and Crouch quickly activated their own portkeys. With a flick of their wands, they vanished the maze and handed portkeys to the three remaining champions that would take them back down to the grounds. When everyone was waiting for the official announcement of Cedric as the winner of the tournament, a man, whom Harry could not recall having ever seen before, suddenly stepped over to him holding out a wand to him. "Don't touch that," Santa Claus quickly warned him, and Harry hesitated. However, while he was still wondering what to do, Dumbledore, who had been standing nearby, reached out and grabbed the wand, only to become whisked away instantly, just before the unknown man vanished from the spot, too. Just before his portkey activated, Santa Claus managed to get a large bite into his leg, which he spit out onto the ground in apparent disgust. "HP, let's go home," Harry successively thought to Santa Claus and Luna, before he activated his own portkey, holding Luna's arm close. When they arrived in the room with the screen, he barely greeted Merlin and instructed the screen to search for Dumbledore, only to find him in what seemed to be a graveyard. "A graveyard?" He spoke up in confusion. HP at Hogwarts. No one had noticed Dumbledore's abduction nor Harry's, Luna's and Santa Claus' absence, and Cedric was declared the winner of the tournament. It was Professor McGonagall, who thanked the organizers profusely and handed out a bag full of galleons to Cedric, under huge applause. HP at the same time, Harry, Luna, Santa Claus and Merlin observed in horror how Voldemort was resurrected out of a large cauldron. "Give me my wand," Voldemort said to the man who had gone through with the ritual to resurrect him. "Yes, my lord," the man replied and handed him a wand, only to receive a silver limb in return for the one that he had sacrificed for the ritual. Voldemort then turned to Dumbledore. "While I originally wanted to have Harry Potter help in my resurrection, it is a pleasure to see you in his place, Dumbledore. You should have accepted being dead, Tom. Your Death Eaters have all defied you by now," Dumbledore replied in his grandfatherly voice, causing Harry to roll his eyes in annoyance. "Apparently, he isn't dead but very much alive," he growled. "Now instead of speaking with him, just kill him." "Well, that's Dumbledore," Santa spoke up, who had arrived in the meantime together with Sirius. "What do you expect from him?" "Nothing," Harry replied, letting out a sigh of pure exasperation. "We'll see about that," Voldemort replied to Dumbledore, before turning to his assistant. "Barty, show me your mark." Harry observed how the evil wizard summoned his followers. However, during the next 5 minutes, only a dozen hooded figures arrived. Thank Merlin that Dad took Severus' dark mark off, he thought, feeling extremely grateful towards his adopted father. "This is the graveyard of Little Hangleton," Sirius suddenly spoke up. "I'll go and inform Melly." While Voldemort took his time to speak with each of his followers, Harry saw that from the far side of the graveyard, a large group of Aurors appeared on the edge of the screen. "Dobby," he called his trusted elf. "Go and turn the group of Aurors invisible to everyone but us." "Of course, Harry Potter, sir," Dobby replied and popped away in a blink, only to return as quickly. Harry and the others observed how Voldemort began to fight Dumbledore, apparently unbeknownst that the Aurors attacked the Death Eaters from behind and quickly took them away by portkeys. "To Azkaban, I hope," Harry thought, contentedly. "Pa, such a normal wand." Voldemort teased the old wizard, casting a summoning charm, which Dumbledore managed to dodge. "Where's the Elder Wand?" Or have you lost it already? It's not mine anymore, Dumbledore admitted, casting a couple of powerful spells against his opponent. All of a sudden, a large snake slithered over the ground towards Dumbledore. That's Nagini, the last horcrux, Santa informed them. As soon as she is destroyed, Voldemort will be mortal again. Shall I go and kill her? Harry suggested, assessing the size of the snake with mixed feelings. No, Santa replied, shortly, just when Harry more felt than he saw that Santa Paws suddenly vanished from his spot. He uneasily observed how Nagini approached Dumbledore, feverishly thinking to Santa Paws, where are you? Don't do anything stupid, it's all right, Santa Paws thought back, calmly. A moment later, just after the large snake had bitten Dumbledore a couple of times, they saw Santa Paws appear on the screen with Holly in tow. They're probably invisible to everyone including the snake, Santa spoke up in a soothing voice. I hope so, Harry replied, feeling extremely anxious for his familiar, who was also his best friend, as well as the elf. He observed with uneasiness how the snake's body became even larger and finally blew up into huge Christmas decorations. Among the colorful, bright decorations, a black, screaming cloud appeared, which Holly banished with a flick of his hand. Dumbledore. What did you do to my familiar? Voldemort roared, causing Dumbledore to scoff. I did nothing, but it bit me, he replied, sounding very weak. Harry, do you want me to heal Dumbledore? Santa Paws suddenly thought to him. Yes please, Harry agreed. Even if I don't like him, I don't want him to die that way, let alone when he's only there instead of me, he thought. He observed how Santa Paws pushed his magic into the old wizard before he turned to Voldemort, letting out another bout of magic. What was that? Harry wondered aloud, causing Santa to chuckle. You'll just have to ask your familiar what he did there, he replied in apparent amusement. He surely didn't strengthen Voldemort's magic. Harry noticed in amusement how the whole graveyard including Voldemort's and Dumbledore's robes brightened in Christmas decorations, while the two wizards fought each other. They both don't seem very powerful, Claire observed, and Harry silently agreed. I wonder what Santa Paws did to them, he thought, as he impatiently waited for his familiar to return to his side. Why don't you just kill me already if that's your wish, Tom? Dumbledore finally asked. I really should do that, as you won't be able to kill me anyway, Voldemort replied, smirking. I have my horcruxes, and it's not you who is destined to kill me anyway. Harry Potter is safe at Hogwarts, as I took it upon myself to meet you today, Dumbledore replied, causing Harry to scoff. As if that had been intentionally, he thought in annoyance. But we are here, and we represent Harry Potter, Santa Paws suddenly woofed, making himself and Holly visible to the two wizards. Holly, please translate, Holly complied, and before either of the wizards could do as much as point their wand at them, Santa Paws and Holly both vanished from the spot. Only then, Voldemort cast a series of killing curses at the spot, where they had been standing instants before. Dumbledore did not move but remained standing, where he was, simply observing Voldemort's actions. He should have used the opportunity to cast something good at Voldemort, Harry growled to himself. He probably knows that he owes Santa Paws another life debt, Santa spoke up, still grinning, when Voldemort's body suddenly began to glow in a light green color. Santa Paws and Holly, Harry blurted out, when his two best friends appeared right next to him, first hugging the canine and then the elf. How dare you do such stunts? Do you even know how worried I was? Instead of a response, Santa Paws jumped up at him and fervently licked his face, until Harry gently pushed him away. What was it that you did to Voldemort to make him glow green right before returning here? Luna inquired, smiling at the canine. That's for me to know and for everyone else to eventually find out, Santa Paws replied, before he dashed away to find his brothers and sisters. Well, I just hope that he's going to die of it, Harry mused aloud. Holly shook his head. No Harry, neither Santa Paws nor I can do bad magic. Santa Paws could if the bad wizard was attacking Harry, but as he didn't, Santa Paws couldn't kill him, and Holly can't either, he patiently informed them, making Harry nod in understanding. That's all right then, he conceded. Thanks so much for doing what you did, Holly. By the time Harry returned his attention to the screen, the graveyard was deserted without a sign of either of the two wizards. What happened? He asked, However, everyone had followed the conversation between him and Holly and was none the wiser. TBC. Thank you so very much for the many kind reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. The Wizengamot. The Wizengamot Santa Paws. By Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. The parts of the prophecy cited are from Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. In case you have not read yesterday's chapter yet, please go back and read Chapter 27 first. Smiley face. Please note, this is strictly a fanfiction. There is no intention to demean any of the characters or persons mentioned in this story, chapter. It is strictly meant for entertainment purposes. Sirius stormed into the room, shouting, "That's it. Tomorrow, we're finally going to have the Wizengamot meeting to kick Fudge out of his job." "Why do you believe that it's going to work out this time?" Santa inquired, sounding doubtful. "For 2 reasons, Sirius replied, grimly. "First of all, he denies that Voldemort is back in spite of all the evidence and the fact that Melly and I and a dozen Aurors saw him with our own eyes. Secondly, the Queen is going to officially take her seat on the Wizengamot tomorrow. Arthur already contacted her and received her approval to hold the meeting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." Turning to Harry, he said, "Harry, I suggest that you also claim the Potter seat, considering that magic recognizes you as an adult." "Wouldn't I have to go to Gringotts and accept the lordship first?" Harry inquired. "That won't take much time, son," Santa assured him. "I can take you there first thing in the morning." Turning to the screen, he looked for the headmistress' office at Hogwarts and addressed the headmistress. "Minerva, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I'd like to ask for a favor." He addressed the witch and explained about the Wizengamot meeting and that he would need to accompany Harry to Gringotts beforehand. "All right," Minerva replied, smiling. "Just Harry, please come back right after the meeting. It's not safe for you with Voldemort around now. If you're going to spend the night at home, I'll send Malcolm to you with my voting slip. Please vote on my behalf." Quickly casting the speaking charm at himself, Harry replied, "Professor, as much as it would be an honor to vote on your behalf, wouldn't it be better if you attended the meeting yourself? Perhaps Severus would be able to oversee your office. As the headmistress of Hogwarts, you're a capacity that should be present for the Wizengamot meeting that has the head of the Minister of Magic Rowling." "That would probably be possible, although we'd have to cancel his classes," McGonagall replied, pensively. "Frank's classes have to be cancelled as well," Harry reminded her, and the headmistress decided to attend the Wizengamot meeting herself, provided that Severus would agree. HP after a short visit with Buckbean, where Harry had to make an oath on the Potter family to become the Lord Potter, the head of the ancient and noble house of Potter, Santa took him to the Ministry of Magic, where Harry was motioned to wait in a side room to the room, where the Wizengamot meeting was going to commence in 10 minutes. He found himself in a small yet comfortable room together with a witch, who greeted him, gently. "I've heard many good things about you, Lord Potter," she addressed him, causing Harry to stare at her in disbelief, especially when Santa Paws went and greeted her like he used to meet people he approved of. "This is Santa Paws, my familiar," he introduced the canine, causing the witch in front of him to smile. "Hello Santa Paws, I am glad to meet you," she said to the dog, giving him a questioning look. "I suppose that you're one of Santa's puppies?" "Excuse me, madam," Harry spoke up, politely, "have we met before?" "No, we haven't, but Mr. Weasley told me a lot about you. He sometimes visits me at Buckingham Palace." Harry's eyes widened in shock. "You're the Queen?" he blurted out without even considering what to say. "That I am," the witch admitted. "However, today, I'm merely here as a new member of the Wizengamot and the Lady Windsor. I suppose that you're waiting here with me because it's your first time on the Wizengamot as well?" "Yes, it is," Harry confirmed, smiling. All of a sudden, Mr. Weasley entered the room and motioned them to follow him. "The Wizengamot is now ready for you," he informed them. Harry followed the Queen and Mr. Weasley in excitement with a now invisible Santa Paws closely behind him. HP, from today onwards, the Wizengamot has 2 new members, Sirius announced to the members, just when Mr. Weasley brought the Queen into the room followed by Harry. "I present to you the Queen and Lady of Windsor." Huge applause followed the introduction. However, Harry noticed that Fudge, who was still sitting in the minister's seat, paled visibly. "The Lady of Windsor is the head of the Windsor family, one of the old magical families," Sirius continued, as the Queen took her seat among the members around the table. Our other new member is Lord Harry Potter, the head of the ancient and noble Potter family. Sirius introduced Harry, who then took his seat between the Queen and Frank Longbottom. We have gathered today. Amelia Bones opened the discussion on a nod from Sirius, to have a vote of no confidence against the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. As soon as the tumultuous reactions to her announcement had ebbed down, she explained, "Yesterday, you know who aka Lord Voldemort was resurrected in a dark ritual. Lord Black and I, among several of our Aurors, witnessed the scene where he spoke with a dozen of his Death Eaters and consecutively dueled Albus Dumbledore. However, when we showed Minister Fudge our evidence, demanding that he should raise the financial means of the Auror Department, the minister simply denied the possibility that Voldemort could be back. We saw him with our own eyes, and he definitely is back. In the very near future, we need a minister who works in favor of the magical world, or we'll all be involved in another war." To Harry's surprise, the Queen was the next to raise her hand to speak and was called about. "I completely agree. Whilst I have not witnessed the evil wizard's rebirth, I agree that Minister Fudge is completely inactive and needs to be replaced quickly." With that, she sat down again, and Harry cast her a small smile. "I second the motion," he spoke up, just like he had heard people do in an earlier Wizengamot meeting that he had witnessed. "Me too," McGonagall quickly joined in. Just a few minutes later, Sirius asked everyone to vote. Even if Harry had been sure that Fudge would be kicked out of his office, he had not expected the vote to be unanimous. The minister was voted out without any dissenting votes. "Very well," Sirius took over again. "Mr. Fudge, please vacate the minister's seat as well as your office and leave this Wizengamot meeting immediately," he addressed the former minister. Fudge slowly rose from his chair, apparently realizing that there was nothing that he could do against the decision of the Wizengamot. He left the room wearing a furious expression. Looking around, Sirius inquired, "I suggest that we decide today on an interim minister and vote for the permanent minister on the 1st of August at the latest." Everyone agreed, and Sirius inquired, "Do you have any suggestions?" To Harry's surprise, the Queen was the first to speak up, Arthur Weasley. He hesitantly raised his hand and, on Sirius' nod, suggested, Amelia Bones. As his godfather and the witch had begun dating again recently, he had met her a few times in private and found her to not only be extremely competent in her job but also a very amiable lady. The following discussion was short and precise, and in the end, Amelia Bones became the new interim minister until the election of the new minister on August 1st. "Thanks for suggesting Melly," Sirius whispered to Harry, when they were on their way out of the ministry after the meeting. "You're welcome," Harry replied, smirking. During the following weeks before the beginning of the summer holidays, Dumbledore and Voldemort remained quiet, and Harry had no clue what had happened to them. The only thing he knew was that neither of them had been arrested. The Death Eaters, whom the Aurors had captured on the cemetery, each received a trial, however, on Amelia Bones' orders, were questioned under Veritaserum and given one-way tickets to Azkaban. Moreover, it was decided that, in case Voldemort managed to somehow break them out of Azkaban, which seemed impossible, but one never knew, if they would be arrested again, they would be put through the veil in the death chamber of the Ministry without another trial. Barty Crouch Jr., who had been responsible for Voldemort's resurrection and had already received a life sentence at Azkaban before, was sent to the veil. Like during the previous summer, Severus and McGonagall took turns looking after Hogwarts and spending their free time on the North Pole. As usual, Harry and Santa Paws were extremely happy to be back at home and spent much time playing in the snow together with the other puppies. One evening, however, Santa told him in a grave voice, "Harry, I believe that there is something less pleasant, which we should do as soon as possible." Inwardly sighing, Harry cast his father a surprised look. "And what might that be?" he inquired, glancing at his mother. "Have you ever heard of the Hall of Prophecies?" Santa asked, causing Harry to shake his head. "The Ministry of Magic has a room full of prophecies," his father began to explain, "and as Severus told me, Voldemort only knows the first half of the prophecy between you and him." "Exactly," Severus confirmed, wearing a grim expression. "Therefore, I believe that we should go and either destroy the prophecy or change its content," Santa continued, and Harry nodded readily. "Okay," he agreed, inwardly groaning. "I have contacted Unspeakable Ra," Santa informed him, "and he's going to take you to the Hall of Prophecies tomorrow morning. He will also help you to either destroy the prophecy or change its content." "I can change it," Equals Santa Claus spoke up, and Harry translated quickly. Very well, Santa nodded in understanding. Please discuss what to do and how to do it with Arcturus. He knows better than me. Arcturus? Sirius spoke up in a sharp voice. Who is Arcturus? Santa let out a small groan, before he replied, sorry, forget what I said. Unspeakable raw. Santa? Sirius inquired in a dangerously quiet voice, his eyes blazing with anger. Who is Arcturus? Sirius, please calm down, Santa replied, firmly. Who do you believe saw to it that your mother was unable to kick you out of the family and that you were able to become the Lord Black? My grandfather, Sirius mumbled in understanding. He's alive. Santa quietly turned to the screen, casting 2 spells, before he said, Unspeakable Ra, I am sorry, I accidentally spoke about you by your given name, and now your grandson wishes to speak with you. Would you mind coming here, together with Unspeakable Raros if he doesn't mind? You dunderhead, the Unspeakable growled, however, agreed to board the sleigh that was going to pick him up in front of the ministry in 15 minutes. HP. Why? Sirius addressed the Unspeakables, once Santa had ushered them into their home. Why did you feign your death? Turning to the second Unspeakable, he added, and who are you if I may ask? You may only ask if you don't use that tone with us, Unspeakable Raros replied in a stern voice, before he pulled his hood off, causing Sirius to stare at the man in disbelief. Regulus? He asked, incredulously. Turning to Harry, he explained, this is Arcturus Black, your great-uncle. His sister Doria was your grandmother, and this is Regulus, my younger brother. Hello Mr. Black, hello Regulus, Harry greeted the men, smiling. They seem nice, and I'm sure that they had their reasons for feigning their deaths, he thought, smiling when Santa Claus greeted them with apparent pleasure. We've heard much about you, great-nephew, Arcturus addressed him, and I was going to ask you anyway if you'd perhaps like to join our unspeakable team. Harry remained pensive for a moment, pondering the matter. It can't hurt, especially now with Voldemort back, he thought. Do it. I shall be with you the whole time, Santa Claus encouraged him, and Harry nodded in determination. Yes please, he replied to the Unspeakables, who suggested for him to come to the Unspeakables office for training every morning during the holidays. When school begins again, we can still meet during the weekends if you wish, Regulus informed him. HP training with the Unspeakables was more fun than Harry had expected it to be, and he was glad that Santa Claus was allowed to accompany him, even if the dog was instructed to not interfere with Harry's training. On the first day, Croaker, the head of the Unspeakables, greeted him and introduced him to Devil, the trainer. In spite of the name, the trainer found Santa Claus' approval, so that Harry automatically relaxed. Devil tested Harry's abilities for an hour, before he accepted Harry for the training, and Croaker then decided to place Harry with Team 5, as Arcturus and Regulus had suggested. Team 5 consisted of 3 wizards and 1 witch apart from Harry. Ra and Raros introduced him to Meta and Mento, who were both very friendly, even if Harry found it strange that he did not get to know their real identities. Give them a few days' time to get to trust you, Ra told him, when he led him into the Hall of Prophecies later the same day. HP Harry stared at the hundreds or even thousands of orbs with prophecies in amazement. Santa Claus, be careful that you don't break anything, he warned the canine, as they followed his great-uncle through the large room, which was equipped with countless shelves covered with dusty glass orbs. To his relief, the prophecies were sorted in an alphabetic sequence, so that it did not take them long to find the one concerning him and Voldemort. Lift it up, Arcturus instructed him. You and Voldemort are the only people who can lift it off the shelf. Apart from Croaker. As the head of the Unspeakables, he'd also be able to do it, he added as an afterthought. When Harry obediently took the orb from the shelf, the prophecy began to play out automatically, and Harry recognized the voice of Professor Trelawney, even if it sounded very raspy. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Harry listened to her voice with bewilderment. However, before he could do as much as think about what he had heard, he could feel Santa Claus' magic. Equals put it down once and let us hear it again, equals the canine instructed him, and Harry automatically complied. Trelawney's voice began to recite the prophecy again. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. and neither must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live when the other perishes. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." "Brilliant," Arcturus acknowledged, gently fondling the canine's ears. "Thanks, Santa Paws," Harry added, feeling slightly relieved at the change they made to the orb, as they replaced the orb and found their way out of the Hall of Prophecies. "I really don't like that room," he thought, "even if I'm an unspeakable in training now, and it is part of the Department of Mysteries, which belong to the Unspeakables." "HP. Well done," Santa and Merlin commended Harry and Santa Paws, when they returned home late in the afternoon. "How was training with the Unspeakables?" Claire inquired, giving Harry a questioning look. "I liked it. My team colleagues are very nice, and it'll be good to have some training in case Voldemort decides to attack me," Harry replied, smiling. "Thanks, Dad, for arranging this for me." HP During the summer, neither Santa and the extended family on the North Pole nor the Unspeakables were able to find out the whereabouts of Voldemort. Whenever Santa searched on the screen, he could see Voldemort sitting in some kind of dungeon. However, he was not able to find out where it was. "Somehow, this building has to be under special wards," he mused in confusion. Dumbledore was residing in his manor in Italy. However, since he was not outright evil like Voldemort, no one was specifically worried about him. For the time being, both wizards were having their own problems, which they wished to resolve before going out into the open again. What both wizards had in common, however, was a grudge, which they were holding against Harry and Santa Paws, whom they blamed for their misery. TBC. Thank you so very much for the many kind reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. The Minister of Magic. The Minister of Magic. Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. In case you have not read yesterday's chapter yet, please go back and read Chapter 28 first. Smiley face. "Somehow, I still feel strange," Albus thought in annoyance. "I wonder what that feral dog did to me." "Yes, I know that he saved my life," he thought, impatiently, "but still. Santa Paws has saved your life before and even protected you from Lockhart's memory spell," a small voice spoke up from the back of his mind. "You should be grateful." Yes, Albus replied to himself, helping himself to another lemon drop, "but I'm sure that it's the dog's fault that I feel strange and can't even properly do magic. I just hope that he did something similar, or better yet worse, to Tom. I really don't want Tom to pull the magical world into a second war." For a while, just like every day recently, he pondered what to do with his time in the future. On the one hand, he was definitely old enough to retire. However, on the other hand, he was not used to not playing any important role in the British magical world. "Perhaps I should put my name in for the position of the Minister of Magic," he suddenly thought. "My magic will surely recover, and I still should have some supporters on the Wizengamot who might be willing to elect me." Making a decision, he sent an owl to Amelia Bones, demanding that his name be put onto the list of the applicants for the position of the Minister of Magic. HP Tom was sitting in the dungeon of Malfoy Manor, feeling satisfied with his old friend Lucius Malfoy, who had always kept a loophole for him in the wards surrounding the manor, so that even if the Malfoys were absent, he could always access the house. Barty Crouch Jr. had told him about his faithful follower's untimely death, and Tom felt extremely upset about it, as the aristocratic man had been useful to him to say the least. It was just pure luck that Narcissa and Draco Malfoy resided at Hogwarts during the school year, so that he could access the building and thoroughly put the library to good use, before he retired to the dungeons, when the boy and his mother came home for the holidays. Thankfully, his old house elf, Balthasar, was still alive and more than willing to provide everything for him that he needed, whilst he had obliviated the Malfoy house elves about his presence at the manor. While he could have simply stayed at the old Riddle house, he had chosen Malfoy Manor because of its library. The fight against Dumbledore had left him unable to do any magic whatsoever. While he very much hoped that it was merely a temporary deficit, he spent his time researching the matter, without much success so far. There was that dog and some kind of elf or whatever creature that was, he recalled. They said they represented the Potter boy. Perhaps they've done something to me. On the other hand, a dog and an elf wouldn't be able to cast such a powerful spell at me, he consoled himself. I need to recover quickly, so I can go and free my faithful servants out of Azkaban, he resolved, somehow feeling lonely without their support and devotion. Even if Harry's friends had come to visit him on the North Pole for his birthday with the intention to stay for 2 weeks as usual, Harry had to attend the Wizengamot meeting on the 1st of August, when the new Minister of Magic was going to be elected. "I'd prefer Amelia Bones," Santa said, frankly. "Mr. Weasley is a nice wizard, however, he is already in the position of secret advisor to the Queen. I believe that's enough. The magical world should avoid having people in multiple positions like it was the case with Dumbledore, who held just too much power for one person." "I will vote for her," Harry agreed, smiling, causing Sirius to nod his thanks. "Even if she'll have less time for me, I believe that she's the best for the position," he replied, seemingly excited. Knowing that it was the Queen who suggested Mr. Weasley, he might get more votes than Melly though, he added in apparent concern. "Don't forget that Dumbledore is on the list of applicants as well," Santa spoke up in apparent amusement. "Dad, do you really believe that he'd get more votes than Madam Bones or Mr. Weasley?" Harry asked in bewilderment. "Oh well, it's time for us to go and vote in any case," Sirius replied matter-of-factly, and they quickly took their leave, knowing that their extended family as well as Harry's friends would remain glued to the screen during the meeting of the Wizengamot. "Thanks for voting for Auntie," Susan spoke up, right before Sirius and Harry's portkey activated and they were whisked away. To Harry's relief, however, Amelia Bones was elected with a broad majority. Mr. Weasley received about a third of the votes, while only very few members voted for Dumbledore. Everyone had been contented with Amelia's actions as the interim minister, especially considering the inactivity which ex-Minister Fudge had displayed during his tenure. Right after the Wizengamot meeting, a press conference took place, and while Harry would have preferred to return home, he decided to keep Sirius company, who was impatiently waiting for Amelia to finish work for the day. "Sirius, why don't we take Madam Bones with us to the North Pole for a proper party?" Harry suggested, while Amelia answered one or the other question for the journalists. "Won't Santa and Claire mind?" Sirius asked in concern, causing Harry to chuckle. "Sirius, Santa's workshop is my home as well, and I can bring home whom I like to bring," he replied, grinning. "Shall I ask Holly to bring a sleigh?" "Oh yes please," Sirius said in clear excitement. "So far, she doesn't know anything about me living on the North Pole, so it's going to be a real surprise." "Maybe Susan told her, as she's been visiting now for the 4th summer," Harry warned his much too energetic godfather, who shrugged in return. "I'll go and ask Santa. I'll have Luna translate for me." Santa Paws offered and activated his portkey without waiting for a response. A few minutes later, the canine was back. Anyone already knew about the party from listening in here. "Holly is going to park the sleigh in the hidden sleigh port at the Leaky Cauldron," he informed Harry and Sirius, who thanked the dog profusely. Amelia Bones stared at the sleigh in apparent amazement. "Sirius, Harry, are you kidding me?" she asked, glaring at the two wizards, just when Holly approached them. "Minister Bones," he greeted the new minister, "I am Holly, one of Santa's elves. Congratulations to your nomination as the new minister. Please accompany us to the celebration, which is going to take place on the North Pole." "Good afternoon, Holly," the minister greeted the elf, before turning back to Sirius and Harry. "What have you done now?" she inquired in a stern voice. Come on, let's get onto the sleigh," Santa Paws woofed and eagerly ran ahead. "Susan will be happy to see you, Minister," Harry added, causing the witch to stare at him in obvious surprise. "All right then," she finally replied and accepted Sirius' hand to guide her onto the sleigh. Santa, Claire, some of the elves, all the puppies, several Hogwarts teachers as well as all of Harry's friends waited outside, when the reindeer landed on the ground. "Minister Bones," Santa shouted in a booming yet pleasant voice, "congratulations and welcome to the North Pole." "Auntie, congratulations," Susan shouted over all the applause that her aunt received upon leaving the sleigh together with Sirius. "Thank you, everyone," she replied, smiling happily. Harry noticed in surprise that the room in front of the screen, which had become the extended family's favorite chamber by now, was beautifully decorated. For once, the decorations had nothing to do with Christmas, but mostly consisted of flowers, hearts and stars that covered the walls, windows, while candles in the forms of bouquets were sitting on the table. Between these decorations, large letters read, "Congratulations Minister Bones." Suddenly, the minister let out a small gasp. Following her look, Harry realized that on the screen, the office of the new Minister of Magic was displayed. However, the most noticeable thing were the Christmas decorations that illuminated the office. "Excuse me," the minister addressed Santa, "what date do you have on the North Pole?" "It's the 1st of August, Santa replied in apparent surprise. "Oh, all right," Amelia replied, smiling. "I was just wondering why my office is decorated as if it was Christmas." Santa smirked, glancing at Harry, who nodded and called out, "Santa Paws." Just a moment later, his familiar stormed into the room, followed by half a dozen of his siblings. "Did you decorate Minister Bones' office?" Harry asked in a soft voice. Santa Paws nodded, before he walked up to the minister and gently licked her hand. "Thank you for decorating my office," Amelia said to the canine. "That was very thoughtful of you." "Equals you're welcome," equals Santa Paws woofed, before he strolled away with his siblings in tow. "Now Melly," Sirius spoke up, pleasantly, "tell us, what's going to be your first task as the new minister?" Amelia let out a deep sigh, before she replied, pensively, "My first task will be to find a new undersecretary. While Percy Weasley is very eager and certainly a good worker, I wish for someone with whom I can work together more efficiently." "How about Cedric?" Harry blurted out before even thinking about it. "I don't know if he already has a job, but if not, he would be brilliant." "Oh, Auntie, that's right. Cedric would be really good," Susan immediately agreed. "Shall we call him here?" Professor Sprout spoke up. Harry realized how the minister, whom he had always thought to be very calm and cool, seemed to become more excited by the minute. "Yes please, if that's possible," she said in apparent appreciation. "Shall I?" Harry offered, giving his head of house a questioning look. "Yes please," Sprout replied, smiling at him. "Cedric Diggory," Harry told the screen, sighing in relief, when he found Cedric alone in a room, sitting at a desk, obviously writing a letter. Casting the communication charm, he addressed his friend. "Hi Cedric, please listen, you won't be able to see me, you can only hear me, it's Harry." "Hi Harry," Cedric replied in apparent surprise. "Now tell me, how are you doing this?" "I will," Harry promised. "Now, a sleigh is going to collect you in 15 minutes. It's going to take you here to me. We're having a party for the new Minister of Magic, and she'd like to talk to you for a moment," he informed his friend, hoping that the older boy would agree to come. "Harry, this is not a trap or a joke, is it?" Cedric asked in apparent suspicion. "No, I promise, and I'll send Santa Paws with the sleigh to fetch you," Harry promised and quickly informed Santa Paws and Holly through telepathy. H.P. Cedric spontaneously agreed to become Minister Bones' undersecretary and thanked Harry profusely for suggesting him. During the evening, he then told Harry that he was in job negotiations with the Kenmare Kestrels, a professional Quidditch team from Ireland, but that he preferred the offered ministry position by far. "I'm glad to hear that," Harry replied, smiling, as he really liked his former housemate. "It'll be sad at Hogwarts without you," he added, letting out a deep sigh. "Ah, there are many nice students," Cedric replied, grinning. "By the way, Harry, there's something that I'd like to discuss with you," Sprout suddenly addressed him. When Harry gave her a questioning look, she said in a small voice, "I am thinking of making you either one of the fifth-year prefects or the Quidditch captain, but I'm not sure if that's not too much to ask considering that you're also Severus' student assistant." Harry looked at his head of house in surprise. "I'm not sure," he replied, sighing, "as I'm assisting Severus during most of the evenings. While I'd like to help, I wouldn't be able to do prefect rounds in the evenings." "Oh well, perhaps after curfew," he added, shrugging. "Perhaps it would be better to choose Neville though. He'd make a good prefect, too," he then suggested. "Neville is going to be my student assistant," Sprout admitted. "I will speak with the head girl, who is one of our house this time, and I'll ask her to not involve you in the evening patrols. Perhaps I can make both of you prefects, so that you can share the tasks." "All right. That would be fine. Thank you so much, Professor," Harry replied, smiling. "I feel very honored." He hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "May I ask who the girl's prefect is going to be?" "Hermione is going to be prefect, as I would need Daphne to become the Quidditch captain. I hope that'll be all right with her," Sprout admitted, smiling. "I'd like to be the Quidditch captain, provided that Harry helps me though," Daphne added, smiling broadly. "Excuse me, Professor, did I hear that correctly?" Hermione suddenly spoke up from the other side of the room. "I am going to be a prefect?" When Sprout nodded in confirmation, Hermione immediately dashed away in obvious exhilaration to write a letter to her parents. It was during the third week of August that Severus fulfilled his duties as the deputy headmaster, with the assistance of Regina, whom he had married in a very quiet wedding at the beginning of the holidays. So that Minerva could spend another week on the North Pole. "We have a problem," she told the extended family during the first evening, when everyone was having tea in the screen room. Due to the questioning of the captured Death Eaters under Veritaserum, the Aurors received information about other Death Eaters, whom they arrested and equally questioned, and many followers of Voldemort have been sent to Azkaban. "Isn't that a good thing?" Remus spoke up, questioningly. "While that is a good thing per se," Minerva replied, letting out a deep sigh, "several of our Slytherin students have lost both parents to Azkaban, and all children who don't have other relatives who could take them in have been put into Muggle orphanages. In most cases, even if they have relatives, they're Death Eaters themselves and are in Azkaban now." She remained quiet for a moment, while everyone stared at her in expectation, before she continued. "Harry, I was wondering about something. We have several unused parts in the castle. Do you think that we could reactivate one of these wings and use them as a kind of orphanage for magical children from the age of 11 up to 17, meaning our Hogwarts students?" "Of course," Harry replied immediately. "I wouldn't want to have Death Eater wannabes at Hogwarts, though. Would it be possible to have them swear an oath that they won't support Voldemort in case he appears in the open again?" McGonagall nodded in agreement. "We'll do that," she concurred in a firm voice. "You don't have to do that," Luna spoke up, smiling. "Just have Santa Claus check them out before accepting them." "Oh, that's right," McGonagall agreed. "Would that be all right with you, Harry?" "Of course," Harry replied, shrugging. "Santa Claus?" he inquired, looking under the table, where his familiar was spread out on his and Luna's feet. "Equals of course," Santa Claus echoed. The headmistress turned to her colleagues. "Pomona, Alice, Frank and Remus, would you be willing to take turns with the other teachers looking after these children during the holidays?" "Of course," the four professors replied, simultaneously. "I'm not a professor, but I can also assist," Sirius spoke up in a no-nonsense voice. "Thank you all," McGonagall said, sounding relieved. "We're only going to need the orphanage during the summer holidays, but we still need to take the children out of the Muggle orphanages. I suggest that we apply for a combined guardianship over them. Hogwarts will probably be willing to look after them, too," Harry spoke up, promising to talk with the castle upon his return to the school. The professors immediately agreed, much to Harry's relief. Even if some of them are really unpleasant, he thought, thinking about Crabble, Goyle, Theodore Nott and some of his Slytherin classmates, they're still not adults and haven't done anything bad yet. Plus, there's no need for them to stay in Muggle orphanages. Their fifth Hogwarts year passed fairly uneventfully. Daphne made a good Quidditch captain with Harry's assistance, while Harry, using the input from the four Quidditch captains, continued training the Hogwarts team. On multiple requests and considering that there were students at Hogwarts who did not have a home to return to, the teachers decided to have another Yule Ball that year and provided portkeys for everyone who wished to attend. This time, however, the Yule Ball took place on Christmas Eve, so that the students could celebrate Christmas Day with their families. Like during the previous year, Harry and his friends decided to remain at Hogwarts until Christmas Eve, although Harry and Luna spent a couple of hours each day on the North Pole to assist Santa, Claire and the elves. It was just a few days before Christmas that Amelia Bones, who frequently spent her evenings with Sirius on the North Pole, suddenly addressed Santa and Harry. "Albus Dumbledore has officially accused Santa Claus of making him a squib." "He what?" Harry asked in shock, while Santa blurted out in laughter. The minister, however, continued in a no-nonsense voice, "I've checked all our options, and I believe that there are no other options and Santa Claus will have to undergo a trial in the new year. Your presence will probably be required. Please ask your undersecretary to translate for me," Santa Claus barked, and Harry quickly translated. "Is Mr. Diggory able to understand you?" the minister inquired. "Yes, he is, and Susan is, too, if you prefer for her to translate," Harry replied, honestly. What can happen to Santa Claus? Harry wondered, however, noticed that the canine did not seem bothered at all. Oh well, no one can come to the North Pole to abduct him, he consoled himself. TBC. Thank you so very much for the many kind reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter and what you expect from this story. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Santa Paws Trial. Santa Paws Trial. Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. Not everyone has read, let alone reviewed, the last chapter yet, but as I don't want to disappoint the kind readers who reviewed, I am going to post this chapter now. In case you have not read yesterday's chapter yet, please go back and read Chapter 29 first. Santa Paws Trial was a short affair and took place in a small courtroom in front of the Wizengamot and under exclusion of the public. Amelia Bones as the Minister of Magic and Sirius as the head of the Wizengamot led through it. At first, Dumbledore's lawyer had the word. On the 25th of May last year, this dog with the name of Santa Paws attacked Albus Dumbledore on a cemetery and made him a squib, the lawyer informed the Wizengamot, only to add, during the 7.5 months since then, Mr. Dumbledore's magic has not recovered. Therefore, we demand that this dog will be killed and his owner has to pay a fine of 1 million galleons and cure Albus Dumbledore with the potion that he has already used to cure a former squib with the name of Regina Lestrange. The Wizengamot broke out laughing. However, Harry was not sure if it was because of the ridiculous accusation that a dog had stolen someone's magic or because of the old wizard's still ludicrous demands. While Harry could have taken a lawyer as well, he and Santa Paws had agreed with Amelia that she should personally question Santa Paws. "Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Dumbledore's lawyer?" Amelia asked, causing Sirius to speak up. "Dumbledore," he almost growled. "Do you have any proof?" "There was no one else who could have done that, and I felt the dog cast magic at me," Dumbledore replied in his grandfatherly voice that implied that he would not be able to harm a fly. "Are there any more questions?" Amelia inquired. However, no one spoke up. Instead, some of the members whispered to each other, and a few small laughs could still be heard. "Santa Paws, did you make Albus Dumbledore a squib?" Amelia then turned to Harry's familiar. "No," the canine replied. Voldemort's large serpent bit Dumbledore a couple of times, and he was slowly dying. I then asked Harry if I could heal him, and he agreed. I saved Dumbledore's life, which is already the second time, and I saved him from a memory charm years ago. However, as the old coot didn't behave well towards Harry on multiple occasions, I did nothing specifically to bring back his magic. I merely restored his life force. Cedric diligently translated the dog's explanation and even made the canine's talk more understandable for the humans listening in. Amelia turned to the members of the Wizengamot and inquired, "Honorable members, what do you believe would be the right thing to do in this case?" To Harry's surprise, Frank was the first to respond. "I believe that Santa Paws should not receive any punishment for not restoring Dumbledore's magic. There was no reason for him to do so. However, considering that he saved his life even more than once, he should receive a special award. He even saved Alice's and my lives a few years ago." Several of the members nodded in agreement, and Sirius was the next to voice his opinion. "I suggest that we award Santa Paws the Order of Merlin 3rd class. During the last 4 years, he has saved several other people's lives as well on multiple occasions." No one else spoke up, and Amelia finally instructed the members to let out red sparks if they wanted to have Santa Paws punished and green sparks if they wanted to honor him. The Wizengamot quickly decided without a single red spark that Santa Paws was free to go and should receive the Order of Merlin 3rd class for his deeds. "Harry and Santa Paws, if you cure Albus Dumbledore like you cured Regina Lestrange before is completely up to the two of you," Amelia informed them, right before Sirius ended the meeting. "Why would we?" Harry thought to Santa Paws, who nodded, seemingly contented with himself and the world. "Congrats to your Order of Merlin 3rd class," Harry added, feeling amused that a dog would receive such an award and proud of his familiar at the same time. "Thanks, Harry," Santa Paws replied, pleasantly, before he swiftly left the courtroom, making Harry hurry to follow. HP on the following day, the headline on the front page of the Daily Prophet screamed, "Has Albus Dumbledore gone nuts? Putting a sweet puppy on trial?" Tom let the newspaper that Balthazar had brought him sink, deep in thoughts. "So, Dumbledore is a squib now, and that's what I must be, too," he thought. Apparently, it was not the dog's fault though, so maybe we both brought it upon ourselves by breaking Crouch's anti-apparition wards and apparating away. Still, the dog cast something at me, he thought, recalling that his body had glowed light green for a moment. So far, however, he had not been able to find any hint of a spell like that in the library. I can't very well put that Santa Paws dog on trial now, can I? He thought, sarcastically. They'd simply chuck me into Azkaban. Oh well, on the other hand, I'd be together with my followers, and we could make a plan how to get out of there together. In lack of a better idea, he returned his attention to the newspaper and read ahead. The second headline informed him, Canine receives order of Merlin 3rd class for saving wizards and witches lives a couple of time. He pondered the idea of sampling going to kill the dog, when he recalled being something like a squib at the moment. I'll just need to continue my research, he resolved and headed to the library, hurling the newspaper into the fireplace as he went. HP during the last weekend in May, the Quidditch Cup between Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang took place at Beauxbatons. The first and second school teams, accompanied by 3 students from each house as well as Professors McGonagall and Sprout traveled to France by portkey on Friday morning. From Hufflepuff, Hermione, Luna and a third-year boy accompanied the group. When they arrived in front of the impressive entrance doors to the school, Madame Maxime greeted them and offered a tour through the premises. Everything looked much more modern than at Hogwarts, and there were no paintings of former wizards and witches decorating the halls. Instead, the walls were covered by modern art, some of them giving the impression as if they had been produced by students. I like how they teach the students arts here, Hermione spoke up, giving Harry a thoughtful look. It would be great if you could arrange for new subjects like arts and music at Hogwarts, too. I'll discuss it with the professors during the summer holidays, Harry promised, faintly recalling that Hermione and Daphne had already asked him for the very same thing years ago. Just like during the previous year at Hogwarts, Harry managed to catch the snitch in both matches, against Beauxbatons and against Durmstrang, so that in the end, Hogwarts was allowed to keep the Quidditch Cup for another year, before the 3 teams were going to meet again at Durmstrang. Thank you so much for allowing us to participate, Harry said to McGonagall once the portkey took them back to Hogwarts. That was much fun. It was really interesting, Hermione added in apparent excitement. Their library was beautiful, even if ours is much better equipped. HP just a fortnight after their visit to France, the 5th-year students had to take their owls. While Harry did not have to take his potion owl, Severus had registered him for the newt, stating that he was going to be very pleased when Harry was ready to take over some of the potions classes. So far, Harry had only once taught the first years, when Severus had been busy with an urgent potion for the hospital wing that was beyond Harry's expertise. I wonder when we're going to get the results, Hermione said in concern. It might be August before you receive them, Sprout told her. Don't worry about that now. What if, Hermione began to speak, however, Harry cut her off, feeling uncharacteristically unnerved. Nothing, Harry interrupted her sure to come tirade. No, you haven't failed anything, and you'll be able to enter all the newt classes which you wish to attend. How do you know that? Hermione asked, sounding upset. I just know it, Harry replied, shortly, while Santa Paws put both front paws against Hermione's stomach and licked her hand in reassurance. You think so, too? Hermione asked, gently cradling the canine close. Santa Paws let out a confirming woof. HP, as no one at Hogwarts had ever received any education in the area of arts, McGonagall and Harry decided to put a job advertisement into the Daily Prophet. It was published on the first day of the summer holidays, and to everyone's surprise, the first application arrived just a few hours later. Harry and Luna, who was spending the first month on the North Pole with her boyfriend, were sitting in the room with the screen doing their summer assignments, when Minerva's elf Malcolm suddenly appeared in front of them. Harry, the headmistress asks you to either visit her or call her over the screen for a moment, the elf informed him, causing Harry to look at him in surprise. Is she already missing me? He quipped. I only returned home yesterday. No, Harry, sir. Malcolm believes that she wants to discuss something with you. It must be a good thing, because Mistress Minerva seemed happy. Harry stood from his chair and approached the screen, casting the charm that would allow him to speak with someone before looking for the headmistress' office. Professor McGonagall, he addressed the teacher, who smiled upon hearing his voice. Thanks for calling so quickly, Harry, she replied, only to add, and considering that you've already taken your owls, I suggest that you call me Minerva in private. All right, thank you, Professor, Harry replied, wondering in bewilderment, was that why I had to call her now? Harry, Minerva brought him out of his musings, we already have an application for the arts position. It's from Miranda May. You won't know her, but she was a Gryffindor in the year after your birth parents, and she was not only a very friendly witch but also a brilliant student. Apparently, after finishing Hogwarts, she went to study music at the Cologne Music College in Germany, before studying arts for 2 years at the University of Kyoto in Japan. Right now, she is teaching at a Muggle university in London. That sounds perfect, Harry replied, smiling. Why don't you invite her for an interview? We could simply meet her in your office this time, he added, recalling the last job interviews, which they had to hold in the founder's quarters, as Dumbledore was still the headmaster at that time. Let's do that, Minerva replied, sounding excited. When would be a suitable time? Harry shrugged. For me, any time is fine, he reassured the headmistress, and they decided to invite Miranda May for 10 o'clock. On Saturday morning, HP Miranda May's classes were a huge success. All students from 3rd year onwards were allowed to attend her classes once before deciding if they wanted to take either music or arts as an additional elective or even replace one of their elective classes with either of the new subjects, and even after the first week, her classes remained full. As nice as the teacher seemed to be, Harry decided to not attend her classes, considering that he already had enough work due to being the owner of Hogwarts, the captain of the Hogwarts team, a prefect and a student assistant to the potions professor, who intended to make him the youngest potions master of all times. HP as 6th years, Hermione, Harry and Neville decided to take more responsibilities as prefects within Hufflepuff. They took some time to look after the first years, and during the first week of classes, Harry even sent Santa Claus to accompany the first years to their respective classrooms. HP on the 15th of September, Harry and Santa Claus returned home after curfew. Dad, Harry addressed his father, you can make anything here, can't you? Santa laughed aloud before inquiring, almost everything, son, but what do you need this time? Can you make me a time turner? Harry asked. You see, it's Hermione's birthday in 4 days' time, and she is taking so many elective classes, which even partly collide with each other, that she really needs a time turner to go back for an hour at a time. Just for an hour shouldn't be a problem, Santa assessed, glancing at his brother, who gave him a comforting nod. Please give me 3 days. I'll place it into your trunk in the evening of the 18th. If you don't know how to operate it, just come through again. Thanks, Dad, Harry replied, happily, quickly hugging his father, before he returned to his dormitory through the trunks with Santa Claus on his heels. Hermione was absolutely ecstatic to say the least, when Harry gave it to her and showed her how to use it. Oh Harry, you're amazing. Now I'll be able to properly attend all my classes. Please don't let anyone see or hear that you have a time turner, as people aren't allowed to have such a thing, Harry warned her, and she nodded in apparent understanding. I'll be careful, Harry. I love this too much to let anyone catch me using it, she promised, smiling happily. HP one day, Harry was standing in Severus' private lab brewing one of the potions that were required for the potion's mastery, when Sirius suddenly spoke to him. Wait a moment. Harry instructed his godfather and swiftly continued the potion up to a point, where he could put it under a stasis charm. What's wrong? He then inquired, thinking that it had to be urgent if Sirius would disturb him in the lab. Harry, Sirius said, sounding extremely excited, Amelia has agreed to become my wife. Congratulations, Harry replied, feeling happy for his godfather on the one hand, as Amelia was a very nice witch, however, annoyed at Sirius to disturb him in the lab for something that could have well waited until later. Anyway, what I wanted to ask you is if you'd be willing to become my best man for our wedding, Sirius continued. It's going to take place on December 28th. Of course, Harry promised. That's a good timing anyway, as all the Christmas hassle will be over by then. He sighed in relief, when his godfather ended the connection and he could return to his potion. As much as I love Sirius, he's still a little reckless, he mused before banishing all thoughts about private matters from his mind. HP The wedding turned out to be the event of the year that was going to end after 3 more days. It took place in a charmed tent on the North Pole, which the elves had set up at a distance of about a mile from Santa's workshop. While Amelia and Sirius wished to have their wedding on the North Pole, they did not want to give away their extended family and their home to the ministry workers and Wizengamot members, whom they had to invite. Santa's elves and the reindeer picked up their guests at the leaky cauldron and brought them right to the front of the tent. Inside the tent, it was warm and cozy, and the walls were charmed to display the outside snow, which was twinkling in the sunshine. It was a beautiful wedding, Luna said, dreamily, when she and Harry went for a long walk through the snow with about a dozen puppies following them. "You made a very handsome best man." Harry could not prevent himself from blushing at the unexpected praise, especially since he had spent days worrying if he would do everything correctly. "Thank Merlin, everything went well," he muttered. "I'd like to have such a wedding, too, sometime in the future," Luna added, matter-of-factly, wearing a dreamy expression that shocked Harry to the core. So far, he had not even thought about something like marriage. Luna had been his girlfriend for years now, however, they were still at school and would be for 1.5 years in his case and 2.5 years in Luna's. "I'd like that, too," he replied, trying to not show his uncertainty. HP. Harry's 6th year was almost over, and he was sitting at the Hufflepuff table enjoying his breakfast, while the 5th and 7th years fretted over their owls and newts. All of a sudden, the post owls flew into the Great Hall like every morning at the same time. He rarely ever received mail during the school year, as most of his extended family was with him anyway, and the others had simpler means to easily contact him. However, today, an old barn owl was steadily approaching him, and he stared at the owl in surprise, when it crashed down onto the table holding out a Muggle letter to him. "Harry Potter, Hogwarts" was written on the front. Who would write me a Muggle letter? He wondered in disbelief. "At least it's not a howler," Daphne quipped, causing Harry to cast his friend a look of pure irritation. TBC. Thank you so very much for the many kind reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Next chapter. Animagus Studies. Animagus Studies. Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. In case you have not read yesterday's chapter yet, please go back and read Chapter 31. Smiley face. "Hello Harry," the letter began. "Ever since you left that damn book for me on Christmas 5.5 years ago, I have read through it at least 10 times. Only recently, I realized that I can do the spells noted in there, even without a wand. In the book, it says that you are the owner of Hogwarts, and as such, I would like to ask you to accept me as a student and help me learn magic. Your cousin Dudley Dursley." Harry stared at the letter, wide-eyed. "You gave him a book 5.5 years ago?" Daphne asked, incredulously. "You never told us." Harry stared at the girl, who had read over his right shoulder while Luna looked at the letter from his other side, a surprised look. "No, I didn't. In fact, Santa pranked him and exchanged the content of all his presents with items from the magical world. No, I'm not going to tell them about the Harry dolls," he decided firmly. "That was a very thoughtful thing to do from Santa," Luna commented, "if it helped Dudley to find his magic." "Oh well, I don't think that Santa suspected that," Harry replied, wondering if his father had even thought about the matter in such a way. "The problem is what to do with Dudley. Have him attend first-year classes in spite of being 17 by the beginning of the school year. Why Harry invite him to join us on the North Pole? We can teach him during the summer, and then, perhaps he could take his owls and attend 6-year classes together with me," Luna replied, pleasantly. "That would be fun," she added, pensively. "Harry, are you sure that it's not a trap?" Hermione asked in apparent concern after skimming his letter. "What book is he talking about anyway?" Harry shook his head. "No, I don't think so, considering that it relays to the book, which Santa gave him." He let out a chuckle, as he recalled the scene, where Vernon had tried to throw the book into the fireplace a couple of times, only to have it jump out of it every time. "It was Hogwarts. A history, of course," he replied to the girl, grinning. "What else?" Luna added, dreamily. "I'll go and discuss the matter with McGonagall," Harry decided and rose from his chair. "As the first class is potions, I have a free period anyway." HP together with the headmistress, who was just about to leave the Great Hall, he headed to her office, where he showed her Dudley's letter. "Oh, I remember that prank," Minerva said, chuckling. "It was much fun to watch, but seeing that it had such a positive effect is refreshing to say the least." "What are we going to do with him though?" Harry inquired. Luna suggested inviting him to the North Pole to teach him during the summer and have him take his owls and attend 6-year classes from September onwards. Minerva looked at him in apparent surprise. "That's a pretty rough schedule though for someone who has only just now begun to study magic," she contradicted. "Teaching him over the summer is a good idea, and I will gladly join in, but I suggest setting the goal for him to attend 5th-year classes from September onwards. That way, he can study for the owls in a more moderate pace, even if he'll already be 20 upon taking his newts if he still wants to continue after taking his owls. Yes, that's better, Harry agreed. May I be excused for 30 minutes to travel home and speak with my father about the matter, please? I am sure that Dudley will be eagerly awaiting my response. Of course, Harry, please see to this matter right away, Minerva agreed, muttering something that sounded like, all everyone can think about now are the holidays anyway. What was that? Harry wondered in amusement, as he quickly took his leave and activated his portkey, as soon as he was out of the door. Equals next time warn me beforehand, equals Santa Paws woofed in clear irritation, before he dashed away to find his siblings. Girls and dogs, always moody, Harry thought in bewilderment, when the thought, all but Luna, crossed his mind, bringing a smile to his face. Good morning, grandson, Merlin suddenly addressed him. What are you smiling about? Luna, Harry replied, truthfully, without giving anything away. Where are Santa and Claire? To his relief, his parents chose that instant to enter the room, and he pressed Dudley's letter into his father's hands. You pranked him, you get to sort him out, he quipped, grinning when Santa let out one of his loud laughs. You can't deny that it was a brilliant prank now, can you? Santa laughed. That it was, Harry admitted, smiling, before he discussed the details of Dudley's magical education with his parents. HP on the first day of the summer holidays, a sleigh traveled to a certain park in Lil Whinging with Holly, Minerva, Harry, Luna and Santa Paws on board to fetch Wizard Dudley to the North Pole. When Dudley stood in the park a few minutes later staring at the sleigh in apparent disbelief, Harry quipped, Did Hogwarts? A history not tell you that students used to travel to and from the school by sleighs? Dudley stared at his cousin in obvious shock. No, it didn't, and Mum said something about a train, the Hogwarts Express or so. That is correct, Mr. Dursley. Minerva spoke up in a soothing voice, and we're not going to Hogwarts now, as it is the first day of the summer holidays. We're going to take you to my home on the North Pole, Harry continued. On the North Pole? Dudley asked, incredulously. Are you kidding me? Only when they arrived on the North Pole and Harry introduced Dudley to Santa and Claire, Dudley slowly began to accept the reality. HP during the following 2 months, everyone took turns teaching Dudley, and to Harry's enormous relief, the boy settled in well with his extended family. He even got along well with his friends, who as usually arrived on his birthday and stayed for 2 weeks. Thank Merlin, Harry thought, still remembering how his cousin had behaved during their childhood. He completely changed, which is good, because otherwise, I wouldn't be able to tolerate him, neither here nor at Hogwarts. Much too quickly for his liking, the summer holidays passed and his final year as a student at Hogwarts began, which brought several new tasks upon him. He and Daphne intensely observed the younger students fly to find adequate candidates for the house team and the school team. They also had to decide on new heads for both Quidditch teams. Harry still shared prefect duties with Neville, while Hermione had become the head girl. Harry was very happy with the choice, which had been a combined decision of Minerva, Severus and him. Hermione really deserves it, he thought. She's the most studious of all of us and has the best grades anyway. Head boy was Draco Malfoy, Hermione's boyfriend, who was still good friends with Harry and had even joined the group of his friends on the North Pole during the summer. Harry also had to decide what to do after his newts and to consider what positions he could offer to his friends, who wished to remain at Hogwarts. He did not even know what he wanted to do himself, however, he had an idea, which Severus destroyed quickly, when he told him that he expected him to become his successor, so that he could completely retreat to the North Pole. Dudley is not bad at potions, Harry thought. Or Draco. Maybe one of them could take the teaching position, while I wouldn't mind continuing to work as potions master. It wouldn't interfere with my own classes. His cousin had been sorted into Hufflepuff and was attending 5th-year classes as planned, however, had decided to not join the 15-year-olds in their dormitory but stay in his own room in the founder's quarters, which Harry had assigned him. It's really time now to separate the teaching positions from the head of house positions, he mused. So far, he had only separated the positions for Gryffindor by making Frank the Transfiguration professor and Alice the head of Gryffindor. Perhaps Draco could become the head of Slytherin, he thought. He could still take his potions mastery at the same time. He resolved to speak with Pomona and Neville about their intentions for the future, and Pomona informed him that they had already made a decision. Neville is going to take his mastery in herbology by Christmas next year at the latest, and from that point onwards, he's going to take over my classes, while I will remain the head of Hufflepuff and still assist in the greenhouses, Pomona explained, smiling in apparent happiness. Ravenclaw was more difficult, as Harry did not have friends in the House of the Ravens. However, when he suggested to Eileen, one of his classmates from Ravenclaw, to become the head of the house, she happily agreed. "Is Professor Flitwick going to retire?" Eileen asked in apparent surprise. "Yes, and I want to separate the teaching positions from those of the heads of the houses," Harry confirmed. "Now I only need to find a good charms teacher." "Perhaps Daphne or Hermione from your house," Eileen suggested. "They're both very good at charms." Harry let out a deep sigh. "Yes, but they don't want to teach charms. Daphne wants to further study arts with Professor May, and Hermione wants to become an apprentice to Professor Lestrange studying Muggle science." When he spoke with Minerva about the matter, the headmistress advised him, "Ask Alice to become the charms professor and Sirius to become the Gryffindor head. He should be able to fulfill the job beside his responsibilities as the head of the Wizengamot." "Oh well, considering that Dumbledore held that position while being headmaster, it should be possible," Harry replied, thoughtfully. To his relief, Draco and Dudley both agreed to become potions masters and share the teaching job and the brewing job. Harry then only had to convince Severus to remain for another 3 years and teach the two of them while continuing his work at the school. "Harry, may I ask what you are going to do?" Pomona inquired, when the extended family was sitting in the screen room discussing the upcoming personal changes at Hogwarts on Christmas. Harry smirked. No one but Minerva and Luna knew about his plan yet. "I'm going to become the professor for the newly founded subject Animagus studies. Plus he's going to be the deputy headmaster," Severus spoke up, smirking. "Animagus studies sounds cool. Will teachers be allowed to attend it?" Alice inquired, giving him a sharp look that made Harry laugh. "I can teach you, Aunt Alice. That's not a problem," Harry replied, grinning. "Minerva and I were thinking to make it a new elective from 3rd year onwards." The remaining months of Harry's 7th year passed quickly. Just like during the last few years, the Hogwarts team won the Trimagical Quidditch Cup, and the Hufflepuffs won the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. "Oh Merlin, now we got both cups 7 years in a row," Pomona sighed aloud, letting out a few sobs of happiness at the high table. "I'm so going to miss you, my 7th years." Harry rose from his seat. "As Professor Sprout just stated, she's going to miss winning the Quidditch Cup, of which I see no reason why, as our new team is going to be equally good. I have a suggestion," he announced. "Let's put together a teacher's team, which is then going to play against the Hogwarts team. What do you think?" The applause following his announcement was deafening, and the matter was decided quickly. "We will set up a teacher's team, however, under one condition, Harry," Minerva replied after 2 minutes of discussion at the high table. "You must become the captain." Grinning, Harry nodded his agreement. "All right, practice will be at 5 in the morning every weekday," he replied in a loud voice, causing the students to cheer. After the leaving feast, Harry gathered his friends together with his extended family in the founder's quarters. "If you want to visit me on the North Pole," he informed his friends, "you'll have to come in the middle of July instead of my birthday, as on the 1st of August, I'll have to return to Hogwarts, considering that I'm the deputy headmaster now and have to take turns with Minerva. This summer, I also have to prepare my classroom and office and several other things. Plus, I am still going to have unspeakable training on 5 mornings every week." Harry, you should set up a fireplace here in the founder's quarters and at home. Santa Paws instructed him. So that it'll be easier for you and the others to travel between here and home. That's a fantastic idea, Harry commended his familiar, while Luna quickly translated for those who were not dog animagi. "Harry and Santa Paws," Minerva spoke up in a soft voice, "thanks so much for your consideration. Now, Harry, don't you think it's time to tell everyone what qualifies you as the professor for Animagus studies?" Harry stared at her for a moment, before he relented. "Oh well, we believe that it qualifies me that I have 3 Animagi forms." 3? Hermione blurted out in apparent shock, causing Harry to chuckle. He quickly transformed into his canine form, only to have Santa Paws to jump at him and pull him into a small mock fight, before he could do as much as change back. As soon as his familiar released him, he transformed into his phoenix form and flashed onto Fox Perch, before he flew back onto the floor and finally transformed into his 3rd form. Where is he? Hermione blurted out in disbelief. He's here, Luna said, smiling, carefully picking a small beetle up from the floor. A beetle Animagus, Alice blurted out, staring at the small form of her godson in apparent amazement. Well, no better form than to spy on our students, Harry said, chuckling, once he was back in his human form. That reminds me of something, he said, as he lowered himself into his spot on the sofa next to Luna. The other day, I spent some time in my beetle form and met another beetle. We talked a few minutes, and to my huge surprise, she was an Animagus as well and was spying on everyone at Hogwarts. Who was that? Daphne inquired from where she was sitting with Neville's arm around her back. It was Rita Skeeter, Harry announced, observing everyone's reaction in amusement, as he had only informed Minerva about the matter until now. I made a deal with her though. If she writes anything about anyone from Hogwarts, be it a student or a teacher, she must send the article to me for approval before publishing it. Otherwise, I'll ask Hogwarts to change the wards to keep her out at any time, even in her Animagus form. Turning to Luna, he asked, Love, would you mind checking the articles in case I'm not available, please? Of course, Luna replied, smiling happily. Harry, please allow me one question, Amelia spoke up. Have you registered your forms with the Ministry? Harry shook his head. No, you only need to register your first form, and that I have of course. I will also see to it that all of my students register their forms. Oh, I didn't know that, but that's fine then, Amelia agreed, seemingly contented. Oh well, I just made that up, but since I'm a proper unspeakable now, I can just go and charm the registry that way, Harry thought to Luna, who shared Harry's amusement, chuckling. HP, Harry and Luna, Minerva addressed the young couple, once she was able to speak with them in private. Luna, would you perhaps be willing to study for your newts and take them at the end of the summer? Because relationships between teachers and students are forbidden. Luna sked in quick understanding that made Harry stare at her in apparent surprise. We'd all be willing to teach you, Minerva added, giving the girl a rare smile. Yes please, Luna immediately agreed and, to her surprise, added, I was wondering when you'd ask. HP to Harry's great pleasure, Hermione and Daphne assisted him preparing his classroom, while Luna was studying for her newts. One half of the fairly large classroom was covered with thick mattresses, on which the students could practice. Next to them was a shelf for them to put their shoes in if they wanted to restfully sit or lie on the mattresses to relax. The rest of the room was equipped with comfortable sofas for the students to sit or those with smaller animagi forms to practice in. The walls were decorated with animated photographs of animals that continued changing into series of other animals. Ever since Santa Claus had first laid his eyes on the photographs though, the original form, to which all the animals returned in the end, was a white Santa puppy like himself. When Harry showed his classroom to his colleagues in the morning of the 1st of September, everyone stared around in apparent amazement. This room has just the right ambience to practice the Animagus transformation, Alice was the first to comment, and everyone full-heartedly agreed. The new subject was only announced at the welcoming feast, where Minerva also introduced the new professors, including Luna, who was replacing Professor Trelawney as divination professor. The headmistress promised that all students from 3rd year onward, who wished to partake in the Animagi class, could still change their electable subjects accordingly. To Harry's shock and annoyance, simply everyone chose his class. Some of them will really regret this, he thought, grimly. When he greeted the students in their respective first class, he informed them, if you took this class believing that it would give you time to relax without homework, you are sadly mistaken. There will not only be the occasional homework, but you are all expected to show up here in the classroom every evening from Monday through Friday for at least half an hour of practice between the end of dinner and curfew. 10% of the students left his class after this announcement, causing Harry to smirk. Lazy students, he thought in amusement. He and Santa Claus spent every weekday between dinner and curfew in the classroom supervising the students, giving advice and comfort for their inefficient efforts. Even when the Christmas holidays approached, no one had so far been able to transform as much as their left hand. HP Santa Claus and Harry insisted to accompany Santa delivering Christmas presents to their friends, just like they had done the previous years. When the sleigh returned from their visit to Britain very early on Christmas morning, Santa Claus was strangely agitated. Santa Claus, what's wrong? Harry inquired, eyeing his familiar in concern. I sensed something at Draco's manor, Equals the canine replied. Equals I believe that the evil one might be there. His magic is gone, but I can still sense dark magic coming from his body. Equals. Harry translated for Santa, and Santa decided, we're going to give him a present to remember. Santa Paws, will you please prepare something? Equals of course. Equals Santa Paws woofed his agreement and dashed away in apparent eagerness, causing Harry to wonder what the puppy had in mind. He was a real puppy again at this time, as Santa had taken him to the ice crystal just a couple of days ago. TBC. Thank you so very much for the many kind reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter. Any ideas or opinions are welcome. Have a wonderful 4th Advent. Next chapter, The Christmas Stocking. The Christmas Stocking Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. In case you have not read yesterday's chapter yet, please go back and read Chapter 31 first. Smiley face. Santa Paws dashed into Harry's room and summoned the Elder Wand from one of the drawers, knowing that Harry had decided to not use it under any circumstances. This will do, he thought, as he stared at the wand, sensing that it was extremely powerful. Harry won't need it anyway, as he has me, he decided, and continued to stare at the wand. He let his magic flow into it to heat it up with love, happiness and joy at the fact that it was Christmas Day, his favorite time of the year. When he was done, he brought the item to Santa, who promised to send another sleigh to Malfoy Manor during the next hour. HP huddled in a comfortable seat, which his elf had made for him in the dungeons, trying to not let the frustration at his situation overwhelm him. Tom suddenly saw a Christmas stocking hanging on a shelf in his favorite dungeon room. He somehow felt reminded of his childhood in the orphanage. The words, "No, you don't get a stocking, because you're not a good boy," echoed in his mind even after so many years. That stocking was not here before, and no one but me is here, so it must be mine, he thought, feeling a never-experienced happiness at the realization. I got my own stocking for the first time in my life, he thought over and over, looking at the stocking in amazement. Perhaps it's because I don't have magic anymore, he wondered, as he stepped nearer and closely inspected the object of his attention from the outside. Something was inside that looked like the well-known and at the same time extremely powerful wand. Could that really be the Elder Wand? He wondered in disbelief. Maybe it's there to help me get my magic back, he thought, as he hesitantly reached for the stick to pull it out of the stocking. Oh well, if that doesn't work, I still have my horcruxes, so I could simply get myself killed by Dumbledore and Potter and begin anew, he thought, without a clue that his horcruxes did not exist anymore. Barely able to believe his luck, Tom eagerly took the Elder Wand out of the stocking, holding it with both hands closely to his face to examine it. It definitely is the real Elder Wand, he realized, only to notice a strange feeling at his hands. It took him a moment to realize that, beginning with his hands touching the stick, his whole body was beginning to melt. Oh no, I thought that for once I'd receive a Christmas present, he thought aloud in disappointment, before his mind finally comprehended what was happening, causing him to utter one last heartbreaking scream. HP, what was that sound? Draco asked, giving his mother a horrified look. That came from the dungeons, Narcissa replied, wearily, looking up from the book which she had received from Minerva for Christmas. Draco, please be so good and call the Aurors and have them search our dungeons. Who knows what your father left there? I've never done as much as enter the dungeons after his death, she added as an afterthought, knowing that her late husband had stored many dark artifacts in their house, which she was afraid to come close to, let alone check them out. She inwardly sighed in relief when Draco returned from the fireplace, informing her that the Aurors were on their way. HP, Santa Paws, you did it, Harry cheered, observing the scene of Voldemort's demise on the screen in absolute relief. Congratulations, Santa Paws, you efficiently saw to the defeat of the evil wizard, Amelia spoke up. You're going to be even more of a hero in the magical world now than you already are. Santa Paws replied by putting his front paws onto her lap and gently licking her face, before he lowered his head, sniffing her stomach with apparent pleasure. Oh, Amelia, serious, did you need to tell us something? Pomona spoke up, causing everyone to stare at Amelia in expectation. Ah, Santa Paws, you little rascal, Sirius blurted out in clear annoyance. We were going to tell everyone on New Year's Day. Everyone congratulated the happy couple when Amelia admitted to be in her 4th week pregnant. The healer only told us yesterday, she added, smiling. If the baby will be born after the 1st of September, maybe he or she will be in the same Hogwarts year as our firstborn, Luna suddenly thought to him, causing Harry to almost choke on his tea. He remained pensive for a moment, pondering the situation. Now with Voldemort dead and our newts finished, there is no reason why we could not officially marry and have children if that's what she wants, he decided. He wondered for a moment, where and when he should ask her, before he resolved that there was no better time than the current and no better place than together with their extended family. Santa Paws, can you fetch me the rings from my room? He thought to his familiar, who cast him an appreciative look and dashed away. When the puppy returned carrying a small box between his teeth, he gratefully took it from him and addressed his girlfriend. Luna, will you marry me? Luna cast him a broad smile, before she replied, pleasantly, but we already are married, Harry. Magic recognizes us as the Lord and Lady Potter. Yes, thanks to Hogwarts meddling, but I meant if you wish to officially marry me. Do you really wish to become my wife in any other way apart from magic, too? Harry reworded his question. I'd love to, Luna replied, looking very happy. They decided to have a wedding party on the Hogwarts school grounds on the first day of the Easter holidays. That gives the students the opportunity to attend our wedding if they wish to remain at Hogwarts for the day, Luna stated, pleasantly. Harry let out a small snort. Why would they? He asked. Usually, they can't wait to get home. Oh well, apart from those in the orphanage that is, he added, pensively. Harry, Hermione groaned in apparent annoyance. All the female students are going to want to watch your wedding, Daphne added, rolling her eyes at him. Well, then they're welcome to attend, Harry retorted, smirking. Equals, are you going to get married in your canine forms? Equals, Santa Paws inquired, causing everyone who was a dog Animagus and could understand him to laugh. We'll see, Harry replied, shaking his head at his familiar's cheekiness. HP on a Saturday morning in April, just a week before his and Luna's official wedding, Amelia suddenly called Harry and asked him to visit her in the ministry for a few minutes. I wonder what's wrong. I only saw her last night, Harry thought, however, immediately complied without questioning his godfather's wife. I just have to show you something, Amelia informed him, when she led him and Santa Paws into the atrium of the ministry. Wow, Harry blurted out with a combination of amazement and disbelief upon seeing a life-size statue of Santa Paws standing in the middle of the atrium. An inscription on the base said, "The Ministry of Magic thanks Santa Paws. Receiver of the Order of Merlin 3rd Class and familiar of Harry Potter. Recipient of the Order of Merlin 1st Class. For his defeat of the evil wizard Lord Voldemort and for saving many people's lives." Harry read the text aloud for Santa Paws to hear, and the canine happily jumped at Amelia to lick her face in gratitude. Be careful that you don't hurt the baby, Harry lightly admonished the canine, who quickly licked his hand. I am careful, and I'm looking forward to having a new puppy on the North Pole, Santa Paws replied, cheekily. I considered awarding him the Order of Merlin 1st Class, Amelia explained, however, after discussing the matter with Sirius, we decided on this solution. This is much better, Harry agreed, smiling. Sirius first suggested assigning him a seat on the Wizengamot, Amelia added, rolling her eyes at the thought of her husband's ideas. Now that would have been something. Harry grinned, as he gently caressed Santa Paws' ears. Anyway, thank you so much for doing this for Santa Paws. We both appreciate it very much. HP on the following day, Harry received an owl from Rita Skeeter, who sent him an article about Santa Paws' statue asking if it was all right to post it. I'm surprised that she even asks, considering that it doesn't concern Hogwarts, Harry said to Luna, who was sitting next to him at the high table. She certainly knows that he's your familiar, Luna replied, smirking. She'd be stupid not to ask you. Shall I take a look at it later on? Yes please, Harry agreed, knowing that Luna was very good at correcting articles. HP Harry's and Luna's wedding day was a bright, sunny and above all relatively warm day in spring. Draco as his best man and Sirius as his godfather accompanied Harry from the founder's quarters out onto the grounds, where the whole school was gathered to attend the ceremony. To his surprise, Santa's favorite sleigh was parked right in front of the entrance doors, causing him to wonder if it was invisible to those who did not know about his relationship to Santa. While he did not see Santa, he noticed that dozens of puppies were running around. Did Dad bring all the puppies from the North Pole? He thought to his familiar, only to notice that the canine was already engrossed in one of his favorite mock fights with his siblings. It felt like hours before Claire and Pomona finally accompanied Luna outside, and Harry stared at the bride in amazement. She was wearing a white wedding dress with small, white Santa puppies stitched onto it and was smiling happily. The sight was simply breathtaking. "That's my Luna," Harry thought, feeling extremely happy. Like in a trance, he took a few steps in her direction. However, before he could even reach her, a crowd of guests stormed up at her to congratulate her. Her robes will be gray after enduring all these hugs from everyone, he thought, and was just about to feel annoyed when Draco brought Luna to him. "Now walk up to where Santa is waiting." Slowly, he instructed them, grinning. Harry carefully took Luna's hand, and all of a sudden, a group of students, of whom Harry assumed were participants of Miranda's music class, began to play the wedding march. A group of puppies as well as other dogs, whom he recognized as their friends, walked ahead of them in the rhythm of the music, guiding them to the front. Reaching the spot where Santa was standing, the canines stepped aside, leaving Luna and Harry alone with his father. During his father's speech, Harry could not help staring at Luna. "She's so beautiful," he thought, completely contented with himself and his bride. He was so absorbed in positive thoughts that he did not even notice that the puppies were sitting in a circle around them. He barely even heard his father's words. Only when Luna suddenly said, "Yes," in a clear and firm voice, he looked up, giving his own response to Santa a moment later. "I can't wait to be alone with Luna," Harry thought, while they exchanged their rings. "She is just wonderful." When Santa told him that he was now allowed to kiss his wife, Harry gently covered her lips with his own, thinking that it felt better than ever before. "It's strange," he thought, when he released her. "I've been together with her for years, but somehow it feels even better today. It shouldn't feel any different, considering that we've already been married by magic for years." He only took his eyes from his wife when Santa Paws was standing in front of them. The canine stared at Luna for a moment, before she and one of his siblings, whom he recognized as Santa Moon, began to glow golden. "This is Santa Moon, and I have just bonded her to you to become your familiar," Santa Paws informed Luna. Luna immediately transformed into her first Animagus form and gently addressed her familiar. "Hello Santa Moon. Thank you so much for agreeing to become my familiar. I am very happy to have you." "Congratulations, Luna and Santa Moon," Harry added, who had swiftly transformed after his wife. "It was a beautiful wedding, and you're going to be very happy. Santa Paws and I are looking forward to having some younger siblings," Santa Moon replied and gently liked their faces, before Santa Paws pulled the three of them into a quick mock fight. "Harry, do you wish to have a party with everyone?" Luna suddenly asked, when the four canines let go of each other to rest for a moment. "No," Harry replied, firmly. "I only want you. Shall we just leave for our honeymoon?" "Yes, let's do that," Luna agreed. "I can't wait to spend the whole 2 weeks of holidays on the North Pole." With that, the four canines activated their portkeys and were gone. Much later the same day, when the happy couple was taking dinner in the screen room together with everyone else, Harry received a howler. "Oh no, don't tell me Mrs. Weasley sent me one for not inviting her precious Ronald to our wedding," Harry thought in annoyance, when a male voice began to scream. "Lord and Lady Potter, how dare you leave for your honeymoon, without waiting for our fireworks? Which we solely invented for you. We can't have such behavior now. So we've given the remainings to Santa, to fire them up for you on the North Pole, to enjoy." "That was Fred and George," Harry blurted out in surprise, giving his father a questioning look. "As soon as we're finished with dinner, we'll go outside," Santa replied, grinning. "I watched them," Merlin spoke up from his portrait, "and they were beautiful. The puppies will enjoy them, too." "Aren't fireworks much too loud for dogs?" Amelia inquired, giving Merlin a sharp look. "Not these," Merlin assured her. "They seem to be charmed to be silent. I could only see them but not hear anything but a small plop when they activated." After dinner, everyone headed out onto the grounds, where Santa Paws and Santa Moon joined them with their siblings in tow. Harry stood there, hands joined with Luna, and stared up into the sky, where the fireworks in the form of white puppies played out. "Beautiful," Luna whispered. "Just like you, my wonderful wife," Harry replied and, without waiting for the fireworks to end, pulled her back inside. First thing the following morning, Harry and Luna rode a howler back at Fred and George Weasley to profusely thank them for the fantastic firework display and at the same time place an order for some more boxes of them. HP apart from the fact that Harry and Luna now shared a room and a bed, on the North Pole as well as in the Founders' quarters at Hogwarts, and had 2 familiars instead of 1, not much change. It was at the beginning of May that Santa Moon told them, "I can't wait to have a new sibling for Christmas, me too, Santa Paws agreed, pleasantly, only to add, and I wish to become a father by Christmas, too, TBC. Thank you for the very few but kind reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter. Any ideas or opinions are welcome." Next chapter. Lily Paws and Santa Lily, Lily Paws and Santa Lily. Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. In case you have not read yesterday's chapter yet, please go back and read Chapter 32 first. Smiley face. On a summer evening, when the extended family was sitting in front of the screen as usual, Amelia suddenly said something that made everyone look at her in surprise. "Today, someone asked me where my predecessor was and what he was doing," she said, only to add, "and I realized in surprise that I haven't wasted a thought on him, ever after cleaning out his office." "I haven't either," Sirius spoke up. "Good riddance," Severus quipped. "Let's check it out," Santa suggested and headed to the screen. "Cornelius Fudge," he requested, and the screen immediately changed to what Harry on the first glimpse thought to be a dungeon. However, after a moment of watching, he realized that it had to be a wine cellar, in which Fudge was inspecting a huge wine barrel. They observed him interact with some men, before he left the cellar and headed outside. "He must have bought a vineyard," Luna spoke up, smiling. "The old-fashioned house looks beautiful from the outside." "That looks like one of the small, old villages on the River Moselle," Santa said, pensively. "It's in the western part of Germany." "Perhaps I should have taken her somewhere else but home on our honeymoon," Harry mused, only to decide, "we can still go on a holiday at any time." "Luna," he spoke up, "do you want to go on a holiday somewhere?" "I'd like that," his wife replied, wearing a dreamy expression. "You should take her to the Christmas market in Cologne once," Miranda, who had recently become Remus' fiancée, spoke up. "It is exceptionally beautiful." "You won't be able to take her this year though, as Santa Lily and Lily Paws are going to be born on Christmas." Santa Paws spoke up, matter-of-factly, causing Luna and Harry to exchange a look of annoyance. "Who decided on such a name?" Harry asked, strictly. "You did, sorry, you will do, Santa Moon told me," Santa Paws replied, giving him an innocent look. "I know that it was going to be a girl," Luna said, dreamily, "even if I didn't really want to know in advance. We might name her Lily, if Luna agrees, but certainly neither Santa Lily nor Lily Paws," Harry explained to his familiar in a strict voice. "Santa Lily will be our baby. It's going to be Lily Paws' twin familiar," Santa Moon informed him in a soft voice. "That reminds me of something that I really need to do," Harry thought and excused himself for a while. He headed into his old room in Santa's quarters, which was adjacent to the screen room and with Dobby's, Holly's and Santa Paws. Assistants installed a fireplace, before he took an old crayon out of a drawer and made a portkey from it. "Stupid me. I should have taken something bigger," he scolded himself, when he motioned the 2 elves and the canine to hold on to it to travel together. Glad that there already was the large fireplace in the Founders' quarters at Hogwarts, he hesitantly asked the Founders if they had an idea how to connect it to his own fireplace on the North Pole. "Harry dear," Helga was the first to gently respond, "you should know that we don't have a clue about fireplaces, as they did not exist in our time. Perhaps Hogwarts can help you though." "Let me try to reach out for it," Hogwarts said, thoughtfully, and Harry felt the magic swirl all around the parlor, before the castle finally informed him that their fireplaces were now connected. Will I be able to use it as well?" Santa Paws woofed, glancing upwards like Harry always did when communicating with Hogwarts. Smiling, Harry translated for his familiar. "Santa Paws, please put your forepaws against my wall for a moment. I shall try to acquire the ability to understand your language," Hogwarts instructed him, and the canine hurried to obey. It took about 2 minutes, before Hogwarts informed them that the fireplace was now charmed to be accessible under the name North Pole in human as well as in dog language. Harry and Santa Claus profusely thanked Hogwarts, before they both used the fireplace to comfortably travel home. During the following months, the fireplace was put to good use. Not only Harry and Luna were living on the North Pole in spite of being professors at Hogwarts, but also Severus and Regina as well as Remus and Miranda and Sirius. Amelia was also able to travel to her own office in the Ministry through the fireplace on the North Pole. Why only now? Severus inquired, quirking an eyebrow. Because Luna is pregnant, and I don't want to endanger her or our daughter by having her take a portkey on a daily basis, Harry replied to his mentor in a firm voice. Plus, I hope that Neville and Daphne as well as Draco and Hermione will move to the North Pole as well once they're married. What about Dudley and Ginny? Luna inquired, causing Harry to stare at his wife in shock. Dudley and Ginny are a couple? He asked in disbelief, inwardly groaning upon seeing her nod. I hope to never see any of the Weasleys again except for the twins, he stated. There was no need to even become family with them. I fully agree, Luna said, sighing. Oh well, I'm sorry for Dudley, but he won't be allowed to bring Ginny here onto the North Pole, Harry replied in determination. That's fine. They don't have to come here anyway, Luna said, matter-of-factly. During the following weeks, Harry had to take turns with Minerva overseeing the headmistress office at Hogwarts. However, whenever he was on the North Pole, he took some time to skim Merlin's potions recipes together with Severus. They found several recipes of potions, which they deemed useful for Muggles, and spent some time brewing many batches of them, so that Santa would be able to bring potions for Muggle illnesses as Christmas presents for the upcoming holidays. It's still 4 months until Christmas, Luna said in surprise upon hearing about the matter. 4 months pass quickly, and once we're back at Hogwarts, we won't have so much time anymore, Harry replied, smiling. I wished the months would pass quickly, Luna groaned. The doggies are lucky. For them, the pregnancy only lasts 2 months, and I'm going to have to carry our daughter for 9 months. How unfair is that? I told you to make children in your puppy forms. Santa Claus pointed out, causing Harry and Luna to stare at the canine in exasperation. Harry's second year of teaching was as pleasant as the first if not even more enjoyable, as some of his first students slowly managed to transform their left or even both hands into their Animagi forms. I wonder what age would be the minimum for a child to teach them the Animagus transformation, Harry thought one day. I can't wait to teach little Lily to transform into a dog. Provided that's what she wants, he added as an afterthought. When he voiced his thoughts, when they were in bed later the same evening, Santa Claus quickly voiced his opinion. She'll be the sister of Lily Paws, so she will want to transform, and it'll work. I can sense that she's very powerful. Luna merely chuckled, causing Harry to cast her a surprised look. My clever wife, he whispered, before he pulled her into a loving kiss. In the morning of Christmas Eve, Harry received a letter from Albus Dumbledore. Dear Harry, it read. During the 155 years of my life, I have made many mistakes, my biggest one causing the death of my beloved sister Ariana. I will never forgive myself for this. I know that I have wronged you, and I profusely apologize for it. Please believe me that nothing that I did was out of malice. I only meant well, even if I might have chosen the wrong means. During the last couple of years, I have had much time to think, and I decided to voice a final request to you. I know that your familiar, Santa Claus, cherishes the spirit of Christmas, and in this spirit of Christmas, I would like to ask you to please consider giving me the potion that might restore my magic. I promise that you will never hear from me again, and that I will leave you and your family in peace. I just would like to enjoy the last couple of years I have before my next great adventure being able to do magic. Yours sincerely Albus Dumbledore. Harry let out a long sigh. Placing the letter onto the breakfast table, he excused himself for an hour and headed into the lab, where Severus was already busying himself with some research concoction. What brings you here this morning? He queried, quirking an eyebrow. I thought you and Luna would be waiting now for her to get ready to travel to Hogwarts. According to my wife and her familiar, the baby is going to be born tomorrow, Harry replied in a bored voice. Therefore, I'll have enough time to brew the second magic potion before having to deal with pregnant women, human and canine. Severus could not help but chuckle, however, then inquired, whom are you going to give magic? Dumbledore, Harry all but growled. He's an old man, and I don't want anyone to suffer over Christmas. Holding up his hand to stop Severus from commenting, he continued, I know that he has wronged several people, but he also did some good, and, well, I'm not going to be the kind of person that Voldemort was, so I will cure him. Giving his mentor a mock glare, he added, Any questions, Professor? Severus smirked, before he replied, No, Harry, I believe that you're doing the right thing. I have also made many mistakes, but first Dumbledore and then you and Santa were there to help me improve my life greatly. Maybe Dumbledore deserves the same lenience. Later the same day, Harry sent Fawkes to take the small phial to Dumbledore. It was labeled in his scrawly handwriting, the second magic potion. HP. The 24th of December 1999. Merry Christmas. Early on Christmas morning, he received a response, in which Albus Dumbledore profusely thanked him for his mercy and wished him a happy Christmas in return. HP. Just a few hours later, the extended family was sitting in front of the screen looking into the small room behind the hospital wing at Hogwarts, where Luna was supposed to soon give birth to her and Harry's firstborn. While Santa had originally decided to have the screen display something else, Luna had all but begged the extended family to observe the child's birth. Oh well, it's going to be my great-grandchild and the child of the North Pole, so let's do the girl the favor and watch it, Merlin had decided and instructed Severus to invite the whole extended family. Minerva looked at the screen. On the one hand, this was such a private moment of two of her favorite students that it seemed like a sacrilege to watch it, however, she somehow felt magically attracted to the scene. After witnessing a discussion between Luna and Harry, in which Luna had instructed her husband to transform into his canine Animagus form and Harry had tried to refuse, insisting to hold her hand, Santa had switched sounds off in both directions to give the young couple at least the minimum amount of privacy. Luna was lying in a bed wearing a light pink nightgown, while Harry was cuddled into her side in his canine Animagus form. Luna won, Minerva thought in amusement, just when the head of the baby came out. Unfortunately, she could not see any details, as Poppy was standing in the way. However, when Poppy turned around to show the baby to the proud parents, a collective gasp sounded through the room. It was a canine baby and the spitting image of Santa Paws. Santa quickly switched on the sound, just on time for them to hear Luna say, Welcome to the world, my lily paws. Equals our little sister, equals Santa Paws declared, proudly, before all of a sudden, the small room of the hospital wing was showered with Christmas decorations, and Santa Moon stepped into the room carrying a newborn puppy in her mouth. Welcome to the world, little lily paws and Santa Lily, Santa roared, only to add, ho ho ho, Merry Christmas. TBC. Thank you so very much for the kind reviews for the previous chapter. Please let me know what you think of this chapter. Next chapter. Epilogue. Epilogue Santa Paws by Teddy Longlong. Please refer to the disclaimer and warnings in Chapter 1. In case you have not read yesterday's chapter yet, please go back and read Chapter 33 first. Smiley face. 12 years later, together with her brothers in Everything But Blood, James Black and Alexander Snape, as well as her familiar Santa Lily, 11-year-old Lily Potter stood in the headmaster's office staring at her father with apprehension. After the trio had put a chocolate frog, which was equipped with a self-multiplying charm, into her father's office, Santa Paws had found out who the culprits were and had given them away to her father. Too bad that Granny Minerva retired just before our sorting, she mused, recalling a memory. Beginning of memory. Harry. Minerva addressed the young man and father of 5 energetic children. Considering that the junior marauders of Lily, Jamie and Alex is going to go to Hogwarts from September onwards, I wish to become a resident of the retirement home, which you so kindly built for Poppy and Rolanda last year. You will make a wonderful headmaster and your wife a fantastic deputy headmistress. If you wish to go on holidays together, I will still be ready to take over for the two of you. Minerva, are you sure? Harry inquired, giving the old witch a concerned look. I am certain, and I will still visit you here on the North Pole if I'm still welcome, Minerva replied, smiling. Ah, Minerva, you'll always be welcome here. You can even move here as a permanent resident if you wish, Santa spoke up. Thank you, Santa. I will consider it, but right now, I'm not ready to completely part from Hogwarts. End of memory. Since I became the headmaster, her father's voice brought her back to the present. This is the first time that I have to punish students, and, as you hopefully can imagine, I am not pleased to see the three of you here. We're sorry, the three of them muttered, simultaneously, something that they had perfected over the years. Lily Paws went ahead and licked Harry's hands, causing the headmaster to gently pet the canine, before Santa Paws pulled the puppy into a mock fight. Now that means that Dad can't be too upset, Lily thought in relief. What do you suggest for your punishment? Harry inquired, slowly letting his eyes wander over their group. Perhaps, Alex was the first to reply, we could help Uncle Draco and Uncle Dudley brew potions for the hospital wing? No, Harry replied in a firm voice. You're going to write an essay, and I mean each of you. I want 3 different essays. Why it was a stupid thing to prank one of the professors. But the leaving feast is going to commence in an hour, Lily protested, receiving a glare from her father in return. What does the leaving feast have to do with it? He inquired. I believe that you'll find out that we have plenty of quills at home, and it will suffice if you hand in your essays on Christmas morning. But, James began to protest, when Lily Paws gave him a small bite into his hand that made him interrupt himself. Lily Paws, Lily lightly scolded her familiar, who proceeded to sit in front of her, glaring at her. That was a warning. He never knows when to shut up, she thought to her, causing Lily to nod her agreement. You may leave. I'll see you at the leaving feast, the headmaster informed them, and the trio plus their dog hurried to get out of the office. HP. Thank Merlin Uncle Harry is the headmaster now, Alex spoke up, when they walked down in the direction of the Great Hall. That's true, James agreed, nodding his head in confirmation. Granny Mina would have given us a much harsher punishment. They're right, Lily had to admit to herself. Dad is much nicer. It still sucks to have to write such a thing, she complained. Oh, that's not a big deal, Alex said, shrugging. James smirked. We can ask Merlin to help us. He's always happy to have something to do, he quipped, and his siblings agreed immediately. HP the leaving feast was much fun, and Lily enjoyed herself greatly. It was only when the dessert was going to appear on the tables that her father rose from his chair and addressed the students. Just a short notice, before we release you into the Christmas holidays. From the new year onwards, my wife, Professor Luna Potter, is going to become a student advisor apart from being the deputy headmistress. If you ever have any problems or questions concerning classes, private matters or anything else, you're welcome to turn to her. Her office will remain the same, as we have decided to abolish the divination classes. Either you are a seer like my wife or you are not, and there is no way to study becoming one. Huge applause followed his explanation, however, her father still continued. Please note that from now on, all products from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes are forbidden at Hogwarts. The headmaster spoke up. I know that 3 of our first years have live-long vouchers for said shop, but please believe me that if I send my Santa Paws out to look for the items, he's going to find them all. Thank Merlin I have that secret pocket in my trunk, Lily thought to Santa Lily, who looked up from where she was rolling over the floor together with Santa Paws and Santa Moon. My father is still going to find everything, Santa Lily replied, matter-of-factly. Santa Paws, Lily whispered. Can we make a deal? Santa Paws let out a small growl, before he turned around and let out some magic to add some multicolored chocolate frogs that were hopping around to the Christmas decorations in the Great Hall. The end.